Super Devouring System Chapter 1624 to Chapter 1708. Glazed Knights, we'll let you go for now. Let's go. The Vice Palace Master of the Demonic Dragon Palace said a few words before leading the large army away. Both sides had suffered heavy losses in this battle. Of course, the losses of the three evil holy lands were beyond imagination. After all, they didn't know that Elder Immortal Tianju was in the Punlai demon race, nor did they know that the Punlai demon race had a stable space. At this time, Molly directly rushed over. He looked at Caprice with a serious expression and said, "Who are you?" Although Headstrong still had the gold badge in his body, he had broken through from the Undying Soul Realm to the peak of the Connecting Heaven Realm in just a few days. Life Saint Sect, Headstrong. After he finished speaking, he transformed into his Platinum Holy Light Dragon form and spoke in human language. The Prince of Netherworld from the Netherworld Sacred Land, the successor of the Emperor of Death from the Death Sacred Land, and the Arhat from the Buddhist sect are all here. How can I not come? Seeing this, Molly was stunned. This was indeed a Platinum Holy Light Dragon. He didn't expect that in addition to the three evil Holy Lands, the people from the four Holy Lands were all here. It seemed that the battle for the Holy Lands would be very fierce. But all in all, Yi Xian was safe, which was a blessing in disguise. Yi Xian, this place is not complete. The Legion commander just sent a message. Once the teleportation formation is repaired, he will take you to the commander. Molly said. Commander, after hearing this, Yi Xian and Headstrong couldn't help but look at each other. Wasn't the commander of the Glazed Knights Fairy Luli? Okay. Yi Xian nodded immediately. In fact, Molly didn't completely trust Yi Xian, so he wanted to hand Yi Xian over to Fairy Luli to see if he was sent by the enemy. However, Yi Xian was related to the Life Saint sect, so he shouldn't be a member of the evil faction. No matter what, it was right to hand Yi Xian over to Fairy Luli. Although the experts of the Demonic Dragon Palace had retreated, the atmosphere in Linfeng City was still very strange. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Molly found many traitors, including many gold knights. Of course, it was impossible to find all the traitors. After all, the Glazed Knights were a mixed group of people. In addition to humans and demons, there were also beasts and other races. Soon, the teleportation array was repaired, and Linfeng City was connected to the fifth main city. Then, Lin Guangyao teleported over. How are the casualties? Lin Guangyao immediately asked when he saw Molly. It's not that serious, Molly replied. That's good. Lin Guangyao nodded, and then his gaze fell on Caprice. Seeing this, Molly immediately explained, he's a Platinum Holy Light Dragon, called Capricious. Why would someone from the Life Saint sect join my Glazed Knights? Lin Guangyao asked in surprise. Can't I just come in and have some fun? He shrugged his shoulders and said, if it weren't for me today, Yi Xian would be dead. There are quite a few traitors in your Glazed Knights. Although Lin Guangyao was a little unhappy when he heard this, he understood that Capricious was not an ordinary person. Even if he cultivated the glazed treasure body, he was not confident that he could defeat him. Yi Xian, come with me to see the commander. Lin Guangyao directly ignored Capricious and said to Yi Xian. Before Yi Xian could speak, Capricious interrupted, are you going to see your Fairy Luli? Bring me along. You? Lin Guangyao frowned. TCH, I'm familiar with your commander, Capricious said disdainfully. Lin Guangyao narrowed his eyes and then used the badge to transmit his voice. Bring them over. After receiving this response, Lin Guangyao nodded and then led Yi Xian and Capricious into the teleportation array. They first teleported to the fifth main city, then to the headquarters of the Glazed Knights, the Glazed Holy Mountain. This was the headquarters of the Glazed Knights. There were countless experts here, and Fairy Luli also lived here. As soon as Lin Guangyao and the others walked out of the teleportation array, two female Golden Knights of Ascension Realm LV9 came up to them. This way, please. The two female knights with hot figures walked in the front, leading Yi Xian and the others into the Glazed Holy Mountain. These two female knights wore relatively little armor, and their fair skin was exposed to the air, attracting the attention of the surrounding passers-by. However, they didn't dare to look directly, because these two female knights were Fairy Luli's disciples, and their status was comparable to that of several legion commanders. Soon, under the guidance of these two female knights, Xian and the others entered the glazed holy mountain. After passing through layers of spirit arrays, they arrived at the glazed holy temple. At this time, there was a beautiful figure sitting on the glazed holy temple's main seat. This person was Fairy Luli, whom Xian had met once before. She wore a set of pink armor, and her valiant appearance was very different from her appearance that day. When she saw Xian and Capricious behind Lin Guanyao, her expression was slightly surprised. The reason for this change in expression was not because of Capricious, but because of Xian next to Capricious. "Greetings, Commander." Lin Guanyao performed a knight's salute. Fairy Luli glanced at him, and then her gaze fell on Xian again, saying, "I didn't expect it to be you." "Greetings, Senior." Xian hurriedly greeted her. Obviously, Fairy Luli recognized him. Hearing this, Lin Guanyao was surprised. He didn't expect Xian to know Fairy Luli. How was this possible? 2 years ago, you didn't even reach the manifestation realm, but 2 years later, you actually broke through to the connecting heaven realm. I'm afraid even a true immortal can't compare to you. Fairy Luli couldn't help but sigh. Yes, this kid's cultivation speed is even inferior to my life holy sect's chief disciple. This kid joined your glazed knights because of me. How about it? Shouldn't you thank me? Capricious directly found a seat and sat down, as if the glazed knights were his home. The grievances between you and me have been written off. What are you doing here? Fairy Luli coldly snorted. TCH, if you didn't beat me back to my original form, I'm afraid I would have passed the first itinerant immortal tribulation. However, I have to thank you. If not, I wouldn't have been able to compete for the Holy Leader token, Capricious said with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Guanyao was shocked again. One itinerant immortal tribulation, this Capricious was actually a itinerant immortal before. The peak of the connecting heaven realm's 9th layer was the immortal tribulation. If the immortal world's passage wasn't closed, one would become an immortal after passing the immortal tribulation and could ascend to the immortal tribulation. However, the passage was closed, so one could only become an itinerant immortal after passing the immortal tribulation. Once one became an itinerant immortal, there would be an itinerant immortal tribulation every 1,000 years. It didn't have to be a peak first tribulation itinerant immortal. Of course, the stronger one was, the higher the success rate of passing the tribulation. Capricious wanted to pass an itinerant immortal tribulation, which meant that he was a first tribulation itinerant immortal before, and after passing it, he would become a second tribulation itinerant immortal. Humph, it's not that easy for you to get the Holy Leader token. Fairy Luli didn't care about Capricious. Pa. Headstrong suddenly slapped the chair and stood up, saying, I think you should also know that other than the 3 evil Holy Lands, the Holy Land of Death and the Netherworld Holy Land have also sent experts over. Although you have the help of the Buddhist Holy Land's Buddhist Holy Land, don't forget that the Punlai Goblin Clan and the Heaven End Palace also want this Holy Master token. How about you marry me? I can represent the Life Holy Land and stand on your side. Hearing these words, the other 3 people in the Night Temple were all shocked, as if they had misheard. Willful wanted Fairy Luli to marry him? What wishful thinking. Fairy Luli coldly snorted. That's not necessarily true. If not for the previous incident, no one would have known that Taoist Ling Xiao of the Buddhist Holy Land had such a beautiful daughter. So, my father proposed marriage to him, and guess what? Capricious suddenly revealed a crafty look, his eyes somewhat wretchedly looking at Fairy Luli. That's impossible. Hearing this, Fairy Luli immediately became anxious. She had never heard of such a thing. Little girl, you will be my Ren family's daughter-in-law sooner or later. You better compromise, or you won't get the Holy Master badge. Willful sat back down. A toad wants to eat swan meat. Fairy Luli calmed down. In that case, let's see who's the real deal. You may not know, but my Life Holy Sect's chief disciple is already on his way. When the time comes, he will join hands with me. Your chances of getting the Holy Master badge will be less than 10%. Willful reminded. The competition for the Holy Master badge of the Punlai Holy Land was very fierce. Apart from the 3 evil Holy Lands, the Life Holy Land, the Buddhist Holy Land, the Death Holy Land, and the Netherworld Holy Land had all sent people. Not only that, but the Punlai monster race and Tianju Palace were also united. Therefore, it would be extremely difficult for Fairy Luli to get the Holy Master badge. Originally, Wilful didn't want to fight for the Holy Master badge, but he suddenly thought of something. He could use the Holy Master badge to exchange for the sky-connecting treasure map. Fairy Luli would definitely agree to this deal. Hearing the conversation between Wilful and Fairy Luli, Lin Guanyao also broke out in cold sweat, not daring to interrupt. At this time, Fairy Luli suddenly said, "Yi Xian, you've cultivated the colored glass treasured body?" "Yes." Yi Xian nodded. Lin Guangyao's expression changed, and he said in shock, "How is that possible?" It had only been 3 days since he gave Yi Xian the colored glaze treasured body, but Yi Xian had already mastered the colored glaze treasured body. How was this possible? Breaking through to the connecting heaven realm in 2 years is already a miracle. It's also reasonable for you to cultivate the colored glaze treasured body in 3 days, Fairy Luli said calmly. After her reminder, Lin Guanyao also felt that it made sense. Just now, when Fairy Luli was arguing with Headstrong, she had neglected Yi Xian. Only now did Fairy Luli discover this point. Headstrong had also heard of the strength of the glazed treasure body, but it was nothing to him. After all, his body was also very strong, and it was not any weaker than the glazed treasure body. Looking at Yi Xian, Fairy Luli suddenly had a plan in her mind, but before she could open her mouth, a female knight who was waiting outside the door came in. "Master, there is a person called Yin Yan waiting outside the colored glass sacred mountain," the female knight said. A single thought, this name had appeared just now. It was the Arhat of the Buddhist sect's holy land. "Let him in." Hearing this name, Fairy Luli's cold face could not help but smile. "Oh, this little monk came at the right time," Headstrong said in surprise. Soon, the female knight who had just left came in with a somewhat handsome bald young man. This bald young man was the Arhat of the Buddhist sect's holy land, Yin Yan. He was wearing a golden kasaya, with one hand clasped together and the other holding a demon-subduing pestle. "Greetings, senior sister." After seeing Fairy Luli, Yin Yan nodded slightly. In the Buddhist sect's holy land, there were 2 branches of Buddhism and Taoism. The Buddhist branch was led by the Buddhist Supreme, and the Taoist branch was led by Taoist Ling Xiao. However, the 2 branches had a good relationship, so Yin Yan called Fairy Luli senior sister. "Junior brother, this time I have to trouble you." After glancing at Headstrong, Fairy Luli said to Yin Yan, "Quite a handsome little monk, why did you become a monk?" Headstrong touched his handsome white hair, fantasizing in his heart that if he became bald, would he also be so handsome? "Shut up." Fairy Luli snorted coldly. This was her territory, and Headstrong treated it as his own home and sat down casually, but now he even ridiculed her junior brother. She obviously couldn't stand it. "Greetings, senior." The one-thought monk sensed the life aura in Headstrong's body and immediately recognized him. "I heard you have only cultivated for 300 years. Not bad, not bad. Are you interested in joining my life holy sect? I have many beauties there. You can take whichever one you like. If you dual cultivate, your cultivation speed might be faster," Headstrong said with a smile that was not a smile. This time, Fairy Luli was completely furious. "White-haired dragon, if you keep talking nonsense, don't blame me for being impolite. Right now, you only have Lin Guanyao and Yin Yan to fight. Who are you trying to scare?" After Headstrong said that, he couldn't help but glance at Fairy Luli. Seeing that Fairy Luli seemed to be really angry, he shrugged and said, "Forget it, I won't lower myself to the same level as a woman. Anyway, you will be my Ren family's daughter-in-law sooner or later." In the Punlai Holy Land, loose immortals were not allowed to fight, so Fairy Luli really couldn't do anything to Headstrong. After all, Headstrong was once a loose immortal expert. Even if Lin Guanyao and the one-thought monk worked together, they probably would not be his opponent. "Lin Guanyao, arrange a place for him to stay," Fairy Luli said to Lin Guanyao. "No need. The chief disciple of my life holy sect is also here. Farewell, Luli." Headstrong suddenly stood up. After glancing at Yi Xian, he directly left the colored glaze holy land. It had to be said that obtaining a holy leader's token really was not easy. On the Life Holy Sect's side, there was Headstrong's Platinum Dragon and Chief Disciple. On the Holy Land of Death's side, there was the successor of the Holy Land of Death. The Netherworld Holy Land also had a Prince of Netherworld. In addition, the Punlai demon race and Heaven End Palace working together was not just for show. It was basically impossible to steal a Holy Leader's token from these forces. After all, there were just too many experts. Right now, Fairy Luli was wondering whether she should ask her father to send some people over. However, after thinking about it, she decided to give up on this idea. Inyuan, take your martial uncle to rest. Lin Guanyao, you can go back to your work too. Fairy Luli said to the two of them. Yes. A female knight answered, then left with the one-thought monk. He still had matters to attend to in the 5th main city, so Lin Guanyao also took his leave first. Afterwards, only Fairy Luli and Yi Xian were left in the colored glaze holy temple. Was it that white dragon who asked you to join the glazed knights? Fairy Luli asked straightforwardly. Sort of. Yi Xian nodded. Since Headstrong had already been exposed, he did not hide anything. Fairy Luli slowly walked down the stairs and said, I also want to get the Holy Lord token, but I can't do it myself, and the people sent by the various forces are not weak. I'm afraid it won't be easy to get the Holy Lord token. So, I just want to ask you one thing. Are you sure you can improve your cultivation in a short time and then help me? After hearing Fairy Luli's words, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly and said, that depends on what price Senior is willing to pay. Whatever you want, just say it. Fairy Luli said generously. In this regard, Yi Xian did not immediately answer, but asked, when will the other half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance appear? Based on the speed of the Demon Emperor's heir, it will take at least 3 days, and at most half a month, Fairy Luli replied. At the same time, she had to admit that the Demon Emperor's heir's talent was a bit strong. Even if half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance was refined by a loose immortal, it would not be so fast. If that's the case, then I won't be polite. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly raised. The more urgent the time was, the more Fairy Luli would pay attention to it, so he could ask for an exorbitant price. Although Fairy Luli could not do it, she was still a loose immortal, and the youngest daughter of the Buddhist sect's Holy Land Taoist Ling Xiao. Her background was not small. Then, her wealth was probably beyond imagination. Immediately, he made a list of what he needed, which was similar to the things he swallowed. Fire attribute heaven and earth treasures, strange flames, ores, and so on, but there was also the 5 attributes Luli, because he wanted to cultivate the Luli treasure body. I have a way to refine heaven and earth treasures in a short time and improve my cultivation. After Yi Xian finished, he paused and said, however, this is only one of the conditions. I have another condition. What condition? Fairy Luli asked. Yi Xian said without thinking, Willful said you have a sky-piercing treasure map, so I want to see it. His mission was not to obtain the sky-bearing treasure map, but to confirm whether Fairy Luli had the sky-bearing treasure map. As long as it was confirmed, his mission would be considered complete. After hearing Yi Xian's words, Fairy Luli's face suddenly turned cold. She didn't expect that in addition to being interested in the Holy Master token, this willful fellow was also coveting her heavenly treasure map. Although he didn't know where Caprice got this information, it wasn't important. Just a glance? Fairy Luli asked in surprise. Yes, I just want to take a look. Senior, just hold it in your hand. Yi Xian nodded solemnly. Fairy Luli was silent. She didn't know what kind of trick Yi Xian was playing. Even if she really gave the heaven-reaching treasure map to Yi Xian, given his cultivation level of heaven-reaching realm tier 1, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to take it away. Moreover, she would be the one holding the map. Alright, I promise you. Fairy Luli responded with a sentence. In any case, she wouldn't be in any danger in this little holy land. After all, even loose immortals couldn't make a move, so who could snatch the heaven-reaching treasure map from her hands? Immediately, she took out a sheepskin scroll from her universe ring and opened it. As soon as I close this scroll, I will instantly forget the things on this scroll. Moreover, you don't know whether it's real or not, Fairy Luli said to Yi Xian. However, how could he know that Yi Xian had such a heaven-defying thing? Ding! Copy of the first heaven-reaching treasure map completed. After hearing the system's notification, Xian couldn't help but laugh inwardly. The heaven-reaching treasure map that he gave old immortal Tianju had already been copied by him. That was the second heaven-reaching treasure map. And the one in front of him now was the first heaven-reaching treasure map. The system's notification meant that the heaven-reaching treasure map was real. Since it was confirmed, his task could be considered completed. He hurriedly passed this information to Caprice. Very good, I will quickly ask my father to send a betrothal gift to Taoist Ling Xiao. Caprice sent a voice transmission to Xian. Xian was a little confused and asked directly, it's just a heaven-reaching treasure map. What's the use of it? At present, the heaven-reaching treasure map has no other use, but whoever has the heaven-reaching treasure map has the right to speak. Caprice replied. In this regard, Xian was too lazy to care. Anyway, his task could be considered completed. Senior, this junior has seen enough. Xian said to Fairy Luli. Hearing this, Fairy Luli quickly closed the heaven-reaching treasure map and then put it back into her universe ring. At this time, she had already reacted and asked, this is what the white-haired dragon asked you to confirm, right? Xian nodded slightly. Although the heaven-reaching treasure map had been copied, it couldn't be copied. It could only be looked at, which was useless. Fairy Luli was very displeased. Originally, her father didn't know about the heaven-reaching treasure map, but now, she could only take the initiative to report it, lest Caprice beat her to it. What Caprice said was indeed the truth, and Fairy Luli had already confirmed it from her father. Although the betrothal gifts had not been given, Taoist Ling Xiao had really agreed. This toad, I'll beat you back to your original form later. Fairy Luli said in her heart, then her gaze fell on Xian again. I'll have someone send those things to you later. However, if you use ordinary glass to cultivate the treasure body of colored glass, you can only cultivate to the 6th level. After that, you will need to use supreme-grade treasures, which I don't have now. Xian nodded slightly, indifferent to this. Then, another female knight led him out of the colored glass holy temple and arranged a place for him to stay. Now, all he had to do was wait quietly for the big gift package to be delivered. TSK. It hasn't been long since I came to the Punlai Demon Clan, but I've already improved so quickly. Once my realm increases, the successor of the Emperor of Death and the Prince of Netherworld will have to scram. Xian was very excited at this moment. Soon, the female knight returned with a universe ring and handed it to Xian. After Xian checked the universe ring, he couldn't help but shudder. The things in this universe ring were simply beyond his imagination. However, he didn't devour them immediately, because he still had to plan. In the Punlai Divine Land, itinerant immortal experts generally wouldn't make a move. Once they did, they would definitely be punished by the Heavenly Tao, which would result in serious injuries or death. As such, the fight for the Divine Leader's token this time mainly relied on experts at the peak of the 9th level of the Ascension Realm. The successor of the Emperor of Death, the Prince of Netherworld, the Monk One Thought, and the Platinum Holy Light Dragon Caprice all had the strength to pass the tribulation, but they suppressed it to the peak of the 9th level of the Ascension Realm, so their battle strength was very strong. Although Fairy Luli asked for Xian's help, if he obtained the Sacred Leader token, wouldn't Fairy Luli owe him a favor? Itinerant immortals can't take action, but I wonder if Wei Zhentian can, Xian thought to himself. However, the old tree was extremely suitable for snatching the Sacred Leader token, so he was a little hesitant. If he broke through to Ascension Realm level 9, the old tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian would all become itinerant immortals. If he changed the distribution method, then he could have one itinerant immortal battle force, and the other two could stay at Ascension Realm level 9. Alright, that's it. After thinking for a while, Xian made a decision and began to devour the fire attribute treasures, as well as the corpses of the Ascension beasts. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level is Ascension Realm level 2. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Current level is Ascension Realm level 4. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level is Ascension Realm level 3. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Current level is Ascension Realm level 5. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level is Ascension Realm level 4. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Current level is Ascension Realm level 6. Ding. Host has broken through. Current level is Ascension Realm level 5. Ding. Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Current level is Ascension Realm level 7. Ding. Host has broken through. Current level is Ascension Realm level 6. Ding. Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Current level is Ascension Realm level 9. System notifications rang out one after another. Yi Xian's plan was to first push the old tree to the peak of Ascension Realm level 9. That way, the old tree would no longer have any restrictions. Then, she would devour ores and the like to level up, because this way, the old tree would not gain any experience points. However, at this moment. Ding. Host has devoured the 9-dragon thunder flame. Ding. Spirit of Ashes has mutated. Spirit of Ashes has mutated into Ashes of Thunder Fire. These two system notifications caught Yi Xian off guard. There were many ways to upgrade the old tree. For example, the corpse of a heavenly beast, a heavenly treasure of the fire attribute, or even a heavenly flame. There was a dragon-shaped heavenly flame in the interspatial ring. It was the 9-dragon thunder flame, ranked 3rd on the heavenly flame list. It was this 9-dragon thunder flame that caused the old tree to mutate. F***ck, what a pleasant surprise. Yi Xian was shocked and quickly checked the new attributes of the old tree. Spirit of Ashes' name had been changed to Ember of Thunder Fire, and the 3 skills of the old tree had all changed. The Flaming Sun Rope turned into the 9 Dragons Thunder Astral Chain, the Blazing Fire Dome turned into the 9 Dragons Thunder Fire Dome, and the remaining flames turned into the 9 Dragons Thunder Flash. Apart from that, there was also another big move, 9 Dragons Sky Roaring Strike. This move had a cooldown of 1 day. Haha, I've made a profit, I've made a huge profit. Yi Xian's eyes flickered with excitement. He originally only wanted the old tree to be upgraded to Heaven Ascension Stage 9, but he didn't expect such a surprise. He immediately ordered the old tree to fight the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian in the planting space. Remnant Flame could originally split into 2 clones, but this new 9 Dragons Thunder Flash allowed him to create 9 clones. This could confuse others, and at the same time increase his speed and range. The first attack power had also increased from 30% to 50%. Most importantly, the old tree's attack was mixed with the lightning attribute, which had a paralyzing effect. He only needed 1 punch to turn the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian into pieces. Of course, the old tree was currently in Heaven Ascension Stage 9, 6 levels higher than the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian. It was normal for him to kill them instantly. As the other 3 skills all had cooldowns, Yi Xian didn't let the old tree use them for the time being. Previously, the old tree had always been 2 levels higher than Yi Xian. Now that he had poured all his resources into him, he was 3 levels higher than Yi Xian. Yi Xian and the old tree had a contract that guaranteed their levels. Therefore, the old tree's level wouldn't be lower than Yi Xian, but it also wouldn't exceed Yi Xian by 3 levels. As long as Yi Xian didn't break through to Heaven Ascension Stage 7, the old tree would at most be at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9, and wouldn't break through to Loose Immortal. Therefore, Yi Xian once again devoured some fire attribute heavenly treasures, and the old tree successfully broke through to the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. After all, he had more than doubled his growth. At this time, Yi Xian was only in the middle of Heaven Ascension Stage 6. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect this old man to reach the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. Truly unexpected. The old tree was even more excited than Yi Xian. Thinking back, he was only a wish fulfillment realm devil tree battle soldier. After following Yi Xian, he broke through to the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage. Then, the next step would be to become a Loose Immortal. Old tree, I'm going to snatch that Holy Leader token, so don't undergo your tribulation for now, Yi Xian quickly reminded. No problem, I'll definitely get that Holy Leader token. The old tree was full of confidence. After all, he was now at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. Even facing Lin Guanyao, who had the colored glazed treasure body, the old tree was confident that he could send him flying with a punch. The first step had been completed, so the next step was the second. Ghost Dome Great Emperor, Wei Zhentian, it's your turn now. After saying this, Yi Xian began to devour the ores and weapons. Ding! Host has broken through. Current Heaven Ascension Stage 7. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Current Heaven Ascension Stage 4. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. Current Heaven Ascension Stage 4. Ding! Host has broken through. Current Heaven Ascension Stage 8. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Current Heaven Ascension Stage 9. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. Current Heaven Ascension Stage 9. After Yi Xian devoured a large amount of ores and materials, Wei Zhentian and Ghost Dome Great Emperor had finally reached the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. At this moment, Yi Xian was thinking whether to continue devouring. The peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9 was just a step away from becoming a rogue immortal. He just didn't know if Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian could successfully break through to the rogue immortal realm. Old Tree is now at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian are also at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. If the three of them help me, the others won't be able to defeat me. Yi Xian thought inwardly. However, he was still hesitating. He wanted Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian to break through directly because Wei Zhentian was a weapon. He didn't know if weapons would be punished by the heavens if they attacked in Punlai Divine Land. It's better to be cautious. I'll let them stay at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. Yi Xian decided to give up. Anyway, with the strength of the four of them, they could probably do whatever they wanted in the entire Punlai Divine Land. As long as the rogue immortals didn't interfere, they were almost invincible. Although Yi Xian hadn't reached Heaven Ascension Stage 9 yet, he didn't care. With his current strength, he had the confidence to fight alone. In the planting space, the mutated old tree was already fighting with the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian. One had to admit that the mutated old tree was extremely powerful. He had no problem fighting against two opponents at the same time. Previously, he was only stronger than Wei Zhentian and weaker than the Ghost Dome Great Emperor when they were at the same level. Now, he was even stronger than the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian combined. Ha ha ha, try this. The old tree looked at the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian who were charging towards him. Suddenly, he threw out 9 lightning fire chains. This was the Lightning Fire Ember's new skill, the 9-Dragon Lightning Chain. There was a total of 9 chains that were locked onto the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian. The two of them couldn't break free in a short time. The 9-Dragon Lightning Chain had a paralyzing effect, but it didn't have much effect on the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the old tree suddenly turned into 9 dragon shadows and charged towards the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian. 9 Dragon Sky Roaring Strike. Rumble. The 9 dragon shadows hit the Ghost Dome Great Emperor. Immediately, the sky was filled with lightning, followed by a loud rumbling sound. This was considered one of the old tree's ultimate moves. The power of this attack wasn't small. Even Wei Zhentian and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor couldn't block it completely. Ding! The Ghost Dome Great Emperor is dead. Ding! The Ghost Dome Great Emperor is revived. There was a difference between the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian. The latter was made of metal while the Ghost Dome Great Emperor was just a skeleton under the armor. Under the 9 Dragon Sky Roaring Strike, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor was killed instantly. Of course, if that attack had landed on Wei Zhentian, he probably wouldn't have been able to block it. That 9 Dragon Lightning Flame is really a blessing, Yi Xian couldn't help but think in his heart. The old tree had devoured at least 40 types of mysterious flames. However, none of them could make him mutate. Coincidentally, Fairy Luli gave him a 9 Dragon Lightning Flame. He was really lucky. If that wasn't the case, the old tree would still be the Spirit of Ash, and its combat power would only be slightly stronger than Wei Zhentian. With these 3 great generals present, it could be said that Yi Xian was determined to obtain this Holy Lord command token. Unfortunately, he had already promised Fairy Luli, otherwise, he would have definitely taken this Holy Lord command token for himself. Very quickly, 3 days passed. During these 3 days, Yi Xian did not step out of the house. Otherwise, he might scare Fairy Luli to death. Breaking through from the first tier of the heavenly completion realm to the 8th tier of the heavenly completion realm in a single day was too terrifying. Although this was also the case for willfulness, he had once secluded himself in the Life Saint sect. He had merely suppressed his cultivation. As for Xian, he had truly broken through. Xian, how's your cultivation coming along? At noon on the 3rd day, Fairy Luli couldn't help but ask about the situation. Don't worry. I will definitely get the Holy Leader's token this time. Xian did not directly say that he had broken through to the 8th tier of the heavenly ascension state. Alright. When Fairy Luli heard this, she was overjoyed. However, she did not disturb Xian. After all, this period of time was very crucial. Time passed little by little. The outside world was calm and peaceful. However, on the 7th day, Xian, just now the Punlai demon tribe sent news that the demon emperor's successor has successfully refined half of the demon emperor's inheritance. Tomorrow, we will head directly to the Punlai demon tribe. Fairy Luli transmitted to Xian. Have we arrived? Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. Although this half of the demon emperor's inheritance was not bad, compared to the Holy Leader's token, it was a little insignificant. Although the Glazed Knights also had their eyes on this Holy Leader's token, they knew that no matter who the Holy Leader's token fell into, it could not fall into the hands of the Evil Dao Holy Ground. Otherwise, when the Evil Dao Holy Ground's rogue immortals refined the Holy Leader's token, the Punlai Holy Ground's forces would be massacred. After all, the rogue immortals who refined the Holy Leader's token could fight in the Punlai Holy Ground without being punished by the Heavenly Dao. At that time, who would be able to fight against them? How's your cultivation going now? Fairy Luli asked curiously. Ascension Realm LV8. Xian replied. What? This answer shocked Fairy Luli. Sure enough, she had not misjudged him. In just 7 days, Xian had broken through from Ascension Realm LV1 to Ascension Realm LV8. It was simply inconceivable. If she had not seen Xian before, she would have thought that he was the reincarnation of an immortal. Come to the Glazed Holy Temple. Fairy Luli said to Xian. Immediately, Xian headed to the Glazed Holy Temple. He knew that Fairy Luli wanted to see his realm with her own eyes. When he arrived, he found that there were already 3 people sitting inside. One of them was Fairy Luli, while the other 2 were one thought monk from the Buddhist Holy Ground and Lin Guangyao, the commander of the 5th Army. In fact, before Xian arrived at the Glazed Holy Temple, the 3 of them had already felt the aura in Xian's body. Ascension Realm LV8, sure enough, he was Ascension Realm LV8, the 3 of them had already widened their eyes in shock. Moreover, Fairy Luli also sensed that Xian had already cultivated the glazed treasure body to the 6th stage, the same as Lin Guangyao. It's truly inconceivable. He actually broke through to Ascension Realm LV8. Lin Guangyao said in disbelief. Could this benefactor be the reincarnation of an immortal, but his inherited memories have yet to awaken? One thought monk could not help but ask. Greetings to the 3 seniors. Xian greeted them respectfully. Not even 100 years old, yet you've cultivated to such a level. Even the Life Saint sect master cannot compare to your talent. Fairy Luli also sighed in amazement. The Life Saint sect master had only spent 200 years to become a loose immortal. This was a legend. In this world, only Xian could compare to him. However, so what if his talent was good? It could not help with the current situation. Xian, you and Yin Yuan will fight. Fairy Luli suddenly said. Afterwards, a female knight rushed into the Glazed Holy Temple. She was Fairy Luli's eldest disciple, a gold knight at Ascension Realm LV9. Testing my strength? Fine. The corner of Xian's mouth slightly curled up. He turned around and looked at the hot female knight in front of him. Fairy Luli had paid a great price to push him to his current realm. If his battle prowess was insufficient, he would not be able to participate in the upcoming battle for the Holy Lord's token. Therefore, Xian had to defeat this Yin Yuan. Come. Xian clenched his fists and said to Yin Yuan. Excuse me. After Yin Yuan let out a low shout, her aura immediately increased by several times. She directly charged towards Xian with her bare hands. Yin Yuan did not use any ability with this punch, but it tore open a long spatial crack. Even without the spatial crack, this punch was enough to instantly kill an ordinary Ascension Realm LV9 martial artist. This was the strength of a genius. Bang! Yi Xian casually threw out a punch, which collided with Yin Yuan's delicate fist. When the two true qis collided, a shockwave immediately swept out. At this moment, Yi Xian's fist seemed to have hit a piece of tofu. After all, his current physique was more than 100 times stronger than before. Crack! With a crisp sound, Yin Yuan's arm was fractured, and she was blasted out of the lapis lazuli holy temple. Challenging someone of a higher rank, victory, Yin Yuan, who was sent flying by Yi Xian, opened her eyes wide. She couldn't believe that she had been defeated. However, this was not the end. Bang! Yin Yuan quickly stabilized her body, and then rushed toward Yi Xian again. This time, she used her left hand. Heaven-piercing magic, lapis gold-shattering fist. This move could be considered her strongest attack. However, Yi Xian also knew how to use it. Ding! Lapis gold-shattering fist copied successfully. The moment Yi Xian made his move, Fairy Luli was shocked again. This was because she didn't teach Yi Xian this magic. How did Yi Xian learn it? This brat was indeed extraordinary. Boom! This time, there was no suspense. Yin Yuan was sent flying again. Her left hand was even more miserable than her right hand. All the bones were shattered, and blood flowed out. It had to be said that Yi Xian really didn't know how to show mercy to women. With just 2 punches, he had crippled this hot female knight. However, this kind of injury was nothing to an expert of reaching Heaven Realm LV9. He could recover quickly. Not bad. Amir reaching Heaven Realm LV8 easily defeated Yin Yuan. Your strength is not bad. However, Yin Yuan's strength is at most on par with Commander Mali. If you want to participate in the next battle, you are not qualified. Fairy Luli said to Yi Xian. In that case, please enlighten me, Legion Commander. Yi Xian suddenly turned around and cupped his fist toward Lin Guangyao. If he wanted to gain Fairy Luli's approval, he could only fight with Lin Guangyao. Good. Hearing this, Lin Guangyao immediately shouted and stood up. Currently, in the Glazed Knights, apart from Fairy Luli and the 4 loose immortal rank commanders, there was no one else who could match them. As long as Yi Xian was qualified to fight him, the Glazed Knights would have one more powerful helper. Although Lin Guangyao was a realm higher than Yi Xian, he didn't dare to be careless when he saw how confident Yi Xian was. Yi Xian, come on. Lin Guangyao clenched his fists and said to Yi Xian. All right. Without saying a word, Yi Xian turned into a shadow and rushed towards Lin Guangyao. This speed was beyond Lin Guangyao's imagination. One had to know that Yi Xian's shadow steps had been upgraded to 1000 extinction flash and could be used in battle. This was a very practical skill. Although it consumed a lot of vital qi, he still had the immortal phoenix bloodline to support it. This consumption could be recovered in an instant. Glazed gold shattering fist. This punch had already torn a long crack in space. Together with the glazed treasure body, its power was enormous. In addition, Yi Xian had the ultimate realm. Even if he used his fists, his attack power would be doubled. Facing this punch, Lin Guangyao's expression turned solemn. Then, he stomped his foot forward and collided with Yi Xian. Bang! A loud sound spread in the glazed holy temple. Yi Xian and Lin Guangyao's fists collided. On the surface, the two of them were evenly matched. But don't forget that Yi Xian had Unicorn's vital qi, which had the effect of burning everything in the world. The next moment, Lin Guangyao's right fist caught fire. What? Lin Guangyao was shocked and quickly extinguished the flames with his vital qi. Fortunately, he also had the glazed treasure body. Otherwise, this fist would have burned his bones. This time, Lin Guangyao had to show his true strength. Glazed suppression sky ring. The vital qi in Lin Guangyao's body quickly circulated and suddenly gushed out. 5 types of light illuminated the entire glazed holy temple. This vital qi shook Yi Xian's body at lightning speed. Yi Xian only felt a pain in his chest and was sent flying. In terms of magical powers, he was weaker, but in the next moment, he made up for this gap. Ding! Glazed suppression sky ring copied successfully. Just as the system notification sounded, Lin Guanyao attacked again. This time, a large saber on the back of a tiger appeared in his hand. He fiercely slashed at Yi Xian, who was sent flying. Since the opponent had already revealed his weapon, Yi Xian couldn't hold back. Wei Zhentian, come. Yi Xian directly took out the Skyquake sword. He hadn't fought side by side with Wei Zhentian for a long time. This slash was Lin Guanyao's strongest attack. If he couldn't block it, his entire body would be cut in half. However, the glazed gold shattering fist wasn't his strongest attack. Sky-piercing mystique, Nihility flame sword wave. Whoosh! 2 cold lights flashed, and 2 spatial cracks intersected. With a bang, Lin Guanyao's slash was directly shattered by the Nihility flame sword wave. Although the ultimate realm allowed Yi Xian to be proficient in any weapon, he was still used to using swords. After all, the Nihility flame sword wave was exchanged for with 2 devour points. Moreover, he had the immortal Phoenix bloodline and the immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline to increase his flame attack. If this attack couldn't destroy Lin Guanyao's saber light, then it would be too wrong. This attack was beyond Lin Guanyao's imagination. Even Glazed Fairy didn't expect it. However, it wasn't that easy to kill a Glazed Knight. Glazed Suppression Sky Triple Chain. Lin Guanyao used all his strength to perform this move. After all, Yi Xian's Nihility flame sword wave had clashed with the saber light once. After the triple chain shock, the power that fell on Lin Guanyao was not that great. Even so, this Nihility flame sword wave had directly injured Lin Guanyao, who had cultivated the glazed treasure body stage 6. If they continued to fight, Lin Guanyao would definitely lose. This attack had already determined the winner, so Glazed Fairy said, "That's enough, stop." There were more important things to do next. It wouldn't be good if he was injured here. If we continue to fight, I don't think I'm your match. You should still have a trump card that you haven't used, right? Lin Guanyao quickly healed his injuries and said to Yi Xian. Yes. Yi Xian nodded without any modesty. He had many trump cards. The Old Tree, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian. Any one of them could probably fight with Lin Guanyao. In addition, he still had the Slaughter Mark skill that he hadn't used, and he didn't use the Blade Storm skill. With this strength, he could probably fight with a rogue immortal, let alone Lin Guanyao. Very good, I didn't misjudge you. Glazed Fairy's cold face couldn't help but reveal a smile. She said, but you're only at Ascension Stage 8 now. Can you still improve? The heavenly treasures that Fairy Luli gave Yi Xian were enough to create several peak Ascension Stage LV9 experts. Now, if she wanted to raise him from Ascension Stage LV8 to peak Ascension Stage LV9, she would need several times more heavenly treasures than before. However, he knew that Fairy Luli would be willing to part with them. Okay, I'll give them to you. Fairy Luli gritted her teeth and threw out several rare treasures from her Cosmos Ring. These were priceless treasures that even Lin Guanyao would be envious of. This time, Fairy Luli really put in a lot of effort. This time, I'm betting on you. If you fail, you have to pay me back 10 times. Fairy Luli suddenly said stingily. Okay. Yi Xian didn't bargain. He could easily defeat Lin Guanyao now, so his strength was probably at the top. If he broke through again, who could fight him? Don't be careless. Although your strength is above Lin Guanyao, there's still a gap between you and those top geniuses. Those people have the ability to pass the immortal tribulation, but they've been suppressing their realms. Their cultivation is extremely terrifying, even comparable to loose immortals. You have to pay special attention to the 2 troublesome people from the Holy Land of Death and the Holy Land of Nether, Fairy Luli reminded. Although Lin Guanyao was peak Ascension Stage LV9, his cultivation time was too short, and the 3 evil Holy Lands probably sent out 10,000-year-old monsters. If one really wanted to compare, Lin Guanyao's strength could only be ranked in the 3rd tier. The 2nd tier were those who had lived for a long time, such as the 3 evil Holy Lands experts. As for the 1st tier, it was Platinum Holy Light Dragon Capricious, Death Emperor's successor Jianyi, Prince of Netherworld, and so on. Although they weren't as old as the 2nd tier, they had great backgrounds and weren't easy to deal with. For example, Platinum Holy Light Dragon Capricious. If he hadn't been beaten back to his original form, he would be a loose immortal expert. Although these people were troublesome, Xian wasn't afraid. After all, he had a few helpers. When he used his ultimate move, even a loose immortal would be defeated. He had surpassed Lin Guangyao before breaking through, and was probably in the second tier. If he broke through to Ascension Stage LV9, he would definitely be in the first tier. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough. The host is now in Heaven Ascension Stage LV9. In an instant, Xian's aura skyrocketed to the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage Level 9. Ding! The host has reached the peak of Connecting Heaven State Level 9. Ding! Host has met the Immortal Tribulation requirements. Ding! The current success rate of the host's tribulation is 95%. Another 3 system notifications rang out. 95% was already a very high success rate. Xian estimated that as long as his 3 doppelgangers fused together and increased his strength by 20%, he would be able to successfully transcend the tribulation. However, even after successfully passing the tribulation, he still couldn't ascend to the immortal world because the passageway to the immortal world was closed. However, most of them had to start cultivating as itinerant immortals. Right now, there were still important matters to attend to. Thus, Xian would not choose to undergo tribulation. He would first obtain the Holy Leader Medallion. He actually broke through from LV8 to the peak of LV9 in an instant. Truly, Fairy Luli and the others were so shocked that they were speechless. With your current realm, I'm afraid I can't even take a punch from you, Lin Guangyao said self-deprecatingly. He knew that Xian's current strength should be in the first tier. He wasn't someone that he, who was in the third tier, could fight. Very good. With your help, the Glazed Knights have the ability to fight the Holy Land of Death and the Underworld Holy Land, Fairy Luli said to Xian. Senior, don't worry. I have an 80% chance of obtaining the Holy Leader Medallion, Xian said confidently. Good. Fairy Luli was very satisfied. Next, it would depend on whether Xian could really obtain the Holy Leader Medallion. The next day, they would head to Punlai to discuss the battle plan. At that time, they would discuss how to deal with the evil Holy Land. Very soon, a day had passed. The Glazed Knights had a teleportation array that led directly to Punlai. It was very convenient. The next day, Fairy Luli brought Lin Guangyao, Monk One Thought, and Xian to Punlai. Whoosh, the teleportation array began to operate. Xian was a little excited because Luo Luo was born in Punlai. However, she had just been born and hadn't unlocked her inherited memories. She probably wouldn't recognize him. At this time, the vision in front of him shook. Xian's senses suddenly became stronger. Although Luo Luo was reborn, she still had a connection with Xian. When Xian landed, he sensed that Luo Luo was in the north. The distance was very close. However, there was already a group of demons waiting at the teleportation palace. Greetings, Fairy Luli. An old man came up and said, I'm Yaoshan. I've been waiting here for a long time. The other forces have arrived? Fairy Luli asked directly. Yes. Yaoshan nodded. Although it wasn't the appointed time, the Glazed Knights, who had the teleportation array, were the last to arrive. This made them feel a little helpless. Immediately, Yaoshan led Fairy Luli and the other 3 to the conference hall. There were a total of 4 forces participating in the war conference. In addition to the Punlai demons, there was also Tianju Palace, Glazed Knights, and Life Sacred Land. Therefore, they were a 4-way alliance. Soon, Xian and the other 3 were brought to the conference hall. At this time, there were already many people in the conference hall. Moreover, they weren't weak. The weakest was at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. One of them was even a rogue immortal expert. This person sat at the head of the table and was an acquaintance of Xian. He was Old Immortal Tianju. Although he had already guessed it, after seeing Old Immortal Tianju's real body, Xian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Damn, this is a real hidden expert. When he wasn't a supremacy, he had already seen Old Immortal Tianju. Now, he was at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9, crossing the 3 sovereign disasters and Heaven Ascension Stage 9. No one would have thought that the mysterious person who appeared in the remote Blood Rock continent was actually a rogue immortal. Although the Old Immortal Tianju there was only a clone, it was still shocking enough. Yi Xian followed Fairy Luli into the conference hall and immediately became the center of attention. Everyone had heard of Lin Guangyao. The one-thought monk's appearance and attire were rather eye-catching, so everyone recognized him. However, where did this stranger, Yi Xian, come from? At this moment, there was another acquaintance of Yi Xian in the conference hall. He was the platinum radiant dragon, Headstrong. He had also come. Hey, Yi Xian! When Headstrong saw Yi Xian, he immediately greeted him. Headstrong was an itinerant immortal previously, which was why he could recover to the peak of Heaven Ascension stage level 9 so quickly. However, Yi Xian had climbed up by himself. It was unbelievable that he could break through to the peak of Heaven Ascension stage level 9 in an instant. Headstrong carefully sized up Yi Xian. He estimated that Yi Xian's strength was probably not weaker than his. What a monster. At this time, there was a young man beside Headstrong who was also at the peak of Heaven Ascension stage level 9. He should be the chief disciple of the Life Saint sect, Ren Feng. In addition, there was the #1 genius of the Penglai demon race, Yao Tian, and old immortal Tian Ju's disciple, Lin Zhanhao. The geniuses of the Penglai demon race, Tian Ju Palace, Glazed Knights, Life Saint sect, and Buddhist sect were all present. Fairy Luli led Yi Xian and the other two and sat down. At this time, old immortal Tian Ju's gaze fell on Yi Xian and said, "You don't look surprised. It seems that you already know my identity." Hearing this, Fairy Luli was shocked. Everyone also turned to look at Yi Xian. "Greetings, senior." Yi Xian hurriedly stood up and greeted. "It's fine. I watched you grow from the Blood Rock continent to where you are today. There's no need to be restrained," old immortal Tianju said slowly. When he met Yi Xian back then, Yi Xian was fighting with the demon race. Later, he could not bear to see the demon race of the wasteland go extinct, so he stepped in to stop it. At that time, Yi Xian was only at the Void God realm. He was not even a supremacy. As soon as this was said, the surrounding people were surprised. Blood Rock continent? Isn't that the Demon Emperor's hometown? Yes, the Demon Emperor seems to be from the wasteland demon race of the Blood Rock continent. I didn't expect this young man to come from the same place as the Demon Emperor. However, that place is too barren, so old immortal Tianju only condensed an energy clone to guard that place. In the meeting hall, some demon race people were discussing in low voices. Yi Xian finally understood. The demon emperor that these demon race people were talking about was the dragon sparrow fairy, old immortal Tianju's wife. Who would have thought that the Blood Rock continent actually produced such an awesome figure? We'll talk about the little fox later. Let's talk business first. After old immortal Tianju finished speaking, he couldn't help but look around and said, "This time, our opponent's background is not small, everyone should know. There are quite a few 9th-tier Heaven Ascension realm experts from the various major powers who can participate, but in terms of top-tier battle prowess, I'm afraid that we're still inferior to them." That's right. As far as I know, the Evil Path Holy Land has brought a lot of experts, more than us, Fairy Luli said. The surrounding people couldn't help but size him up. The Emperor of Death's successor is one, the Prince of Netherworld is another, and the Platinum Holy Light Dragon is another. Although my Penglai Demon Clan Jiao Tian and Tianju Palace's Lin Zhanhao are not bad, they can't compare to them. An elder from the demon race said. They divided their strength into 3 tiers. The first tier consisted of the Wayward Three, the second tier consisted of Yao Tian and Lin Zhanhao, and the third tier consisted of people like Lin Guangyao. If the 3 echelons were added together, they would be able to gather 30 people. But this time, the Corrupt Path Holy Lands had sent at least 50 people, so it was a bit difficult to handle. Yi Xian sat there silently, listening to the discussions of the others, and sneered in his heart. His strength was definitely in the first tier. When the time came to join forces with Wayward, they could fight the Emperor of Death's successor and the Prince of Netherworld. In addition, the Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian were all 9th-tier Heaven Ascension realm experts. Although their strength wasn't considered top tier, other than Wei Zhentian, the Old Tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor should be in the 2nd tier. Most importantly, Yi Xian still had the planting space. Even if he encountered the Emperor of Death's successor, as long as he caught him off guard, he might be able to kill him in an instant. Yi Xian, on the other hand, didn't really listen to this meeting. It was nothing more than some strategic deployments, team formation, and so on. In any case, everyone thought that he was on the same level as Lin Guanyao, so they didn't take him to heart. "Kid, you want to help that little girl Luli get the Holy Leader token?" Wayward suddenly sent a voice transmission to Yixian. "Yes. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'm still in the first tier of the Heaven Ascension realm." "In order to help me break through, she also paid a huge price," Yixian replied. "You scammer. If you had said so earlier, I would have just given it to you. Then, I could have used the Holy Leader token to force a marriage." Wayward was helpless. "Didn't you want the Heavenspan treasure map?" Yixian asked in shock. "The Heavenspan treasure map is what my life saint sect needs, but I've changed my mind. Now that we're together, it'll be much more convenient for us to explore the passage to the immortal world in the future." Wayward raised his eyebrows and said, "Now that you've come out of nowhere, you've made things a lot more difficult for me. However, if we really meet, I won't show you any mercy." "Haha, then let's fight when the time comes." Yixian couldn't help but laugh in response. Since fusing with the immortal slaying bloodline, he hadn't had a good fight. He couldn't even figure out the power of those skills. This Wayward should be a good opponent. After all, he was once a loose immortal. "Okay, but I suggest we first join hands to deal with the Holy Land of Death and the Netherworld Holy Land. These two forces killed many of my life saint sect's disciples," Wayward said. "Okay." Yixian nodded. Since they were able to hold a meeting here, it meant that they were temporarily on the same side. They would first send the Evil Path Holy Land flying, and then decide the owner of the Holy Leader token. The battle meeting had been going on for a long time, and now it had reached its climax. Suddenly, Fairy Luli asked, "That Demon Emperor's successor, we haven't seen him yet. Can he come out and meet us?" The Demon Emperor's successor had already refined half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance. He wanted to rely on this half of the inheritance to find the other half, so he was the most important person this time. "Okay." Old Immortal Tianju nodded and immediately sent a voice transmission to someone. At the same time, he glanced at Yixian sitting next to Fairy Luli. Yixian felt a little strange, but in the next moment, his body suddenly trembled. He felt that a familiar aura was quickly approaching the conference hall. Could it be? Yixian couldn't believe it and stared blankly at the entrance of the conference hall. Soon, a petite voice walked in under the protection of two ninth-layer Heaven Ascension realm experts. It was a little girl who seemed to be about 6 years old. Her appearance shocked everyone present. Could it be that this little girl was the Demon Emperor's successor? After everyone felt the aura on her body, they were able to confirm it. This little girl was actually at the peak of ninth-layer Heaven Ascension realm. However, at this time, the most shocked person was Yixian, because there was some kind of connection between him and this little girl. "Luoluo. How is this possible? How long has it been since Luoluo reincarnated? How is this possible?" Yixian opened his eyes wide. He was certain that this little girl was Luoluo's reincarnation because he had a master and servant blood contract with Luoluo in his previous life. Even if she reincarnated, it was not broken. However, Yixian did not understand how Luoluo had grown so much in just a month's time. Could it be that she was directly born in a body? Or did she use some method to accelerate her growth? The little girl walked in front of Yixian and used her big eyes to size up Yixian. She asked curiously, "Big brother, why is there something strange between us?" This, Yixian did not know how to explain. "Luoluo, come here first." Old Immortal Tianju suddenly shouted. Yixian was in disbelief. He did not expect that after Luoluo reincarnated, not only did she enter the monster clan, she was also called Luoluo. Of course, this could be the name that Old Immortal Tianju changed for her. When Luoluo heard Old Immortal Tianju's voice, she glanced at Yixian. Then, she ran over and intimately sat on Old Immortal Tianju's lap. Then, she called out, "Grandfather." This time, Yixian was shocked again. "Grandfather, Luoluo was actually born as Old Immortal Tianju's granddaughter? Don't misunderstand. I only recognized her as my god-granddaughter. She was born in the Monster Fox clan and obtained the Monster Emperor's inheritance." Old Immortal Tianju transmitted to Yixian. "I see." Yixian nodded silently. This matter was not important. However, he did not expect Luoluo to be the monster emperor's successor. This was too much of a coincidence. This meant that when the time came, Luoluo would not be looking for the other half of the inheritance. Everyone, Luoluo obtained the monster emperor's inheritance. When the time comes, she will lead us to find the other half of the monster emperor's inheritance and the Holy Lord token. Old immortal Tianju said to everyone. Why is it a child? Yi Xian asked curiously. Old immortal Tianju explained, she has an extremely high compatibility with the inheritance my wife left behind. After receiving the inheritance, she grew up to look like a 6-year-old child. In fact, she was only born a month ago. Although they didn't know what was going on, they weren't very interested in this topic. Then, will she also join the battle? Fairy Luli asked. Although she has only been born for slightly more than a month, I have already helped her condense a soul seed. Furthermore, it is in my hands. As for fighting strength, it is not any weaker than Yao Tian. Therefore, when the time comes, I will let her form a small team of 3 with Yao Tian and Lin Zhanhao. Old immortal Tianju said. Yao Tian and Lin Zhanhao were the second echelon in terms of combat strength. If Luoluo's strength was similar to Yao Tian's, then they would have one more general. Most importantly, they had the soul seed, which would make them much safer. In fact, Yi Xian knew that the second half of the sentence was meant for him. If he did not have a soul seed, he would definitely object. In that case, when will we depart? Fairy Luli continued to ask. Those few evil holy lands are probably already prepared. Moreover, they have found a powerful inheritor of the Eye of Space. Even if we leave through the void, we won't be able to hide from them. Therefore, we will depart tomorrow, old immortal Tianju replied. Luoluo was the key to finding the other half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance. Moreover, she was at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. Enemies could easily find her. Most importantly, the Demon Emperor's inheritance was near the Punlai Demon tribe. If it was somewhere else, they could still use the teleportation formation to leave. Alright, tomorrow it is. After Fairy Luli finished speaking, she directly stood up and left with Lin Guanyao and Yin Yen. As for Yi Xian, he stayed here. Life Saint Sec's side sent Yi Xian and Ren Feng, so they could stay in the Punlai Demon tribe. As for the Punlai Demon tribe, Tianjue Palace, and the Glazed Knights, they had to dispatch a large number of experts, and all of them had to be at Heaven Ascension Stage 9. In the Glazed Knights, there were many people at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. Almost all the Platinum Knights were at this realm. However, they were too weak compared to Lin Guanyao, so Fairy Luli only brought some elites, all of whom were ranked in the top 10. These 10 Platinum Knights, although their individual strength was not as strong as Lin Guanyao, when added together, they could be considered as 2 Lin Guanyao. As for the Punlai Demon tribe and Tianjue Palace, they each sent 10 peak Heaven Ascension Stage 9. The evil Holy Lands attached great importance to this Holy Lord's token battle, so they would send out even more experts. Fairy Luli went back to make arrangements, while Yi Xian stayed in the Punlai Demon tribe. At this time only old immortal Tianju, Luoluo, and Yi Xian were left in the assembly hall. Grandfather, why do I have a strange feeling with this big brother? Luoluo asked, puzzled. Although she was only born a month ago, her intelligence was already mature. After all, she was at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. You are actually the reincarnation of his sister, but you have not unlocked your inherited memory, so you do not recognize him. Old immortal Tianju said kindly. Then grandfather, why don't you help me unlock it? Luoluo asked strangely. Yi Xian also found it strange. The heaven-loathing fox bloodline in Luoluo's body might have been suppressed, so why did old immortal Tianju not unlock her inherited memory? This, old immortal Tianju paused, then looked at Yi Xian and said, actually, the heaven-loathing fox bloodline in her body is still there. If she forcefully unlocks her inherited memory, I am afraid it will lead to a heavenly tribulation. What? It didn't succeed? Yi Xian opened his eyes wide. Previously, the fox ancestor told him that there was a 90% chance. Could it be that his luck was bad and he encountered that 10% chance? Maybe it's because Luoluo was born in the Fox Demon clan. Our demon clan is actually the ancestor of the Beast clan, so it might have activated the bloodline in her body. Old immortal Tianju said. The beast clan was the descendant of humans and heaven ascension beasts. As for the demon clan, it was born after the heaven ascension beasts cultivated. Therefore, Luolua was born in the demon clan. Her luck was really bad. "Senior, what should we do?" Yi Xian could not help but raise his eyebrows and ask. If she obtains the other half of the demon emperor's inheritance, then she might be able to unlock her inherited memory. However, if she has the sacred leader token, then she might be able to pass the heavenly tribulation. Old immortal Tianju replied. Sacred leader token. Yi Xian frowned. The person who refined the sacred leader token would become the master of the Punlai divine land. At that time, if Luolua wanted to pass the heavenly tribulation, then her safety would be greatly increased. However, there was only one sacred leader token, and he had promised Fairy Luli to help her get the sacred leader token. Thank you, senior. Yi Xian hurriedly expressed his gratitude. However, Luolua's matter was his matter, so he had to obtain the holy leader's token and help Luolua undergo her heavenly tribulation first. Although Fairy Glaze also wanted the holy leader's token, it shouldn't be a problem if it was delayed. Luolua obtained my wife's inheritance, so we can be considered to be fated. However, many people from the evil sacred grounds have come this time. Just the peak 9th layer heaven ascension cultivators number more than 50, and they have a few more peak combatants than us, old immortal Tianju reminded. No matter what, I won't let them obtain it. Yi Xian was very confident. Most importantly, if the evil sacred grounds obtained the holy leader's token, then the Punlai sacred ground would be their world in the future. At that time, there would be no place for them here. After all, the entrance to the secret realm of the Bloodstone continent was in the Punlai sacred ground. Tomorrow, they would set off to search for the other half of the demon emperor's inheritance. However, this time, Yi Xian made another decision. He sent his second clone in the eastern continent to the center of the Punlai sacred ground. Then, he would take advantage of the time when the experts of the evil sacred grounds were mobilizing to uproot all the evil sacred grounds. Although his second clone's battle prowess was insufficient without fusing, the old tree, Ghost Dome Emperor, and Wei Zhentian were all waiting in the planting space. If he couldn't destroy them, then Yi Xian might as well commit suicide. Very quickly, another day had passed. On the second day, the Glazed Knights and Tianju Palace's team arrived. Including the Punlai demons, there were a total of 30 peak 9th layer heaven ascension cultivators, not including Yi Xian and the other super combatants. The Punlai demons' super combatants were the number 1 genius of the demons, Yao Tian, and Luoluo. The Tianju Palace's super combatants were old immortal Tianju's disciple, Lin Zhanhao. The Glazed Knights' super combatants were One Thought Monk and Yi Xian. The Life Saint Sect's members were the Platinum Radiant Dragon Headstrong and Chief Disciple, Ren Feng. Among them, the Glazed Knight's Lin Guanyao cultivated for a short time. Even if he cultivated the glazed treasure body, his strength was about the same as the peak 9th layer heaven ascension cultivators of the Punlai demons and Tianju Palace, so the Glazed Knights were the weakest. Of course, everyone believed Yi was only a 3rd echelon heaven ascension cultivator, Tianju Palace's team. I have to guard the Punlai demon race, so I will lead the team this time. A rogue immortal's spiritual sense is much stronger than a heaven ascension realm's. We should try our best to avoid the scouts of the evil path holy lands, said old immortal Tianju. Yi Tian 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 Tian, Tian Tian Jna Tian Yi Ju Tian. Old immortal Tianju, who was leading the team this time, was acting as a radar, allowing this team to avoid the eyes and ears of the evil path holy lands, and then find the Fiend Emperor's inheritance ground. He just didn't know if things would be as simple as he imagined. As for the Punlai demon race, the one in charge was an itinerant immortal from the Luguang Holy Land's Tianju Palace. He was also old immortal Tianju's disciple and Lin Zhanhao Sr. The space of the Punlai demon clan was relatively stable. It was not a problem for itinerant immortals to make a move. They would not incur the punishment of the heavenly Tao. Therefore, even if the people from the evil Tao Holy Lands came, they would still die. At this time, old immortal Tianju and Fairy Luli had already led their team away from the Punlai demon clan. There were many eyes and ears of the evil Holy Lands around the Punlai demon race. However, this time, they were led by 2 loose immortals. They easily avoided these spies. After Luo Luo had refined half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance, she had a feeling that it was coming from the northeast. Hence, they were heading in that direction. Although their speed was not fast, it was very safe. Even now, the corrupt Path Holy Land spies had not discovered them. However, in the end, paper couldn't wrap up fire. After all, the corrupt Path Holy Land didn't only send Heaven Ascension experts this time. There were also loose immortals. Yo, Tianju, Luli, where are you in such a hurry to go? Suddenly, a sarcastic voice rang out. Hearing this, old immortal Tianju and fairy Luli's expressions changed. They looked up and saw a scarlet figure flying over from the horizon. This person had red hair and wore red battle armor. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of everyone. Qi Shui, we were discovered by you. Old immortal Tianju narrowed his eyes and said slowly. This red-haired middle-aged man was a loose immortal from the Blood Fiend Holy Land. His name was Qi Shui. TSK, with so many people involved, how could we not discover you? You guys are so direct. I thought you would use a diversion tactic. I didn't expect you to act directly. That little girl should be the one who obtained half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance, right? Immortal Qi Shui grinned and his gaze fell on Luo Luo. At the same time, he took out a signal flare in his hand and released it. No one stopped him. After all, it could only be stopped for a while. As long as immortal Qi Shui went further away, he could still inform the others. Ignore him, let's go. Old immortal Tianju snorted and continued to lead the way. Since they had already been discovered, then even if they used their full speed to rush over, as long as they arrived 5 minutes earlier than the corrupt Path Holy Land, it was still worth it. The weakest person on Yi Xian's side was at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. Their speed was extremely fast. At full speed, they arrived at their destination in less than a minute. Grandpa, I feel it. The other half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance is below, Luo Luo said to old immortal Tianju. Before old immortal Tianju could speak, immortal Qi Shui said in surprise, I didn't expect it to be the place where I was resting. The Dragon Sparrow Fairy is indeed an array expert. Even my spiritual sense couldn't find the entrance. When old immortal Tianju and the others heard this, they were slightly surprised, but they didn't say anything. Move, find the entrance to the secret realm. Old immortal Tianju immediately ordered. In an instant, everyone swooped down and began to destroy the mountain. A few minutes later, someone found the defensive array set up by the Dragon Sparrow Fairy. This defensive array was very small, not much bigger than a head. It was beyond everyone's expectations. Let me do it. Old immortal Tianju's withered hands quickly formed a seal and then hit the defensive array. In an instant, the array was broken. The weakest person on the scene was at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. They were very sensitive to spatial fluctuations. This defensive array was mainly used to cover a certain place in the array. After the array was broken, a wisp of spatial fluctuation was immediately detected by everyone. There was a fingernail-sized spatial crack in the defensive array. This spatial crack couldn't be repaired and existed between heaven and earth. Immediately, the experts closest to this spatial crack used space-breaking techniques to open this spatial crack. It was big enough for several people to pass through. Quick, go in. Old immortal Tianju quickly ordered. Dozens of people quickly gathered, and then directly passed through the spatial crack, arriving in front of a sea of flowers. At this time, there was a white light in front of the sea of flowers, blocking old immortal Tianju and fairy Luli. Take advantage of the fact that the evil experts haven't arrived, quickly go in. Fairy Luli urged. Yes. Everyone responded, and then directly passed through the white light, entering the sea of flowers. However, just as they entered, they completely lost the aura of others, and were actually teleported to different places. One by one, they all scattered, then, 1 minute later, those evil experts all entered the land of inheritance. Although the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi here is abundant, it's not in the Punlai Divine Land. It should be a small island hidden around the Punlai Divine Land. No wonder we couldn't find it. Immortal Qi Shui's eyes flickered. Don't talk nonsense, all of you go in. A man in black armor urged. Yes, my lord. These corrupt Holy Lands experts also quickly entered the white light path and were teleported away. Soon, there were only a few people left outside the white light. In addition to old immortal Tianju, Fairy Luli, and immortal Qi Shui, there were 6 loose immortals. 2 of them were from the Nibbling Bone Holy Land and the Evil Sun Holy Land, while the other 4 were from the Death Holy Land and the Netherworld Holy Land. Old immortal Tianju, did you see that? You're not even enough for my young master. An old man couldn't help but ridicule. He was a loose immortal from the Death Holy Land, and the young master he mentioned was the successor of the Death Emperor. Simple. What a big tone. I'm afraid the successor of the Death Emperor will die twice in a row. Fairy Luli couldn't help but coldly snort. The successor of the Death Emperor had already been decided, but it was done by Platinum Holy Light Dragon. Otherwise, it would never have been Simple's turn. Fairy Luli's words were secretly ridiculing Simple's death. Luli, I advise you to disband your glazed knights as soon as possible. Otherwise, when you die under the loose immortal tribulation, they will be like a group of dragons without a leader. The old man ridiculed her again. After the last incident, Fairy Luli was also known by everyone. Her real name was Luli, and she was the youngest daughter of Taoist Ling Xiao. If we are talking about the loose immortal tribulation, you should be the first to arrive. I heard that you have been suppressing your tribulation for more than 300 years. What, is it very glorious to live an ignoble existence for more than 300 years? Fairy Luli mocked back. Humph. The old man was rendered speechless. As for the other 2 bodiless celestials from the Nether Saint Land, they remained silent. This time, the Netherworld Holy Land had invited the disciple of an expert. They were the most likely force to obtain the Holy Master token. At the same time, Yi Xian's second doppelganger also began its cleanup operation. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he was prepared to get rid of all the people from the evil sacred ground stationed in the Punlai sacred land. I didn't expect them to scatter after passing through the white light. Yi Xian, who was in the Fey Emperor's land of inheritance, felt a little helpless. At this time, he was in a sea of flowers. As far as the eye could see, there were no living creatures. However, this sea of flowers was not an ordinary place. The flowers under his feet emitted some white poisonous fog. Some caused people to fall into illusions, while others caused people to fall asleep. Fortunately, Yi Xian had the bloodline of the immortal phoenix divine bloodline, so it did not have any effect on him. Moreover, there was a large amount of white fog in this sea of flowers that obstructed vision and spiritual sense. If Yi Xian did not have the Eye of Revelation, he would have easily gotten lost. Although we have entered the Fey Emperor's land of inheritance, the next step is to find the Fey Emperor's land of inheritance, Yi Xian thought to himself. Just now, Luoluo had entered this place with him, so Luoluo should have been separated from the others. Fortunately, there was still some distance between him and Luoluo, so he could clearly sense Luoluo's position. Not only that, but Luoluo was also the same. However, just as Yi Xian was flying through the sea of flowers toward the north where Luoluo was, a figure suddenly swept over. Immortal Eye, Eye of Revelation. Yi Xian focused his eyes and found that it was a person he did not know. He knew the 30 experts from the Glazed Knights, the Punlai Demon Clan, and the Tianjue Palace, but this person was wearing a black robe and had a very unfamiliar face, so he must be an enemy. Not on the list. Looks like you are a piece of trash. Die. The black-robed man's face turned cold, and he directly launched an attack at Yi Xian. TSK, you are only in the 3rd echelon. Yi Xian sneered, and quickly slashed several times with his sword. Nihility Flame Sword Wave, swish, the black sword ray pierced through the air, instantly destroying the opponent's attack, and then cutting his body in half. His brain was cut open, and his soul instantly left his body, which was then dispersed by the Nihility Flame Sword Wave. Ding! The killing intent of the host has increased. A system notification sounded. Unfortunately, people of the same level did not give Yi Xian much killing intent. Although there were not many people who entered the Demon Emperor's land of heritage, they were all outstanding people at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. If Lin Guanyao's strength was ranked, he could only be considered average. Apart from the 10 Platinum Knights who surpassed the Glazed Knights, he only surpassed a few experts from the Tianjue Palace and the Punlai Demon Clan. This person was slightly weaker than Lin Guangyao, so he was directly killed by Yi Xian. Yi Xian quickly rushed over and took the universe ring. Unfortunately, the other party came to fight, so he naturally did not bring many things. Then, he quickly rushed north. Based on his connection with Luoluo, he knew that Luoluo was also rushing towards him. However, he encountered two ignorant experts from the Evil Path Holy Lands on the way, and both of them were instantly killed by him. "Brother." A voice that sounded like a silver bell rang out. After a short journey, Yi Xian finally saw Luoluo. Because Elder Immortal Tianju said that Yi Xian was her brother in her previous life, and because of her connection with Yi Xian, Luoluo trusted Yi Xian very much. After the two met, Luoluo directly fell into Yi Xian's arms. "Luoluo, did you encounter any danger on the way?" Yi Xian asked. "I met someone I didn't know, but I killed him with one punch." Luoluo nodded. Although she was reincarnated as a fox demon, after inheriting the Demon Emperor's land of heritage, not only did her strength directly soar to Heaven Ascension Stage 9, even her body was extremely strong. Yi Xian estimated that Luoluo's strength could be ranked in the upper middle of the second echelon. "Luoluo, can you sense the specific location of the Demon Emperor's land of heritage?" Yi Xian asked. "No, after I came in, I could only sense you, brother." Luoluo shook her head. "In that case, let's find it." Yi Xian's eyes flickered, and he directly summoned the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian, then let Luoluo go with them. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor's battle strength was very strong, and he was probably in the top 3 of the second echelon, so Yi Xian was not worried. After Luoluo, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian left, Yi Xian summoned the old tree again. "Old tree, they might not recognize you, so just leave when you meet someone from the same faction," Yi Xian said to the old tree. "No problem." The old tree replied, then turned into a bolt of lightning and left. After mutating, he could use the 9 Dragons Thunder Flash without a cooldown. His speed was even faster than Yi Xian's, and his strength could probably squeeze into the first echelon. Even if someone from the second echelon encountered him, they would probably only end up dead. There was no other way. After all, through Fairy Glaze's transmission, Yi Xian knew that more than 60 people from the Wicked Path Holy Land had come this time, and all of them were at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. During the search, Yi Xian also encountered a few people from the same faction. There were Platinum Knights from the Glaze Knights, and also experts from the Yao clan. However, after exchanging a glance with them, Yi Xian directly left to search for the true location of the inheritance. Finally, 10 minutes after Yi Xian entered the location of the Yao Emperor's inheritance, an aura suddenly spread out. "Big brother, I feel the aura of the other half of the Yao Emperor's inheritance," Luoluo transmitted. After Yi Xian and Luoluo met yesterday, Luoluo had grasped the ability to transmit her voice through space. It just happened to come in handy. "Why didn't I feel it?" Yi Xian was somewhat puzzled. He hurriedly asked, "Where is it?" "If I'm north, it's northeast of you," Luoluo replied. "Okay, let's go." Yi Xian said nothing and immediately rushed over. He reckoned that someone must have found the Yao Emperor's inheritance. He had to hurry, or he wouldn't know who had taken the inheritance. After hearing this news, Luoluo and the old tree simultaneously rushed over to the location of the Yao Emperor's inheritance. The first to arrive was Yi Xian. He saw a platform in the middle of the sea of flowers, but there was nothing on the platform. Someone had taken it. Fortunately, the person who had taken away the other half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance did not leave. It was a young man in red. He was holding an interspatial ring in his hand. One had to know that the Demonic Beast Emperor's inheritance was most likely with the Holy Leader's token. Now that this red-clothed young man had obtained the Demonic Beast Emperor's inheritance, it was very likely that the Holy Leader's token was also in his hands. This person seems to be the number 1 on the Dragon Demon list, the bloodthirsty berserk Dragon Blood Spring Autumn. With his eye of revelation, Yi Xian immediately recognized him. The bloodthirsty berserk dragon was a new branch of the Colossal Dragon clan. Their battle prowess was extremely high, and this Xianxia was a genius of the bloodthirsty berserk dragon clan. At the same time, he was also the strongest. However, this bloodthirsty berserk dragon, Xianxia, was only in the 3rd echelon. There was nothing to be afraid of. I remember, you seemed to be Liuli. Just as Blood Spring Autumn was about to speak, Xian attacked. Death Warrant. Nihility Flame Sword Wave. Streaks of black sword chi tore through the air. These attacks could be considered as Xian going easy, because his goal was to make Blood Spring Autumn lower his guard, and then. Humph, you don't know what's good for you. Blood Spring Autumn only snorted coldly, preparing to destroy Xian's attacks. However, the moment he attacked, Xian's figure suddenly disappeared, and then reappeared behind him. Eye of Assassination. Rip. A crisp sound rang out, and the bloodthirsty berserk dragon, Xianxia, who was ranked first on the demonic dragon list, had his head sliced off by Xian. Following that, his soul was gone, instant kill. What rank first on the demonic dragon list? So weak, Xian disdainfully ridiculed, and then quickly put away Xianxia's universe ring and the demonic emperor's universe ring. I've finally obtained the other half of the demonic emperor's universe inheritance. As long as I give it to Luo, it will be able to cultivate the myriad fiend treasured body. This is something even stronger than the Liuli treasured body. Xian couldn't help but sigh. However, he didn't find the Holy Leader token in this universe ring. It seemed that the Holy Leader token was somewhere else. Luo, I've obtained the other half of the demonic emperor's universe inheritance. I'll give it to you now. After Xian finished speaking, he quickly flew towards Luo. Ah, big brother, I met that simple. Luo suddenly transmitted. The successor of the Emperor of Death, simple? Hearing this, Xian raised his eyebrows. Enemies were indeed bound to meet on a narrow road. He had met Simple before. This guy had tried to steal his will of death time and time again. Later on, when he was at the Black Flame Dragon tribe, he was defeated by Capricious, and never appeared again. Today, Xian was going to take revenge. Unfortunately, the space in this secret realm was still stable. Even if Xian used the Eye of Space, he couldn't break through the void and enter. Ding. The host is currently unable to use the Eye of the Void. Not only that, but even the Eye of the Void couldn't be used. Ghost Dome Emperor, Wei Zhentian, delay that guy for me. The old tree and I will be there soon. Xian hurriedly reminded them. The successor of the Emperor of Death, Simple, was a super force in the first echelon. Luo and Ghost Dome Emperor were in the second echelon, and Wei Zhentian was in the third echelon. As long as they could hold on until they arrived, Simple would be dead meat. Ah, that big brother monk is coming to help. At this moment, Luo suddenly transmitted a message. Big brother monk, are you referring to One Thought Monk? Xian narrowed his eyes. This One Thought Monk was also an expert in the second echelon. Moreover, he was from the holy ground of Buddhism. It would be easier for him to deal with One Thought Monk compared to the others. Ah, another ugly monk in red and grey clothes is here. Hearing this, Xian was stunned. Ugly monks in red and grey clothes should be the flowery monk and meat monk of the Evil Sun Holy Ground. The master of the Evil Sun Holy Ground was called Evil Buddha. It was said that Evil Buddha was once a disciple of the Buddhist Supreme. Later on, he was expelled from the holy ground of Buddhism. After that, he went to the Evil Sun Holy Ground and became a general under the master of the Evil Sun Holy Ground. After the master of the Evil Sun Holy Ground fell, he inherited the Holy Lord token and became the new master of the Holy Ground. In other words, the flowery monk and meat monk were both from the Evil Sun Holy Ground. They were enemies. These two people were experts in the second echelon. Adding on the fact that Simple was here, Luo was in a very dangerous situation. Wei Zhentian, how's the situation on your side? Xian hurriedly asked. Although he could share his vision, he could only see and not sense the situation. Wei Zhentian sent a message saying that the Buddhist monk One Thought was blocking the successor of the Emperor of Death, Simple. As for the other three, they were fighting with the two monks. He also said that the successor of the Emperor of Death, Simple, was not as strong as they imagined. Hang in there, old tree will be here soon. He could sense his and the others' location. Relatively speaking, he was farther away. Moreover, the old tree was faster, so it was naturally the first to arrive. In less than 2 seconds, Old Tree arrived at the scene. With his participation in the battle, the situation immediately changed. After all, Old Tree could be considered as the third echelon in battle. Ding. The host's killing intent has increased. Ding. The host's killing intent has increased. 2 system notifications rang out. Yi Xian directly received 2 amounts of killing intent. This was from the deaths of the Flower Monk and the Meat Monk. As for the successor of the Emperor of Death, his body was also blown up by a punch from Old Tree. What? So it's just a death clone? Yi Xian was stunned. No wonder Wei Zhentian said he wasn't as powerful as he imagined. It was just a clone. However, for a mere clone to be able to fight with a single thought, this eBay was indeed not an ordinary person. Finally, Yi Xian arrived at the scene as well. And I thought it was Yi's original body. I didn't think it was just a death clone. Otherwise, Luoluo and the others might be in danger. Yi Xian finally let out a sigh of relief. Afterwards, he thanked One Thought Monk. Thank you, Master. You're welcome, sir. However, may I take the corpses of the Flower Monk and the Meat Monk with me? Asked One Thought Monk. Go ahead. Yi Xian nodded. Evil Buddha was the Buddhist Venerable's disciple. The Flower Monk and the Meat Monk were once part of the Buddhist Holy Land, so One Thought wanted to take the corpses back. Luoluo, this is the other half of the Demon Emperor's legacy. Afterwards, Yi Xian gave the Ring of Cosmos to Luoluo. If I refine it now, it'll probably take me a day, but, Luoluo frowned. Although she had only been born recently, her intelligence was not low. This was not the time to refine the Demon Emperor's legacy. It's fine. Big Brother has a place for you to refine it. Moreover, you might only be able to find the Holy Lord's medallion after you refine the Demon Emperor's legacy. Yi Xian stroked her hair lovingly before stowing her away in the planting space. If it were anyone else, Yi Xian would not be able to store them away as long as they resisted. However, he had not yet rescinded his contract with Luoluo. As long as he wanted to, he could store them away. After Luoluo reincarnated, she didn't have any memories, so she was very curious about the planting space. However, she quickly got used to it and began to refine the other half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance. However, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't waste the day that Luoluo was refining half of the Fey Emperor's inheritance. He wanted to continue his search. Even if he couldn't find the Holy Leader's token, killing some enemies would still be worth it. One Thought Master, please be careful. Yi Xian clasped his fist at the One Thought Monk before directly leaving. Before One Thought could ask about the identity of the Old Tree and Ghost Dome Emperor, Yi Xian had already left. He could only sigh and continue searching for his companions. This mystic realm was also peculiar. Signal flares had no effect and would disappear as soon as they rose into the air. However, those with lower strength would gather together after meeting each other, and the team would continue to grow. Yi Xian, Old Immortal Tianju said that we should only be able to find the Holy Leader token after refining the complete inheritance of the Demon Emperor. Fairy Luli suddenly sent a message. I know. I've already given the other half of the inheritance to Luoluo. She's currently refining it. Yi Xian nodded. All right. Also, our people are all gathered in the east. You can meet up with them there. Understood. With that, Yi Xian immediately changed his route and rushed towards the east. Although he could move alone, it would still be very troublesome if he ran into the Emperor of Death and the Prince of Netherworld at the same time. A while later, he successfully met up with the others. Yi Xian quickly glanced around and discovered that less than half of the people had entered. Wayward, Ren Feng, Lin Zhanhao, Lin Guanyao, and around a dozen other people. Yi Xian, did you run into anyone stronger? Wayward could not help but ask when he saw Yi Xian. I ran into a simple death clone, as well as the Flowery Monk and the Meat Monk from the Xiang Sacred Land. Yi Xian replied. Did you kill them? Wayward raised an eyebrow. Of course. Yi Xian nodded. He was not weak, so he obviously had to kill them. Not to mention the death clone, even if it was a simple death clone, he would probably die too. If that's the case, then report the battle situation. Wayward turned to look at the others. Lin Guanyao immediately added, 6 people from the Glazed Knights are known to have died. Among those who entered, the Glazed Knights were the weakest in terms of individual combat strength. Some of them could not even squeeze into the third echelon, so it was expected that they would suffer heavy casualties. 4 people from the Punlai demon tribe have died as well, an expert from the demon tribe said. 3 people from the Tianjue palace have died, Lin Zhanhao, the disciple of the Tianjue palace elder, said. In total, they had lost 13 people. The losses were still quite heavy. After all, among the experts from the Punlai demon clan and the Tianjue palace who had died, there were also old monsters who had cultivated for 10,000 years. Their combat strength could be squeezed into the second echelon. Yi Xian, that demon emperor's inheritance still needs 1 more day to refine? Wayward asked again. Yes, Luo has already refined it in my space. Yi Xian nodded. Although it's very likely that the Holy Leader token will only appear after we collect the complete Demon Emperor's inheritance, we can't just stay here for 1 day. Let's move in groups. Wayward looked around. It was fine for him to move alone, but if the others moved alone, they would almost certainly die if they encountered an expert. Now, they had gathered together for this purpose. Everyone present nodded slightly, then began to form groups of 2 or 3. Even the experts in the second echelon were the same. Yi Xian, are you interested in doing something big? Wayward suddenly smiled slyly. What do you mean? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. You know that my original form is a platinum holy light dragon, so I'm more sensitive to death aura. Although the range of this sea of flowers is small, I can sense the simple one. However, he was with the Prince of Netherworld, Nether Limitless, at that time, so I didn't make a move, Wayward said. So you're saying that you want to kill these 2 leaders first? Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Clearly, he was persuaded. Because they had entered first, otherwise, he would have used the Death Hunt command to mark the successor of the Emperor of Death and the Prince of Netherworld. That way, he could kill them. Now that Wayward had the ability to sense the Simple One's location, it was much more convenient. As long as we kill these 2, the remaining people are nothing to be afraid of, Wayward said with a grin. If you can sense the other party, then the Simple One can sense you too. When the 2 of them joined forces, why didn't they find trouble with you first? Yi Xian asked curiously. Haha, this, you know. Wayward said somewhat shamefully. Now, Yi Xian understood. So it turned out that being willful was directly cowardly. Alright, I'll go with you. Yi Xian nodded immediately. Hearing this, Wayward patted Yi Xian's shoulder and turned to say, Ren Feng, you go with them. Yes, senior. Ren Feng nodded. Then, Yi Xian teamed up with Wayward and left. Although it's 2 against 2, don't be careless. That Simple probably has a lot of undead creatures, and the Prince of Netherworld also has some ghost puppets. We'll probably be surrounded, Wayward reminded. It's fine. I like being surrounded. Yi Xian grinned. When they were rushing to this rendezvous point, he and the old tree had already gathered there, so this time, the old tree was also there. Moreover, his slaughter seals required killing intent to form. As long as he could form a few slaughter seals and set up the immortal slaying sword formation, even itinerant immortals would die. It's too slow. Sit on my back. Wayward suddenly said, then transformed into his true form, the platinum holy light dragon. When he reverted to his original form, he was very small and petite. But now, his body length had reached 1,000 meters, and his speed had increased significantly. Along the way, they encountered many enemies, but all of them were killed by Yi Xian without exception. Among them was a monk Wine under Evil Buddha of the Evil Sun Holy Land. His strength should be above average in the second echelon. Unfortunately, he encountered Yi Xian and Wayward. In his true form, the Platinum Holy Light Dragon carried Yi Xian around the Sea of Flowers. Soon, he sensed a nauseating aura. Found it. Wayward's eyes lit up as he reminded. With the eye of revelation, Yi Xian did not see anything. It seemed that Simple was outside his field of vision. I'm ready. Yi Xian nodded solemnly. He was already holding the highest grade artifact Crimson Flame Sword in his hand. I sense the auras of Simple and Nether Limitless. There are a few others. Do you want to go? Wayward asked. We're already here. How can we not go? Without another word, Yi Xian stomped his feet on the dragon's back and leaped toward the dragon's head. Alright, leave the easy part to me. I'll leave the Prince of Netherworld to you. Wilful didn't waste any more words and directly charged over. On the other side, the successor of the Emperor of Death, Xianxia, and the Prince of Netherworld, Nether Limitless, also sensed the willful aura and immediately prepared for battle. When the people behind them saw this, they immediately drew their weapons and waited quietly. In next to no time, Yi Xian and his willful figure appeared before their eyes. Last time, you ran away. This time, you brought someone with you. Do you think you can fight us? Capricious shouted. If it was a one-on-one battle, he wouldn't be able to win against Capricious. However, they were now on the same side as the Netherworld Holy Land. With both sides working together, they had a high chance of winning. But how could they have known that Yi Xian was actually a hidden superpower? Cut the crap. Let me send you to see your senior brother. Wilful roared, and instantly attacked. At the same time, Yi Xian charged over under the protection of Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian. Slaughter Seal. Yi Xian immediately used the new skill of his immortal slaying bloodline, and immediately condensed a Slaughter Seal. If he wanted, he could double his combat power now. No, triple it. Again. Damn, it can't be used? Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes wide. He originally wanted to condense 3 Slaughter Seals. That way, he could directly triple his combat power and kill his enemies without a problem. However, he didn't expect that the Slaughter Seal couldn't be used continuously. It seemed that it wouldn't be so easy to use the Slaughter Seal skill. Since it can't be used, then let's kill. Yi Xian's eyes flashed with killing intent. At the same time, the attributes of Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian soared by 2 times. Undying Battle Soul. Before the battle, Yi Xian and Wayward had already discussed a strategy. If they fought, then Wayward would delay Xianxia and Nether Limitless, and Yi Xian would kill the remaining people. Apart from Xianxia and Nether Limitless, there were 4 other experts. However, they didn't know whether they were in the 2nd or 3rd echelon. However, it didn't matter anymore. After activating his Undying Battle Soul, Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian charged toward the 2 experts. The former swept his sword with all his might and sent one of them flying. Wei Zhentian wasn't weak either. Since this battle was crucial, Yi Xian directly used Sword Blade Storm. In an instant, tens of thousands of blood swords swept out and engulfed the 2 experts. On the other hand, Yi Xian quickly dealt with the other 2 experts. Since they were in the same realm, his killing intent didn't increase by much. Since it's like this, then let's use it. Only now did Yi Xian realize that he was fighting with someone of the same level. He reckoned that even if he fought for an hour, it would be difficult for him to condense a single Slaughter Seal. Therefore, he directly activated the Slaughter Seal and used the Slaughter State, causing his combat strength to increase explosively by 2 times. On the other side, Xianxia and Nether Limitless were shocked when they saw the 4 experts being killed instantly. This time, they didn't dare to be negligent. They quickly took out their respective trump cards from their interspatial rings. 2 skeletal dragons, 2 nether puppets. These 2 skeletons were itinerant immortal dragons when they were alive. They could be considered pseudo-immortal beasts. After they died, their combat power was very strong. When the 2 skeletal dragons joined forces, even Xianxia had to be careful. As for the 2 nether puppets, they were personally refined by the Netherworld Emperor. They were also itinerant immortals when they were alive, so they were extremely strong. These 4 undead creatures could all squeeze into the 1st echelon. Therefore, Xianxia and Nether Limitless had the combat power of 6 1st echelon experts. Damn it, I knew you had trump cards, but don't underestimate me. Wayward shouted angrily. A ray of white light shot out from his mouth and rapidly expanded. It was a white pillar with a coiling dragon. The moment it appeared, it shone with boundless light. When this holy white light landed on the skeletal dragons and the nether puppets, they immediately emitted green smoke. The white dragon demon suppression pillar. That thing is actually in his hands. Xianxia was shocked. This thing was the nemesis of the undead creatures. It was the most precious treasure of the Life Saint sect. She didn't expect it to be in Wayward's hands. No, that's just a fake. The sharp-eyed prince of Netherworld saw through the clues. If it was the real white dragon demon suppression pillar, the 4 undead creatures would have been instantly purified. When the white dragon demon suppression pillar appeared, Jianyi and the Prince of Netherworld had actually thought of retreating. However, when they saw that the white dragon demon suppression pillar was just a fake, they decided not to leave. After all, there were 6 of them. However, Yi Xian and the others weren't to be trifled with. Wei Zhentian, kill them. Yi Xian immediately ordered. At the same time, he released the old tree. It's finally time for me to make a move. Old tree grinned and transformed into the ember of lightning fire. 9 lightning fire heavenly dragons flew out of his body and attacked the 2 nearest netherworld puppets. 9 dragons sky roaring strike. The power of this move was no weaker than the sword storm. 2 powerful moves were executed at the same time and instantly turned the 2 netherworld puppets into dust. Furthermore, this was not the end. Death Pursuit Order. I have assassination. Yi Xian directly marked it as simple, then instantly flashed behind him. Together with Old Shu's 9 dragons thunder flash, the 2 of them attacked one after another, connecting seamlessly. Yi Xian, the successor of the Emperor of Death, was shocked and used his trump card again. Immortal Body. Just as Yi Xian and Old Shu's attacks were about to land on his body suddenly enlarged by several times. The Void Flame Sword Wave and Old Shu's Thunder Fire Fist actually didn't cause the slightest bit of damage when they struck his body. The disciple of the Emperor of Death was indeed not easy to deal with. However, Yi Xian and Old Tree's goal this time was not to kill Yi Xian, but to prevent Yi Xian from controlling the 2 bone dragons. Haha, take this. Yi Xian's arrogant voice rang out. In the next moment, he directly spat out a white dragon breath. Innate ability, Sacred Dragon's Breath. This white dragon breath directly blasted onto a bone dragon, instantly blasting it into pieces. The Platinum Sacred Light Dragon's dragon breath increased the damage of undead creatures. It was very normal for it to kill a bone dragon in one hit. Now, 2 netherworld puppets and a bone dragon were instantly destroyed. This caught the 2 of them off guard. Damn it, let's go. The black-armored Prince of Netherworld's expression changed drastically as he turned around and left. Old Tree, chase him to death. Yi Xian immediately transmitted his voice to Old Tree. It was impossible to travel through space in this mystic realm, so Yi Xian only used the Death Pursuit Order to mark the Prince of Netherworld. Then, Old Tree, who had the 9 dragons thunder flash, chased after him. As for Yi Xian, he would kill him first. Hoo. Tens of thousands of blood swords swept toward Yi Xian. Yi Xian and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor also attacked from the left and right. On the other hand, the Platinum Holy Light Dragon was condensing on the spot, preparing to kill it with a single strike. Go and see your senior brother. At this time, the willful condensation was complete. After a warning, it opened its bloody mouth. Easygoing was surrounded from 3 sides and had nowhere to hide. He controlled the bone dragon to stand between him and Caprice. Boom, the holy dragon's breath burst out, and the bone dragon was used as a shield to block the attack. If you dare to touch me, Master will definitely not let you off. She had no other choice but to bring out her background. Even if your senior brother died in my hands, am I not still alive and well? He opened his dragon mouth willfully and sneered. The Life Sacred Land, the Buddhist Sacred Land, the Death Sacred Land, and the Nether Sacred Land were 4 great sacred lands. As for Simple's master, the Emperor of Death, he was the master of the Holy Land of Death and had a deep background. However, Caprice's background was not bad either. His grandfather was the master of the Life Sacred Land, and his strength was even stronger than the Emperor of Death. So, what was there to be afraid of? After using the Undying Body, Simple's defense was amazing. Even the Sword Storm and Void Flame Sword ripples could not break through. However, this Undying Body definitely had a time limit. Once the time was up, Simple would be a fish on the chopping board. Caprice had already condensed the 3rd Holy Dragon's breath, but he could not wait and directly released it. Boom, this dragon breath obliterated hundreds of blood swords and then blasted on Ultraman's transformed body. The Undying Body, which was immune to normal attacks, was directly broken by this holy dragon's breath. Simple was heavily injured and spat out a mouthful of blood. The Emperor of Death's Undying Body is indeed powerful. I want to see how much ability you have. Caprice snorted coldly and condensed the power of the holy light again. At the same time, he controlled the White Dragon Demon Suppression Column to smash it simple. Bang! The White Dragon Demon Suppression Column's damage was not high, but it could satisfy Caprice. Get out of my way! Simple was furious. He swung his fist and sent the White Dragon Demon Suppression Column flying. At the same time, he looked for an opening to escape. Unfortunately, there were tens of thousands of blood swords surrounding him. As long as he ran in any direction, Xianxia and the Ghost Dome Emperor would follow. There was no way he could escape. Fortunately, he still had a soul seed in his master's hands, so he was not too desperate. Even if he died this time, he could use the soul seed to revive. This was one of the benefits of not breaking through to Itinerant Immortal. At this time, Simple's eyes flashed. He suddenly thought of a solution. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Simple roared at the sky. Then, the chi of heaven and earth suddenly began to circulate wildly and gather above Simple's head. Seeing this, Xianxia was a little confused. Could it be that Simple was going to use his trump card and die together with them? Damn, this guy is going to undergo the immortal tribulation on the spot. Caprice immediately reacted and exclaimed, "This guy wants to lead the immortal tribulation to attack us. Let's go. Back off." Xianxia was also shocked and quickly retreated. The immortal tribulation was not a joke, let alone someone else's immortal tribulation. At this time, only by becoming an itinerant immortal could they survive this crisis. The space here was very stable, similar to the space in the Punlai demon tribe. If they broke through to itinerant immortal, they might be able to make a move here. However, what shocked Simple was that he had failed to lead the immortal tribulation this time. Poof, suddenly, the immortal tribulation thundercloud in the sky dispersed. There was no way to undergo the immortal tribulation here. What? Simple was shocked. This was his last trick, and he did not expect it to fail. Ha ha ha, that's what you get for showing off. Caprice laughed loudly. Simple originally wanted to use the immortal tribulation to scare off Xianxia and Caprice. Then, he would directly undergo the immortal tribulation and become an itinerant immortal. That way, he could escape. He did not expect that he could not undergo the immortal tribulation here. He was done for. If you dare to touch me, you will definitely die without a burial place. Simple did not forget to threaten in the end. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his body began to shrink. The duration of the immortal body was about to end. Seeing this, Xianxia's eyes lit up, and he shouted, "Attack him!" In an instant, tens of thousands of blood swords swept over. The defense of the shrunken immortal body decreased, and it was instantly pierced through. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded, which proved that Simple had been killed. At the same time, Xianxia's eye of revelation also captured a wisp of remnant soul. Void flame sword wave, poof, with a soft thud, Simple's soul was obliterated by Xianxia. What successor of the Emperor of Death? He was not worth mentioning. Here, I'll go after that guy. Wayward said to Xianxia and immediately chased after the Prince of Netherworld. Xianxia quickly kept Wayward's Qian Kuan ring. However, just as he was about to keep Wayward's body, Wayward's eyes suddenly turned into two wisps of death intent that rose into the air. Then, they condensed into an illusory figure. Who gave you the guts to kill my disciple? The person who spoke was a middle-aged man. After hearing this, Xianxia immediately recognized him. This person should be Wayward's master, the leader of the Holy Land of Death, the Emperor of Death. Wayward, who was about to chase after the Prince of Netherworld, suddenly stopped. He looked at the Emperor of Death and laughed coldly. What a joke. You're just an illusory figure. What right do you have to appear in front of me? It's you who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth? The Death Emperor's gaze landed on Chen Mu. Last time, Chen Mu had killed his first disciple, which led to the Death Emperor choosing another successor. This time, Wayward had been killed again. This aggro had increased. However, Wayward was right. He was just an illusory figure now. What ability did he have? Indeed, I can't do anything to you now. However, you'd better be careful in the future. The Emperor of Death's eyes flickered. After he finished speaking, he turned into two rays of white light and entered Xian and Wayward's bodies respectively. Oh my! Wayward was not the only one who did not react. Xian was the same. He guessed that this was some kind of mark left by the Emperor of Death. You Emperor of Death, are you trying to find someone to kill me in the future? Xian, don't be afraid. I'll ask my father to help me get rid of this mark later. After Wayward finished speaking, he immediately flew into the distance. After all, the Prince of Netherworld had escaped. Xian did not pay much attention to the mark left by the Emperor of Death. After all, he was in the Penglai Holy Land now. Even if the Emperor of Death came personally, he could not do anything to him. Using the shared vision, Xian could see the figure of the Prince of Netherworld through Old Tree's eyes. The Prince of Netherworld, Nether Limitless, was slightly weaker than Wayward. However, he was good at escaping. Old Tree, you chase after them. Capricious and I will split up and flank them. Xian immediately transmitted his voice to Old Tree. All right. The Prince of Netherworld was rather fast. With his 9 dragons thunder flash, the Old Tree could barely keep up with him. However, the Sea of Flowers had a limited range. Once they reached the edge, they would be knocked into by Xian or Caprice. Along the way, the Prince of Netherworld met a few people. There were Platinum Knights, Demon Race experts, and people from the 3 unorthodox sacred grounds. However, when the Platinum Knights and Demon Race experts recognized the Prince of Netherworld, they avoided him. The Prince of Netherworld didn't have the time to deal with them. As for the 3 experts from the holy grounds of the evil path, they were scared out of their wits when they saw the Prince of Netherworld being chased by an unknown bald elder. They hurriedly retreated. This chase lasted for a long time, a full 20 minutes. After the Prince of Netherworld fled at full speed for 20 minutes, he reached the edge of the Sea of Flowers, which was also the edge of the array. This time, if he didn't change his direction, Old Tree would catch up to him. Damn it! The Prince of Netherworld's expression changed drastically. Then, he flew toward the west. Coincidentally, the west was where Xian was heading. Haha, we bumped into each other. Xian laughed heartily. His eyes flashed as he used the Eye of Assassination and appeared behind the Prince of Netherworld. Although more than 20 minutes had passed and the double amplification of the slaughter state had long since passed, don't forget that Xian could use the slaughter seal 3 times a day. Massacre mode. Xian instantly exploded, and his aura doubled again. Then, he slashed his sword at the back of the Prince of Netherworld's head. Void Flame Sword Ripple, whoosh, the wind howled. The Scarlet Flame Sword instantly attacked the back of the Prince of Netherworld's head. This attack was not weak. If the Prince of Netherworld couldn't dodge it, his head would naturally fly off. Damn it, Netherworld Dharma body. The Prince of Netherworld's expression turned cold, and his body suddenly became illusory. Then, Xian's Scarlet Flame Sword passed through him as if it had cut through water. As for the Prince of Netherworld, he was completely unharmed. Good move, Xian was shocked. This move was indeed good, but he heard the system notification that the Netherworld Dharma body could not be copied. It seemed that the level was too high, or there were some specific factors that he had not satisfied. However, this did not matter. He had to kill the Prince of Netherworld first. While Xian was blocking the Prince of Netherworld, the Old Tree appeared in front of the Prince of Netherworld in a flash. Poof, the Old Tree's hand passed through the Prince of Netherworld's body. The son of the Netherworld Emperor was not so easy to deal with. The successor of the Emperor of Death was simple. He had cultivated the immortal body and transformed into Ultraman, making his entire body indestructible. As for the son of the Netherworld Emperor, Nether Limitless, he had cultivated the Netherworld Dharma body and was immune to all kinds of attacks. However, so what? Wei Zhentian, surround him. Xian sneered. In the next moment, Wei Zhentian suddenly appeared and directly wrapped the 3 of them up, leaving no room for escape. At this moment, the Prince of Netherworld's expression had darkened. However, he pretended to be calm and laughed. Ha ha ha, do you think you can kill me with just the few of you? Ordinary attacks are indeed useless against you, but why don't you try this move again? At this moment, Xian sneered and suddenly moved away from the Old Tree. Then, Wei Zhentian tore open a hole, and a ray of white light shot in from the outside. This ray of white light was the breath of the sacred dragon that Wayward had released in a hurry. Ordinary attacks were useless against the Netherworld Dharma body, but Wayward's breath of the sacred dragon could. The Prince of Netherworld was engulfed by the white light and was instantly purified. Even his soul was obliterated, leaving behind only an interspatial ring. As he was not killed by Xianxia, there was naturally no killing intent value. However, Wayward said generously, "Here, take it." "Many thanks." Xianxia did not hesitate and took the Prince of Netherworld's interspatial ring. However, as he had expected, there was not much inside. Now that the successor of the Emperor of Death and the Prince of Netherworld were dead, there was no one in the Demon Emperor's inheritance mystic land who could stop them. Tisk, tsk, tsk. There's also a Netherworld puppet that was refined from the corpse of an itinerant immortal. Xianxia grinned. The combat power of this Netherworld puppet was at the level of the first echelon, and it was extremely precious. Now that there are no more opponents, let's split up and kill all the people from the evil Holy Land first. After saying that, Wayward turned around. As long as they killed all the experts from the evil Holy Land, they would not have to be afraid of the Holy Leader's token even if it appeared. At this time, outside the secret realm. Ha ha ha, good, this is really good news. Even the Prince of Netherworld has fallen in there. This is great news. Old immortal Tianju could not help but laugh. Xianxia had also spread the news of Simple's death through Fairy Luli. Now, the news of the Prince of Netherworld's death, Nether Limitless, had spread. The rogue immortals of the evil sacred ground could not believe it. It was one thing for Blood Chuanqiu, Monk Flowery, and the others to die, but how could the first echelon of battle be killed as well? What happened? The Platinum Holy Light Dragon can't kill two people in a row. These rogue immortals could not help but think. At this time, the four rogue immortals from the Sacred Land of Death and the Netherworld Sacred Land all made a decision. The four of them were not simply bodyguards for Simple and Nether Limitless. They had come here for another purpose. However, the Netherworld Sacred Land had also invited an expert, but he had not appeared for a long time. No one knew what he was doing. Through Fairy Luli and old immortal Tianju, almost everyone in the camp knew about the death of Simple and Nether Limitless, and their morale was greatly boosted. On the contrary, the morale of the evil sacred ground experts fell, and they began to be cautious. If it were not for the fact that they could not find the exit, many of them would have left. At this time, Xianxia and Capricious were roaming the sky above the Sea of Flowers, killing any enemy they saw. After half a day, there were only a few survivors from the evil sacred ground. Some hid in the Sea of Flowers, hoping to survive this calamity. Although there were many evil sacred ground experts, almost none of them could be found now. Therefore, Xianxia and the others gathered in front of the platform where the Shifter Emperor's inheritance was placed. They had searched through the entire Sea of Flowers but had not found any clues. Therefore, this was the only place that was more likely to be the culprit. Another half a day passed. Luo, who was refining the other half of the Shifter Emperor's inheritance in the planting space, finally opened her eyes. "Brother, I'm done refining." Luolua's tender voice rang in Yixian's mind. "How was it?" Yixian asked curiously. "After refining the other half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance, I obtained the memories of the Demon Emperor's inheritance. I already know where the Holy Leader's token is." Luo replied, "It's under this half of the inheritance. At the same time, Senior Monster Emperor's corpse is also down there. However, it's protected by a formation. If we forcefully break it open, the interspatial ring that contains the Holy Leader's token will shatter." "Oh, okay." Yixian nodded slightly. Since Luo had already refined the other half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance and obtained the inheritance memories left behind by the Dragon Sparrow Fairy, then she should be able to obtain the Holy Leader badge. However, the matter was not over yet. There were still many people outside who were eyeing them covetously. Yixian glanced around and said, "Luo already knows the whereabouts of the Holy Leader's token. However, we still haven't decided who the Holy Leader's token belongs to, right? I feel that since only Lord Luo knows, then," Yao Tian of the Punlai demon race said. However, he was interrupted before he could finish. "Sai, you can't say that. If Yixian and I hadn't killed Simple and Nether Limitless, Do you think this matter would be so easy? Wayward snorted. Then what do you think? Lin Zhanhao of Heaven Absolute Palace suddenly asked. That's simple. The strong are respected, so we'll naturally use strength to obtain the treasure. Each side will send out one person, and the one who wins in the end will obtain the Holy Leader's token. Wayward suggested. Actually, he was not afraid of others. In the current situation, the only one who could fight him was probably Yixian. Right now, there were 4 other factions present: Heaven Absolute Palace, Punlai Demon Race, Glazed Knights, and Life Sacred Land. Actually, there was a 5th faction, which was the Buddhist Sacred Land. However, the one-thought monk was currently on the side of the Glazed Knights, so he could not be considered a representative of the Buddhist Sacred Land. At the same time, Heaven Absolute Palace and the Punlai Demon Race were on the same side. Even if Lin Zhanhao of Heaven Absolute Palace obtained the Holy Leader's token, he would give it to Luoluo. After all, they were here to help this time. This, Lin Zhanhao and Yao Tian exchanged glances. Yixian and Luoluo seemed to have an inexplicable relationship. Was Yixian not going to help Luoluo? I've already promised Fairy Glazed Glass to help him obtain the Holy Leader's token. However, Luoluo also needs the Holy Leader's token, so I have to obtain it. After Luoluo uses the Holy Leader's token to overcome the heavenly tribulation, I'll give it to Fairy Glazed Glass. Yixian thought to himself. Your Heaven Absolute Palace and the Punlai Demon Race should stop fighting. I can send you flying with a single hand. Wayward suddenly turned around and said. Even if you were once a wandering immortal, I can't back down. Yao Tian snorted coldly. If that's the case, then you and Lin Zhanhao can come together. I'll accept this battle, Wayward said directly. Hearing that, Yao Tian and Lin Zhanhao exchanged glances. This was Wayward's own request, so they would not be unreasonable. In a one-on-one situation, they would definitely lose, but in a 2-on-1 situation, they might still have a chance of winning. Then I'll offend you. Immediately, Lin Zhanhao summoned a sword, while Yao Tian directly transformed into his original form. He was the Destruction Heavenly Dragon with the strongest attack power among the Heavenly Dragons. The 2 of them joining forces was not a joke. Humph, what do you mean by once a wandering immortal? Today, I'll teach you a lesson. After saying that, Wayward directly faced them. He did not need to transform into his original form to deal with 2 people from the 2nd echelon. In an instant, the 3 of them exchanged blows. A battle of this level was relatively rare. Originally, everyone thought that Lin Zhanhao and Yao Tian would at least force Wayward's original form out by joining forces, but they did not expect that they would be sent flying by Wayward's single punch from the beginning. The difference in strength was obvious at a glance. How can he be so strong? Lin Zhanhao and Yao Tian thought in unison. They were both at the peak of Heaven Completion Stage 9th tier, but their strength was so much weaker than Wayward's, which was a little hard for them to accept. Moreover, they could see that if Wayward attacked with his full strength, the 2 of them would probably be killed in an instant. In less than a few seconds, Lin Zhanhao and Yao Tian were defeated by Wayward alone. How about it? Why don't both of you try again together? Wayward said with a smile. At this time, there were still 7 people from Tianju Palace and Punlai Demon Tribe. Including Lin Zhanhao and Yao Tian, there were 9 people. 1 against 9, this was not fun, however, many people present believed that Wayward would still win. Lin Zhanhao and Yao Tian looked at each other, and finally their gazes fell on Yixian. At this time only Yixian could fight against the Platinum Holy Light Dragon, Wayward. If he did not make a move, then this Holy Leader token would be Wayward's. Wayward, let's fight. Yixian summoned the Scarlet Flame Sword. Why didn't you call out that old man? Headstrong asked with some apprehension. It wouldn't be fair if I did. Yixian grinned. Ghost Dome Great Emperor was considered a heaven-reaching beast, while Wei Zhentian was a weapon. However, Old Tree was also considered a member of the Shifter race. If he was called out, wouldn't that be 1 more person? Headstrong looked at Yixian. When he thought about how Yixian didn't even take out the nether puppet, he heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, he wasn't confident in winning against Yixian alone. If both Old Tree and the nether puppet came out together, he might as well just admit defeat. Alright, since that's the case, then come at me. Headstrong shouted and transformed into his Platinum Holy Light Dragon. The Platinum Holy Light Dragon was considered a member of the Heavenly Dragon race, but it was more noble than any other Heavenly Dragon race member. After transforming into his true form, Headstrong's battle prowess skyrocketed. Unfortunately, he was nothing more than a sitting duck in Xian's eyes. Don't forget, Xian had already obtained the Dragon Slayer title, which doubled the damage he dealt to dragons. In addition, he had the Unicorn's Deterrence skill, which doubled the damage. In other words, Xian's damage against Headstrong in his true form had tripled. On top of that, he had the Undying Doppelganger's amplification, the 1% amplification from the Elegy of Souls, the offensive power of the Ultimate Realm, and the fire offensive power of the Immortal Ichilan bloodline and the Immortal Divine Phoenix bloodline. Hence, even before he started, he was already doomed to fail. When the surrounding people saw Xian and Headstrong, they couldn't help but back away. They estimated that this battle would be very intense. Of course, this was only their estimation. Come! Headstrong roared again, then transformed into a streak of white light and swept towards Xian's trio. Kill! At the same time, Xian gave Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Might Awe the Heavens an order. The two of them charged forward, one on the left and one on the right. Nihility Flame Sword Ripple. Xian also began to attack, sending one attack after another at caprice. Haha, this kind of attack can't hurt me. He laughed willfully. Although Xian's attack was strong, the Platinum Holy Light Dragon scales were no joke either. However, the power of the Void Flame Sword Ripple was not equal to the damage it dealt to the dragon's body. He willfully extended his dragon claw, preparing to destroy the Void Flame Sword Ripples. At the same time, he turned around, wanting to kill Wei Zhentian. He had learned about the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian's unlimited resurrection ability, so he did not hold back at all. However, he had miscalculated one thing. Bang! 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 A series of muffled sounds rang out. Wayward couldn't help but cry out in pain. He discovered that his dragon claw had actually been injured by Xian's Nihility Flame Sword Ripple. How was this possible? Haha, the Nihility Flame Sword Ripple's damage against dragons is 3 times that of normal. Xian sneered inwardly as he continued to attack. Wayward suffered a setback. His wound was so deep that his bones could be seen. Blood flowed freely. When he was in the rebirth realm, he could still use the mysterious life chi to heal his injuries. However, after entering the imperishable realm and obtaining the imperishable body, his injuries would be harder to heal. It was the same for the Ascension realm. However, as a Platinum Holy Light Dragon, Wayward was able to heal his injuries in an instant. I don't believe that you can heal indefinitely. Xian's eyes flickered as he rapidly retreated. At the same time, he continuously used the Void Flame Sword Ripple. Stinking brat, don't be so smug. Watch how I crush your kidneys. With a furious roar, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor lashed out with its tail, causing Wei Zhentian to explode. At the same time, its platinum scales suddenly emitted a white light. In an instant, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor was purified into ashes. Ding! Wei Zhentian died. Ding! Wei Zhentian revived. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor died. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor revived. In the blink of an eye, Wei Zhentian and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor appeared once again and charged over. Ayaya, this is too fake. You can revive indefinitely. Wayward couldn't help but roar in anger. Don't you have unlimited healing too? Xian laughed. That's true. With your current attack, it's not enough to kill me. After saying that, Wayward suddenly accelerated towards Xian. Since that's the case, let's do it for real. Xian's eyes widened as he directly used the Deathly Hunt command to mark Wayward. This way, his attack would deal additional damage to Wayward. Ever since the Slaying God bloodline and the Sword God bloodline merged with the Immortal Slaying bloodline, the damage of the Deathly Hunt command had increased by 30%. Moreover, the power of the first strike of the Eye of Assassination had also increased by 50%. This strike was probably enough to break the balance between Wayward's damage and recovery. Whoosh, Wayward turned into a ray of white light and attacked. Wei Zhentian and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor couldn't catch up with him. However, just as his dragon claws were about to grab Yi Xian's figure suddenly flashed and appeared behind Wayward. Eye of Assassination, slash. Bam, a void fire sword ripple directly slashed the back of the Platinum Holy Light Dragon. This time, the power of the void fire sword ripple increased by a lot. It almost cut off half of the Platinum Holy Light Dragon's body. After feeling the pain, Wayward couldn't help but roar at the sky and say, "Damn it, I'm not fighting anymore." "You're not fighting anymore? So soon?" Yi Xian was slightly surprised. The battle hadn't even started for 2 seconds and Wayward had already admitted defeat. He hadn't even used all his trump cards yet. "Brat, you're already at the level of a rogue immortal. I'm not your match. I don't want the Holy Leader's writ." Wayward shook his head. After healing his injuries, he directly transformed into his human form. Just now, Lin Zhanhao, the disciple of old immortal Tianzhu, and the #1 genius of the Punlai demon race, Yao Tian, couldn't last more than 3 seconds against Wayward. Now that Wayward had transformed into his true form, he couldn't last more than 3 seconds against Yi Xian. Yi Xian, isn't he a little too much of a freak? Alright, is there anyone else who wants to come out and try? Yi Xian suddenly turned his head and looked at the others. With his strength, he was strong enough to fight a group of people including Wayward. Who would dare to challenge him? Since there's no one else, this Holy Leader's writ is mine. Yi Xian grinned and summoned Luo Luo. Previously, he had used the Platinum Badge to communicate with Fairy Luli. He wanted to give this Holy Leader's writ to Luo Luo first. After Luo Luo passed the heavenly tribulation, he would give it to Fairy Luli. Fairy Luli didn't have any objections, and so did old immortal Tianzhu. Therefore, they followed Yi Xian's plan. Luo Luo already knew the result, so when she appeared, she immediately used the hand seal she learned from the Dragon Sparrow Fairy and hit the stone platform. Bam, the stone platform suddenly exploded. Even Yi Xian did not expect it. He had scanned the platform with his Eye of Revelation, but he did not find anything. Soon, a white token entered everyone's sight. As expected, the Holy Leader token was in the stone platform. The thing that blocked Yi Xian's Eye of Revelation was probably some kind of array, which was why Yi Xian did not notice it. It really is the Holy Leader token. I didn't expect it to be here. I tried to attack the stone platform, but it was useless. I couldn't destroy it at all. So what if you guessed it? You can't break the array set up by the Dragon Sparrow Fairy. Everyone shook their heads. At this moment, Yi Xian had already rushed over and held the Holy Leader token in his hand. As long as he refined this Holy Leader token, he would become the leader of the Punlai Sacred Land. As long as he was in the Punlai Sacred Land, his strength would increase tremendously. Moreover, even if he broke through to become an itinerant immortal, he would still be able to fight in the Punlai Sacred Land. Ding! The host has obtained the Punlai Sacred Land's Holy Leader token. Do you want to refine it? A system notification sounded. Immediately, Yi Xian answered in his mind, yes. Although he would have to give the Holy Leader token to Luo Luo and Fairy Luli, he could wait until the time came. He would refine it first because he had a plan. Ding! The Holy Leader token has been successfully refined. The host is now the leader of the Punlai Sacred Land. The system notification sounded. Although Yi Xian did not feel the change in his strength, he would definitely be more powerful if he attacked. However, at this moment. Whoosh, suddenly, a crack appeared in the space beside Yi Xian. Then, a hand reached out and was about to snatch the Holy Leader token away. This scene happened so suddenly that everyone was caught off guard. Even Yi Xian did not expect it. Who could use the space-breaking technique in the secret land built by the Dragon Sparrow Fairy? After all, they had lost their space-breaking ability when they entered. Even Yi Xian, who had the Eye of Space, could not use it. Not only that, but even the Eye of Void could only be used once. But now, someone could actually break through the space-breaking technique. What was going on? You want to steal my Holy Leader token? No way. Yi Xian's eyes widened, and he gripped the Holy Leader medallion tightly with one hand. At the same time, he grabbed the Holy Leader medallion with the other hand, and then viciously dragged him away. Then, a young man entered everyone's sight. This person's face was very unfamiliar to everyone, but his strength was not to be underestimated. Hua! Another spatial fissure tore open. This time, the spatial fissure expanded all the way to Yi Xian's head, as though it was preparing to kill Yi Xian in one blow. However, Yi Xian had already cultivated the glazed treasure body to the 6th level, and he also had the space eye. Most importantly, he had already refined the Holy Leader's badge. When the spatial crack expanded to his skin, it suddenly recovered from the recoil. What? The young man was shocked. He thought that he would succeed this time, but he didn't expect that he would fail. Before he could react, the old tree threw out 9 lightning fire chains. 9 dragons thunder chain, lock. In an instant, the young man was trapped by the 9 dragons thunder chain. The extremely strong power of lightning paralyzed him, and he couldn't move. Who are you? Yi Xian asked subconsciously. This young man had the ability to break through the space-breaking technique here. He was at least as strong as the successor of the Emperor of Death, Simple, and the Prince of Netherworld, Nether Limitless, or even stronger. One had to know that Fairy Luli didn't tell him that there was such an expert. After all, the experts from the Evil Path Holy Lands had entered under the watchful eyes of Fairy Luli and old immortal Tianju. The Space Eye, he's the descendant of time and space. Wayward suddenly thought of something and hurriedly shouted. Descendant of time and space? What's that? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. However, he didn't care who the other party was, and directly punched out. With the Holy Leader's badge in hand and having refined it, Yi Xian's attack power instantly skyrocketed. Bang! This punch was so fast that even Wayward couldn't react in time. By the time everyone came back to their senses, the young man's neck had already exploded, and his head had been separated from his body. The reason why Yi Xian didn't target his head was because he felt a familiar aura, and that was the Space Eye. Before the other party could react, Yi Xian quickly moved again and plucked both of the young man's eyes. He originally thought that the other party's eyes were the space eyes obtained from the heaven-reaching beast, but when he plucked them and devoured them, he found that this wasn't the case. One of the young man's eyes was the space eye, and the other was the time eye. Ding, the host has devoured in space eye. Ding, the host has devoured in space eye. Ding, the planting space has changed. The host can change the flow of time in the planting space by 10 times. Ding, the space eye, and the space eye, has been copied into the eye catalog. There are currently 3 types, the eye of nature, the eye of death, the space eye, and the time eye. Ding, the system rewards the host with the evolution of his celestial eyes. A series of system notifications stunned Yi Xian. The eye catalog was understandable, but what was with the flow of time in the planting space? Immediately, he checked the planting space and found that the flow speed in the planting space could be increased by 10 times or decreased by 10 times. If it was accelerated by 10 times, then the growth of the heaven and earth treasures would be accelerated by 10 times. If it was slowed down by 10 times, then 10 days in the planting space would be equivalent to 1 day in the outside world. Holy sh*t, Yi Xian was shocked beyond words. If it was slowed down by 10 times, then it would be 1/10 of its original speed. Cultivating in the planting space for 10 years was equivalent to only 1 year in the outside world. For the average person, this was better than any heaven and earth treasures. Most importantly, the flow of time in the planting space would change according to the level of the planting space. The planting space was currently at level 6. If it was upgraded to level 7, it might be 100 times faster. In the future, it might even be 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times faster. 10,000 years in the planting space was equivalent to only 1 year in the outside world. Even an idiot could become a genius. However, the flow of time was only effective for cultivation. If someone was pregnant, 10 months in the outside world would be equivalent to 100 months in the planting space. Ha ha ha, thank you for giving me such a good gift. Yi Xian laughed loudly as he looked at the Scion of Time and Space. The Scion of Time and Space had a good plan. He'd waited for Yi Xian to obtain the Holy Leader medallion before making his move. He hadn't expected Yi Xian to be able to refine the Holy Leader medallion in an instant, catching him off guard. Not only had his plan failed, but he'd also fallen into Yi Xian's hands. It was a complete failure. He should be the temporal island lord's son, Xianxia. This temporal island can also be considered a sacred ground, but it's much smaller than the Punlai sacred ground. However, the temporal island lord was very lucky and obtained a pair of eyes of time. He laid down a formation on the temporal island, slowing down the flow of time by half. The flow of time on the island is different from the flow of time in the Punlai sacred ground. 1 year of cultivation here is equivalent to 2 years of cultivation in the Punlai sacred ground, explained Headstrong. Oh? Only half? Hearing this, Xian couldn't help but frown. His eyes revealed a mocking expression. One had to know that his planting space could change the flow of time by 10 times. It was much stronger than the temporal island lord. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly opened his mouth and screamed a few times in a voice that no one could understand. I heard that Xianxia was born mute. Now, he only has a head left because of you. Even his eyes have been dug out. What a cripple. Headstrong grinned and said, I didn't expect that a demonic sacred ground could actually move the temporal island lord. If your reaction was slower, the sacred leader token would have been taken away. How strong is the temporal island lord? Asked Xian. The temporal island lord is a second tribulation scattered immortal. He offended my life saint sect, so he has been hiding in the temporal island, not daring to come out. As Headstrong spoke, he couldn't help but glance at Xianxia and said, if we directly kill Xianxia, he will definitely use a soul seed to revive in the temporal island. Why don't you hand him over to me? I'll bring him back to the life saint sect and imprison him. If you want to take my sacred leader token, you have to pay a price. Xian snorted and threw Xianxia's head to Headstrong. Then, he took the yin and yang ring from Xianxia's body. Everyone was stunned. Xian's strength had already exceeded their understanding. They didn't expect that even Xianxia, who had the ability to break space, couldn't hurt him. It was truly terrifying. Since we have obtained the Fiend Emperor's inheritance and the sacred leader token, let's go. After saying that, Xian hesitated. At this time, Xianxia had already cultivated the Eye of Space. Although it was only half, it was enough to break the space. Xian had already obtained the sacred leader token. Since Luo had even found the Holy Lord's token, she naturally told Xian about it. However, Xian wasn't prepared to break through the void and leave. Immortal immortal immortal. Ye immortal 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 sect. Immortal 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 immortals. Immortal 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 immortals. Old Shu, get ready, Xian said in his heart. This meant that Xian could attack them, but they could only defend and not retaliate. Bloodfiend Holy Land, Bone Erosion Holy Land, and Evil Sun Holy Land each had 1 loose immortal, while Death Holy Land and Nether Holy Land each had 2 loose immortals. Xian's goal this time was to kill these 7 itinerant immortals. At this moment, Old Immortal Tianju and Fairy Luli had also seen Xian. They also knew about Xianxia through voice transmissions. Not only that, but the Nether Holy Land also knew about it because they were the ones who had invited Xianxia. That seems to be. The 2 immortals from the sacred land of death raised their eyebrows. Just now, Xianxia had blended in with the Nether Holy Lands group and disguised himself, so they didn't recognize him. Now, Xianxia's head was being held capriciously in his hand, and he was constantly uttering hoarse notes. That was why he was recognized. I never expected that the Nether Hallowed Land would actually be able to invite Xianxia. The 2 rogue immortals from the sacred land of death could not help but wonder. What was even more unexpected was that Xianxia had failed. One must know that Xianxia's strength was above Xian and Nether limitless. How could he be captured alive? At this moment, Xian and the others had already passed through the light barrier and exited the secret realm. Old Immortal Tianju and Fairy Luli immediately went up to greet them. Ha ha ha, I'm sure you guys have already received the news. The sacred land of death Xian and the Nether Holy Lands Nether Limitless have both fallen. Capricious laughed arrogantly. Nether Holy Land, I wonder what conditions you guys offered to actually be able to get this guy to help. After he finished speaking, he couldn't help but lift up Xianxia's head. Xianxia was at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. Even if only his head was left, he wouldn't die. If his soul was erased, he could use the soul seed to revive on the temporal island. However, if he was imprisoned in the Life Saint sect, he wouldn't be able to revive. The Temporal Island Lord once had a conflict with the Life Saint sect. Now that the Temporal Island Lord's son had fallen into capricious hands, who knew what would happen next? Humph, you guys actually dared to kill my young master. The Nether Emperor won't let you off. One of the Nether Holy Land's loose immortals snorted. Capricious naturally wouldn't be intimidated by such threats. He continued to mock, "TCH, even if your young master didn't have the soul seed, I would still kill him. If you have the guts, come and beat me up." The two loose immortals from the Nether Holy Land looked at each other with ugly expressions. At this moment, Immortal Xianxia from the Blood Fiend Holy Land suddenly said, "Since it's like this, why don't you tell me who obtained the Holy Master token?" "Why? Is it important who obtained it?" Old Immortal Tianju suddenly took a step forward and glanced at him. "Humph, many people from my Blood Fiend Holy Land have died. Don't tell me we don't even have the qualifications to take a look." Immortal Xianxia snorted. "Since you guys want to take a look, then take a look." After Yixian finished speaking, he directly took out the Holy Master token from the Devouring space. Seeing this, old Immortal Tianju's eyes couldn't help but moisten. He recognized that this was indeed the Holy Master token that the Dragon Sparrow Fairy had refined when she was alive. Although the other loose immortals hadn't seen the Holy Master token of the Dragon Sparrow Fairy, they could feel that this Holy Master token was extraordinary. Since someone had obtained the Holy Master token, the next step for the Evil Dao Holy Land was to carry out their plan. Attack. Suddenly, the two rogue immortals from the Nether Holy Land looked at each other. Immediately after, the two of them quickly flew towards Yixian. At the same time, one of them even attacked Yixian without hesitation. What? Everyone was shocked. No one expected that the two loose immortals from the Nether Holy Land would suddenly attack. Were they going to snatch the Holy Master token? One should know that this island was also a part of the Punlai Holy Land. If they attacked, they would be punished by the Heavenly Dao. These two loose immortals from the Nether Holy Land were both at the peak of the First Tribulation and had extraordinary strength. One of their attacks was enough to kill an ordinary loose immortal, let alone Yixian, who was at the 9th level of the Ascension Realm. Oh no! Old Deity Tianju was also an itinerant immortal at the peak of the First Tribulation. He immediately understood the Nether Holy Land's plan and his expression changed drastically. The Nether Holy Land had decided to sacrifice an itinerant immortal for the Holy Leader token. After killing Yixian, another person would snatch it away. What a good plan. Unfortunately, the Nether Holy Land attacked without warning. Old Deity Tianju could do nothing about it. Now, he could only depend on Yixian. "You are not afraid of the punishment of the Heavenly Dao and attacked me." Yixian was slightly surprised because he also wanted to attack these itinerant immortals. He did not expect to be too slow. However, it did not matter. "You are too naive. Take this." Yixian's eyes suddenly flickered and a space crack appeared in front of him. Then, the attack of the itinerant immortal from the Nether Holy Land rushed in and appeared behind the other person. Bam! The cold light hit the back of the other person's head and instantly pierced through his head. The itinerant immortal at the peak of the First Tribulation was dead. At the same time, the itinerant immortal who attacked was also punished by the Heavenly Dao and his soul was directly obliterated. In just 1 second, the two itinerant immortals at the peak of the First Tribulation died one after another. The Heavenly Dao punished according to the strength of the attack. The attack just now was very fierce, so the Heavenly Dao directly obliterated the attacker's soul. This person was an itinerant immortal at the peak of the First Tribulation and had been stuck in this realm for more than 1,000 years. He knew that he could not suppress the immortal tribulation and could not pass it, so he decided to sacrifice himself to ask the Nether Emperor to protect his descendants. He did not expect that this plan would fail. Not only the Nether Holy Land, but the two people from the Death Holy Land also had the same plan. Before the space crack appeared, one of them launched an attack. After hearing the sharp sound, Yixian's face became serious. In the next moment, his figure disappeared directly and then appeared behind the attacker. Bam! Coincidentally, the attacker's Heavenly Dao punishment arrived. His soul was also obliterated and his whole body directly fell from the sky. "You are too naive. I'll take it." Yixian sneered in his heart and put the corpse away. The Nether Holy Land and the Holy Land of Death were really generous. They did not hesitate to lose a loose immortal to obtain this holy leader badge. In the blink of an eye, 3 First Tribulation Peak loose immortals had fallen. This shocked the surrounding people. Old Tree, Megatron, Ribs, kill him. At that moment, Xian directly shouted in his heart. Immediately after, the Old Tree trio suddenly appeared and directly attacked the surviving loose immortal in the sacred land of death. Old Tree and the other 2 were only at the peak of LV9 of the heaven-reaching realm, so they were allowed to take action. Not only that, but Xian, who had the Holy Leader token, suddenly had a thought. The next moment, the unrepairable spatial crack suddenly expanded, and another Xian entered. Merge. Xian fused with his second doppelganger at lightning speed, and his battle prowess increased by 20%. In the case of double fusion, his combat strength would increase by 70%, and triple fusion would increase by 90%. Ding. The current success rate of the host's tribulation is 100%. Do you want to start the tribulation? Yes. After Xian answered in his mind, the surrounding vital chi of heaven and earth began to gather. In the mystery land, a simple attempt to pass the tribulation would fail. At this moment, Xian was outside the mystery land. This was only an island in the Punlai Holy Land, so naturally, he could pass the tribulation. What? He's going to pass the tribulation? The surrounding people were shocked, and they quickly retreated. It was better to stay away from the tribulation of others, because the tribulation lightning of others would cause great harm to oneself. What is this kid trying to do? The surviving loose immortal in the Holy Land of Death was a little confused. At this moment, the Old Tree trio had already flashed in front of him. However, he was still a First Tribulation Peak loose immortal. Even if he stood there and let the Old Tree trio attack him, they might not be able to break through his defense. Therefore, he decided to watch first. However, how would he know that Xian had already refined the Holy Leader token the moment he obtained it? Not only that, even Old Immortal Tianju and Fairy Luli did not expect it. They also did not know what Xian was trying to do. Boom! At this moment, the Immortal Tribulation finally descended, directly striking Xian's head. The loose immortal from the Holy Land of Death avoided the Old Tree trio and approached Xian, because he thought that as long as Xian died under the Immortal Tribulation, the Holy Leader token would be his. Unfortunately, Xian's success rate of passing the Immortal Tribulation was 100%. Ding. The host has passed the Immortal Tribulation successfully. Ding. Because the passage to the Immortal Realm is closed, the system forces the host to disintegrate. Ding. The host has successfully disintegrated. The host is now a First Tribulation loose immortal. After the system's notification, Xian's aura suddenly increased by several times. Sure enough, the system was forcing him to disintegrate. If the passage to the Immortal Realm was still open, Xian could directly become a real immortal. One should know that a First Immortal was equivalent to a Third Tribulation loose immortal, a Second Immortal was equivalent to a Sixth Tribulation loose immortal, and a Third Immortal was equivalent to a Ninth Tribulation loose immortal. As long as a Ninth Tribulation loose immortal passed the Immortal Tribulation again, he could directly become a Fourth Immortal, and no longer had to worry about the loose Immortal Tribulation that occurred once every 1,000 years. Now, Xian had broken through, and with the help of the Holy Leader token, he could finally use his full strength. Ha ha ha, I've finally become a loose immortal. Xian laughed a few times. Even without the Holy Leader token, he had a 100% success rate. It would be strange if he failed. Everyone was a little surprised. They felt that Xian's Immortal Tribulation was too rushed. After all, the others had to choose the location and be fully prepared. However, when they saw that Xian was safe and sound, they could not help but sigh in relief. As for the remaining 4 loose immortals of the Evil Path Holy Land, they would cry. Boy, I admit that I failed this time, but why did you let the 3 of them attack me? Do you think that they can hurt me? The loose immortal of the Holy Land of Death could not help but snort coldly. Of course not. Xian shook his head, then took out the Holy Leader token again. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, he activated it with his true chi. The next moment, his body was surrounded by a strange energy that gushed out of the Holy Leader token. Everyone was shocked. Yi Xian was actually able to use the Holy Lord token. Didn't that mean that he'd already refined the Holy Lord token? The current master of the Punlai Holy Land was Yi Xian. What? Old Immortal Tianju, Fairy Luli, and the others were shocked. It had only been half a day since they received the news. During this half a day, Yi Xian had been traveling under everyone's eyes. How could he have refined the Holy Leader token? Oh no. At this moment, they finally understood why Yi Xian had to undergo the tribulation on the spot. It was because Yi Xian had already refined the Sacred Leader token. As long as he successfully became an itinerant immortal, with the Sacred Leader token and the restrictions of the Sacred Leader token, no one present would be a match for Yi Xian. Let's go. The itinerant immortal from the Sacred Land of Death immediately turned around and ran. He was prepared to open the spatial rift and return to the Punlai Sacred Land, then escape. Unfortunately, he was one step too slow. Die. Yi Xian remained calm and collected as he directly used his strongest trump card. Unicorn, descend. Boom, in an instant, the itinerant immortal from the Sacred Land of Death was directly trampled by the flaming hoof. After breaking through to the first tribulation itinerant immortal realm, Yi Xian's strength had increased several times. Coupled with the Sacred Leader token's support, his damage was simply explosive. With just one hoof, he seriously injured the peak first tribulation itinerant immortal. Blarg, the itinerant immortal spat out a mouthful of blood. This time, he really suffered a double loss. He originally wanted another person to kill Yi Xian, then he would take the Sacred Leader token. He did not expect that he would fail, and be utterly defeated. If that's the case, then let's die together. The itinerant immortal roared and directly attacked without hesitation. You are now like an ant in front of me. Yi Xian glared, and another unicorn hoof descended. This time, the itinerant immortal was directly killed. At the same time, his attack was already in front of Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian, who had the Sacred Leader token and the power of the Sacred Land, easily defeated the attack. Even if he did not attack, the itinerant immortal would be punished by the Heavenly Tao, and then his soul would be erased. However, the people he killed were able to obtain killing intent points. There were now 3 people left. I will also send you on your way. Yi Xian did not hesitate and directly used the third hoof of the unicorn. This hoof directly killed the itinerant immortal from the Nibbling Bone Sacred Land. This loose immortal was only an early-stage First Tribulation immortal. He was weaker than the 4 from the Sacred Land of Death and Nether Sacred Land. He was killed instantly. Currently, there was still a loose immortal from the Evil Sun Holy Land and Immortal Qi Shui. Don't kill me, I am willing to submit. Immortal Qi Shui hastily said. I don't need a lackey like you. Yi Xian shook his head and started killing. Although Immortal Qi Shui was only a mid-stage First Tribulation loose immortal, Yi Xian, who had the Sacred Master Medallion, could easily kill him even without using his ultimate move. As for the other person, he was at the early stage of the First Tribulation, so he naturally couldn't escape death. In less than 2 seconds, 2 more rogue immortal corpses appeared. The 7 rogue immortals from the Corrupt Path Holy Lands had all fallen. Although a few of them were punished to death by the Heavenly Tao, they would have died at the hands of Yi Xian in the end even if they did not make a move. Yi Xian, who had the Sacred Leader token, was almost invincible in the Punlai Sacred Land. Unless he reacted by sacrificing himself to kill him, he was almost immortal. Everyone looked at the expanding spatial rifts and couldn't help but retreat. The space around them was unstable. Once a rogue immortal made a move, the spatial rifts couldn't be repaired by ordinary people. That was why they were punished by the Heavenly Tao. Although the battle just now didn't last long, there were many spatial rifts left behind. If they were left alone, the entire Punlai Sacred Land would suffer. Yi Xian, repair the spatial rifts first. Old Immortal Tianju hurriedly reminded. Okay. Yi Xian nodded and then used the Sacred Leader token again. Together with the Eye of Space, he quickly suppressed the spatial rifts and repaired them. These spatial rifts were left behind by the full-strength attacks of a peak First Tribulation loose immortal. They were expanding very quickly. If not suppressed, they would engulf the entire Punlai Sacred Land and even affect the other sacred lands. Fortunately, Yi Xian was already the master of the Punlai Sacred Land. Repairing these spatial rifts was a piece of cake. Now that the 7 rogue immortals from the corrupt Path Holy Lands were dead, the matter was considered over. I have already broken through to the rogue immortal realm. In 1,000 years, it will be time for me to undergo my second tribulation, Yi Xian thought to himself. 1,000 years was too long for him. Fortunately, he was very benevolent. As long as he could find a special treasure, he could shorten the time needed to undergo his tribulation. Among the spoils of war just now, there were many things that could shorten the time needed to undergo the tribulation. In total, it would take about 100 years. Once one became a rogue immortal, they would undergo the tribulation once every 1,000 years. Even if they were only at the first tribulation rogue immortal realm, they still had to undergo it. If they failed, they would be struck by the tribulation and their soul would scatter. If they succeeded, they would become a second tribulation rogue immortal. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to first break through to the first tribulation rogue immortal realm before using these treasures to reduce the time needed to undergo the tribulation, just in case. Now that he had undergone the tribulation, the old tree and the ghost dome great emperor were only at the 9th stage ascension realm. Before old immortal Tianju could speak, the heaven-earth Yuan-Chi changed again. This time it was the old tree and the ghost dome great emperor who underwent the tribulation. As for Wei Zhentian, he was stuck at the 9th stage ascension realm because he was a weapon. Fortunately, he shared the same level as the ghost dome great emperor. As long as the ghost dome great emperor underwent the tribulation, he would also break through. Ayaya, you are actually undergoing the tribulation one after another. In that case, I won't hold back. Then, he tossed Shi Wuya's head to Ren Feng and began to guide the heaven-earth Yuan-Chi. He was actually undergoing the tribulation too. F***ck, I won't hide it anymore. Tribulation. At this moment, a demon elder who had broken through to the 9th stage ascension realm for 10,000 years shouted angrily. Undergoing the tribulation was not fun. Once the tribulation failed, one's soul would scatter. Moreover, the soul that was scattered by the tribulation could only be revived by the soul seed. Therefore, there was only one chance. If he did not succeed, he would die trying. Fortunately, the tribulation would not be affected by the number of people undergoing the tribulation nearby. Boom. 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 Bolts of tribulation lightning struck down. The old tree and the ghost dome great emperor each endured one. After the old tree mutated into the ember of lightning fire, it was resistant to lightning attribute attacks. Therefore, it easily passed the tribulation. The ghost dome great emperor was also half of the rock attribute. Therefore, it easily passed the tribulation too. Ding. The ember of lightning fire has successfully passed the tribulation. He is currently at the early stage of first tribulation loose immortal. Ding. The ghost dome great emperor has successfully passed the tribulation. He is currently at the early stage of first tribulation loose immortal. Ding. Wei Zhentian has successfully passed the tribulation. He is currently at the early stage of first tribulation loose immortal. However, this was not the end. A few of the loose immortals did not expect that they would die. Moreover, loose immortals could not be revived using soul seeds. Therefore, they would carry ordinary items with them. After the battle just now, all the good things fell into the hands of Yi Xian. Ding. Host has broken through. He is currently at the middle stage of first tribulation loose immortal. Ding. The ember of lightning fire has broken through. He is currently at the middle stage of first tribulation loose immortal. Ding. Wei Zhentian has broken through. He is currently at the middle stage of first tribulation loose immortal. Ghost dome great emperor has broken through. He is currently at the middle stage of first tribulation loose immortal. A series of system notifications made Yi Xian a little confused. However, the feeling of his strength skyrocketing was really good. It's too scary. After feeling Yi Xian's aura, both old immortal Tianju and Fairy Luli could not help but shudder. Just now, the 4-peak first tribulation itinerant immortals had similar strength to them, but they were all killed by Yi Xian. Now, Yi Xian had directly broken through to the middle first tribulation itinerant immortal realm. Even without the sacred leader token, he could probably kill them. In the Punlai Divine Land, Xian was already an invincible existence. On the other side, Wayward's immortal tribulation had also landed. Following that, his aura skyrocketed. Father left a lot of vitality in my body. Even if I can't refine it all, it's enough for me to return to the peak directly. Wayward thought in his heart. His aura skyrocketed and soon stopped at the middle First Tribulation realm. As for the Demon Clan Elder, he had also successfully passed the Immortal Tribulation and cultivated to become an itinerant immortal. At this time, Xian directly summoned Luoluo and took out the Sacred Leader token. This is a good place. Just refine it directly. Xian handed the Sacred Leader token to Luoluo. Wait, at this time, old immortal Tianju suddenly interrupted. During the refining process, you can't use the Sacred Leader token. If the Sacred Land of Death sends a second tribulation itinerant immortal, it will be dangerous. Go to the Luguan Divine Land. Okay. Xian nodded in agreement. Old immortal Tianju was the Sacred Landmaster of the Luguan Divine Land. It would be safer for Luoluo to refine it there. However, before that, Xian first let Old Tree and the other two test it. Old Tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor's attacks would create a rapidly expanding space crack, and then they would be killed by the heavenly punishment. As for Wei Zhentian, no matter how he attacked, there would be no punishment, and he would not be able to break open the space crack. This made Xian very surprised, but also very surprised. This meant that Wei Zhentian could disregard the punishment of the heavenly Tao and make a move on the minor hallowed grounds. If he had known about this earlier, Xian could have directly transcended his tribulation. When the time came, Wei Zhentian would have been the one to deal with him. Things would have been much easier then. Xian led everyone back to the Punlai sacred ground through the spatial crack in the Dragon Sparrow Fairy's spatial crack. During this period of time, Xian's doppelganger had already uprooted all the strongholds of the three evil holy lands. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the resources to break through to mid-stage First Tribulation. After returning to the Punlai Goblin race, old immortal Tianju used the Punlai Goblin race's teleportation array and directly teleported to the Luguang Holy Land's Tianju Palace. In the Glazed Light Holy Land, as long as number 3 Tribulation loose immortals came, no one would be a threat to Tianju Laoxian. Moreover, which third Tribulation loose immortal would want to be punished by the heavenly Tao? One had to know that a soul seed could only be revived when one was below the Heaven Ascension realm. After becoming an itinerant immortal, death was certain once one's soul was destroyed. Moreover, even if his soul escaped, he wouldn't be able to revive as easily as a reaching heaven state. Although itinerant immortals had many restrictions, Xian was not afraid of the itinerant immortal tribulation that happened once every 1,000 years due to the increase in his strength. Come to think of it. After arriving at the Glazed Light Holy Land's Tianju Palace, Xian handed the Holy Leader token to Luoluo. Then, Luoluo began to refine it. This Holy Leader token previously belonged to the Dragon Sparrow Fairy. Now that Luoluo had obtained it, it would be relatively easier for her to refine it. Senior, now that Luoluo has completely refined the Demon Emperor's inheritance and this Holy Leader token, what are her chances of winning if she directly goes through the heavenly tribulation? Asked Xian. Regarding this matter, I once went to look for an expert from the Life Holy Sect. He said that if Luoluo uses the Holy Leader token, she has about an 80% chance of winning, replied Tianju Laoxian. Only 80%? Xian raised his eyebrows. Clearly, he wasn't very satisfied with this success rate. What he wanted was 100%. If she reverted to her original form, she might be able to reach 100%. Moreover, my wife is proficient in array formations. When she goes through the heavenly tribulation, it will be much easier to set up a defensive array formation. Tianju Laoxian emphasized the words heavenly tribulation. Heavenly tribulation was not an immortal tribulation. The immortal tribulation had to land on the person going through it. Only with their own strength could they pass it. Luolua's heavenly tribulation didn't need to land on the person going through it. She could just block it. Although outsiders couldn't help, the array formation that Luoluo set up and the divine abilities that she learned could be used to block the heavenly tribulation. Oh right, after breaking through to the itinerant immortal realm, there is still the tribulation transcendence pill. It can increase the success rate of the heavenly tribulation. Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. This was good news for Luoluo. With this, Luoluo would have no problem passing the heavenly tribulation. Although the holy leader token used to belong to the dragon sparrow fairy, it still took Luoluo half a month to refine this holy leader token. After half a month, Luoluo successfully refined this holy leader token. Then, everyone returned to the Punlai sacred ground. At this moment, Luoluo could borrow the power of the sacred ground. Grandpa, big brother, when will I be able to fully unlock the inheritance memories? Luoluo asked Xian and Tianju in the Punlai sacred grounds plaza. There's no rush. Let's make all the preparations first. You can set up a defensive array formation here, old immortal Tianju said. His wife, the dragon sparrow fairy, was an array master. Although she was only a mid-stage first tribulation itinerant immortal, the array formation would still be effective at this time. Luoluo responded and started to set up the array formation in the inheritance memories. First layer, second layer, third layer, fourth layer, other people's array formations were useless against the heavenly tribulation. They would be destroyed instantly. However, Luoluo's array formations were set up by her, so they could be used to block the heavenly tribulation. In the end, Luoluo set up a total of 7 layers of array formations. Luoluo, take this pill before the heavenly tribulation. Yi Xian spent a large amount of super devouring crystals to exchange for a heavenly tribulation pill and threw it over. Luoluo caught the heavenly tribulation pill and turned to look at someone. It was Hu Xing'er, who Yi Xian had brought over from the land of reincarnation. She had already reincarnated 9 times and had parents in every life. However, Hu Xing'er was Luoluo's parent in her first life. She naturally had to come over when Luoluo was going through the heavenly tribulation. It's about time. I'll go and awaken her inheritance memories. Old immortal Tianju said to Yi Xian and walked over. As long as he awakened Luoluo's inheritance memories, the heavenly loathing fox bloodline in her body would be fully activated. At that time, she would welcome the heavenly tribulation. When Luoluo saw old immortal Tianju walking towards her, she stuffed the heavenly tribulation pill into her mouth and swallowed it. Yi Xian watched as old immortal Tianju approached Luoluo and placed his withered hand on Luoluo's head. Luoluo was not a treasure. Once she failed the heavenly tribulation, her soul would scatter. Fortunately, Luoluo and Yi Xian had formed a master and servant blood contract. Luoluo was the same as Old Tree and the other two and could double her strength. At this moment, old immortal Tianju's palm suddenly emitted a stream of true qi into Luoluo's head. In the next moment, Luoluo's eyes suddenly widened and 2 rays of light shot out from them. Inherited memories were completely unlocked. In an instant, a powerful aura spread out and shocked everyone in the surroundings. The heavenly loathing fox bloodline was completely awakened. Luoluo also awakened the memories of her previous 8 lives. She remembered Yi Xian, Hu Xing'er, Old Tree, and the others. At the same time, the heaven and earth yuan qi began to gather rapidly and the terrifying aura spread out again. Seeing this, old immortal Tianju quickly dodged. Luoluo also made a hand seal and activated the 7 layers of defense array. Then, she turned into her original form. She was originally from the Fox Charm clan. After her reincarnation, she became a fox demon. Now that she had completely unlocked the heavenly loathing fox bloodline, she was still a demon. However, her original form was the golden 9-tailed heavenly loathing fox. Luoluo's new fox demon was not bad, but it was far inferior to the heavenly loathing fox. The heavenly tribulation was almost done gathering and could fall at any time. Luoluo held the sacred leader token in her hand and prepared for the heavenly tribulation. Old Tree, the 3 of you go and try. Yi Xian quickly summoned Old Tree and the other 2. He wanted the 3 itinerant immortals to try blocking the heavenly tribulation. Boom! Just as the 3 of them were in position, a loud sound suddenly came from the sky and attracted everyone's attention. The heavenly tribulation was coming. This heavenly tribulation contained terrifying power. It directly struck Luoluo, who had turned into the heavenly loathing fox. At the same time, Wei Zhentian and the other 2 lined up from top to bottom and went up to face the heavenly tribulation. Yi Xian's plan was to let the 3 of them block the heavenly tribulation's power, but it was useless. Ding! Wei Zhentian died. Ding! Ghost Dome Emperor died. Ding! ashen thunder fire has died. The tribulation lightning pierced through Wei Zhentian, the ghost dome great emperor, and the old tree's bodies one after another. Moreover, its power did not weaken at all. Don't forget that Luolua's current tribulation was at the peak of heaven completion stage level 9. Compared to Hu Xing'er's tribulation, she was countless times stronger. Boom, in the end, the tribulation lightning struck Luolua's formation. This formation had Luolua's genuine chi on it, so it was approved by the heavenly tribulation. However, this 7-layer formation still couldn't block the tribulation lightning. The 7 layers of formations were broken one after another, but it also had the effect of weakening the tribulation lightning. When the tribulation lightning landed on Luolua's body, it only had 2/3 of its original power left. Boom, in the end, the tribulation lightning still struck Luolua's body. The overbearing lightning instantly spread out. Luolua's main body couldn't help but let out a low roar. All her hair stood on end, and her entire body trembled as if she was enduring pain. Seeing this, Yi Xian, old immortal Tianju, and Hu Xing'er could only watch helplessly. This was because the heavenly tribulation was Luolua's matter alone, and others couldn't interfere. When the tribulation lightning struck her body, Luoluo had already used the Holy Leader Order. In addition to the peak of heaven completion stage level 9, the Demon Emperor's inheritance, and other factors, Luoluo successfully received this attack. Ding! Luoluo successfully passed the tribulation. Ding! Luoluo forcibly disintegrated. She is currently at the early stage of 1 tribulation scattered immortal. These 2 system notifications surprised Yi Xian. Luoluo had passed the heavenly tribulation, not the immortal tribulation. How did she break through to the scattered immortal realm? However, this was no longer important because Luoluo had successfully passed the heavenly tribulation, and he didn't have to worry about it in the future. Yay! Young master, mother, I passed the heavenly tribulation. Luoluo immediately turned into her human form and jumped into Hu Xing'er's arms. For today, everyone had put in a lot of effort, and things had finally come to a successful conclusion. Good, it's good that you passed it. Yi Xian also breathed a sigh of relief. Now, not only had Luoluo passed the heavenly tribulation, but she had also broken through to the itinerant immortal realm. Moreover, all of her inherited memories had been unlocked, which was worthy of celebration. However, there was still no news of Luolua's father, which was a pity. For this, Yi Xian also ran all over the 100 Beasts realm, using his spiritual sense to search all the Fox clan members, but he couldn't find any clues. Perhaps Luolua's father had already fallen, or perhaps he had reincarnated. Since things were over, then the Punlai Demon clan's Holy Leader Order should be handed over to Fairy Luli. Yi Xian took the Holy Leader Order from Luoluo, then found Fairy Luli, ready to fulfill his previous promise. Fairy Luli had spent a lot of heavenly treasures to nurture him, and now he wanted to use the Holy Leader Order as a reward. However, when Yi Xian came to the colored glass sacred mountain and found Fairy Luli, he found that Headstrong was also there. TSK, kid, keep this Holy Leader Order first. Headstrong directly smiled at Yi Xian. What, why? Yi Xian heard this and asked in surprise. Headstrong suddenly looked at Fairy Luli and said, Next, I have a plan that you will definitely be interested in. What plan? Yi Xian asked subconsciously. Keep this Punlai Holy Leader Order first. From now on, you are the master of the Punlai Holy Ground. As for your promise to me, you can use the Holy Leader Order of other holy grounds to repay it. Fairy Luli said. Hearing this, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and didn't react for a moment. Simply put, go and get another Holy Leader Order. Headstrong explained. Go get another one. Where do you go? Yi Xian asked. Of course, it's those evil holy grounds. Some holy grounds only have mid-stage first tribulation itinerant immortals as their masters, Headstrong continued. But, I am also an itinerant immortal now. If I make a move in the other holy grounds, my soul will fly. When Yi Xian said this, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind and he suddenly realized. If an itinerant immortal attacked in a holy ground, his soul would scatter. However, the old tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian could be resurrected even if they died. You stupid pig, you only realized now? Headstrong rolled his eyes, looking slightly helpless. Indeed, the old tree and the other two were Yi Xian's treasures, and they also had the attribute of immortality. Yi Xian actually asked about this. As long as the old tree and the other two attacked, even if the heavenly Tao punished them, it would only punish the old tree and the other two. Even if the old tree and the other two died, he could continue to resurrect them, then those holy grounds. TSK 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 TSK. Hee, there are many evil holy grounds. I have drawn up a route for you. Headstrong suddenly grinned with a crafty look. You were talking about this plan before? Yi Xian asked. That's right. So I'll help you kill the lords of those holy lands and give you the Holy Lord token? Yi Xian immediately reacted. That's right. The evil Buddha of the evil Sun Holy Land is only a peak first tribulation bodiless immortal. As long as you kill him, you'll get another Holy Master token. You can return it to Luli. As for me, I want the sky-piercing treasure map. Headstrong said slowly. Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. Sky-piercing treasure map, the evil Buddha of the evil Sun Holy Ground actually had a sky-piercing treasure map? That evil Buddha was originally a personal disciple of our Buddhist sect's Holy Land's Venerable Buddha. Later, he borrowed the Venerable Buddha's sky-piercing treasure map on the pretext of comprehending it. He then left the Buddhist sect's Holy Land and finally became the master of the Holy Land of Xiaoyang Holy Land, Fairy Luli said. I see. Yi Xian also understood. Evil Buddha had stolen the sky-piercing treasure map. Now, Fairy Luli and Headstrong wanted to use it to destroy evil Sun Holy Land and the other evil Holy Lands. That's a good plan, but evil Buddha is a peak first tribulation scattered immortal and has the Holy Lord token. He won't be easy to kill. Yi Xian suddenly thought of this and said directly. Don't worry, my father is very rich. Headstrong said with a smile. As long as you agree, a large amount of treasures will be sent over in a few days. Your Buddhist Holy Land and Life Holy Land want to use this to clean up the evil Holy Lands? Yi Xian said with narrowed eyes. Headstrong nodded. Of course. It's best to clean up Death Holy Land and Nether Holy Land too. But it's more difficult. After all, they're large holy lands, large holy land space was more stable. Even third tribulation scattered immortals could attack, so it was not so easy to destroy them. However, if Yi Xian attacked small holy lands, these two large holy lands would have no way to stop him. In that case, no problem. It's like you're paying me to help clean up the evil holy lands. Yi Xian grinned. He was still worried about not having a place to level up. Hearing Yi Xian's agreement, Headstrong smiled again. Okay, then I'll go back immediately and write me a list of what you need. No problem. At that moment, Yi Xian wrote down what he needed. After breaking through to the itinerant immortal realm, he still had 1,000 years before his first itinerant immortal tribulation. If he wanted to speed up, he would need special treasures of heaven and earth. Fortunately, as long as he devoured them alone, Luo, the old tree, and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's itinerant celestial tribulation would be shortened. Since he wanted to work with Capricious, it would be safer for him to break through to the second tribulation scattered immortal stage. Of course, just having a treasure of heaven and earth that could shorten the time of the itinerant immortal tribulation was not enough. One also needed to have the strength to transcend the tribulation. Otherwise, one would be obliterated by the itinerant immortal tribulation. He willfully left the Punlai sacred land and returned to the Life sacred land. In less than 2 days, he returned, and at the same time, he brought back a lot of good things. These things can be exchanged for the Holy Leader tokens of Xiaoyang, Blood Fiend, and Corroding Bone Holy Lands. Capricious went straight to the point. Yi Xian checked and turned pale with fright. He immediately replied, no problem. In this interspatial ring, there were a large number of natural treasures. In addition, there was something that was beyond his expectations. The corpse of a devourer beast. Capricious had actually brought a devourer beast corpse for Yi Xian. This was an extremely rare item that could give Yi Xian 1 devourer point. Haha, the 3 holy lands of the evil path? No problem. Yi Xian grinned and threw the good things into his devourer space. Alright, then you go and prepare. Let me know when you're done. I'll go too. Capricious grinned. No problem. Yi Xian immediately agreed and found a quiet place in the colored glass sacred mountain. Ding. Host has broken through. Host is currently at the peak of the first tribulation scattered immortal stage. Ding. Lightning embers has broken through. Host is currently at the peak of the first tribulation scattered immortal stage. Ding. Wei Zhentian has broken through. Host is currently at the peak of the first tribulation scattered immortal stage. Ding. Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. Host is currently at the peak of the first tribulation scattered immortal stage. Ding. Host has devoured a devourer beast corpse. Host has obtained 1 devourer point. A series of system notifications rang in Yi Xian's mind. However, Yi Xian didn't continue because Luo Luo was still in the early stage of the first tribulation itinerant immortal stage. If Yi Xian shortened the duration of the itinerant immortal tribulation, wouldn't Luo Luo be in trouble? Therefore, Yi Xian gave the heavenly and earthly treasures for cultivation to Luo Luo and let her cultivate in the planting space. After the plantation space changed, the flow of time could be adjusted. Luo Luo cultivated in it for 10 days, but only 1 day passed in the outside world. Moreover, Luo Luo possessed the Heaven-Lo Fox bloodline. She could absorb and refine the elemental energy of heaven and earth. Even if she didn't use natural treasures, just absorbing the elemental energy of heaven and earth in the plantation space would increase her cultivation by a lot. In just 3 days, Luo Luo broke through from the early stage of the first tribulation itinerant immortal stage to the peak of the first tribulation itinerant immortal stage. Of course, she cultivated in the plantation space for 30 days. However, this was shocking enough. One had to know that other people would need at least 1,000 years to break through from the early stage of the first tribulation itinerant immortal stage to the middle stage. In this world, she was the only one who had fully awakened the Heaven-Lo Fox bloodline. After the breakthrough, it wouldn't be a problem for Luo Luo to deal with the itinerant immortal tribulation with her own strength. Okay, let's start the tribulation. Somewhere in the colored glass sacred mountain, Yi Xian said to the 3 of them. At this time, his success rate was 100%, so there wouldn't be any accidents. The itinerant immortal tribulation was different from the previous immortal tribulations. It was affected by the number of people undergoing the tribulation, so it could only be done one by one. Yi Xian went first. He directly attracted the elemental energy of heaven and earth and gathered it above his head. This time, he was going to undergo the itinerant immortal tribulation, which was much more powerful than the previous immortal tribulation. The changes it caused shocked many people. At this time, Fairy Luli and Headstrong in the colored glass sacred mountain both discovered it. This is the itinerant immortal tribulation. Yi Xian is actually going to undergo the tribulation? Headstrong was shocked. Fairy Luli was also shocked. Although she was a first tribulation itinerant immortal, she didn't have 100% confidence in passing the first itinerant immortal tribulation. However, Yi Xian was even earlier than her. One should know that Yi Xian was only a first-tier Ascension Realm LV1 a month ago. This kid is really bold. Others delay the itinerant immortal tribulation, but he actually triggered it in advance. If he really passes it, won't he become a second tribulation itinerant immortal? Headstrong's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but admire him. However, as long as Yi Xian passed the first itinerant immortal tribulation and became a second tribulation itinerant immortal, it would be easy for him to deal with the lords of those evil holy lands. Boom! At this time, the tribulation lightning in the distance fell and struck Yi Xian's head. Ding! Host has successfully passed the tribulation. Host is now a second tribulation scattered immortal. After the system notification, Yi Xian's aura skyrocketed. At this moment, his realm was the highest in the Punlai sacred land. This colored glazed treasure body is really good. Otherwise, the success rate of passing the tribulation would be less than 100%, Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. After the colored glazed treasure body reached the 6th stage, it needed the best colored glaze. However, there was enough to exchange for it. Therefore, Yi Xian had already reached the 7th stage, the same as Fairy Luli. Right at this moment, 2 figures suddenly flew over from the distance. Needless to say, they were naturally Fairy Luli and willful. They looked at Yi Xian in astonishment, finding it hard to accept. Headstrong swallowed his saliva and said, "You passed?" "Yes, I'm now a second tribulation scattered immortal." Xian nodded. "That's so scary. I thought you were going to make a move. I didn't expect you to pass the tribulation first." Headstrong sighed. "No rush. Let's pass the tribulation first." Xian grinned. This time, he had other plans. His goal was not limited to the evil sacred land. Fairy Luli was speechless. After all, only a month had passed. She could not imagine that Xian, who was only a first-stage ascension realm a month ago, had now surpassed her in realm. Before she could say anything, the vitality of heaven and earth changed again. This time, it was the old tree's tribulation. Again? Headstrong was shocked. Although the old tree had a contract with Xian, it did not seem to work in the scattered immortal realm, so he had to pass the tribulation himself. Soon, the scattered immortal tribulation descended. Boom! The tribulation lightning fell on the old tree. The old tree easily withstood the lightning and passed the tribulation successfully. Ding! Lightning Ember passed the tribulation successfully. Now a second tribulation scattered immortal realm. Next was the Ghost Dome Great Emperor. Ding! The Ghost Dome Great Emperor passed the tribulation successfully. Now a second tribulation scattered immortal realm. Ding! Wei Zhentian broke through. Now a second tribulation scattered immortal realm. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor was Wei Zhentian's lifelong magic treasure. Therefore, after he successfully transcended the tribulation, Wei Zhentian also broke through. However, this was not the end. "Luoluo, don't forget to use the Holy Leader token," Xian said to Luoluo in her mind. "Yes." Luoluo nodded and took up the Holy Leader token. Previously, Xian gave the Holy Master token to Fairy Luli, but Fairy Luli rejected it and prepared to cooperate with Xian. Therefore, Luoluo was still the Holy Master of the Punlai Holy Land. With the Holy Leader medallion, Xian was no longer worried. Boom! Soon, the fourth itinerant immortal tribulation descended. Luoluo, who had already transformed into the heavenly loathing fox, bore the brunt of the attack. Ding! Luoluo has successfully passed the tribulation. She is now an early-stage second tribulation scattered celestial. Luoluo had also passed the first itinerant celestial tribulation and became a second tribulation itinerant celestial. Xian and the other three directly transcended tribulations one after another, which frightened Fairy Luli and Capricious. Forget about Xian and Luoluo. One was a monster, while the other was the first heavenly loathing fox to transcend a heavenly tribulation. Old Shu's strength was also very strong, and he wasn't inferior to Xian in the slightest. However, even the Ghost Dome Great Emperor, a heavenly beast, had become a second tribulation itinerant immortal. This was unacceptable to Capricious. This Ghost Dome Great Emperor should be a false immortal beast now. Capricious could not help but think to himself. A false immortal beast was a heavenly beast of the itinerant immortal level. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that Capricious was now a mid-stage first tribulation itinerant immortal. He might not even be able to defeat a weapon like Wei Zhentian. Alright, we've all become second tribulation itinerant immortals. Now, it's time to act. Xian grinned. Not to mention second tribulation itinerant immortals, even first tribulation itinerant immortals could not fight in the small holy land. However, this time, he had taken advantage of a loophole. If Old Tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor attacked in the small sacred land, they would be punished by the heavenly Tao and killed. However, because they could resurrect infinitely, they could resurrect again and again even if they were killed every time they attacked. Who in the small sacred land was a match for them? Haha, good, let's go now. Capricious eyes lit up. There's no teleportation formation between the righteous sacred land and the evil sacred land. Those who came to Punlai sacred land before all crossed the sea, so it's the same for us. After saying that, Capricious took out a map and handed it to Xian. This is a map of the sea. Xianxia sacred land is right next to Punlai sacred land. It's quite close. As long as we reach Xianxia sacred land, we can directly teleport to Blood Fiend's sacred land or Nibbling sacred land, right? Xian asked. Yes, we just need to cross the sea once. Capricious nodded. In that case, let's set off immediately. Without another word, Xian copied the map of the sea area into the book. Then, he went through the teleportation formation in colored glass Sacred Mountain and teleported to Punlai Sacred Land, which was close to Xiaoyang Sacred Land. Although the sea didn't belong to any sacred land, anyone who attacked in the sea would be punished by the heavenly Tao. However, they could still fly. After all, they didn't attack. As for Fairy Luli and Capricious, they were kept in Yixian's planting space and were enjoying the tenfold cultivation speed. Now, the Yuan Qi in the planting space was no less than Punlai Sacred Land. Because of the speed of the space flow, Capricious wanted to stay in the planting space permanently. Lualua was also cultivating in the planting space. However, because she was now a second tribulation scattered immortal and Capricious heaven and earth treasures were almost used up, her cultivation speed was a little slow. Yixian rushed at full speed and arrived at Xiaoyang Sacred Land after a day. Then, he flew directly to the center of Xiaoyang Sacred Land. The Sacred Land Master of Xiaoyang Sacred Land, Evil Buddha, was only a peak first tribulation scattered immortal. He couldn't even beat Wei Zhentian, let alone Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Old Tree. Yixian was now a second tribulation scattered immortal. His spiritual sense, killer instinct, and eye of perception could cover almost 1/5 of Xiaoyang Sacred Land. There were still some scattered immortals in Xiaoyang Sacred Land, but they were all gathered in the center. Yixian sensed them before he arrived. A peak first tribulation scattered immortal, found you. Yixian's eyes flashed and he couldn't help but smile slightly. Then, he flew directly to the center of Xiaoyang Sacred Land. At this time, the scattered immortals in the center of Xiaoyang Sacred Land finally sensed them. Who is a second tribulation scattered immortal? A bald man raised his eyebrows. He sensed that Yixian's aura was very strange, but he was just a little surprised. After all, they were in Xiaoyang Sacred Land and he was the Sacred Land Master. Even a second tribulation scattered immortal couldn't defeat him. May I ask who you are? The bald man flew into the sky and shouted. Yixian looked at him and confirmed his identity. This bald man was Evil Buddha, the disciple of the Buddha of the Holy Land of the Buddhist sect. He was also the lord of the Holy Land of Xiaoyang Holy Land. Destroy his body first, Yixian said in his mind. Old Tree and the other two immediately came out of the planting space. Old Tree's appearance caught Evil Buddha off guard, but the more shocking thing was yet to come. 9 Dragons Thunder Flash. Old Tree flashed and appeared behind Evil Buddha, then punched out. Bang! This thunder fire fist directly blasted through Evil Buddha's neck, separating his head from his body. Then, Old Tree was also punished by the heavenly Tao and was obliterated. Ding, Ember of Thunder Fire is dead. Ding, Ember of Thunder Fire is resurrected. Although Evil Buddha was the Lord of the Holy Land, he was only a 1 tribulation scattered immortal after all. Facing Old Tree who was a 2 tribulation scattered immortal, even with the Holy Master token, he could not defeat him. Moreover, Old Tree had taken Evil Buddha by surprise and ambushed him. How could Evil Buddha expect that someone would not hesitate to sacrifice themselves to kill him? In an instant, Evil Buddha was left with only his head. Then, his body and the interspatial ring fell into Yixian's hands. Hee. Yixian grinned and released Wayward and Fairy Luli. At the same time, he took out a token from the interspatial ring. The Holy Master token of Xiaoyang Holy Land. Ding, the host has refined the Holy Master token of Xiaoyang Holy Land and become the Lord of Xiaoyang Holy Land. A system notification sounded. Now, Yixian could make a move on Xiaoyang Holy Land. Evil Buddha, who only had 1 head left, stared blankly at Yixian, unable to accept the fact that he only had 1 head left. After a while, he asked, "You, who are you?" After refining the Holy Master token, Yixian continued to search the interspatial ring, but did not find the so-called heavenly treasure map. Headstrong, I didn't find the heavenly treasure map, Yixian said as he tossed the interspatial ring to Headstrong. Impossible, he must have stolen the Supreme Buddha's heavenly treasure map. He willfully checked himself again. Now, Evil Buddha knew the other party's purpose for coming. It turned out that they were here for the Heavenspan treasure map. Previously, Yi Xian did not use the soul eye because he had not refined the holy leader token. Although it was a soul attack, he did not dare to try it because he was afraid of being punished by the heavenly Tao. However, he had refined the Holy Master's badge. Thus, he was able to use it. Immortal Eye, Soul Eye. Ding. Control successful. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian subdued Evil Buddha. Though Evil Buddha had lived for more than 10,000 years, Yi Xian was one realm higher than him. Where did you put the heavenly treasure map? Yi Xian asked Evil Buddha. I have already given the heavenly treasure map to the Emperor of Death. Evil Buddha replied directly. What? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Willful. He was subdued by you? Willful asked in astonishment. Yes. Yi Xian nodded. In that case, Evil Buddha was telling the truth. Who would have thought that the heavenly treasure map was in the hands of the Emperor of Death? This was troublesome. The Emperor of Death was the master of the Holy Land of Death. Now that Evil Buddha had given the heavenly treasure map to the Emperor of Death, there was no hope for him to get it. Forget it. Since the heavenly treasure map is in the hands of the Emperor of Death, then we don't need it. Willful sighed and said. All right. Yi Xian nodded, then directly killed the Evil Buddha with a single strike. Once the soul of a rogue immortal was destroyed, he would die. When the experts of the Xiaoyang Holy Land saw that Evil Buddha was killed, they were so frightened that they scattered. You want to leave? Not so easy. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he quickly caught up with the rogue immortals and subdued them with the soul eye. The Xiaoyang Holy Land was considered a good place among the small holy lands. If all the resources were gathered, it would be a considerable amount of income. Now that Yi Xian was the master of the Xiaoyang Holy Land, he could do whatever he wanted in the Holy Land. He directly ordered the experts under his command to eliminate the evil forces. As for the rogue immortals of the Xiaoyang Holy Land, they survived because they were subdued by Yi Xian. Then, Yi Xian quickly used the teleportation formation in the Xiaoyang Holy Land to teleport to the Blood Fiend Holy Land. Then, he used the same method to kill the Blood Fiend Holy Land's master, the Blood Fiend Holy Land's master, and obtained the Blood Fiend Holy Land's master token. Then, it was the Nibbling Holy Land and the other 4 slightly smaller evil holy lands. In less than 2 days, Yi Xian had seized all 7 of the evil Dao Holy Lands. And he was the master of the 7 Holy Lands. At the same time, he directly broke through to the intermediate Second Tribulation Rogue Immortal Realm. Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian reached the peak Second Tribulation Rogue Immortal Realm. Luoluo needed to cultivate, so she was slightly slower. She was the same as Yi Xian, intermediate Second Tribulation Rogue Immortal Realm. Yi Xian's actions were too fast. Even after 2 days, the news had not spread. In order to fulfill his promise, Yi Xian gave the Evil Sun Holy Land's master token to Fairy Luli, and the Blood Fiend Holy Land and the Nibbling Holy Land's master tokens were given to Headstrong. As for the remaining 4 master tokens, he kept them. If he added the Punlai Holy Land's master token, he would have 5. However, Yi Xian was not ready to give up because he had another plan. That was the Temporal Island. Previously, when he obtained one of Shi Wuya's Eyes of Time, the planting space had undergone a change, and the Temporal Island Lord had another one. If he had a pair of Eyes of Time, perhaps the planting space's effects would be even better. The Temporal Island Lord was a peak Second Tribulation Rogue Immortal and the master of the Temporal Island's Holy Land. Even a 3 Tribulation Rogue Immortal would not be able to kill him in one hit. Therefore, as long as he did not come out of the Temporal Island, no one could do anything to him. At this time in a wicked Holy Land. Headstrong, did the Temporal Island Lord offend your life holy sect? Yi Xian asked. Yes, he killed someone in my life holy sect. The person who died was the child of one of my life holy sect's elders, so he was hunted down by my life holy sect and holed up in the Temporal Island. Headstrong nodded. What if I help you get rid of him? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said with a smile. You want to go to the Temporal Island? When Caprice heard this, he was very surprised and said, Sure, Jean is the master of the Temporal Island's Holy Land, and he is a peak Second Tribulation Loose Immortal. On the Temporal Island, even a 3 Tribulation Loose Immortal might not be able to beat him. I know that. Yi Xian nodded. Then how do you want to win? Headstrong asked, puzzled. Xianxia holed up in the temporal island. Even his father could not do anything to him, so it was almost impossible for Yi Xian to kill Xianxia. Since it won't work, I'll use these 5 holy leader tokens to lure him out. Yi Xian suddenly took out the 5 holy leader tokens. One of them was the Punlai Holy Land's holy leader token. Even the Holy Land's Lord would be tempted by these 5 holy leader tokens. After all, if someone wanted to undergo tribulation in the future, they could refine the holy leader token of the small holy land first. That way, their chances of success would be greatly increased. Yi Xian was 80% confident that he could use these 5 holy leader tokens to lure the temporal island lord out. When the time came, he could launch a sneak attack and perhaps kill the temporal island lord instantly. 5 holy leader tokens. Wayward swallowed his saliva. If he added Xiaoyang, Shuesha, and Shirgu holy leader tokens, he would have 8 tokens. Thinking about it this way, the temporal island lord might really come out. The temporal island was too small, not even 1/5 of the Punlai Holy Land. He could cover it with his spiritual sense. Since that's the case, let's give it a try. Wayward nodded. If he could get rid of the temporal island lord, it would be good. If the temporal island lord succeeded in his tribulation and became a 3 tribulation loose immortal, then he would be able to wreak havoc in the Holy Land. If we can get rid of the temporal island lord, there will definitely be a lot of treasures. Wayward said. Alright, I'll give it a try. Yi Xian nodded. He then checked the sea region map and confirmed the location of the temporal island. Then, he quickly took action. This time, his plan was to use the 5 holy leader tokens to lure the temporal island lord out. Then, the old tree trio would deal with him. Every time Old Shu and Ghost Dome Great Emperor attacked, they would be punished by the heavenly Tao. But don't forget, Wei Zhentian wouldn't be punished. As long as the temporal island lord came out, Wei Zhentian could directly use the sword storm to kill him. As the temporal island and the other holy lands did not have a transmission array, Yi Xian still had to hurry. He first transmitted to a holy land of the righteous Tao, then flew through the sea region. After traveling at full speed for about a day and a half, he finally saw the temporal island. Although the island of time and space was small, it was still considered a holy land. The island master was a 2nd tribulation individual immortal. His spiritual sense could cover the entire island. If Yi Xian stepped in, he would probably be attacked directly. However, Yi Xian was not afraid. This was because the temporal island was so small. Even if Shi Xian attacked, the attack range would be very small. Yi Xian approached the temporal island and shouted, "Shi Jin, come out." The sound was deafening, enough to spread throughout the Isle of Time. There weren't many people living on the space-time island, and they were all from the Shi family. When they heard someone calling out the Grand Elder's name, they immediately rushed out. What a powerful aura. Could it be a 2nd tribulation scattered immortal? The few loose immortals from the Shi clan raised their eyebrows, and those 9th-tier heaven ascension cultivators who were about to make a move shuddered. 2nd tribulation loose immortals, only holy lands have them. Could it be that they were from the life-sacred land? Just as they were surprised, a middle-aged man flew up into the sky, and then everyone retreated. The newcomer was none other than Shi Jin from the Isle of Time and Space. Who are you? Shi Jin couldn't help but ask when he saw Yi Xian's unfamiliar face. You don't need to know who I am. I just want to know, do you want these things? After saying this, Yi Xian took out 5 holy leader medallions from his devouring space. When they saw the 5 holy leader medallions, Shi Jin and the others' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Heavens, it's actually the holy leader medallions, and 5 at that. What's going on? How could this person have 5 holy leader medallions? How could he take out 5 holy leader medallions at once? This must be fake. Everyone in the Shi clan expressed their doubts. After all, this was really too shocking. However, the holy leader medallions were unique in this world. Shi Jin could clearly sense that these 5 holy leader medallions were real. 5 holy leader medallions in one person's possession was very unlikely. Who are you? Shi Jin couldn't help but ask. I said, you don't need to know who I am. If you want these 5 holy leader medallions, then come with me. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he directly turned around and left. Shi Jin's eyes narrowed. Yi Xian's temptation was too obvious. However, those 5 holy leader medallions were indeed real. If he obtained them, he wouldn't have to hide on the temporal island anymore. He would be able to move freely between the 6 holy lands. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to follow him. On the temporal island, he could use the holy leader medallions. However, outside, he couldn't do anything. The temporal island was surrounded by the sea. Even if someone ambushed him, he wouldn't be afraid. He was Second Sister's peak Luz Celestial. Under the circumstances that he didn't use the holy leader medallions, even if a 3 tribulation Luz Celestial sacrificed himself to ambush him, they might not succeed. Which 3 tribulation Luz Celestial would dare to do this? After all, he had only killed the child of an elder. It wasn't to the point where he would fight to the death. When he thought of this, he followed him. He wanted to see what trick Yi Xian had up his sleeve. In front of him, Yi Xian couldn't help but smile when he saw Shi Jin follow him out. The first step of his plan had already been accomplished. As long as he lured Shi Jin away from the temporal island, he could directly make his move. After rushing for half a minute, Yi Xian finally stopped. "What are you trying to do?" Shi Jin asked in surprise as he looked at Yi Xian. However, in the next instant, Yi Xian's actions shocked him. Yi Xian actually directly threw the 5 holy leader medallions in his hand to him one by one. What? Shi Jin was stunned. These were 5 holy leader medallions. How could he just give them away so casually? He caught the first holy leader medallion and examined it. Sure enough, it was real, then, the second holy leader medallion, and the third. However, when he reached the 4th holy leader medallion, his expression suddenly changed. This was because he sensed 2 auras that were not inferior to theirs in the slightest. They were peak 2 tribulation Luz Celestials. Before he could clearly see who they were, the other party made a move. 9 Dragon Thunder Chain. Grasp of the Underworld. 2 extremely powerful control skills directly landed on Shi Jin, binding him so tightly that he couldn't move. Old Tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor attacked together. Although these 2 skills didn't tear through space, they were still punished by the Heavenly Tao. Fortunately, the Heavenly Tao's punishment varied in strength. Hence, Old Tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor weren't directly obliterated like before. "Haha, you're dead meat." Old Tree grinned and then directly used a powerful skill. 9 Dragon Sky Roaring Strike. At the same time, Wei Zhentian also directly used a powerful skill. Sword Blade Storm. Although Shi Jin had already left the temporal island, he could only defend and couldn't attack. However, just in case, Yi Xian had already used his trump card. Shi Jin had the Eye of Space, but he couldn't break through space to leave now. If he attacked, he would also be punished by the Heavenly Tao. Not to mention the Blade Storm, just the 9 Dragon Sky Howl was enough to blast Shi Jin's body apart, leaving only his head behind. Then, the Blade Storm quickly swept over, turning Shi Jin's head into a sieve. Ding! Lightning Embers has died. Ding! Lightning Embers has revived. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. 3 system notifications sounded in succession. The temporal island lord, Shi Jin, had fallen. Yi Xian immediately rushed over, took the temporal island lord's yin and yang ring, and refined the divine leader token inside. However, the most important thing was that he had finally obtained the temporal island lord's Eye of Time and Spatial Eye. Ding! Host has devoured an Eye of Time. The system notification sounded. The temporal island lord had given his son an Eye of Time, but it was taken away by Yi Xian. Now that Yi Xian had obtained another one, they were finally paired. In an instant, he saw a change in the planting space. The adjustment of the flow of space was not increased to 20 times, but 30 times. A day in the planting space was equivalent to a month in the outside world. This was so awesome that he had no friends. As expected of the Eye of Time, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. The flow of space had increased by 3 times. Although it did not have much of an effect on him, it was a divine weapon for others. Most importantly, Luo Luo had the heavenly loathing fox bloodline, so she could absorb the yuan qi of heaven and earth on her own. Cultivating in the planting space for 30 days was equivalent to several years of cultivation for others. With the combination of these two, Luo's cultivation speed would not be able to keep up with Xian's. Then, Xian took back the 5 divine leader tokens from before. Now, he was the leader of 5 sacred lands. Including Luo's Penglai sacred land, he had 6 sacred lands. At this time, Xian released Wayward from the planting space. When Wayward saw Shijin's corpse, he was shocked. He did not expect Xian to succeed. Amazing, amazing. Wayward did not know how to describe his feelings at this time. After a pause, he said, "Now that you are the leader of the temporal island, you can control the temporal island. However, I have a request. You want to use the array formation on the temporal island?" Xian raised an eyebrow. There was a time array on the spacetime island. Cultivating for 2 years inside the spacetime island was equivalent to 1 year in the outside world. Well, although it's not as good as your space, it's still pretty good. Caprice nodded. This time array is only 2 times faster, but my space is 30 times faster. When the time comes, I will directly create an entrance in your Life Saint sect, and you can let people in to cultivate. Xian said. What? You can build an entrance? Caprice was surprised. Previously, he thought that only Xian could get people in. Now that there was an entrance, it was much more convenient. Cultivating inside for 30 days was equivalent to only 1 day in the outside world. Who wouldn't want to cultivate inside? My space is about 1/5 the size of the Penglai sacred land. Although it's not as big as the sacred land, it's enough for cultivation. I can open up an area for you inside, Xian said. Haha, thank you so much. Caprice laughed out loud. At this time, Xian said, of course, if you can improve the environment inside, you might be able to increase the flow of time even more. Now that the planted space had been upgraded to level 6, and with the mutation of the Eyes of Time, the flow of time could be increased by 30 times. Moreover, the flow of time would be affected by the level of the planted space. If it was upgraded to level 7, the flow of time would increase again. No problem. When the time comes, I'll plant more flowers of life. Caprice's eyes lit up. Let's go back to the Life Saint sect with me. However, before that, Xian still went to control the loose immortals on the temporal island and made a huge profit. Unfortunately, he was still a little bit away from breaking through to the peak of the second tribulation loose immortal realm. Because there was no transmission array on the temporal island, they had to continue on their way. After a day and a half, they returned to the small sacred land from before and used the transmission array to return to the Penglai demon race. At this time, Luo had already cultivated in the planted space for 50 days and directly broke through to peak second tribulation loose immortal. In the planted space, Fairy Glaze also refined the sacred leader token of the Xiaoyang sacred land and left. Then, Xian and Caprice used the transmission array to teleport to the Glazed Light sacred land, and finally to the Life Saint sect. The Life Saint sect was a large sacred land and its space was very stable. Once there, Xian could make his move. With Caprice leading the way, Xian passed through more than 10 spatial rifts and finally arrived at the Life Saint sect. There were hundreds of loose immortals in the Life Saint sect, and there were even a few 3 tribulation loose immortals. Before Xian even entered, he could already feel waves of powerful auras. With Caprice leading the way, Xian entered the Life Saint sect. The Life Saint sect had a mix of races, but mainly the Platinum Sacred Light Dragon clan and humans. The current sect master of the Life Saint sect was a human who became a loose immortal after cultivating for only 200 years. He was now a 3 tribulation loose immortal. As for Caprice's father, he was the Grand Elder of the Life Saint sect and a peak 3 tribulation loose immortal. Caprice led Xian directly to the Life Saint mountain and found his father. What surprised Xian was that Caprice's father looked very similar, like twins. This must be little friend Xian who has recently become popular in the various sacred lands. Caprice's father, Xiong, said with a smile. Greetings, senior. Xian hurriedly cupped his fists. Before Caprice returned, he had already informed Xiong of the matter. The latter did not waste time and directly took out an interspatial ring and handed it to Xian. This time, you helped the Life Saint sect get rid of the Temporal Island Lord, as well as the Blood Fiend Sacred Land and the Bone Erosion Sacred Land. This is what you deserve, said Xiong. Yi Xian naturally did not refuse. He directly accepted the interspatial ring and checked it. Good heavens, there were a lot of things inside, enough for him to break through and even undergo tribulation. Thank you, Senior. Yi Xian thanked him. This is what you deserve. Also, I want to ask, what are you going to do with the remaining sacred lands? Ren Xiong asked curiously. Yi Xian naturally understood Ren Xiong's meaning and asked in return, Senior, are you interested? Ren Xiong smiled awkwardly and said, if possible, I can represent the Life Saint sect and buy the sacred leader tokens in your hands. Hearing this, Yi Xian could not help but pause. Now, apart from the Punlai sacred land, he still had 5 sacred leader tokens. If Senior is interested, I only need to leave the Temporal Island's sacred leader token, Yi Xian said to Ren Xiong. Although the Temporal Island was only 1/5 the size of the Punlai sacred land, it was enough for Yi Xian. He could move Lianyun City to the Temporal Island in the future. That's great. Don't worry, I'll make sure you're satisfied with the treasures. I'll go prepare them now. Ren Xiong's eyes flashed as he smiled and left. For Sacred Lord tokens. If he added the Blood Fiend Sacred Land and Bone Erosion Sacred Land, he would have 6. The Life Sacred Land had many loose immortals who died under the loose immortal tribulation. With 4 Sacred Lord tokens, the success rate would increase a lot. Soon, Ren Xiong returned with a large amount of cultivation resources and treasures that could improve the environment. Then, Yi Xian handed the 4 Sacred Lord tokens to Ren Xiong. These cultivation resources were enough for him to break through to the peak of the 2nd Tribulation Loose Immortal Tribulation and become a 3rd Tribulation Loose Immortal. Thank you, little friend. Ren Xiong said with a smile. Senior is too polite. We're just doing what we need. Yi Xian replied with a smile. Ren Xiong nodded with satisfaction. Then, he suddenly thought of something and said, by the way, little friend, do you have any news about the Skysplit treasure map? Skysplit treasure map? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Yes, little friend must have gained a lot after destroying so many evil sacred lands. Did you get the Skysplit treasure map? Ren Xiong nodded. No, I didn't. Yi Xian shook his head. This was the truth. He really didn't have the Skysplit treasure map. Oh, that's too bad. Ren Xiong sighed. Now, 7 pieces of the Skysplit treasure map have appeared in the world. My Life Sacred Ground, Buddhist Holy Ground, and Nether Sacred Ground all have 1 piece. Fairy Luli has 1 piece, and Old Immortal Tianju of the Glazed Light Sacred Ground has 1 piece. Previously, Capricious sent news that Evil Buddha's piece was given to the Emperor of Death. Now, the Emperor of Death has 2 pieces. 7 Skysplit treasure maps? Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression changed because he heard the name Old Immortal Tianju. He didn't know if Old Immortal Tianju's map was given to him or if Old Immortal Tianju already had it. I remember that Old Immortal Tianju's map was obtained by his wife, Fairy Dragon Sparrow, right? At this time Old Immortal Tianju suddenly spoke. Yi Xian was shocked. So meant that Old Immortal Tianju had 2 of the Skysplit map. And he was the only one new Lord Tianju map. In total, there were 8 trans-heaven diagrams. Only 1 more and he would be able to find the passageway to the immortal realm. However, Yi Xian didn't tell him that he'd given a piece of the heavenly treasure map to Old Immortal Tianju. Instead, he directly sent a sound transmission to Luo Luo and asked about it. Of you Tian too. Had 7 Immortal Tian. 7. 7. 7. He didn't know much about the heavenly treasure map. He only knew that each of the 4 great holy lands had a piece, but he didn't know that the Buddhist Holy Land had another piece besides the one that was stolen by Evil Buddha. As for Fairy Luli's piece, it was only recently confirmed by Yi Xian. Senior, if we add the one I gave you before, there are 8 now. Yi Xian nodded. Hearing this, Old Immortal Tianju hesitated for a long time before saying, since that's the case, you don't have to hide it anymore. I think the Holy Lands will gather soon, gather together to find the 9th Skysplit map? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, then said to Ren Xiong, Senior, I once obtained a piece of the heavenly treasure map. However, in order to repay Old Immortal Tianju's kindness, I gave it to him. What? you obtained a sky-split map? Ren Xiong was shocked. Old Immortal Tianju was also surprised, but he didn't blame Yi Xian for not saying it. After all, this wasn't a small matter. So, Old Immortal Tianju has two sky-split map like the Emperor of Death? Old Immortal Tianju asked. That's right. Ren Xiong nodded. Legend has it that if you gather all 9 sky-split map pieces, you can find the passage to the immortal world. As long as the passage is opened, we can directly ascend to the immortal world. Father, I remember there is a legend in the world that as long as you gather all 8 sky-split map pieces and set up the 9 seeking formation, you can find the location of the 9th sky-split map piece. Is this true? Old Immortal Tianju asked in shock. Ren Xiong nodded. It's true, but the 9 seeking formation has been lost. If you ask who is most likely to know it, it would be Taoist Ling Xiao of the Buddhist Holy Land. Taoist Ling Xiao? Old Immortal Tianju raised an eyebrow. Taoist Ling Xiao was the sect master of the Buddhist Holy Land, High Firmament sect, and also Fairy Lu Li's father. Some time ago, Ren Xiong went to look for Taoist Ling Xiao to discuss the matter between Old Immortal Tianju and Fairy Lu Li. If that's the case, as long as we find the 9th sky-split map piece, we can find the passage to the immortal world? Old Immortal Tianju's eyes lit up. That's right. Ren Xiong nodded. I didn't expect it to appear so quickly. I will immediately tell your grandfather and ask him to gather the other sky-split map pieces. Then I will go to the Buddhist Holy Land. Old Immortal Tianju suddenly grinned. Okay. Ren Xiong replied. The sky-split map was the focus of all the Holy Lands. After all, they also wanted to ascend to the immortal world. If the passage to the immortal world had not been closed, they would have become real immortals instead of itinerant immortals. As for Yi Xian, he went directly to the island of time and space. He might have something important to do next, so he had to break through as soon as possible. Then, he quickly devoured the heaven and earth treasures. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is currently at the peak of the second tribulation itinerant immortal realm. A system notification sounded. Yi Xian glanced at the panel and found that his breakthrough success rate was only 70%. The peak of the second tribulation itinerant immortal realm did not mean that he was at the peak of the second tribulation itinerant immortal realm. There was still a long way to go. However, the itinerant immortal tribulation did not matter. Even if he was at the early stage of the second tribulation itinerant immortal realm, as long as the world arrived, the itinerant immortal tribulation would descend. At that moment, Yi Xian's triple body fusion increased his combat power by 20%. Ding! The host's current success rate of the tribulation is 94%. The system notification sounded again. A success rate of 94% was not bad. If he had the Tribulation Transcendence Pill and the Holy Leader token, Yi Xian could almost succeed. However, to be on the safe side, Yi Xian exchanged for a large amount of 5 elements glaze and cultivated the glaze treasure body to the 8th stage. Now, he was 100% sure that he could pass the second itinerant immortal tribulation. Come on! Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He directly activated the heaven and earth primordial qi and began to pass the tribulation. The itinerant immortal tribulation happened once every 1,000 years, and the danger level was 100 times higher. Others would delay their tribulation and not advance it, but Yi Xian directly advanced it by 1,000 years. This was unprecedented. Boom! The tribulation lightning fell on Yi Xian's head, but he didn't even bat an eyelid. Yi Xian had a 100% chance of passing the tribulation because of the Sacred Leader token, the Azure Glaze treasure body, the Tribulation Passing Pill, and the Unicorn Vital Energy. However, this was the second itinerant celestial tribulation, so there were 2 of them. The second tribulation lightning was stronger than the first one, but it didn't matter. After all, the system showed that Yi Xian had a 100% chance of passing the tribulation. Boom! The second tribulation lightning fell. Then, Yi Xian heard a notification from the system. Ding! The host has passed the tribulation successfully. He is now an early stage 3 tribulation itinerant celestial. Although the old tree and Yi Xian had a contract, the itinerant celestial realm was special. The old tree had to pass the tribulation by himself. In less than a minute, the old tree passed the second itinerant celestial tribulation and became a third tribulation itinerant celestial. Then, it was the Ghost Dome Emperor's turn. Ding! The Ghost Dome Emperor passed the tribulation successfully. He is now an early stage 3 tribulation itinerant celestial. Ding! Wei Zhentian broke through. He is now an early stage 3 tribulation itinerant celestial. The old tree, the Ghost Dome Emperor, and Wei Zhentian broke through. Then, it was Luo Luo's turn. Luo Luo, do you think you can pass? Yi Xian asked. The Dragon Sparrow Fairy's inheritance is not very useful to me, but I still have the Sacred Leader token and the Tribulation Passing Pill. It shouldn't be a problem. Luo Luo replied. Then you should cultivate for a while. Anyway, 30 days in the plant space is only 1 day in the outside world. It's not a small matter to pass the tribulation. If you fail, your soul will be destroyed. It's better to be careful. Yi Xian said to Luo Luo. Okay. Luo Luo nodded. Then, she was put into the plant space by Yi Xian to continue cultivating. She cultivated for 90 days, but only 3 days in the outside world. Yi Xian had passed the itinerant celestial tribulation, which meant that Luo Luo's tribulation had arrived. However, she could suppress it, so it wasn't a problem. After cultivating for 3 more months, Luo Luo's cultivation was much stronger than before. Now, she was 100% sure that she could pass the tribulation. However, just in case, she still set up 7 layers of formations, which would be able to withstand some of the power of the tribulation lightning. It was better than nothing. Soon, Luo Luo underwent her tribulation in the Punlai Sacred Land. She easily passed it. Luo Luo is now an early stage 3 tribulation itinerant celestial. Now, Yi Xian and the other 4 had all become 3 tribulation loose immortals. Their strength was enough to run amok in the Great Holy Land. Luo Luo. Yi Xian thought in his heart, TTTIIA Luo Luo. In that case, the heavenly treasure map would fall into the spatial rift, and even the 9 seeking formation might not be able to find it. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to keep it for now and wait until later. Not long after Luo Luo passed the tribulation, Wayward finally sent some news. Taoist Ling Xiao has set up the 9 search formation in the sea. My father has also informed the major powers, including the Holy Land of Death and the Underworld. Do you want to come and take a look? Where is it? Yi Xian asked curiously. It's on the 4 islands between the 4 great holy lands. It's just an ordinary island. The 9 search formation is on it, Wayward replied. When will you arrive? Yi Xian asked again. 3 days later, Wayward replied. The 4 islands were between the 4 great holy lands. They had to fly from the 4 great holy lands to get there. 3 days was more than enough. Okay, I'll go and take a look. Yi Xian nodded. He wanted to see where the 9th sky treasure map was. Very quickly, 3 days passed. After 3 days, Yi Xian arrived at the 4 islands. However, before he landed, he sensed a few powerful auras. There were even a few 3 tribulation bodiless celestials. After all, the experts of the 4 great holy lands were gathered for this meeting. Oh, Yi Xian is here. When he sensed the aura, he immediately turned around to take a look. Relying on the Eye of Insight, Yi Xian could already see the experts on the 4 islands. Old Immortal Tianju, Fairy Luli, Wayward, Ren Xiong, and the One-Thought Monk. There were many familiar faces. At the same time, there were many unfamiliar faces. Among them, a middle-aged man immediately showed anger when he saw Yi Xian. He was a peak 3 tribulation loose immortal. He was the Netherworld Great Emperor, the Prince of Netherworld's father. During the fight for the Holy Lord's token, the Prince of Netherworld was killed by Yi Xian and Wayward, so Yi Xian was his enemy. If it were not for the fact that he was not in the Netherworld Holy Land, he would have attacked Yi Xian a long time ago. However, when everyone sensed Yi Xian's aura, they revealed astonished expressions one after another. After all, Yi Xian was only a Heaven's Ingress Realm cultivator back then. Yet, he had actually broken through to the 2nd tribulation loose immortal realm now. Of course, Yi Xian used his bloodline to conceal his aura right now. Even the Netherworld Great Emperor and Ren Xiong could only sense his aura as a second tribulation loose immortal. You must be Yi Xian. You sure are young and promising. As soon as Yi Xian landed, an amiable voice rang out. Yi Xian turned his head to look and discovered that the person who came was a bald old monk. Based on the aura of his three tribulation loose immortal, Yi Xian could determine that he was the master of the Buddhist sect's holy land, the Buddha sovereign. Behind the bald old monk was a middle-aged man in Taoist robes. He was also a three tribulation loose immortal. He must be Taoist Ling Xiao of the Buddhist holy land, as well as Fairy Lu Li's father. Greetings, seniors. Yi Xian respectfully greeted them. Good, you're neither arrogant nor impatient. Not bad. Taoist Ling Xiao nodded with satisfaction. To be honest, compared to Caprice, he preferred Yi Xian whom he had met for the first time. However, this was not the time to talk about this matter. The rest of the people had also arrived, which was the last holy land, the Holy Land of Death. The Death Emperor flew over from the southwest with more than 10 people. All of them were second tribulation loose immortals with extraordinary strength. When he saw Yi Xian from afar, he could not help but snort coldly. Brat, don't give me a chance. Otherwise, I'll kill you. You can try. Yi Xian knew that the Death Emperor was talking to him, so he replied indifferently. His first disciple was killed by Caprice, and his second disciple was also killed by Caprice. However, Caprice had a background, while Yi Xian did not. Who else could he find trouble with? Well, everyone is finally here. Taoist Ling Xiao looked around. The 8 supreme treasure maps had been gathered. Now, all that was left was for Taoist Ling Xiao to use the 9 seeking formation to find the 9th supreme treasure map. Taoist Ling Xiao, are you confident? Suddenly, the Death Emperor asked. I'm afraid that I'm the only one in the world who knows how to use the 9 seeking formation, but this is my first time using it. I'm not 100% sure. Taoist Ling Xiao shook his head. The formation has been set up. You all can find your own positions and hold the sky treasure map. The Buddhist Supreme said to everyone. Immediately, the experts who held the sky treasure map took it out. Yi Xian, you take this one. Old Immortal Tianju suddenly handed the sky treasure map that Yi Xian gave him before to Yi Xian. Okay. Yi Xian did not refuse. After all, he was just holding the sky treasure map first. Fairy Lu Li, the Buddhist Supreme, Ren Xiong, and the Netherworld Emperor each had one, while Old Immortal Tianju and the Death Emperor each had 2. The Emperor of Death also gave the extra to the Rogue Immortals under his command and stood in the 9 seeking formation. In the center of the 9 search formation, Taoist Ling Xiao sat cross-legged. As for the others, they were all watching from the sky. Everyone, if you are ready, I will begin. Taoist Ling Xiao said. Everyone nodded in unison, indicating that they were ready. Taoist Ling Xiao looked around again, then quickly formed seals with both hands. The 9 search formation also began to operate. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, in the 9 search formation, a gust of wind suddenly blew. Then, the sky treasure map in the hands of the 8 people began to tremble. However, this sky treasure map was extremely important. Everyone held it tightly, unwilling to let go. The sky treasure map in Yi Xian's hand suddenly rotated. Not only that, but the others also did the same. In the end, the 8 sky treasure maps all pointed to one direction. South. 8 sky treasure maps, all pointing to the south. Is there any sacred ground there? Wilful asked in surprise. It is my Xiaoyang sacred ground. Fairy Lu Li said. So, the 9th sky treasure map is in the Xiaoyang sacred ground? The Death Emperor frowned. One must know that one of the 2 sky treasure maps in his hand was given to him by Evil Buddha of the Xiaoyang sacred ground. He did not expect that there would be another one in the Xiaoyang sacred ground. It may not be in the Xiaoyang sacred ground. It may be further south. Let's fly to the south of the Xiaoyang sacred ground first. If it points to the north, then we can be sure that the 9th sky treasure map is in the Xiaoyang sacred ground. Taoist Ling Xiao said. Hearing this, everyone nodded. This method could determine the location of the 9th heavenly treasure map. If it continued to point to the south, it would not be in the Evil Sun Holy Land. One had to know that the Holy Land Master of Xiaoyang Holy Land was Fairy Luli. If the ninth piece of the sky-split treasure map was in Xiaoyang Holy Land, wouldn't it be benefiting Fairy Luli for nothing? However, this was something that could not be helped. After all, even the Death Emperor did not dare to enter the small Saint Land. Because this place was divided into various camps, it was impossible to use the teleportation array to reach Xiaoyang Holy Land. They had to fly. The Death Emperor and the others didn't dare to enter the Evil Sun Holy Ground, so they could only take a detour. The journey this time took a total of 7 days. In addition to the previous 3 days, he had spent a total of 10 days. In the planting space, 300 days had passed, which was almost a year. Luo Luo's heavenly loathing fox bloodline allowed her to reach the middle stage of the Third Tribulation Luce Immortal and almost reach the peak of the Third Tribulation Luce Immortal in 300 days. At this time, Yi Xian was thinking that if he had the chance, he would quickly get rid of the people from Death Holy Land and Netherworld Holy Land. 7 days later, they arrived at the southern sea of Xiaoyang Holy Land. They created a floating island and Taoist Ling Xiao set up another search for 9 array. I hope it doesn't point to the north. The Death Emperor and the Netherworld Emperor all had the same thought in their hearts. However, their prayers came true. This time, the 8 pieces of the sky-split treasure map all shifted and pointed to the south. South? What's going on? Everyone was at a loss. Xiaoyang Holy Land is the southernmost holy land. If we go further south, it would be in those continents. Taoist Ling Xiao said. Continents were also possible. Let's try going south for a few more days. The dozens of loose immortals went south again, but the search for 9 array still pointed to the south. Up ahead is the Immortal Fall Sea. Even a loose immortal would be in danger if he goes there. We can't fight in the sea, so entering the Immortal Fall Sea is a dead end. If the 9th piece of the sky-split treasure map is in the Immortal Fall Sea, it will be troublesome. Taoist Ling Xiao frowned. The Immortal Fall Sea was a dangerous place in the sea. Even Taoist Ling Xiao, who was at the peak of the Third Tribulation Luce Immortal Realm, did not dare to enter. After all, they could only defend and could not attack. If the 9th piece of the sky-split treasure map was in the Immortal Fall Sea, it would be impossible. However, at this time, Yi Xian suddenly found something wrong. He said, previously, we went straight to the south and never shifted our direction. However, in the search for 9 array yesterday, the angles of the 8 pieces of the sky-split treasure map seemed to be different from before. As soon as he said this, the others were immediately shocked. Angle deviation? That's nonsense. We have so many pairs of eyes watching. How did you discover it? A loose immortal from the Holy Land of Death snorted coldly. If you don't believe me, you can set up the search for 9 array again and wait for a day. Yi Xian directly suggested. Yesterday's and today's directions were clearly off by 1 degree. It should be known that he could discover it because he had it. If that's the case, then this sky-split treasure map is moving? Taoist Ling Xiao was also a little surprised. He said, but a day is nothing to us. Okay, then we'll wait for a day. Let's see if the directions are off. A day is nothing. We've waited for thousands of years. It's nothing. At this time, except for Yi Xian, who was only 28 years old, the others here were all old monsters. Even Wayward and Fairy Luli had lived for hundreds of years. In order to verify Yi Xian's words, everyone took out their weapons to be used as a reference when the time came. However, in less than half a day, the 8 pieces of the sky-split treasure map showed obvious changes. The 9th piece of the sky-split treasure map was indeed moving. It's really changed. It's a little to the southwest. Everyone was shocked and exclaimed at Yi Xian's sharp eyes. Even Taoist Ling Xiao and the Buddhist Supreme, who were peak 3 Tribulation Luce Immortals, did not discover it. Only Yi Xian did. Amazing. The 9th piece of the sky-split treasure map is moving. That means that someone has it. Let's go and catch up. After the Emperor of Death finished speaking, he immediately put away the sky-split treasure map and then rushed to the south. Although the Immortal Fall Sea was further south, they did not have to enter it. They could try again outside the Immortal Fall Sea. After rushing for more than half a day, they tried again at the edge of the Immortal Fall Sea and found that the 8 pieces of the sky-split treasure map were still pointing to the Immortal Fall Sea. Everyone, the immortal fallen sea is huge and very dangerous. There are countless heavenly thunders inside. Even a three-tribulation bodiless immortal would not dare to be careless. Do you want to enter? Taoist Ling Xiao asked. Since we're already here, how can we not enter? The Netherworld Emperor snorted. That's right. If we can't find the passage to the immortal realm, we can only live for 1,000 years. Why don't we give it a try? The Death Emperor nodded. In that case, let's go in. Ren Xiong said to Headstrong, you one tribulation bodiless immortals shouldn't enter. It's too dangerous. I know. Headstrong nodded and then looked at Fairy Luli. She also had a sky-piercing treasure map. However, Fairy Luli gave her sky-piercing treasure map to Taoist Ling Xiao. As for old immortal Tianju, he also took out 2 sky-piercing treasure maps. He gave one to Yixian and the other to the Buddhist sect's sacred land. In the end, only 8 bodiless immortals entered the immortal fallen sea. Taoist Ling Xiao also had to enter because he wanted to set up the 9 seeking formation. There were 4 from the Buddhist sect's sacred land, 2 from the Death Emperor's sacred land, 1 from the Netherworld sacred land, 1 from the Life sacred land, and 1 from Yixian. Among these people, except for the one from the Buddhist sect's sacred land who was a peak second tribulation bodiless immortal, the rest were all 3 tribulation bodiless immortals. They were divided into groups of 3 or 6. Their chances of survival were very high. Yixian, take it easy, Headstrong said to Yixian. Yixian nodded slightly. His strength was at least in the top 3 among the 9 people. However, just in case, Yixian summoned the old tree and the other 2. Wei Zhentian turned into a suit of armor and put it on Yixian. As for the old tree and the Ghost Dome Emperor, they guarded Yixian. How did this kid do it? The bald old man and the Ghost Dome Emperor are both 3 tribulation bodiless immortals. The Death Emperor narrowed his eyes. So did the others? Yixian was probably the most mysterious person in their group. Yixian finally understood why there were no 4 tribulation bodiless immortals in the sacred land. It was because of the restrictions of the heavens. Soon, the group entered the Sea of Immortal Fall. The Immortal Fallen Sea was a very mysterious peak. It looked like a sunny day, but there would occasionally be tribulation lightning. It was because there were a large number of sea beasts at the level of itinerant immortals. These tribulation lightning bolts were condensed from their tribulations. That was not the main point. The main point was that these sea beasts could attack in the sea, but humans could only defend, so it was very dangerous. At first, they didn't encounter anything out of the ordinary, but after walking for an hour, they encountered a small sea monster. This little sea beast was only at the early stage of one tribulation scattered immortal, so it posed no threat to them. Very. It. In. B. Taoist Ling Xiao shouted angrily. Everyone turned to look and saw the surface of the sea in the distance begin to surge. A group of sea beasts broke through the waves and approached them. Be careful. Don't provoke them. Avoid them. Buddhist Supreme shouted. If they angered this group of sea beasts, they would persevere in their attacks, and there would be no way for them to escape. The sea beasts were all bodiless immortals. There were hundreds of them. When they saw Yixian and the others, some of them avoided them while some of them directly charged at them. The sea beasts were as intelligent as humans. They wanted a change of taste. Yixian and the others were good food. Yixian and the others could not attack, but they could release their auras to intimidate the sea beasts. Fortunately, they were only 1 tribulation bodiless immortals. Otherwise, they would be in trouble. Soon, the sea beasts let go of Yixian and the others and left. Phew. Fortunately, our cultivation base is high enough to intimidate the sea beasts. Otherwise, we would be dead. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they continued to move forward. The rest of the journey was very smooth. They did not know if it was because of good luck. 9 search formation. Everyone set up a floating island and set up a 9 search formation. Then, they searched for the location of the 8 supreme treasure maps and finally found an island. No, this was not an island. It was a holy land. How is this possible? Isn't this? Everyone was shocked as they looked at the holy land in front of them. Everyone present knew that this was a holy land, but they did not expect to see it at this time. Seven Demons Holy Land. It's actually the Seven Demons Holy Land. Taoist Ling Xiao exclaimed. What is this? Yi Xian was very curious. He then transmitted his voice to Wayward. What? Seven Demons Holy Land? How is that possible? Wayward was also shocked. What's wrong with this Seven Demons Holy Land? Why isn't it on the map? Yi Xian asked. This was a holy land thousands of years ago, and it was the fifth great holy land. However, a terrifying baleful aura erupted from there, so we destroyed all the teleportation formations that led to the Seven Demons Holy Land. Soon after, the Seven Demons Holy Land disappeared. Wayward explained. Baleful aura was a very terrifying thing. There were a total of 7 types. The Seven Demons Holy Land actually erupted with baleful aura, which was very harmful to the other great holy lands. Therefore, it was isolated. Later, the 4 great holy lands sent people to search for the Seven Demons Holy Land, but they did not find it. They did not expect it to appear in the immortal Fallen Sea. Everyone, look. The Seven Demons Holy Land seems to be moving. A loud shout rang out. Everyone's eyes focused and found that the Seven Demons Holy Land was F*King moving. F*ck, a holy land is moving. What's going on? Yi Xian was shocked and hurriedly scanned with his eye of revelation. He found that there was a defensive formation around the Seven Demons Holy Land. Everyone approached in shock. According to Sun Jiuzhen's instructions, the last piece of the heaven-connecting treasure map should be in the Seven Demons Holy Land. Thousands of years ago, the overlord of the Seven Demons Holy Land, the Seven Demons sect, erupted with a terrifying baleful aura. The entire Holy Land fell into a state of chaos. Later, the heavenly Tao appeared to protect the Holy Land and surrounded it, not allowing any humans who were tainted by the baleful aura to leave. The Buddhist Supreme said slowly. If we are not tainted by the baleful aura, we should be able to enter, right? The Death Emperor said. The Buddhist Supreme put his hands together and nodded. Yes, but we don't know if there are other people in the Seven Demons Holy Land. Whether there were people or not had nothing to do with them. However, the Seven Demons Holy Land was a great holy land. That meant that there was only one Holy Lord token. He wondered where the Holy Leader token was. Although we don't know if anyone is still alive, we can't let our guard down. Taoist Ling Xiao reminded. We won't enter the Seven Fiends' sacred ground to avoid being attacked by you guys. At this moment, the Death Emperor suddenly said. Among the people who entered this time, they were clearly the weaker party. The Seven Fiends' sacred ground was a large sacred ground. Once they entered, anyone could attack them. You have the sky-piercing treasure map in your hand, are you afraid that we will attack you? Ren Xiong coldly snorted. The sky-piercing treasure map is indeed precious, but if we die, wouldn't the Death Sacred Ground and Nether Sacred Ground become yours? The Netherworld Emperor said. Then you guys better be careful and don't encounter any sea beasts. Ren Xiong coldly snorted. Then, they all entered the Seven Fiends' sacred ground, leaving only one person outside to watch over the Netherworld Emperor and the others. Just now, the Seven Fiends' sacred ground's array blocked out spiritual awareness, but after entering the sacred ground, everyone immediately used their spiritual awareness. As expected, there isn't a single person, not even a single living thing. Ren Xiong frowned. Let's split up and search and see if we can find anything. Taoist Ling Xiao suggested. Alright, everyone be careful. I feel that something is wrong with the Seven Fiends' sacred ground. After Ren Xiong finished speaking, he directly left. Although they were strong, the Seven Fiends' sacred ground was so big that they couldn't search it in a short period of time. Old Tree, the 3 of you go search and see if you can find anything. Yi Xian said to the Old Tree trio. Alright. Old Tree responded and then left. The Seven Fiends' sacred ground was lifeless. Not to mention a single living thing, there wasn't even a corpse. This made the others very surprised. However, after searching for half a day, their spiritual awareness finally found a living thing. It was a person. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the ruins. These ruins were the ruins of the Seven Fiends sect. And around this human who was sitting cross-legged, there were also clouds of black fog that seemed to be protecting him. Yi Xian, go to the central area. There is someone there. Ren Xiong transmitted his voice. Yi Xian immediately rushed over. About an hour later, he arrived. When he arrived, he saw that Ren Xiong, the Buddha, Taoist Ling Xiao, and the others were all there. Who is that person? With the eye of revelation, Yi Xian clearly saw that the youth in the ruins of Seven Fiends sect was actually a peak 3 tribulation scattered immortal. This person appeared in the ruins of Seven Fiends sect. Other than him, there is no one else. It is truly strange, Taoist Ling Xiao said in astonishment. Just now, I tried to get close to him, but the 7 streams of black gas around this kid attacked me directly. The attack power was very strong, so I retreated. The Buddha flicked his tattered sleeves, looking a little helpless. Taoist Ling Xiao continued, we've already shouted countless times, but this kid didn't respond. I wonder where he came from. Yi Xian carefully observed the 7 balls of black qi and discovered that they were not ordinary. He said in a low voice, those 7 balls of black qi seem to be baleful qi. Yes, they should be baleful qi. This kid can actually control baleful qi. He should be someone from Seven Fiends sect thousands of years ago. However, I don't know why he is the only one left in the entire Seven Fiends sacred ground. The Buddha nodded. This aura makes me very uncomfortable. Why don't we join forces to destroy him? Ren Xiong suddenly said. He was the Platinum Holy Light Dragon and hated this kind of aura. If it was not for the others not agreeing, he would have already killed his way over. No, this person is very likely to be the master of Seven Fiends sacred ground. The sky-piercing treasure map is probably on him. If we anger him, even if we join forces, it will be difficult to do anything to him. The Buddha immediately said. Indeed, he was the only one in the entire Seven Fiends sacred ground, so he was very likely to be the master of the sacred ground. The 9th sky-piercing treasure map was also very likely on him. Then what should we do? Wait. Ren Xiong frowned. Let's see the situation first. The Buddha replied. This youth was a peak 3 tribulation scattered immortal. If he had the sacred leader token, he might be able to increase a realm. Although they were not weak, it would not be so easy to kill the youth who had the sacred leader token. On the contrary, they might suffer casualties. Of course, if Yi Xian and the others attacked with all their strength, this youth would definitely not be able to stop them. However, Yi Xian was afraid that he had the sky-piercing treasure map. Helplessly, everyone could only wait here quietly. This wait lasted for 3 days. Luo had been cultivating in the planting space for several years and had already reached the peak of 3 tribulation scattered immortal. If she had cultivation resources to shorten the time needed to pass the tribulation, she might be able to pass the tribulation directly. 3 days later, the young man finally moved and slowly opened his eyes. Everyone, sorry for the long wait. The young man stood up and scanned the surroundings. You are? The Buddha immediately asked. Seven Fiends sect's chief disciple, Butsong. The youth replied. Then your 7 baleful auras are. The Buddha frowned and looked at the 7 baleful auras beside Butsong. I have already refined all the baleful auras in the entire Seven Fiends sacred ground for my own use. Butsong explained. Refined all the baleful auras? When everyone heard this, they found it hard to believe. When Seven Fiends sect's baleful auras erupted, everyone was corroded and killed. Now, Butsong said that he had refined all the baleful auras. This was not possible. Everyone, looking at you, you should be here for the sky-piercing treasure map, right? Butsong said and directly took out a sky-piercing treasure map from his interspatial ring. The 9th sky-piercing treasure map. Seeing this, everyone's eyes lit up. The sky-piercing treasure map was finally complete. So you have already guessed it. Now we have 8 sky-piercing treasure maps. Only the one in your hand is missing. As long as we have it, we can find the passage to the immortal realm. The Buddha said to Butsong. I have also heard about the 9 sky-piercing treasure maps. It just so happens that I have refined all the baleful auras and can leave Seven Fiends sacred ground. In that case, let's go together. Butsong stood up and put away the sky-piercing treasure map. That's good. The Buddha supremacy grinned. They thought that they would have to fight to get the sky-piercing treasure map. Now it seemed that they were in luck. Butsang's strength was probably not weaker than the Buddha and the other experts. After all, he was the chief disciple of 7 fiends sect thousands of years ago. Then, after thousands of years, he broke through and became a peak 3 tribulation scattered immortal. Butsang's 7 baleful auras were so powerful without using the sacred leader token. If he used the sacred leader token, it was enough to fight a group of people. Supreme Buddha, who is he? After seeing Butsang, the Emperor of Death could not help but ask. He is the master of the 7 fiends' sacred ground, Butsang. The last piece of the sky-piercing treasure map is in his hands. Taoist Ling Xiao explained. A remnant of the 7 fiends sect? The Emperor of Death narrowed his eyes, but he did not say this because he felt that this Butsang was not that simple. It was not good to be hostile to him. Don't worry so much. Now that the 9 pieces of the sky-piercing treasure map have been gathered, the next step is to piece together a complete map. Netherworld Emperor said. Yes, we have waited for thousands of years. Finally, this day has come. As long as we open the passage to the immortal world, everyone can ascend to the immortal world. As the Supreme Buddha spoke, he could not help but reveal a yearning expression. Everyone was the same. Who would want to stay in such a remote place, the immortal world, that was the world of immortals? Since the 9 pieces of the sky-piercing treasure map had been gathered, then everyone took it out at the same time. All 9 pieces of the sky-piercing treasure map had appeared. There were restrictions in the sea, so everyone could not make a move here. They once again created a floating island, but this time Taoist Ling Xiao did not need to set up the 9 search formation. Come on. The Supreme Buddha took the lead and threw out the sky-piercing treasure map in his hand, and the others followed suit. The 9 pieces of the sky-piercing treasure map attracted like magnets and finally merged into one. A large map appeared. On it, there were only 5 locations. The Buddhist sacred ground, the life sacred ground, the death sacred ground, and the netherworld sacred ground. These 4 sacred grounds were in the northwest, northeast, southwest, and southeast directions. This sky-piercing treasure map connected these 4 sacred grounds with 2 straight lines and a focal point. Obviously, that focal point was the place they were looking for. This place, isn't it the 4 islands? Taoist Ling Xiao suddenly shivered and said in horror. Yes, in the middle of the 4 sacred grounds is the 4 islands. Could it be the passage to the immortal world? No, this is too coincidental. These 4 islands are very ordinary, there is no one on them. Could it be under the 4 islands? Everyone was guessing. No matter what, let's go take a look first. After the Supreme Buddha finished speaking, he directly opened the sky-piercing treasure map and divided it into 9 pieces and returned them to each party. Next, they continued to hurry on their way and arrive at the 4 islands. Then, everyone reassembled the sky-piercing treasure map, the 4 islands changed. All of a sudden, an array formation rose up from the center of the 4 islands, creating a hole in the 4 islands. What? There's actually a hidden array within the 4 islands? Who set it up? Even I, a peak 3rd tribulation loose immortal, was unable to discover it. Taoist Ling Xiao was utterly shocked. How could a 4th tribulation loose immortal appear in this place? The passageway to the immortal world is indeed in the sea. The Emperor of Death couldn't hold it in any longer. He led his men into the depths of the sea. But before that, the 9 sky-piercing treasure maps were returned to each party because they felt that the sky-piercing treasure maps were not simply used to find the passage to the immortal world. Yi Xian went down with the Buddhist sect and life sacred land. If it were not for this passage, they would have been attacked by sea beasts. After traveling at full speed for an entire day, they finally reached the bottom of the mountain. Celestial Sea Palace. Everyone landed and looked at the stone tablet in front of them and the door. Look, there are 9 square holes on it. Someone reminded them. Obviously, the 9 square holes corresponded to the 9 sky-piercing treasure maps. However, no one knew what would happen next. This Celestial Sea Palace is probably not the passage to the immortal world. There may be danger inside, so I think we should gather our people first, the Supreme Buddha suggested. Yes, there should be many people coming. Let's gather them. The Netherworld Emperor nodded. Then, they all notified the experts on their side and asked them to come to the Four Islands. 3 days later, there were more than 100 people gathered here. All of them were loose immortals, and almost all of them were Second Tribulation loose immortals. At the same time, Ren Ziyuan, Wayward's grandfather and Ren Xiong's father, also came. He was the Sacred Land Master of Life's Sacred Land and had already handed the Sacred Lord token to his subordinates. In addition, Life Sacred Sect Master Peng Ran and others were also present. There were more than 10 Tribulation loose immortals. Everyone, come. Taoist Ling Xiao said. At this time, he was holding Fairy Lu Li's sky-piercing treasure map. The others also chose a place and then threw the sky-piercing treasure map out and embedded it in the 9 squares. After the 9 sky-piercing treasure maps were gathered, the door suddenly bloomed with a strange light. Then, everyone saw the 9 sky-piercing treasure maps being refined into a blue bead. What is this? Everyone was puzzled, but they all took the blue bead one after another. The Buddhist Supreme, Taoist Ling Xiao, Old Immortal Tianzhu, Yi Xian, Netherworld Emperor, Butsong, and Ren Ziyuan each had one. As for the Emperor of Death, he had 2. Although they didn't understand what it was, they knew that this blue bead would definitely be useful in the following journey. Before they could continue thinking, the door of the Immortal Sea Palace suddenly opened. Sure enough, this wasn't the passage to the immortal world. There doesn't seem to be any danger. Everyone looked inside, but they didn't see any other creatures. This feeling reminded Yi Xian of the Deep Sea Palace when he went to the Bloodstone continent. The Emperor of Death was a little impatient and directly sent an undead puppet in, but there was no danger. The space inside is very stable. The Emperor of Death narrowed his eyes and subconsciously glanced at the Life Sacred Sex group. The 2 factions had more or less the same number of people. If a fight broke out, no one would have an advantage. Emperor of Death, do you want to fight first? Taoist Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes. Now that we have found clues to the passage to the immortal world, let's put aside our grudges for the time being. The Netherworld Emperor said and inadvertently glanced at Yi Xian. Yi Xian killed the Netherworld Emperor's son and the successor of the Emperor of Death. This enmity naturally wouldn't be resolved so easily. If that's the case, then let's decide who comes first. Taoist Ling Xiao suddenly said. Let's go first. There may be opportunities and dangers. What do you think? The Buddhist Supreme followed. Okay, let's go first. The Emperor of Death's eyes lit up and immediately led his people into the Immortal Sea Palace. This Butsong, although we know his background, he's very mysterious. Now that he's with the people from the Holy Land of Death and the Netherworld Holy Land, I'm afraid it'll be very troublesome. Taoist Ling Xiao looked at the backs of the Death Emperor and the others and murmured. Indeed. Let's let them explore the way first. We'll go in half a day later. The Buddhist Supreme suggested. Anyway, they were here for the passage to the immortal world. Even if there were opportunities in the Divine Sea Palace, they could give up. Roughly half a day later, everyone was ready to enter the Celestial Sea Palace. There are so many of us together, and there are several Third Tribulation scattered immortals. Even if we encounter danger, we can deal with it together. Everyone thought at the same time, and then entered the Celestial Sea Palace together. At this time, the 5 blue beads were respectively held by the Buddhist Supreme, Taoist Ling Xiao, Ren Ziyuan, Old Immortal Tianzhu, and Yi Xian. They felt that these 5 blue beads would definitely be useful. Because the Divine Sea Palace was too mysterious, everyone was very careful. Because the Divine Sea Palace was full of seawater, they were afraid of sea monsters. However, this worry was superfluous. The moment they entered the Divine Sea Palace, Yi Xian had already asked Old Tree and the others to explore. Old Tree was the fastest and took the lead, but he didn't find any danger. The Death Emperor, the Netherworld Emperor, and Butsong, these 3 are very fast. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. When they entered the Divine Sea Palace, he had already marked them with the Death Hunt command. At this time, he saw that they were very fast, so he guessed that they didn't encounter any danger. However, when they were in the middle area, he saw that they stopped for a while. He didn't know what happened, but if there was danger, it should be near that area. Therefore, he asked Old Tree to go and take a look quickly. Ding, embers of thunder fire died. Ding, embers of thunder fire revived. 2 system notifications sounded out, causing Xian to frown as he was on his way. Old tree, why did he suddenly die? Old tree, what happened? Xian quickly asked. I'm not sure. I just crossed a line and then died. However, I saw some bloodstains near that line. The old tree appeared beside Xian again and explained. Line? When Caprice and the others heard this, they couldn't help but ask, could it be that the Emperor of Death and the others suffered casualties? That should be it. Old tree nodded. Then, they hurried on and finally saw the line mentioned by the old tree. In order to let them see clearly, the old tree personally tested it again. After he used the 9 Dragons Thunder Flash to cross that line, everyone saw the old tree's body directly explode. Ding! Ashen Thunder Fire has died. Ding! Ember of Thunder Fire has been revived. The old tree once again appeared in front of everyone. We can't see anything strange about this line. The Buddha shook his head. The moment I crossed it, I felt a huge pressure. My body was squeezed until it exploded, the old tree replied. That's right. The strange thing isn't that line, but the water behind it, Xian nodded. Could it be that we have to use that blue bead? Taoist Ling Xiao asked. Yes. We might need to use it. Ran Ziyuan nodded and then his gaze fell on the old tree. At that moment, Xian gave the blue bead in his hand to the old tree. Then, he let the old tree try again. This time, when the old tree crossed the line, nothing happened. Instead, a blue light barrier appeared around his body. Sure enough, he needed to use that blue bead. Sure enough, he needs to use that. However, can one bead only protect one person? Caprice asked in surprise. Probably not. Let the Ghost Dome Great Emperor try as well. Xian narrowed his eyes. This time, the old tree and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor crossed the line together. The two of them were together, but nothing happened. Then, Xian asked the Ghost Dome Great Emperor to move away from the old tree. Sure enough, after he moved away, he heard 2 system notifications. Ding! The Ghost Dome Great Emperor is dead. Ding! The Ghost Dome Great Emperor is resurrected. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor was resurrected beside Xian. This time, they tested the distance of the blue bead, but they didn't test the number of people. To be on the safe side, they tested it again and found that a blue bead could only protect 5 people. The 6th person would be squeezed out and then his body would explode. Fortunately, the 6th person was the Ghost Dome Great Emperor, so everyone was fine. The Emperor of Death's side only has 4 blue beads. At most, they can protect 20 people. It seems that they will lose at least 30 people this time. Taoist Ling Xiao said. This line wasn't easy to find. The old tree only found it by chance. Along the way, Xian didn't find anyone else, so there was only one path. Therefore, the Emperor of Death's side would probably suffer heavy casualties. At most, 20 people would survive. But here came the problem. They had more than 50 people. Even if they had 5 blue beads, they could only protect 25 people at most. It seems that some of us will have to leave. Taoist Ling Xiao sighed. Not necessarily. We can catch up with the Emperor of Death's group and snatch the blue beads from them. Ran Ziyuan's eyes flashed as he sneered. The Emperor of Death's side obviously entered the danger zone without any preparation. Therefore, they might have less than 20 people. After all, Butsang was a little cold. Although he walked with the Emperor of Death's group, no one dared to approach him. He had wasted 4 people with the blue beads in his hand. Perhaps we don't have to go through so much trouble. Xian suddenly said. Hearing this, Wayward's eyes lit up. Yes. You have an independent space. As long as we hide the others, we can all enter. At that moment, they directly selected 20 people. These people would be protected by the blue beads. As for the others, they would enter Xian's space. If the Emperor of Death's group knew about this, they would probably spit out a mouthful of blood. They weren't prepared before, so some of them were squeezed out of the blue bead's effective range and exploded. But now, Xian's side actually passed through without any casualties. It was simply a miracle. The rest of the journey was also ordinary. The Emperor of Death's side also stopped and waited for Yixian. They stopped. It seems that they have encountered some kind of obstacle and are waiting for us. Or perhaps they have encountered some kind of problem. Yixian narrowed his eyes. After reminding everyone, they continued on their way. Soon, they saw the Emperor of Death's group. They counted carefully. Apart from the Emperor of Death, the Netherworld Emperor, and Butsong, there were only 9 people. Originally, as long as the 4 blue pearls were used properly, they could protect 20 people. However, the Emperor of Death's people were very far away, and no one dared to approach Butsong. Damn it! The Emperor of Death cursed in his heart. They had only seen that warning line later. After those people passed through, there was no problem at first, but later on, they all exploded and died. Otherwise, their injuries wouldn't be so serious. If they fought now, they would most likely be wiped out. Tsk tisk, that's 12 people. Ren Ziyuan and the others' eyes lit up. However, now was not the time to fight because they all needed the blue pearls to protect them. How could they fight? Moreover, even if the Emperor of Death's side had fewer people, if they fought desperately, they would still suffer heavy losses. Forget it. You're finally here. Hand over the blue pearls and open the door. The Emperor of Death reminded them. At this time, a large door appeared in front of them. There were 9 holes on the door for the blue pearls. Because everyone needed the blue pearls to protect them, they split into groups and stood next to the holes. Then, they put the blue pearls in. Boom! The door opened. In the next moment, everyone was shocked. Behind the door was a world. How was this possible? Such abundant yuan qi, at least 10 times that of my life's sacred land. What is this place? Ren Xiong said in surprise. Could it be that this immortal sea palace is the passage to the immortal world, and we've already arrived at the immortal world? Daoist Ling Xiao was also confused. There was no more water behind the door, but there was a formation that prevented them from passing. What's going on? Everyone was puzzled. At this time, a person suddenly flashed in from outside the door. His aura was so powerful that it shocked everyone. A peak 3rd tribulation scattered immortal, no, a 4th tribulation scattered immortal. Everyone immediately reacted. This person's aura was stronger than everyone present. He was actually a 4th tribulation scattered immortal. How many years has it been? Finally, someone found this place. The person who came was a young expert. He looked around and sighed. Fellow Taoist, is this the immortal world? The Buddhist supreme asked curiously. Immortal world? The young man smiled and shook his head. How is that possible? This is just a space opened by immortals. It's called the immortal world. Immortal world? Immortal? Everyone was shocked. That's right. This isn't the immortal world. There's an immortal ascension platform in the depths of this small immortal world. That's the real passageway to the immortal world. However, this immortal ascension platform has been sealed off by the immortal world. That's why everyone can't ascend to the immortal world, the young man explained. I see. At this moment, everyone understood. Many people revealed helpless expressions. They had gone through untold hardships to find this place. They originally thought that they could ascend to the immortal world, but they didn't expect that it still wouldn't work. However, if it was impossible to ascend to the immortal realm, how did an immortal create a lesser immortal realm? The young man saw the confusion on everyone's faces and explained, to be precise, this small immortal realm was created by 3 immortals. These 3 immortals came to this mortal world countless years ago and selected some people from various holy lands. After countless years of reproduction, this small immortal realm finally appeared. There are actually 3 true immortals. Everyone swallowed their saliva. They were real immortals. Even if they were only grade 1 immortals, they were still stronger than grade 3 immortals. If they were grade 3 immortals, they would be stronger than grade 9 immortals. Then why is the passageway to the immortal realm closed? Taoist Ling Xiao asked curiously. This, I don't know. I'm afraid that only those 3 immortals. The young man shook his head and continued, let's not talk about this. Next, you can enter the small immortal realm to cultivate, but once you enter, you won't be able to return in the future. Of course, if anyone doesn't want to, you can follow me back. As long as you gather the 9 pieces of the sky-split treasure map, you can enter again. Only allowed to enter, not leave. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. The Emperor of Death's people were a little hesitant because they thought that this was the immortal realm. They didn't expect it to be a fake one. In the sacred land of death, the Emperor of Death could be called a king, but in this small immortal realm, he was probably at the bottom. However, the people of the life-sacred land weren't worried because Xianxia had left an entrance to a cultivation space in the life-sacred land. They could return at any time. However, Xianxia probably couldn't make it, but he didn't care. That clone was left to protect his life. You must have come in batches. If you put the 9 water avoidance pearls together, it'll be enough to protect hundreds of people. The young man suddenly grinned. What? Hearing this, the expressions of the Emperor of Death and the others changed. However, what was done was done. What was the use of regret? All right, think about it, said the young man. My lord, we choose to all enter the small immortal realm, said Taoist Ling Xiao. As for the Emperor of Death's people, they all nodded after a moment of thought. In that case, you can all enter. After saying this, the young man opened the formation and let them pass. Then, he led them to a mountain peak. You all wait here. I'm going to the outside world. No matter what grudges you have, wait until I return. After saying this, the young man couldn't help but pause for a moment. Then, he reminded them, you're in luck. My immortal destiny sect's ancestor once set a rule. Anyone who obtains a sky-split treasure map and enters the small immortal realm can join the immortal destiny sect. Immortal destiny sect? When they heard this sect, they all revealed confused expressions. What level was this immortal destiny sect? The immortal destiny sect is a sect established by 3 immortals. It's also the strongest sect in the small immortal realm. They value fate. Since you're able to enter, it's fate. You all have the qualifications to join the immortal destiny sect, said the young man. The strongest sect in the small immortal realm? When they heard this, their eyes almost popped out. The Emperor of Death plucked up his courage and asked, what level of immortal are the 3 immortal patriarchs of the immortal destiny sect? I don't know the details. However, they're at least level 5 immortals. In the small immortal realm, they're already invincible, answered the young man. If they were to convert, a 3 tribulation loose immortal was equivalent to a level 1 immortal, a 6 tribulation loose immortal was equivalent to a level 2 immortal, and a 9 tribulation loose immortal was equivalent to a level 3 immortal. Level 5 immortals were already beyond the range of loose immortals. In the small immortal realm, they were indeed invincible. After all, there were only 3 immortals in the small immortal realm. In that case, the strength of the immortal destiny sect was beyond their imagination. After speaking, the youth left. He was going to the outside world to split the sky-piercing treasure map into 9 pieces and wait for the next batch of fated people. Because of the youth's words, the 2 sides did not dare to leave, let alone attack. The Life Saint sect had 20 people. They could have carried 25 people, but because it was safe, only 20 came. They did not expect to have such an opportunity. What a loss. However, this was a big secret for Xianxia, so they did not dare to let him out. They would wait until everyone joined the immortal destiny sect. However, there was no news of the youth after he left. Xianxia's group of 32 people stayed on the mountain peak for 3 days. On the 4th day, a strange thing suddenly appeared in the sky. Look over there. A loose immortal from the Buddhist sect's holy land reminded. Everyone turned their heads in unison and discovered that a large object was moving towards them. What the hell was that? Everyone's heart sank because it was their first time seeing such a thing. However, Xianxia was a little shocked when he saw it. Why did this thing look a little like a warship? Before they could react, 3 people suddenly jumped out of the warship, took out their weapons, and attacked them. They did not come with good intentions. Everyone subconsciously thought of this point and immediately raised 120% of their spirit. Because the newcomers were actually 3-4 tribulation loose immortals. What are you doing? Taoist Ling Xiao shouted. Didn't you see the pattern on our flying boat? We are the Exploding Flame Bandits, a group of hotheads. the leader, a middle-aged man, coldly snorted and said, "If you know what's good for you, then obediently allow yourself to be captured, lest we attack. Our exploding flame bandits has just been established. We are recruiting people, and those who join will be spared from death," someone on the side reminded. Flying boat, bandits? Everyone gulped. Their luck was really bad, encountering such a thing as soon as they entered. "You three, we are waiting for a disciple of the Immortal Destiny sect," the Buddhist Supreme suddenly said. Immortal Destiny sect? When the three heard this, they could not help but look at each other, then burst out laughing at the same time. Immortal Destiny sect, are you kidding me? How could trash like you know a disciple of the Immortal Destiny sect? The middle-aged man in the lead snorted coldly and said, "Looks like you don't know how to appreciate favors. Second brother, third brother, attack." As soon as they finished speaking, the 3-4 tribulation loose celestials rushed toward each other. "Not good, let's go." Everyone's expression changed. They did not expect that the other party would not believe that they were related to the Immortal Destiny sect. This was going to be troublesome, even though they have several 3rd tribulation loose immortals on their side. The enemy is 3/4 tribulation loose immortals, they cannot be underestimated. Yi Xian scanned the airship with his eye of revelation and discovered that there were a large number of itinerant immortals in the airship. Oh no, there are at least 10 4th tribulation loose immortals and 5th tribulation loose immortals in that flying boat. Yi Xian could not help but shout. Hearing this, everyone trembled violently. 10 4th rank loose immortals and 5 tribulation loose immortals, how were they supposed to fight? The Death Emperor and the Netherworld Emperor looked at each other and made a decision. "We're in." "I'm in too." The two of them shouted in unison. However, Butsong, who was nearby, quickly turned around and left. He was so fast that even the 3/4 tribulation loose immortals were stunned. "Very good, it's time for you to make a contribution." The middle-aged man in the lead grinned. The people from the Death Emperor and the Netherworld Emperor immediately rushed toward Yi Xian and the others. Damn it! Daoist Ling Xiao and the others' expressions changed drastically. It seemed that things were going to be troublesome. However, they had a plan, which was to temporarily join the exploding flame bandits. "We're in too." They had no choice but to shout in unison. However, Yi Xian was unwilling to join them. "I, Yi Xian, don't like to leave my life in the hands of others. Farewell." Yi Xian shouted angrily. Then, he used the Eye of the Void and entered the portal. In the small celestial realm, the Eye of the Void was useless. However, the Eye of the Void was at the celestial level, so it was much more useful than the Eye of the Void. Swoosh! The portal closed, leaving behind a group of dumbfounded people. To be able to leave the small celestial realm, this kid is quite capable. "Where did he go?" asked the middle-aged man in the lead. "My lord, we don't know. We're not familiar with him. We just ran into him on the way," Daoist Ling Xiao immediately said. This was what Yi Xian had asked him to say before he left. He wanted the Life Emperor and the Supreme Buddha Emperor to sever all ties with him. If it was just a 4 tribulation loose immortal, then Yi Xian would be able to fight. However, after using the Eye of Insight to observe for a moment, he discovered that not only was there a 5 tribulation loose immortal overseeing the flying ship, this flying ship was also not so easy to deal with. There was a powerful weapon on the airship. If the exploding flame bandits wanted to kill them, they could just activate the weapon and blast them to smithereens. Therefore, Yi Xian could only leave. He had already returned to the entrance of the small celestial realm. Although this place was very close to the scene of the incident, at least he would not be discovered by those people. Damn it, something like this happened as soon as we entered. Let's retreat. Wei Zhentian, wait here for that Immortal Destiny sect disciple. Yi Xian said to Wei Zhentian and left in the opposite direction. What he feared the most was that the Death Emperor and the Underworld Emperor would reveal everything about him. He just didn't know when that Immortal Destiny sect disciple would return. A year was nothing to a 1,000-year-old monster like him. Yi Xian was afraid that the Immortal Destiny sect disciple would only return after a month or two. Fortunately, Yi Xian had left a death warrant on Ren Xiong and Daoist Ling Xiao. As for the other three, they were on the Death Emperor, the Underworld Emperor, and Butsong. That Butsong is quite capable. He actually managed to escape. Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh when he sensed that the target of the death warrant was getting farther and farther away. As for the others, they were probably caught and thrown into the airship and left at an extremely fast speed. That airship is really too tough. Even if all of us attacked together, it would be difficult to break a hole in it, Yi Xian thought to himself. At this time, Wayward suddenly asked in the planted space, Yi Xian, what happened? After entering the small celestial realm, we encountered a group of bandits. Your father, grandfather, and the others were caught and became bandits. Yi Xian said helplessly. Damn, so unlucky. Wayward couldn't help but curse. Then what should we do? I'll follow and take a look, Yi Xian said. However, that airship was probably 10 times faster than him. It wouldn't be that easy to follow. It's been there for half a day? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He remembered the location and continued to chase after it. He was following the death hunt command, but at this time, the flying ship had been in the same position for more than half a day and had not moved. He did not know what it was doing. However, it took Yi Xian more than 2 days to get there. He was very close to the targets of the death hunt command. So it's Bandit Mountain. The airship is still there. Yi Xian scanned the Bandit Mountain with his eye of revelation. He found that most of the people there were bodiless immortals. Some of them were even undergoing tribulation. However, the Buddhist supreme, Taoist Ling Xiao, and the others were controlled together. As for the people on the side of the Emperor of Death and the Netherworld Emperor, they were successfully integrated into the bandit group. Birds of a feather flocked together. The exploding flame bandits have just been established. There's a 5th tribulation bodiless immortal in the airship and another in the Bandit Mountain. There are 24th tribulation bodiless immortals and close to 103rd tribulation bodiless immortals, Yi Xian thought to himself. An ordinary person would have been scared to death. However, this was an opportunity for Yi Xian. He was only an early 3rd tribulation bodiless immortal. Other than Luo Luo, who was a peak 3rd tribulation bodiless immortal, the Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian were about the same. Therefore, if he could rob the exploding flame bandits, he would definitely be able to break through. However, the airship had not left yet. The exploding flame bandits were too powerful. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to wait. After waiting here for half a day, the flying ship finally moved. The exploding flame bandits took turns to patrol. They would capture anyone they saw and kill anyone who did not agree to join them. This time, those who stayed in the Bandit Mountain were the ones that Yi Xian had met before. However, the Emperor of Death and the others had left in the airship. This would make things easier for Yi Xian. Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, Wei Zhentian, let's go. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. An hour after the flying boat left, he finally made his move. There were many bandits on this Bandit Mountain, so Yi Xian used a controlling method. Using the Eye of the Soul, he could control at least 50 rogue immortals of the same level. At the same level, he was at the early stage of the 3rd tribulation scattered immortal. As for Luo Luo, because she was reborn as a demon, she no longer knew how to charm people. The reason why Yi Xian didn't use his Eye of Soul earlier was because he couldn't control the 3/4 tribulation loose immortals when they came out of the flying boat. The difference between a 3 tribulation loose immortal and a 4 tribulation loose immortal was not 1 stage, but 3. The Old Tree was the fastest. He took the lead and rushed in. Along the way, he dealt with a few 1st and 2nd tribulation loose immortals. I'm afraid this battle won't be that easy. I might as well use that devouring point. With that in mind, Yi Xian added the devouring points he had obtained to the immortal slaying bloodline's mark of slaughter. However, the effect of this devouring point was beyond Yi Xian's expectations. The mark of slaughter, which could be used 3 times a day, couldn't be used consecutively. In other words, he couldn't use the immortal slaying breath strike 3 times at once. However, he could use it after leveling up once. Haha, come on. Yi Xian raised his brows and directly used the slaughter seal. Moreover, he used it 3 times in a row. 2 marks of slaughter could summon an immortal slaying puppet. Come out. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. In the next moment, a sage-like old man appeared beside him. This old man carried a long sword on his back. An immortal slaying puppet. This immortal slaying puppet was one stage higher than Xian. It was a mid-stage third tribulation loose immortal and had leveled up once because of the mark of slaughter. Kill without mercy. Xian immediately gave the order to the immortal slaying puppet. The immortal slaying puppet instantly shot out at a speed no slower than the old tree. After consuming 2 marks of slaughter, the immortal slaying puppet's strength was not to be underestimated. It was no weaker than the old tree. In an instant, there were countless corpses at the foot of Bandit Mountain. Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, Wei Zhentian, the immortal slaying puppet, and the peak third tribulation loose immortal Luo Luo all charged in. Ding. The host's killing intent has increased. Ding. The host's killing intent has increased. Ding. The host's killing intent has increased. System notifications rang out one after another. Xian still had a mark of slaughter on him. As long as he killed, he could form another mark of slaughter. In less than 10 seconds, the second mark of slaughter was formed. If Xian wanted to, he could summon another immortal slaying puppet. However, Xian kept the 2 marks of slaughter. If he could form 3 marks of slaughter, he could use the immortal slaying breath slash. If he could form 4 marks of slaughter, he could use the immortal slashing arrow. If he was lucky enough to get 5 marks of slaughter, he could use the immortal slaying sword formation. There were many people in Bandit Mountain. There were at least 500 of them. If he killed all of them, he could get at least 4 marks of slaughter. However, it was not easy. A strong enemy is coming. Then, all the 4th tribulation loose immortals moved out. After all, no one below the 4th tribulation loose immortal realm could withstand Luo Luo's punch. At this time, Xian had already controlled many bandits and was ready to kill a few 4th tribulation loose immortals. It's you. At this time, a familiar voice rang out. Xian turned around and saw the 3 4th tribulation loose immortals. Good, let's get rid of them first. Xian narrowed his eyes and gave the order. Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian all moved out and used their trump cards. Luo Luo transformed into the Heavenly Loathing Fox. 9 Dragon Sky Roaring Attack. Sword Blade Storm. Undying Fighting Soul. Heavenly Flame Right. Under all kinds of big moves, the 3 of them had to resist with all their strength. Unfortunately, Old Tree and the others could challenge those with higher cultivation levels. Ding. The host's killing intent has increased. Ding. The host's killing intent has increased. Ding. The host's killing intent has increased. In an instant, the 3 of them were killed. The 3 of them were only early 4th tribulation loose immortals. There was not much difference in their cultivation levels. After the 3 of them died, they gave Xian a lot of killing intent. In addition to the immortal slaying puppets and the people controlled by Xian condensed the 3rd slaughter mark. At this time, Xian could choose to increase his combat strength by 3 times or use the immortal slaying breath strike. However, there was still a 5th tribulation loose immortal in Bandit Mountain. Therefore, he felt that he should wait. After all, as long as the system determined that he was in a battle, the slaughter mark would not disappear. Who was being impudent? Finally, an aged voice drowned out all the sounds of battle and entered Xian's ears. The main character had finally appeared. Xian turned his head and saw a burly man flying out of Bandit Mountain. This aura was indeed that of a 5th tribulation scattered immortal. This person was none other than the 5 tribulation bodiless celestial that Xian had seen in the swift boat earlier. However, Xian had already obtained a large number of interspatial rings. Ding. The host has made a breakthrough. The host is now at the middle stage of the 3rd tribulation scattered immortal. Ding. Embers of Thunder Fire made a breakthrough. He is now at the middle stage of 3rd tribulation scattered immortal. Ding. Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough and is now a middle stage 3 tribulation scattered celestial. Ding. Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. He is now a middle stage 3 tribulation scattered celestial. A series of system notifications rang out. The strength of Xian and the others immediately soared. Because of the difference in their realms, Xian couldn't figure out the strength of this burly man. Was he an early 5th tribulation loose immortal or a peak 5th tribulation loose immortal? if it was an early stage 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, he would be able to deal with it. However, if it was a peak stage 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, the gap between them would be huge. Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, Wei Zhentian, you guys deal with him. Yi Xian immediately said. These 3 people could be resurrected indefinitely, so Yi Xian was very assured. As for the immortal slaying puppet and Luoluo, as well as the bandits controlled by Yi Xian, they continued to reap the lives of others. Luoluo, who had transformed into her true form as a sky-loath fox, was extremely powerful. Although she was only a peak 3rd tribulation scattered immortal, she could manipulate the surrounding heaven and earth elemental chi to strengthen her attacks. Heavenly Flame Right. One fireball after another smashes down from the sky. This power is enough to instantly kill an ordinary 4th tribulation loose immortal. You actually dare to cause trouble for my exploding flame bandits? You're courting death. The brawny man was also enraged and attacked with all his might. However, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands, let alone Old Tree and the other 2. 9 Dragon Thunder Chain. Blade Storm. Even though Yi Xian doesn't think this kind of attack can kill this 5th tribulation loose immortal, but it can at least stall for some time before leaving. At this moment, Yi Xian was approaching Daoist Ling Xiao. Eye of Assassination. After reaching a certain distance, Yi Xian arrived in front of Daoist Ling Xiao in a flash. Yi Xian? Daoist Ling Xiao and the others were very surprised. They had been tricked by the Death Emperor, so they were controlled by the bandits. Let's not talk about that for now. Come in first. Without another word, Yi Xian directly put Daoist Ling Xiao, Supreme Buddha, Ren Ziyuan, and the others into the planting space. Then, he broke through the void and came to Luolua's side. At this moment, Bandit Mountain was already littered with corpses. No, there were countless walking corpses. Ghost Dome Grand Emperor, a middle stage 3rd tribulation loose immortal, directly revived those who were weaker than him and joined the battle. From the beginning, they had the upper hand. And when Yi Xian went to rescue her, Luoluo actually killed a 4th tribulation middle stage expert by herself. That was too terrifying. After all, she was fighting 1 against 3. It's about time. Just a little more and it will be enough. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. After thinking for a while, he joined Luolua's battle. If Yi Xian wanted to, he could increase his combat power by 3 times at any time. But what he wanted was 4 slaughter seals. Soon, the bandits in Bandit Mountain either ran away or were killed and turned into Ghost Dome Grand Emperor's battle corpses. Then, Yi Xian and the others' cultivation level increased again, reaching the peak of 3rd tribulation loose immortal. At this moment, there were not many enemies left in Bandit Mountain. As for the 5th tribulation loose immortal, he was also held back by Old Tree and the others. He could not be killed, nor could he escape. It was too miserable. Ding. The host has condensed a slaughter seal. At this moment, a system notification sounded suddenly. Finally, there were 4 slaughter seals. I don't care if you're a 5th tribulation loose immortal at the early stage or peak stage. Die. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He directly used 4 slaughter seals to condense a celestial eliminating arrow. The target of the celestial eliminating arrow was the target of the death hunting order, which was the burly man. Whoosh, in an instant, the celestial eliminating arrow pierced through the air. Its speed was so fast that the burly man was shocked. Oh no! The burly man's expression changed drastically, and he quickly retreated. However, this celestial eliminating arrow was no small matter. It was a tracking arrow, and this time, Yi Xian was aiming at the burly man's head. If it did not hit the target, the celestial eliminating arrow would not disappear. In addition, the celestial eliminating arrow was condensed by Yi Xian after his breakthrough. Its power was not that simple. Whoosh, the celestial eliminating arrow was very fast, but the first time, it pierced the burly man's afterimage. Originally, the burly man could not do anything to Old Tree and the others. Now, with the addition of the celestial eliminating arrow, it was even more difficult. Not only that, but the immortal slaying puppet, Luoluo, and dozens of experts also came to help. At this moment, the burly man was like a turtle in a jar. Even if he had wings, he could not escape. Damn it, if the flying boat was here, I would kill you with one blow. The burly man cursed angrily in his heart. This explosive flame bandits was built by him single-handedly. The flying boat was also built by him personally. It was a pseudo-immortal artifact with extremely strong attack power. It was a pity that the flying boat had gone out to travel. Soon, the burly man became very passive under the besiegement of the crowd. At this moment, the celestial eliminating arrow suddenly whistled over. In desperation, the burly man could only raise his hand to block. Poof, the celestial eliminating arrow easily pierced through the burly man's arm and then into his head. Fortunately, the burly man's physique was relatively strong. The celestial eliminating arrow only pierced less than half a finger into his head. The celestial eliminating arrow would not disappear until it hit the target. Because the burly man's physique was strong, this blow did not kill the burly man. However, Xianxia's lips slightly curled up. Celestial eliminating arrow, explode. Bang! This celestial eliminating arrow that almost killed the burly man suddenly exploded. This was the effect of the slaughter seal's advancement. Although the power was not strong, it still made the burly man dizzy. This also bought time for the others. Immortal Slaying Sword Technique. 9 Dragons Thunder Flash. Sword Blade Storm. Sky-shattering Flowing Rock Slash. Soul-hooking Claw. Void Flame Sword Wave. The attacks of the Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, Wei Zhentian, Luo Luo, the Immortal Slaying Puppet, and Yixian all landed on the burly man. In an instant, the burly man was directly killed. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded. At this moment, Yixian had already rushed over and took the burly man's interspatial ring. Yixian did not know the identity of the burly man, but as one of the 2-5 tribulation bodiless celestials of the explosive flame bandits, he must be very rich. If these things were given to Yixian just now, it would be enough for him to break through twice. However, Yixian was currently at the peak of the 3 tribulation bodiless celestial, so it was not enough for him to shorten the time to break through to 0. He still had about 50 years. Now that I'm in the lesser immortal realm, I don't have the sacred leader token and can't merge with my clone. It won't be that easy to increase my chances of passing the tribulation. Yixian narrowed his eyes and exchanged for some supreme-grade glass, cultivating his vitreous treasure body to the 9th stage. His chances of passing the tribulation had reached 90%, he estimated that as long as he could devour as much as he could, he would have a 100% chance of passing the tribulation. Now that the burly man was dead, Yixian had taken over the entire bandit mountain. As for the 50 itinerant immortals, Yixian had thrown them all into the plant dimension. The plant dimension was his domain. Even if a 5th tribulation cultivator entered, Yixian could kill them with a thought. As long as I kill everyone in that airship, I'll be able to pass the tribulation. Yixian thought to himself. Luo Luo had been stuck at peak 3 tribulation itinerant immortal for a long time. As long as Yixian broke through, she could continue cultivating. Yixian immediately rushed toward the airship. On the flying boat, there was also the Death Emperor and the Netherworld Emperor. These 2 people had been ordered by Yixian to die. However, the airship was very fast. Even Yixian, who had broken through to peak 3 tribulation itinerant immortal, couldn't move as fast as a 5th of it. Fortunately, Yixian had obtained the airship's route from the burly man's interspatial ring after he'd slaughtered the exploding flame bandits. Thus, he simply circled to the front of the airship and waited quietly. As expected, the airship rapidly approached Yixian a day later. Alright, come out the bait. Yixian released a portion of the 50 people he'd controlled and changed his appearance to blend into the crowd. Then, he watched helplessly as the flying boat approached. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the airship tore through the air and stopped in front of the group of people. Gotcha, the cabin door of the flying boat suddenly opened, and several people came out from inside. The one in the lead was an old man. Why are you here? What are you doing here? The old man clearly recognized the people controlled by Yixian and asked curiously. My lord, this is bad. Our territory has been taken over by a powerhouse. Our leader has fallen. A peak 3 tribulation itinerant immortal replied. What? Our leader has fallen? The old man was shocked and hurriedly said, You, come in. He didn't hesitate and led Yixian and the others into the airship. Yi Xian had fallen into the tiger's den. Inside the airship, the Death Emperor and the Netherworld Great Emperor were already on good terms with the group of bandits. This time, they had made a lot of contributions. However, as soon as Yi Xian entered the airship, he immediately activated Eye of Soul's soul. Control successful control. Success control a few system notifications sounded out in succession. The Emperor of Death and the Netherworld Emperor were directly controlled by Yi Xian. The hatred in their hearts instantly vanished. What happened? Yes. Second leader, this is bad. Something has happened to our home, the old man said anxiously. What happened? The second leader asked in surprise. Then, the representative controlled by Yi Xian immediately described the situation. Of course, this was a made-up story. A mysterious powerhouse killed our big brother after dozens of rounds of battle? The second leader's eyes flashed. His big brother was a mid-stage 5 tribulation itinerant immortal, one realm higher than him. However, such a powerhouse was killed within 100 rounds of battle. His opponent was at least a mid-stage 5 tribulation itinerant immortal, or even a peak 5 tribulation itinerant immortal. However, he was the one controlling the airship now. If he drove it back, he could seriously injure a peak 5 tribulation itinerant immortal with his full strength. Bastard, I'll kill you. The second leader was furious. He immediately drove the airship back to his home at full speed. During this time, Yi Xian used the Eye of Control to control more than 20 people. Although he only had 50 people, more than 20 people were trapped in the planting space, so he could continue to control them. Now, these 50 people were all on the airship, and 15 of them were 3rd Tribulation itinerant immortals. In addition, the explosive flame bandits had 7 4th Tribulation itinerant immortals and the second leader, a 5th Tribulation itinerant immortal. Now that the slaughter seal has leveled up, I can use it 3 times in a row, which allows me to use the immortal slaying breath strike instantly. However, it's better to use the slaughter mode directly to increase my strength by 3 times, and then use the unicorn descent to trample him to death. Yi Xian thought to himself. However, the power of the unicorn descent after its strength was increased by 3 times was too strong. He was afraid that it would damage the airship. It seemed that he had to play some tricks. The airship had not flown for long when it suddenly made a cracking sound, which attracted everyone's attention. Everyone turned to look and found that the cabin door of the airship was suddenly opened. Then, someone directly attacked and killed the bandits around. What's going on? Everyone was very puzzled, but before they could react, these murderers had already rushed out. ****, catch them. Immediately, some 4th Tribulation itinerant immortals chased after them, but what awaited them were the Old Tree, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian. Every 4th Tribulation itinerant immortal was killed. At the same time, many people rushed out, and the entire airship was suddenly empty. When the second leader who was driving the airship heard the commotion, he could not help but stop and rush out. There was a restriction on the airship, and only he and the first leader knew how to collect it. However, the moment he left the airship suddenly disappeared. What? The second leader was shocked. Before he could react, he was greeted by the unicorn descent. Before that, Yi Xian had used the slaughter seal 3 times and used it all to increase his strength. 3 times, the unicorn descent, boom, with just one kick, the second leader was seriously injured by the unicorn descent. Puff, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky. At this time, the unicorn descent's second kick landed. Bam, the second kick landed on the second leader and killed him directly. Ding. The host's killing intent has increased. When the system notification sounded, Yi Xian launched the 3rd unicorn descent. This time, the target was 2 4th Tribulation itinerant immortals standing together. Ding. The host's killing intent has increased. Ding. The host's killing intent has increased. In an instant, there were only 5 experts left in the explosive flame bandits. Soon, under the siege of Yi Xian and the others, they were all killed. This time, Yi Xian obtained a large amount of heaven and earth treasures, and most importantly, the airship. However, the airship was not important for the time being. There were more important things to do next. Ding. The host's success rate is 100%. Do you want to undergo the tribulation? Yes. Yi Xian immediately replied. Not only that, but the old tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Luo Luo also flew far away and underwent tribulation at the same time. 4 consecutive crossings. Boom. 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 Bolts of tribulation lightning struck down. Ding. The host has passed the 3rd tribulation of itinerant celestial. The host is currently at the early stage of the 4th tribulation itinerant celestial. Ding. Luo Luo has passed the 3rd tribulation of the scattered celestial tribulation. She is currently at the early stage of the 4th tribulation scattered celestial. Ding. Ember of Thunder Fire has passed the 3rd tribulation of scattered immortal tribulation. He is currently at the early stage of the 4th tribulation scattered immortal tribulation. Ding. Ghost Dome Grand Emperor has passed the 3rd tribulation of the scattered celestial realm. He is currently at the early stage of the 4th tribulation scattered celestial realm. Ding. Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. He is now an early stage 4 tribulation scattered celestial. In addition, the unicorn descent that he had just used had also been restored after devouring so many corpses. The bandits controlled by Yi Xian were all dumbfounded. Even if they were released now, they probably wouldn't dare to betray Yi Xian. When he was a peak 3 tribulation loose celestial, he had already killed a 5 tribulation loose celestial. Now that he had broken through to a 4 tribulation loose celestial, his strength had improved qualitatively. Then, Yi Xian took out the flying ship and went in to check. The energy source of the flying boat was rather complicated. It was just throwing natural treasures into the incinerator. At this moment, the energy in the flying boat was estimated to be enough for the flying boat to launch 3 full-powered attacks. However, he did not know how powerful the flying boat was. Now that he had saved the person and dealt with the exploding flame bandits, all that was left was to wait for the Immortal Destiny sect disciple to return. The speed of the flying boat was very fast. In less than half a day, they arrived at the entrance of the outside world, but the door was still closed. Previously, when I summoned Wei Zhentian to battle, I wonder if that Immortal Destiny sect disciple has returned or is wandering around the outside world. Yi Xian felt a bit of a headache, so he sent his second clone to roam around the various sacred grounds to see if he could find that Immortal Destiny sect disciple. With his current strength as a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial, even a peak 3rd tribulation bodiless celestial would not be a match for him. Simply put, the 4 great holy lands in the outside world were all under his control. He was the master of the outside world. Unfortunately, he still couldn't find that Immortal Destiny sect disciple. It seemed that the other party had returned while he was fighting with the exploding flame bandits. When he saw them leave, he also left. My luck is really bad. It wasn't easy to find the Heavenspan treasure map. I thought it would lead to the immortal world, but it turned out to be a small immortal world. Originally, I could have joined the most powerful Immortal Destiny sect, but I encountered bandits. Although I managed to escape, I also lost my chance. Wilful said helplessly. Everyone nodded in agreement. Our luck is indeed bad, but that doesn't mean we don't have a chance. As long as we can get to the Immortal Destiny sect, we might still be able to join, Yi Xian said. That's right, but we still don't know the location of the Immortal Destiny sect. Taoist Ling Xiao said. There's no need to rush. Seniors, you can cultivate in my space for now. You can also go back and take a look at any time. I'll be in charge of the journey, Yi Xian said. Thank you. Taoist Ling Xiao nodded slightly. Currently, Yi Xian's realm was the highest among them, and his strength was also the strongest. Coupled with the fact that they had the airship to travel, it wouldn't take long. However, before that, those itinerant immortals who had been suppressed for countless years also began to undergo tribulation. In the outside world, they were suppressed by the heavenly Tao, so they couldn't undergo tribulation. However, in this small immortal world, it was possible. Immediately, Taoist Ling Xiao, the Buddhist Supreme, Ren Ziyuan, and the other itinerant immortals began to undergo tribulation. Although they didn't have the Holy Leader token, their strength was also extremely strong. It shouldn't be a problem for them to undergo the itinerant immortal tribulations. As for the Death Emperor, the Netherworld Emperor, and the others, they had already been killed by Yi Xian, so the threat was resolved. Next, he would go to the city to find out the location of the Immortal Destiny sect. It would be best if there was a teleportation formation. Previously, he had annihilated an entire bandit group, so he naturally had a map of this area. At this time, the closest place to them was a place called Wildfire City. Immediately, Xian steered the airship and rushed toward Wildfire City. The airship was very fast and could save a lot of time. However, at the same time, it was too big of a target. On the second night of Xian's journey to Burning Field City, he actually encountered another flying boat. How dare you intercept me? Xian narrowed his eyes and quickly scanned the airship with his eye of revelation. He discovered that there were more than 100 people in the airship. At the same time, there were 3 Fifth Tribulation itinerant immortals. However, they were only early 5th Tribulation itinerant immortals. Sir. At this time, an illusory figure suddenly appeared in front of the airship. It was a middle-aged man with a scar on his face. Upon seeing this, Xian also formed an illusory figure. However, he did not reveal his true appearance. What's the matter? Xian asked. Who are you? The middle-aged man with a scar on his face asked in surprise. Who are you? Xian asked in return. The middle-aged man with a scar on his face asked, Isn't this airship from the Explosive Flame Bandits? Those who can control this airship are either the first leader or the second leader. Who are you? Xian's heart trembled. He did not expect the middle-aged man with a scar to know the 2 leaders of the Explosive Flame Bandits. He subconsciously looked around and discovered that the other party was also from a bandit group. I'm the 3rd leader of the Explosive Flame Bandits, Xian. Why are you looking for my 2 brothers? Xian asked subconsciously. I see. The middle-aged man with a scar on his face narrowed his eyes. He could not help but smile. Rumor has it that the airship of the Explosive Flame Bandits has amazing offensive power. It's a rare offensive airship. If we can seize it, our strength will increase greatly. He thought for a moment and was just about to speak when he saw a huge fireball flying towards their flying boat. Xian had launched an attack. What? The middle-aged man with a scar was shocked. Before he could react, the huge fireball had already landed on his airship. He did not expect Xian to take the initiative to attack. TSK, TSK, TSK. Since it's a bandit group, let's seize it. In the airship, Xian grinned. This was the first time he launched an attack. Although it cost him a lot of energy, this attack was undeniably powerful. Boom. The huge fireball smashed into the airship the middle-aged man with a scar was on, directly smashing a huge hole in it. It was so powerful. What? My airship is a defensive airship. The other party actually broke through its defense with one blow? How is this possible? The middle-aged man with a scar realized that the situation was not good. The airship was his second home. There were various defensive formations on it. Even if it was an airship that was a grade higher than his, it would not be able to break through in one blow. However, the airship of the Explosive Flame Bandits did it. Let's try again. Xian activated the Explosive Flame flying ship again. The bow of the ship bloomed like a flower petal, and then a second huge fireball blasted out. There were 3 layers of attack formations in this flying ship, 2 more than the enemy. It was almost invincible among those of the same level. Damn it, they want to fight to the death. In that case, let's do it. The scar-faced middle-aged man's face was gloomy, and he also launched an attack. At the same time, the experts in the flying ship rushed out crazily and attacked Xian's flying ship. Boom. Boom. The 2 flying shuttles exchanged attacks. This time, the scar-faced middle-aged man's flying ship was directly damaged, while Xian's flying ship was not seriously damaged. When the experts saw this, they immediately attacked the gap in the flying ship, but without exception, they could not break through the defense. How is this possible? Our combined attack can't break through the defense? This is clearly an attack-type flying ship. How can it have such a strong defense? Was it made by a famous expert? Run, the flying ship is aiming at us. Before they could react, the 3rd huge fireball blasted out. Even the defensive flying ship of the scar-faced middle-aged man could not resist this fireball attack, let alone the 3 and 4 tribulation itinerant immortals. In an instant, this attack killed nearly 100 itinerant immortals. It was terrifying. Big brother, run. This flying ship is too strange. We are no match for it. Where there is life, there is hope. The other 2-5 tribulation itinerant immortals were persuading the scar-faced middle-aged man. When the scar-faced middle-aged man saw his flying ship, he was so angry that he gritted his teeth. But when he thought of the enemy's flying ship's powerful attack and defense, he could only turn around. Tisk, it's too late to run now. Xianxia's eyes lit up. He poured out a large amount of heavenly treasures and let the flying ship burn. In an instant, he replenished the energy for 2 attacks. At the same time, the 3 from Old Tree had already moved out to stall the other 3. Come on. Xianxia's eyes flashed, and he directly attacked. A huge fireball smashed toward the 6 from Old Tree. What? Do you want to perish together? The scarred middle-aged man was shocked. While the 6 of them were fighting, the flaming flying ship launched an attack. Was it trying to kill its own people? However, how would they know that the Old Tree trio had always been a suicide squad? They had already died countless times, so this was nothing. Boom! The huge fireball engulfed the 6 of them. Ding! Ashen Thunder Fire has died. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has died. Ding! Wei Zhentian has died. 6 system notifications rang out consecutively. The 3 players from the Old Tree had died and revived beside Yixian. At the same time, just as the fireball was about to hit him, Yixian had already formed the Eye of Nature and enveloped his opponent's interspatial ring. On the other side, the bandits who were still alive immediately dispersed. Kill without mercy. Yixian immediately gave the order. At that moment, Old Tree and the other 2 rushed out again and finished off all the bandits. Yixian was very satisfied with this battle. Although he had wasted a lot of heaven and earth treasures, he had gained more heaven and earth treasures and tested the attack power of the flaming flying ship. In one word, it was strong, however, at this moment. Ding! The flaming flying ship is damaged. The damage is 3%. Does the host want to repair it? Yes. Then, another system notification rang out. Ding! The flaming flying ship is repaired. The host has activated the flying ship system. Hearing this, Yixian's body trembled. He actually activated a new system. He immediately checked the flying ship system. The flaming flying ship was a false immortal level 5 flying ship in the flying ship system. It was level 5 in terms of attack power, defense power, and mobility. However, Yixian had just gotten the flaming flying ship and did not know much about the flying ship, so he did not know how high level 5 was. The flying ship system could use ores to upgrade the flying ship's level. Not only that, but it could also use ores as energy. In the future, there would be no need for heaven and earth treasures. It was more economical. Not only that, but Yixian also had the ability to control the flying ship remotely. There would be no need for someone to control it from inside. Ores again? I'm in need of them, Yixian sighed. If he had ores, he could strengthen the flaming flying ship. Young master, there's someone, at this moment, Old Tree suddenly said. Yixian withdrew his mind and turned his head to look. He saw a figure looking at them from afar. A 6 tribulation bodiless celestial, with Yixian's current strength, it was indeed a little difficult for him to deal with an expert of this level. However, Old Tree and the others had already packed up the items and sent them to the flying ship. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a middle stage 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. Ding! Lightning Ember has broken through. The host is now a middle stage 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. The host is now a middle stage 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. Ding! The Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. He's currently a mid-stage 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. After his cultivation level increased, Yixian was more confident. After all, he still had many trump cards. Oh right, the flying ship that was shot down is also a considerable amount of income. It can be used to strengthen the flaming flying ship. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He immediately asked Old Tree to collect the items. At the same time, he condensed an illusory figure and said, "Your Excellency, why are you stopping here?" The young-looking six-tribulation bodiless celestial in front glanced at the flying ship and thought to himself, "This is an all-around flying ship made by a master of the Treasure Heaven Pavilion. An all-around flying ship was very rare. It included attack, defense, and speed." He glanced at Old Tree, who went to collect the wreckage of the flying ship, and said, "Your Excellency, are you willing to buy this flying ship?" "You want to buy the flaming flying ship?" Hearing this, Yi Xian paused for a moment and then replied directly, "Sorry, no." What a joke. This flying ship's combat power was very strong. It was several times stronger than the one that was destroyed. Now that he had activated the flying ship system, what should he use? It just so happened that Old Tree had already brought back the wreckage of the flying ship just now. Ding! The wreckage of the flying ship can increase one attribute of the flaming flying ship. The host can choose to upgrade attack, defense, and speed. Upgrade attack. Yi Xian answered without thinking. Defense was useless because he could use it to repair himself. Speed was used for traveling. It was not very useful in battle, so he could only use attack. Ding! The flaming flying ship's attack has been successfully upgraded. Now, the flaming flying ship's attack power had been upgraded to level 6, and its defense and speed were both level 5. "Your Excellency, I will definitely give you a satisfactory price," the young man said. "Oh, then tell me." However, after the young man finished speaking, Yi Xian's face darkened. Although the price was not bad, it was only enough to buy the flying boat that he had just shot down. What kind of joke was this? Since you don't want to buy it, then forget it. Yi Xian snorted and was about to leave. Wait. The young man suddenly stopped Yi Xian and said, "I'm flattering you by paying for your flying boat. Don't be so shameless." "Oh, I don't want your respect. What can you do to me?" Yi Xian's voice came from the flying boat. Hearing this, the young man's face changed and he immediately drew his long sword. "Don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you're hiding in the flying boat. Why don't you try? You're courting death." The young man was furious and attacked directly. Whoosh! A beam of cyan sword light pierced through the air and directly slashed at the blood flame flying ship. However, what was surprising was that his attack only left a small mark on the flying boat. How was it possible that the attack of a six-tribulation scattered immortal could not break the flying boat's defense? I don't believe it. The young man's eyes widened. This time, he attacked with all his strength. Clear sky white sun slash. Whoosh! The attack this time was at least 5 times stronger than before. However, this attack power was not much stronger than the attack of the middle-aged man with the flying boat just now. Bang! When the sword light dissipated, the blood flame flying ship was only slightly damaged. The degree of damage was less than 3%. A six-tribulation scattered immortal is not that strong. In the flying boat, Yi Xian sneered. However, he would not let the young man continue to attack. After all, the super devouring crystal was needed to repair the flying boat. Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, Wei Zhentian, kill him. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. The moment the young man attacked, he had already sentenced the young man to death. How dare he set his eyes on him? So what if he was a six-tribulation scattered immortal? After Old Tree and the other two received the order, they immediately attacked with all their strength. 9 Dragon Sky Roaring Strike. Heaven-shattering Fulling Rock Slash. In addition, there was also Yi Xian's immortal slaying puppet. It was using the immortal slaying sword technique to attack the young man. Their attacks were not weak, which made the young man a little dumbfounded. It's really rare for a few fourth tribulation loose immortals to have such offensive power. However, he was not someone to be trifled with. Although these attacks were strong, his realm was still there. It was not so easy to hurt him. Rumble. A loud sound rang out, but the young man actually managed to block all of the attacks. However, the best part was yet to come. Explosive flame attack. The young man suddenly felt a scorching heat. He immediately turned his head and saw a huge fireball smashing towards him. The offensive ability of the exploding flame flying ship had been improved. It was now one level stronger than before. The young man clearly hadn't expected this, but he didn't have the ability to avoid it, so he could only block it. However, the attack this time was so powerful that even Old Tree and the others who had broken through were turned into ashes. Old Tree and the other two shared Xianxia's auxiliary bloodline and had the fire resistance of the immortal phoenix bloodline. Even so, they were burned to death. It was obvious how powerful the exploding flame flying ship was. Even so, the young man still managed to block it. However, at this time, not only were his clothes destroyed, even his skin was burnt. At least 80% of his skin was burnt. An ordinary 6th tribulation loose immortal would have died from this attack, but he managed to survive it. However, he was already at the end of his strength. Only now did he realize that he had provoked someone he shouldn't have. Immediately, his expression changed, and he turned to leave. Haha, run. Can you outrun the flying ship? Xian grinned, then controlled the flying ship and swept in front of the young man. As the exploding flame flying ship's level increased, it consumed more energy. Xian estimated that he could only fire 2 more shots. After that, the exploding flame flying ship could only fly. However, 2 shots were enough to kill the young man. You're so cruel. You even killed your own people. The young man's face was gloomy as he shouted angrily. However, in the next moment, his body trembled. Who said they're dead? Suddenly, Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian appeared in front of him. At this time a word flashed in his mind. Unscathed? How is this possible? The young man was shocked. Before he could finish his sentence, Old Tree and the other 2 continued to attack. 9 Dragons Thunder Chain. Grip of the Underworld. Exploding Flame Attack. 2 powerful control skills restrained the severely injured young man, and he once again took the exploding flame flying ship's attack head-on. This time, he couldn't block it and died instantly. Ding. The host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded, and Xian received a large amount of killing intent. A 6 tribulation scattered celestial must have a lot of wealth. Xian immediately took the young man's interspatial ring personally. Not bad. Xian's eyes lit up as he devoured the items. Ding. The host has made a breakthrough. The host is now a peak 4 tribulation scattered celestial. Ding. The embers of thunder fire has made a breakthrough. The host is now a peak 4 tribulation scattered celestial. Ding. Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. The host is now a peak 4 tribulation scattered celestial. Ding. Ghost Dome Great Emperor has made a breakthrough. The host is now a peak 4 tribulation scattered celestial. Xian devoured all the items inside and left some for Luo Luo, who was cultivating in the planting space. As for the rest, he used it to strengthen the flying ship. Ding. The exploding flame flying ship's defense level has increased. Ding. The exploding flame flying ship's speed level has increased. When the 2 system notifications sounded, Xian glanced at the flying ship system and found that the flying ship's level had also increased. Its attack, defense, speed, and level had all increased. This flying ship alone could probably defeat an ordinary 6 tribulation scattered celestial. Awesome, this time, he also made a lot of money. First, he got rid of a bandit group, and then a 6 tribulation scattered celestial came to die. Next, he would go to Wildfire City to find out about the overlord of the small celestial realm, the Immortal Fate sect. Along the way, he encountered many flying ships, but their levels were not high. Even he could easily destroy a level 3 or level 4 flying ship. However, he didn't know who the people on the flying ships were, so he didn't kill the innocent, unless someone came to provoke him. 2 days later, he finally arrived at Wildfire City. This small celestial realm was different from other places. There was actually a stop for flying ships. Although the exploding flame flying ship looked simple, it was very fast. It was obviously not a simple ship. This flying boat is at least grade 5. The owner is only a peak 4 tribulation bodiless immortal. He must have a powerful background. That's right. Even a sixth tribulation bodiless immortal might not be able to own a flying boat like this. Eh? There's a symbol on the flying boat. Is it a bandit group? Looks like this kid got the flying boat from a bandit group. He's pretty lucky. The people around them discussed among themselves. However, there were some who were more observant. Their eyes lit up when they saw the structure next to the flying boat. The wings of this flying boat are identical to the model of Grandmaster Tian Bao in the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Is this flying boat made by Grandmaster Tian Bao? An old man's eyes lit up. Even if the flying boat made by Grandmaster Tian Bao was not of a high grade, many experts would fight to buy it for their collection. In other words, this flying boat was priceless. However, Yi Xian did not know this. He had already put away the flying boat. Then, he led Willful and the others into Wildfire City to inquire about the Immortal Destiny sect. This was their first time entering a city in the small celestial realm, so they wanted to visit. Yi Xian also wanted to buy another flying boat as a gift. Wildfire City was not a powerful city. The city lord was only a peak 6 tribulation bodiless immortal, so his strength was not bad. There was no hurry to inquire about the Immortal Destiny sect. Yi Xian took Willful and the others to have a taste of the food in the small immortal realm. According to the disciple of the Immortal Destiny sect, when the three immortals descended to the mortal world, they first selected a group of people from the various sacred lands before establishing the small immortal realm. Therefore, the residents in the small immortal realm were actually from the outside world. Damn! A 4 tribulation bodiless immortal beast was sliced and cooked. Willful and the others exclaimed in surprise in a restaurant in Wildfire City. When the people around them heard this, they could not help but look at them with disdain as if they were looking at a country bumpkin. However, with Yi Xian's cultivation base, they did not dare to say anything. However, when they were halfway through their meal, a 5 tribulation bodiless immortal suddenly approached them. Everyone, the city lord invites you in. The 5 tribulation bodiless immortal said. The city lord? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He suddenly had an ominous premonition. Sure, but we'll have to wait until we're done eating, Yi Xian said casually. Hearing this, the 5th tribulation loose celestial immediately became furious and shouted, How dare you neglect the city lord's invitation? How dare you? Then I won't go. Yi Xian shrugged. Hearing this, Headstrong and the others broke out in cold sweat. Along the way, they had heard about the realm of the Wildfire City's city master. He was a 6th tribulation loose immortal, the number 1 expert in Wildfire City. However, this realm was not enough to scare Yi Xian. If that's the case, then I can only escort you there. The eyes of the 5th tribulation loose immortal flashed, looking like he was about to attack. He was a middle-stage 5th tribulation loose immortal, 2 realms higher than Yi Xian. How could he not be able to deal with him? However, he really couldn't do anything about it. Looks like we can't finish eating. Let's go in first. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, and then a strange energy enveloped Headstrong and the others. Then, Headstrong and the others were all taken into the planting space. The 3rd floor of the restaurant was emptied in an instant. The surrounding people were shocked, even the 5th tribulation loose immortal was shocked. How could the dozens of people suddenly disappear? Could it be that they were just illusions? That was impossible. The 5th tribulation loose immortal was shocked because he was a middle-stage 5th tribulation loose immortal. No matter how powerful the opponent was, they couldn't hide from him. Before he could react, the sound of something breaking through the air attracted his attention. Yi Xian directly launched a sneak attack. The difference of 2 realms and the carelessness of the 5th tribulation loose immortal caused his head to be chopped off by Yi Xian. I didn't want to cause trouble, but trouble always comes to me. Die. After Yi Xian said coldly, he crushed the head. As for the interspatial ring of the opponent, it naturally fell into his pocket. Since such a thing happened, he couldn't stay in Wildfire City any longer. He had to leave immediately. Of course, there was a second way, which was to fight. The people sent by the city lord were killed by me. This matter will probably spread to the city lord's ears soon. At that time, there will be experts, even 6th tribulation loose immortals, coming here. Yi Xian thought to himself, and quickly left Wildfire City. If he was slow, he wouldn't be able to leave. There was a formation in Wildfire City, so it was impossible to take out large things, so the flying boat was useless. If he was intercepted in the city, then it would be a tragedy. Outside, Yi Xian had the help of the exploding flame flying boat, which at least doubled his battle strength. Soon, Yi Xian left the city, but he didn't immediately leave with the exploding flame flying boat. Instead, he waited quietly outside the city. The exploding flame flying boat was already prepared. Because of the flying boat system, Yi Xian didn't need to personally control it. In addition, the old tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, Wei Zhentian and Luo Luo were already in position in the planting space. Once the battle started, they would immediately join the battle. Sure enough, in less than 5 minutes, a group of city guards led by a middle-aged man walked out. A 6th tribulation loose immortal, 5 5th tribulation loose immortal, and more than 10 4th tribulation loose immortal. Yi Xian squinted his eyes, and immediately saw through the opponent's realm. These people probably couldn't withstand 2 attacks from the exploding flame flying boat. How dare you kill the city lord's subordinates in my Wildfire City? If you know what's good for you, then surrender. The middle-aged man leading the group said sternly. You talk too much. You're courting death. Yi Xian shouted coldly, and directly released Old Tree and the other 2, and then attacked. You're courting death. The middle-aged man leading the group of city guards shouted coldly, and directly led the group of city guards to attack. 9 Dragon Sky Roaring Attack. Old Tree directly used his ultimate move, and 9 lightning and fire heavenly dragons rushed out, attacking the enemy. Insignificant skill. The middle-aged man leading the group snorted coldly, but his expression didn't look too good because he felt that this attack was no small matter. He estimated that even a peak 5th tribulation loose immortal wouldn't be able to withstand it so easily. Fortunately, he was a 6th tribulation loose immortal, so he took the lead to rush out and faced it head-on. However, because of this, he fell into the Old Tree's trap. After the 9 lightning and fire heavenly dragons, there were 9 lightning and fire chains. After the middle-aged man defeated the heavenly dragons, the 9 lightning and fire chains were locked on his body. 1 on the neck, 2 on the arms, wrists, thighs, and calves, making a total of 9. The power of the lightning instantly paralyzed the 6th tribulation loose immortal. Humph, you want to trap me with this kind of little trick? The 6th tribulation loose immortal immediately circulated his vital energy to remove the paralysis effect. Not good. This time, his expression finally changed, but it was too late. This meteorite-like fireball had already arrived. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. This huge fireball directly engulfed him. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. This 6th tribulation loose immortal was slightly weaker than the previous youth. Therefore, it was not surprising that he was directly killed. His death shocked the others. Wasn't this flying ship's attack power a little too crazy? Before they could react, the 2nd fireball had already arrived. Even if those people resisted with all their strength, they could not block this fireball's attack. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. A series of system notifications rang out. This group of city guards was directly killed by Yi Xian, leaving only the Qianquan ring as a remnant. Those onlookers were already shocked to the point of speechlessness. If this flying ship attacked Wildfire City, how long could the city barrier array last? However, Yi Xian would not do this kind of thing. After all, he was not going to massacre the city. This time's harvest was not bad, but Yi Xian was still unable to reach the level of 4th tribulation loose immortal. At this moment, he was thinking whether to leave or continue to stay. If he continued to stay, there would definitely be more powerful experts appearing. Even a 6th tribulation peak city lord would appear. However, what Yi Xian did not understand was why the city lord was looking for him. Therefore, he decided to stay. Today, he was going to have another big battle. Not long after, the news spread to the city lord mansion. Following that, the city lord was furious and led the experts to rush out. There were a total of 6 6th tribulation loose immortals. Including the city lord, there were 7 of them. In addition, there were more than 25th tribulation loose immortals. This was the strength of the city lord mansion. Facing such a powerful team, Yi Xian did not have any stage fright and just looked at them. How dare you? Who gave you the courage to behave so atrociously in my place? The City Lord of Wildfire City shouted angrily. You are the City Lord of Wildfire City? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked. That's me. The City Lord of Burning Field City widened his eyes and replied. I want to ask you, why did you send people to find trouble with me for no reason? Do I have a grudge against you? Yi Xian immediately asked. I also wish to ask you, where did you obtain this exploding flame flying boat? The Burning Field City's city master asked. Yi Xian said, where did it come from? What does it have to do with you? If I'm not mistaken, this flying boat should be made by Grandmaster Tian Bao of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. It's an all-round flying boat that combines attack, defense, and speed. Even I might not be able to afford such a level 6 flying boat, the City Lord of Wildfire City said. You can't afford it because you're not capable, Yi Xian mocked. However, the explosive flame flying ship was originally only a level 5 flying ship. It only became a level 6 flying ship after going through the flying ship system. Such a flying ship was indeed something that the City Lord of Burning Field City could not afford. An innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. Die. The City Lord of the Burning Field City did not say anything and directly attacked. Yi Xian was taken aback. This old man was swift and decisive, taking action as soon as he said so. Since that was the case, then let's fight. Sword Blade Storm. In an instant, Yi Xian ordered Wei Zhentian to use his ultimate move. At the same time, he also directly attacked. It had been a long time since he personally fought to his heart's content. Slaughter Seal. He first condensed a Slaughter Seal and then started attacking. As long as he condensed 2 Slaughter Seals, then he could use 2 more Slaughter Seals to stack up to 5 Slaughter Seals. Then, he would use all of them to unleash the Immortal Slaying Sword formation. He had not used the Immortal Slaying Sword formation since he merged with the Immortal Slaying Bloodline until now. Today, he would test its power. At the same time, he controlled the flying boat to circle to one side and launched the exploding flame attack. However, a large number of experts had come to the City Lord Mansion this time. Even the exploding flame attack was completely destroyed by the other experts. At present, the exploding flame flying boat's energy could still launch 3 attacks. Therefore, he had to conserve his energy. The ones participating in this battle were Yi Xian, Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian. Due to the difference of 6 realms, Yi Xian did not dare to approach the City Lord. After all, there was a difference of 6 realms between them. If he was not careful, he might be killed instantly. Fortunately, among the people that the City Lord of Wildfire City brought this time, in addition to the 6th and 5th Tribulation Loose Immortals, there were also 4th Tribulation Loose Immortals. Immortal Eye, Soul Eye. In an instant, Yi Xian controlled a large number of 4th Tribulation Loose Immortals and made them attack the surrounding experts. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The wind whistled. The City Lord of Wildfire City clearly did not expect that so many people would betray him. He subconsciously reacted. It must be Yi Xian who controlled these people. This joint attack caused the fall of 4 5th Tribulation Loose Immortals. This brought a lot of killing intent to Yi Xian. Ding. Host has condensed a Slaughter Seal. A system notification sounded. At this moment, Yi Xian already had 2 Slaughter Seals. As long as he gathered 1 more seal, he would be able to use the Immortal Slaying Sword formation. However, the first time, he killed 4 5th Tribulation Loose Immortals because of a sneak attack. Now that everyone had reacted, it would not be so easy. Fortunately, Yi Xian still had other moves. Death Pursuit Order. Eye of Assassination. In an instant, Yi Xian directly went past the City Lord of Wildfire City and arrived beside a 6th Tribulation Loose Immortal. Then, he directly used his trump card. Unicorn Descend, a flaming hoof directly fell and stepped on 2 people. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian quickly used the 2nd Unicorn Descend. Bang! This hoof instantly killed the 2 people. As for the 3rd hoof, Yi Xian aimed at the group of 5th Tribulation Loose Immortals. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. 3 more system notifications sounded. This time, the third slaughter seal was finally condensed. Ding. Host has condensed a slaughter seal. When the system notification sounded out, Xian had used the slaughter engraving skill twice. 5 slaughter seals. Come, immortal slaying sword formation. After Xian used up 5 slaughter seals, a huge formation with him as the center appeared. In the air, various weapons quickly appeared. They were all long swords. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, although Xian did not count in detail, these long swords had already covered the sky. Before everyone could react, the immortal slaying sword formation began to operate. Tens of thousands of long swords began to sweep. Whoosh! Within the immortal slaying sword formation, the wind whistled. However, at this moment Xian's mind is ringing continuously. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. In just an instant, several 5th Tribulation loose immortals were killed. At the same time, all the 4th Tribulation loose immortals were killed. What kind of formation is this? How can it be so powerful? Within the immortal slaying sword formation, the Wildfire City Lord's face is gloomy. This formation was set up by the peak 4th Tribulation loose immortal Xian. Its power is not small. Most importantly, Xian is immune to these long swords. They will pass through his body and will not cause any harm. This means that he can attack from within the formation, however, he does not want to do so. Because in less than 3 seconds, the rest of the 6th Tribulation loose immortals will all die. Only the Wildfire City Lord is left. At the same time, the Wildfire City Lord is covered with injuries and will not be able to hold on for much longer. Since that is the case, I will send you on your way. Xian squints his eyes and uses Death Chasing Order to mark the Wildfire City Lord and then flashes over. I have Assassination. Nihility Flame Sword Wave. Up ahead is the most dangerous place in the small immortal realm, the Immortal Tomb. Even a 9 Tribulation bodiless immortal might not be able to come out alive. The 7 Tribulation bodiless immortal furrowed his brows. The Immortal Tomb was a very strange place. Even if he drove a flying boat in, he might still die. So he decided not to chase after him. Of course, he had to see Xian enter the Immortal Tomb with his own eyes. However, Xian did not know about this dangerous place and rushed in with the remaining half of the exploding flame flying boat. It's dark? Xian narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, he felt that his surroundings were dark, and then there was no light at all. Fortunately, he had the Eye of Revelation, so he could see everything around him. But what surprised him was that the 7 Tribulation bodiless immortal did not chase after him. Something was wrong. Xian immediately reacted. He knew that he'd chased into a dangerous place. He immediately used the Eyes of the Void, but the next moment, he heard a system notification sound. Ding! The Eyes of the Void is temporarily unavailable. Xian's heart sank. What was this place? Even the Eyes of the Void could not be used. The space in the small immortal realm was very stable. Even the 7 Tribulation bodiless immortal chasing after Xian could not break through the void. Xian could not either, but his Eyes of the Void could be used under normal circumstances. It seemed that he had entered a dangerous place. This is not a good place to stay. Let's retreat first. Xian thought to himself. He began to repair the flying boat and then took a detour to leave this dark place. But at this moment, boom! A loud rumbling sound suddenly sounded out from the dark surroundings, as if thunder had struck. However, what surprised Xian was that there was no light at all. The next moment, the flying boat could no longer fly and fell from the sky. Forbidden Space Array? Xian immediately reacted. Because even he couldn't fly, he directly fell down from the sky. Fortunately, with his physique, he would not be injured even if he fell from a height of hundreds of thousands of meters. If an expert fell to his death, could he still be called an expert? However, just as the flying ship was about to pass through, Xian used his Eye of Revelation to see a huge stone tablet in front of him. No, it wasn't a stone tablet, but a gigantic tombstone, but that was not the point. The point was that when the flying boat was about to land, a huge hole suddenly appeared in the ground. The exploding flame-flying ship didn't land. Instead, it headed straight for the core of the planet. The F*CK? Yi Xian was shocked. What was going on? All of a sudden, a forbidden space formation appeared out of nowhere. Just as he was about to enter, a large hole suddenly opened up in the ground, allowing him to enter. What was going on? It seemed that there was a super powerful existence controlling everything behind the scenes. Yi Xian was already on high alert. The old tree and the others were also on standby in the planting space. If there was any danger, they would immediately charge out. However, Yi Xian was too paranoid. Soon, the flying boat was inserted into the ground, and the hole disappeared quietly. At this time, the flying boat had been repaired. Yi Xian hid inside and quietly observed his surroundings with his eye of revelation. The flying boat was a 6th grade flying boat with a 6th grade defensive power. Even a 7th tribulation loose immortal would have to spend some effort to break it, so it was relatively safe. There was nothing around except for a large door. At this time, the cave suddenly lit up, and a figure appeared. This was an old man. He seemed very ordinary, but Yi Xian, who was in the explosive flame-flying ship, knew that he wasn't such a simple person. "Fated person, come out and meet me," the old man said slowly. Yi Xian's heart trembled. He knew that he was in big trouble and secretly cursed his bad luck. Wherever he went, trouble followed. Yi Xian did not immediately come out. Instead, he asked, "Senior, why did you lead me here?" The old man did not answer this question. He said, "Young man, don't be afraid. If I want to kill you, your flying boat can't stop me." After he finished speaking, he directly waved his hand. A white light flashed in front of Yi Xian, then forcefully cut the explosive flame-flying boat in half. This time, Yi Xian was terrified. It was just a figure, but it had such power. This freaking figure was at least a 9th tribulation loose immortal. Since the flying boat's defensive power was useless, Yi Xian could only walk out and face the old man. "Young man, since you can come here, it means that we are fated. Next, I will give you a great opportunity," the old man said. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. "What fated? You clearly forced me to come here." However, when he heard the second half of the sentence, 2 beams of light burst out of his eyes. Was it a good fortune or a great one? "Senior, this is..." Yi Xian forcefully suppressed his joy and said in astonishment. "To tell you the truth, I'm already dead. This flowing light palace is my tomb. In this flowing light palace, there are the treasures I left behind. But if you want to enter, you need a key," the old man said. "Dead? Treasures? Key?" Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. How did he come across such a good thing? Something was fishy. "Then, what do you want me to do?" Yi Xian asked. "Very simple. I want you to go to the Immortal Destiny sect and get the key. Then, this treasure is yours," the old man replied. When the words Immortal Destiny sect fell into Yi Xian's ears, he could not help but shudder. The key is in the Immortal Destiny sect? Yi Xian was shocked. The Immortal Destiny sect was the overlord of the Lesser Immortal Realm. If this old man had connections with them, could he be an elder of the Immortal Destiny sect? The old man narrowed his weathered eyes. "Young man, I'm Flowing Light. Haven't you heard of me?" "Flowing Light? What's wrong with this name?" Yi Xian was a little confused. This was the first time he'd heard of this name. What a hothead. The old man smiled faintly. "I, Flowing Light Immortal, am one of the 3 great immortals of the Lesser Immortal Realm. I am also the founder of the Immortal Destiny sect." What? As soon as he said this, Yi Xian almost swallowed his Adam's apple. The old man in front of him was one of the 3 great immortals who'd founded the Lesser Immortal Realm. Immortals were much stronger than itinerant immortals. But that was not the point. The point was, how could an immortal die? "Senior, since you are an immortal, how could you die?" Yi Xian asked in surprise. This Lesser Immortal Realm was founded by Flowing Light Immortal and 2 other immortals. In this Lesser Immortal Realm, Flowing Light Immortal was almost invincible. How could he die? Something? Yi Xian was shocked and asked, what is it? This is also the reason why I brought you in. You have the same aura as that thing, so you must have gotten it before. After the old man finished speaking, he suddenly condensed the shadow of a black stone in his hand. There was a strange pattern on the black stone, which was very familiar to Yi Xian. This is the devouring source? Yi Xian opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Now, he understood why he came in. It was because he had once obtained a devouring source in the Blood Rock continent. At that time, that devouring source allowed the devouring system to level up. If he devoured another one, he might be able to level up again. This strange thing can devour all things, then convert them into immortal power and give it back to me. The other two immortals found out about this secret of mine and attacked me. Fortunately, I was lucky enough to escape, but not long after, I was seriously injured and died. Before I died, I set up a fallen immortal formation. Anyone who enters will be killed by the fallen immortal formation, even 9 tribulation loose immortals. After the old man finished speaking, he could not help but sigh. The other two immortals were my senior and junior brothers in the same sect, and also my best friends. But because of this thing, they could not help but attack me. They knew that the immortal tomb was where I died, but because of the fallen immortal formation, they did not dare to enter. After hearing this, Yi Xian could not help but break out in cold sweat. This fallen immortal formation could even kill 9 tribulation loose immortals, and even real immortals were afraid of it, let alone a 5 tribulation loose immortal like him. Senior, since this is your tomb, can't you just open the door? Yi Xian asked in surprise. No, my Qianquan ring has been marked by them. Once it is opened, they will know. At that time, they will try their best to come in. Lumen Immortal shook his head. Then wouldn't it be the same if I opened it with the key? Yi Xian frowned. That's different. By the time you go to the Immortal Destiny sect to retrieve the key, I would have already set up a concealment array. Although it can only conceal you for a day, it's enough for you to take everything away, said Immortal Luminous. Yi Xian paused and said, so you're saying that this key isn't the key to opening the door, and it's not the key? If possible, it would be best to obtain that key. That is the key to opening the passageway to the immortal plane, Immortal Luminous said. A passage to the immortal world? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and said, isn't it closed now? That's right, the passageway to the celestial realm is indeed closed. However, do you know why? After Celestial Lumen finished speaking, he couldn't help but pause for a moment before he continued. All those years ago, the 3 of us were hunted down in the immortal world, and we had no choice but to hide in the lower realms. After that, we removed the key to the Immortal Ascension platform and unilaterally closed the passageway to the immortal world. That way, the people of the immortal world wouldn't be able to come down. It's you, seniors? Yi Xian was shocked. However, by doing so, we've already violated the heavenly rules of the immortal realm. If the passageway to the immortal realm opens again, we definitely won't be able to avoid it. That's why the other 2 didn't dare to open the passageway to the immortal realm. Most importantly, I've dismantled the Immortal Ascension platform. It's all in my tomb. As long as you obtain the key, you can open the passageway to the immortal realm. After hearing Immortal Luminous words, Yi Xian fell silent. After a while, he said, the key to the Immortal Ascension platform should be in the hands of the other 2 immortals, right? The key to the Immortal Ascension platform is called the Immortal Token of Ascension. However, since I've dismantled the Immortal Ascension platform, the array can no longer be used. Hence, the Immortal Token of Ascension alone is useless. The Immortal Token of Ascension has already become the token of the Immortal Destiny sect leader. It's not in their hands, Immortal Luminous said. Sect leader, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. There were only 3 immortals in the small immortal realm. The rest were at most peak 9th tribulation scattered immortals. If that was the case, he could deal with them. Senior, besides wanting me to obtain the Immortal Token of Ascension, do you have any other requests? Yi Xian asked. Yes. Back then, I was hunted down and came to the lower realm. My only regret is needless to say. My request is that after you open the passageway to the immortal realm, you bring my corpse back to the real Immortal Destiny sect. Immortal Luminous sighed. The real Immortal Destiny sect. Yi Xian muttered to himself. Then, he nodded and said, "All right, I'll definitely do it." After hearing Yi Xian's reply, Immortal Luminous nodded slightly and said, "Although this is the first time we've met, I can feel that you're not an ordinary person. I can see that you've been cultivating for less than 100 years, right?" After hearing this, Yi Xian was shocked again. An immortal was indeed an immortal. His eyesight was really sharp. He actually guessed correctly. However, it had not even been 20 years since he started cultivating. Where did 100 years come from? You should also have a piece of that black stone. With it, it's reasonable for you to have this much. However, I don't intend to give it to you now, unless you can bring back the immortal token, Immortal Luminous said. But I'm only a 5 tribulation scattered immortal now. How can I enter the Immortal Destiny sect? Yi Xian asked with a frown. Very simple. After Immortal Luminous finished speaking, he suddenly took out 5 stones and said, "These are called Immortal Destiny Stones. With them, you can enter the Immortal Destiny sect. 1 piece for an outer sect disciple, 2 pieces for an inner sect disciple, and 3 pieces can directly become an elder's personal disciple." What are these? How can they be so powerful? Yi Xian took the 3 white stones and quickly scanned them with his eye of revelation. However, he did not discover anything. I'm a disciple of the Immortal Destiny sect. We pay attention to fate. When we established the Immortal Destiny sect, we spread them out. These 3 stones are actually immortal stones that I brought down from the immortal realm. However, there's a formation on them. If you don't break it, you won't be able to see anything. After Immortal Luminous finished speaking, he suddenly broke the formation on the 2 immortal stones and threw them to Yi Xian. It's an immortal stone? Yi Xian's eyes lit up and quickly swallowed the immortal stone. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level is middle stage 5 tribulation scattered immortal. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level is peak stage 5 tribulation scattered immortal. Ding! Ember of Thunder Fire has broken through. Current level is middle stage 5 tribulation scattered immortal. Ding! Ember of Thunder Fire has broken through. Current level is peak stage 5 tribulation scattered immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Current level is middle stage 5 tribulation scattered immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Current level is peak stage 5 tribulation scattered immortal. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. Current level is middle stage 5 tribulation scattered immortal. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. Current level is peak stage 5 tribulation scattered immortal. Hiss. After hearing the series of system notifications, Yi Xian could not help but gasp. Just 1 immortal stone had allowed him to jump 2 realms. If it was not for the tribulation, he would have continued to break through. What a loss. Scary, too scary. Just 1 immortal stone allowed me to break through twice. Yi Xian could not help but swallow his saliva. Unfortunately, he was now very poor and could not shorten the tribulation time to 0. Therefore, he could only be stuck at the peak of 5 tribulations scattered immortal. It's really powerful. It's a pity that I'm already dead. Otherwise, with this black stone, I could even break through the shackles of immortals and become a heaven immortal. Above the immortals is the sky immortal. Yi Xian heard some clues. Immortals were naturally divided into ranks. Lumen Immortal was the most ordinary immortal, followed by the Sky Immortal. He did not know what was above the Sky Immortal realm. However, Yi Xian did not care. He would know once he reached the required level. Although I have a lot of wealth, I can't give it all to you now. As long as you get the Hui Hui Immortal token, I'll give it all to you. You can even ascend to the Immortal realm. Lumen Immortal threw the 3 Immortal Opportunity Stones to Yi Xian. With these 3 Immortal Opportunity Stones, Yi Xian could enter the Immortal Destiny sect. 3 Immortal Opportunity Stones can make an elder take you in as a personal disciple. However, after I went missing, I think, although Lumen Immortal did not continue, Yi Xian understood. The other 2 immortals were eyeing Lumen Immortal's devouring source, so they attacked him. With 1 less big shot in the Immortal Destiny sect, Lumen Immortal's subordinates would naturally be taken away. Even so, I can suggest that you become Elder Tianbao's subordinate. He is an upright person who does not fight for power. He is the first batch of people I brought in from the outside world. Take these 3 immortal opportunity stones and become his disciple, Lumen Immortal said. Tianbao? Yi Xian was familiar with this name. The city lord of Wildfire City had said that his flaming flying ship was made by Grandmaster Tianbao. Grandmaster Tianbao of the Sky Treasure Pavilion should be Elder Tianbao of the Immortal Destiny sect. Yes. Yi Xian nodded in response. Alright, you can go now. However, remember not to reveal that you entered the Immortal Tomb. Otherwise, you should know the consequences, Lumen Immortal said. If that's the case, I'll take my leave first. Yi Xian cupped his fists at Lumen Immortal. Go. After you leave from the north of the Immortal Tomb. Head northeast for a day and you will reach Flying Cloud City. Then, you can use the transportation formation in Flying Cloud City to reach the foot of the Immortal Destiny sect. Lumen Immortal waved his hand and the hole at the top appeared again. Alright. Yi Xian responded and immediately left. However, before that, he had already changed his appearance to that of an ordinary man. The lower the profile, the easier it would be to infiltrate the Immortal Destiny sect. Then, he steered the blazing flying ship to the northern edge of the Immortal Tomb. Grandmaster Tianbao made my exploding flame flying ship, so it's very eye-catching. However, I have the flying boat system. In addition to upgrading the flying boat system can also change the appearance of the flying boat according to my wishes. As Yi Xian thought to himself, he immediately changed the shape of the flying ship. As the saying goes, concentration is the essence, the explosive flame flying ship had shrunk in size. It was originally 1,000 meters long, but now it was only 50 meters long. Even its outer shape had changed. It was originally a rhombus-shaped flying ship with small wings, but now it was a cylinder. At first glance, it looked like a big one. This way, no one would be able to recognize him, right? Although the appearance of the flying ship had changed, its attack, defense, and speed were still at the 6th grade. Moreover, with Yi Xian's ability, even if he saw the 7 Tribulation bodiless immortal from the Immortal Destiny Enforcement Team, he would not be able to recognize him. However, he was not in a hurry to go to the Immortal Destiny sect. Right now, I have 3 sealed Immortal Destiny stones and 1 useless Immortal stone. I'm now a peak 5 Tribulation bodiless immortal. If I want to pass the tribulation, I'll need treasures of heaven and earth, Yi Xian thought to himself. At this moment, he had a flash of inspiration. There must be a lot of good stuff in the Immortal Tomb. Those bodiless immortals who had barged in were all killed by Lumen Immortal. Their corpses might still be scattered around the Immortal Tomb. At this thought, Yi Xian steered the flying ship and entered the Immortal Tomb again. He was discovered by Lumen Immortal as soon as he entered. However, Lumen Immortal immediately understood that Yi Xian was trying to take advantage of the situation. This kid, Lumen Immortal did not know whether to laugh or cry but did not object. After all, it would take at most 3 days to explore the entire Immortal Tomb. Even 3 years would pass in the blink of an eye. What was 3 days? Originally, many bodiless immortals entered the Immortal Tomb to train. However, after a 9 Tribulation bodiless immortal died inside, almost no one entered. Most of the treasures were taken away by Lumen Immortal. However, Lumen Immortal was too lazy to collect the items left behind by the 6 Tribulation and 7 Tribulation bodiless immortals. This allowed Yi Xian to benefit. Yi Xian spent 5 days exploring the Immortal Tomb thoroughly and obtained many good things. During this time, Luo Luo also broke through to the peak of 5 Tribulation bodiless immortal. Since they were in the Immortal Tomb, Yi Xian was not in a hurry. He would wait until Luo Luo had the confidence to pass the tribulation together. When Yi Xian summoned the Old Tree, Ghost Dome Emperor, Wei Zhentian, and Luo Luo out of the planting space, Luminous Celestial was shocked. Even he did not realize that Yi Xian had such a skill. Yi Xian and the others once again underwent their tribulations. Boom. 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 Bolts of tribulation lightning struck down. Ding. The host has successfully passed the tribulation. The host is now an early stage 6 tribulation scattered celestial. Ding. Luo Luo has successfully passed the tribulation. she is now an early stage 6th tribulation scattered celestial. Ding. Thunder Fire Ember has successfully passed the tribulation. He is now an early stage 6 tribulation scattered celestial. Ding. Ghost Dome Great Emperor has successfully passed the tribulation. He is now an early stage 6th tribulation scattered celestial. Ding. Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. He is now an early 6th tribulation scattered celestial. This was not the end. This time, Yi Xian had gained a lot in the immortal tomb. After successfully passing the tribulation, he immediately started devouring. The early stage of the 6th tribulation loose immortal, the middle stage of the 6th tribulation loose immortal, the peak of the 6th tribulation loose immortal. In an instant, he soared up again. However, this time, he did not have enough heaven and earth treasures. He only reduced the time to pass the tribulation by 300 years. After all, luminous celestial had taken away all the immortals above 8 tribulation scattered celestial. Damn, but this was not bad. After all, when Yi Xian entered the immortal tomb, he had just passed the 4 tribulation scattered celestial not long ago. Now, he was already the city lord of Wildfire City. It's about time. Let's go to Swallow City and then teleport to Immortal Destiny Sect. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Then, he boarded the flying ship and left the immortal tomb. Previously, he had obtained many good things. Therefore, he strengthened the flying ship. Now, the flying ship's attack power had increased to level 7. Its defense power was also level 7. It was just that its speed was a little lower. Therefore, it was still at level 6. However, this was enough. After using the new flying ship to travel for a day, Yi Xian finally arrived at Swallow City. Before entering the city, Yi Xian specially glanced at the wanted posters. He did not see his wanted poster. He reckoned that the 7 tribulation scattered celestial thought that he was already dead. After all, even a 9 tribulation scattered celestial might not be able to come out alive after entering the immortal tomb. Swallow City was much larger than Wildfire City, and the city lord was a 7 tribulation itinerant immortal. There was a transportation formation that led to the Immortal Destiny Sect. Although the cost was not small, Yi Xian could still afford it. As the top faction in the small immortal world, the Immortal Destiny Sect naturally had many people who wanted to come to the Immortal Destiny Sect to seek opportunities. Who knew if an expert from the Immortal Destiny Sect would take him in as a disciple? The Immortal Destiny Sect was all about fate. The Immortal Destiny Sect was very strict in accepting disciples. After all, it was the top faction. There were many people who came with Immortal Destiny stones in their history. However, there had only been 2 people like Yi Xian who came with 3 Immortal Destiny stones. One was an elder of the Immortal Destiny Sect, and the chief blacksmith of the Immortal Destiny Sect, Tian Bao. The other had become the current sect leader of the Immortal Destiny Sect. Yi Xian was the third. At this time, Yi Xian had already ascended the stairs of the Immortal Destiny Sect with the Immortal Destiny Stone in hand. After a while, he arrived at the gates of the Immortal Destiny Sect, but was stopped by 2 Immortal Destiny Sect disciples in blue and white robes. "Sir, you are not a disciple of the Immortal Destiny Sect." "What is the matter?" one of the Immortal Destiny Sect disciples asked. Yi Xian sized up the 2 Immortal Destiny Sect disciples and was shocked. These 2 were both 7 tribulation itinerant immortals. The Immortal Destiny Sect was indeed extraordinary. "Greetings, senior brothers. I found an Immortal Destiny Stone," so, as Yi Xian spoke, he took out an Immortal Destiny Stone from the Devour space. After seeing the Immortal Destiny Stone, the 2 disciples suddenly widened their eyes, and greed flashed in their eyes. Immortal Destiny Stone, it was actually an Immortal Destiny Stone. As disciples of the Immortal Destiny Sect, they naturally knew what an Immortal Destiny Stone was. That was an Immortal Stone. Using an Immortal Stone to invest in the Immortal Destiny Sect was actually a huge loss. However, the seal on the Immortal Stone could only be undone by the experts of the Immortal Destiny Sect. If it could not be undone, the Immortal Stone was trash, no different from the ordinary stones on the ground. "Junior brother, you are really lucky to have obtained an Immortal Destiny Stone. How did you get it?" a guarding disciple asked. "It's like this. In order to transcend the tribulation, I found a cave to cultivate in. I found this immortal opportunity stone in that cave, Yi Xian answered honestly. Junior brother's luck is really too good. An immortal destiny stone can allow you to join my immortal destiny sect and become an outer sect disciple. I grew up in the immortal destiny sect since I was young. After experiencing thousands of years, I'm still just an inner sect disciple. A disciple guarding the mountain said enviously. If an outer sect disciple of immortal destiny sect wanted to enter the inner sect, he had to be at least a 7 tribulation loose immortal. These two guarding disciples were both 7 tribulation loose immortals, so they were already inner sect disciples. Originally, Immortal Lumen's plan was to let Yi Xian spend 3 immortal opportunity stones to become Elder Qianbao's disciple. However, Yi Xian had asked around at the foot of the mountain and found that the rules had changed. Originally, 1 immortal opportunity stone could enter the outer sect to cultivate. 2 immortal opportunity stones could directly enter the inner sect. 3 immortal opportunity stones could choose an elder to become his disciple. However, after the immortal destiny sect's rules changed, 3 immortal opportunity stones could only enter the inner sect. To become an elder's disciple, one had to spend 5 immortal opportunity stones. Now, Yi Xian had 3 immortal opportunity stones and 1 unused immortal opportunity stone. It was not enough to become Elder Qianbao's disciple. Instead, he could use 1 immortal opportunity stone to enter the outer sect and then transcend the tribulation to become a 7 tribulation loose immortal. This way, he could directly enter the inner sect. This method was more economical. Of course, Yi Xian wanted to save money. After all, he had a lot of time. Why waste immortal opportunity stones? As long as he found a way to break the seal of the immortal opportunity stones, then those 2 immortal opportunity stones would be his. At that time, he would have 3 immortal opportunity stones. Junior brother, one look and I can tell that you are fated with our immortal destiny sect. Come, I'll bring you to the outer sect, Elder Qiu. After speaking, a guarding disciple led Yi Xian directly into the immortal destiny sect. Along the way, the immortal destiny sect disciples all looked at the immortal opportunity stone in Yi Xian's hand with greedy eyes. Of course, some people directly showed disdain for Yi Xian. After all, most of these people had entered the immortal destiny sect because of their talent and intelligence. How could a piece of trash like Yi Xian, who had entered the immortal destiny sect after obtaining an immortal opportunity stone, be on equal footing with them? After a while, the guarding disciple led Yi Xian to the back of the sundry hall. Elder Qiu, this disciple requests an audience. The guarding disciple shouted from outside the door. No. An old voice came from inside. Ahem. Yi Xian smiled awkwardly. This Elder Qiu was quite haughty. Elder Qiu, someone has brought an immortal opportunity stone, the guarding disciple hurriedly added. After saying that, there was a moment of silence inside. Then, an old man walked out. Your luck is not bad to be able to obtain an immortal opportunity stone. Elder Qiu snorted coldly and directly took the immortal opportunity stone from Yi Xian's hand. Come back tomorrow for the immortal opportunity stone. After a fated person obtained an immortal opportunity stone, not only could he use it to enter the immortal destiny sect, but an elder would then undo the seal on the immortal opportunity stone and pass it to the fated person. Therefore, this immortal opportunity stone was still Yi Xian's, although Yi Xian could directly use 3 immortal opportunity stones to enter the inner sect, and the immortal opportunity stone would be his afterwards. That would be too ostentatious. After all, it had only happened twice in history. It was better to keep a low profile. Following that, the guarding disciple led Yi Xian to register. The latter directly became a member of the immortal destiny sect, received an identity token, and was assigned a place to stay. Junior brother, news of you obtaining an immortal opportunity stone and entering the outer sect of the immortal destiny sect has probably spread. I estimate that many outer sect disciples will come looking for you, the guarding disciple said. Come looking for me? Why? Yi Xian was a little confused. You have to know that the immortal opportunity stone is actually an immortal opportunity stone. It's just that there's a seal on it. After 3 days, you'll obtain an immortal opportunity stone without the seal. If you refine more than 10 immortal opportunity stones, then you might be able to condense immortal power, the guarding disciple replied. Immortal power? Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Itinerant immortals and itinerant immortals might have the word immortal in their names, but they were still in the realm of mortals. They still used true qi in their bodies, not immortal power. However, as long as they refined 10 immortal opportunity stones, then they might be able to condense immortal power. As long as they could condense immortal power, would anyone in the same realm be a match for them? Even if they challenged those of a higher realm, it would not be a problem. If that's the case, then many people will indeed come looking for you. But why are there only outer sect disciples? Yi Xian asked curiously. The guarding disciple paused for a moment. That's why many outer sect disciples are backed by inner sect disciples. They stay in the outer sect and snatch immortal stones from anyone who obtains them. Although immortal opportunity stones can only be obtained by fated people, this is a world where the strong are respected. It's fate that allows one to obtain immortal stones. As long as no one dies, the sect won't care. Yi Xian could not help but sigh. In the end, it all depends on one's strength. Junior brother, if you're willing, you can use these immortal stones to exchange for natural treasures. Then, they won't dare to touch you. Don't worry, these natural treasures are enough for you to cultivate to peak 7th tribulation bodiless immortal or even 8th tribulation bodiless immortal. The guarding disciple finally showed his true colors. An immortal stone was very precious. Even the elites who ranked at the top of the inner sect would have to spend a long time to obtain one. If the guarding disciple obtained an immortal stone, he would definitely give it to others in exchange for cultivation resources. After all, he knew he could not obtain 10 immortal stones. For ordinary people, it was impossible to obtain immortal power if they could not obtain 10 immortal stones. However, immortal stones could increase Yi Xian's cultivation level. Moreover, he could completely devour immortal stones. He might not even need 10 immortal stones to condense immortal power. My apologies, senior brother. Yi Xian didn't explain further and directly said. Humph. The guarding disciple was extremely displeased when he heard this. He thought to himself that Yi Xian did not know what was good for him. Since that was the case, he did not waste any more words and turned to leave. As expected, not long after he left, someone came looking for him. You're Yi Xian? A burly man came looking for him with a dozen underlings. What's the matter? Yi Xian sat in the courtyard and said without raising his head. The burly man in front of him was already a peak 6th tribulation bodiless immortal. The underlings behind him were also 6th tribulation bodiless immortals. They were not weak. However, this kind of strength wasn't enough in front of Yi Xian. In fact, Yi Xian could use his Eye of the Soul to control the other party the moment they entered the door. However, he felt that there was no need to do so. I heard that you obtained an immortal destiny stone and entered the outer sect of the immortal destiny sect, so I came here to give you a chance. As long as you give me the immortal stone, you can do whatever you want in the outer sect. Even if you are promoted to the inner sect, you will have the protection of the 10th ranked senior brother Yuaning. Senior brother Yuaning, who is ranked 10th in the inner sect. Yi Xian grinned and said, what if I don't hand it over? Then, I'll do it myself. The brawny man snorted. He could also feel that Yi Xian was already at the peak of the 6th tribulation loose immortal realm. However, it had been more than 1,000 years since he broke through to the 6th tribulation loose immortal realm. In addition, he had the protection of Yuaning, who was ranked 10th in the inner sect, so his strength was not to be underestimated. Wouldn't it be easy to deal with a brat who came in by luck? If that's the case, then why don't you do it? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and was ready to fight. You've got guts. More than 20 years ago, someone said that to me, and I crippled his limbs. Brat, do you want to fight here, or do you want to go to the immortal battle platform with me? The brawny man snorted. The outer sect of the immortal destiny sect was relatively lax. As long as no lives were lost, it was allowed. However, it could not be done at any time. If one wanted to snatch the other party's item, they had to go to the immortal battle platform. After all, if they fought here, it would cause too much of a commotion and they would be stopped very quickly. Up to you. Yi Xian replied casually. If that's the case, then come with me. The brawny man snorted coldly and turned to leave. Yi Xian did not waste time and followed him. Along the way, there were still many people who looked at Yi Xian with gloating eyes. There were also some who shook their heads. People like Yi Xian who did not know what was good for them were not rare. As the saying went, bear with it for a while and you'll be free. Why ruin one's future for a piece of immortal stone? Soon, Xian followed the brawny man to the outer sect immortal battle platform. The Immortal Destiny sect was relatively amiable. Only gambling could be done on the immortal battle platform, and not life and death. Senior brother, if you want my immortal stone, then you have to take out some treasures. At this time, Xian suddenly said. Humph, if you can beat me, then everything in this interspatial ring will be yours. After the brawny man finished speaking, he took off the interspatial ring and threw it to Xian. There were many things in the interspatial ring. After all, the brawny man was considered a tyrant in the outer sect. In fact, he could have passed the 6th tribulation of itinerant immortal and become a 7th tribulation itinerant immortal, then be promoted to the inner sect. He stayed in the outer sect to help senior brother Yuaning in the inner sect collect immortal stones. Xian checked the contents of the interspatial ring. Although it was not much, it could reduce his tribulation time by 200 years. It was not bad. Alright, I agree to the gambling match. Xian nodded and threw the interspatial ring back. The manager of the immortal battle platform at the side also understood the sequence of events. So Xian had entered the Immortal Destiny sect by relying on Immortal Destiny stones. Alright, I understand the stakes of both parties. The rules are simple. No deaths. If you are sent flying out of the immortal battle platform, you lose. Of course, you can also surrender on the platform, the 8 tribulations scattered immortal said. Kid, I'll give you one more chance. If you get on the immortal battle platform, then, before the brawny man could finish, Xian flew directly onto the immortal battle platform. How dare you? The brawny man did not waste any more words and jumped up. At this time, 2 groups of people flew over. They were also tyrants of the outer sect. When they saw Xian and the brawny man get on the immortal battle platform, they couldn't help cursing in their hearts. Damn it, he got there first. On the immortal battle platform, Xian and the brawny man faced each other. They were both peak 6 tribulation scattered immortals and had the same cultivation level. However, most people thought the brawny man would win. After all, the brawny man had already obtained 3 immortal stones for senior brother Yuaning, who was ranked 10th in the inner sect. The battle was about to start. Kid, you're courting death. The brawny man had been training his body since he was young, so his physique was incomparably strong. He stomped his feet on the ground and pounced on Xian like a cheetah. However, Xian had never lost in terms of physique. When the brawny man pounced, Xian suddenly exploded with a speed even more terrifying than the brawny man's. Bam, a powerful fist smashed into the brawny man's chest. All the power in the fist leaked out and sent the brawny man flying out of the immortal battle platform. Instant kill. The outcome of this battle was decided in an instant. Everyone was shocked. Even the 8 tribulation scattered immortal battle platform manager was dumbfounded. Thank you, senior brother. Xian smiled and poured the contents of the interspatial ring into his devouring space. His heavenly tribulation time was reduced by 200 years. The brawny man received a huge blow as he stared in astonishment. Only when Xian accepted the universe ring did he react. How is that possible? The brawny man exclaimed. At this moment, someone immediately flashed onto the stage. It's my turn. This person was also a peak 6 tribulation itinerant immortal and one of the top 10 inner disciples. He was stronger than the brawny man. Senior brother, you have to give me something that satisfies me before I'll use immortal stones to bet with you. Xian said. Take it. The person did not waste time. He took out a weapon and threw the interspatial ring to Xian. Xian glanced at it and found that there were more items than the brawny man. He nodded in satisfaction and threw the interspatial ring to the steward of the arena. His stake is the interspatial ring. Are you still betting with immortal stones? The steward asked. Yes. Xian nodded. Although he did not have the immortal stones yet, he could go to Elder Chiu tomorrow. It would not make any difference. The second battle began. As expected, the disciple with the sword was sent flying by Xian with one punch. Xian took the interspatial ring. 2 victories with only 2 punches. Xian's strength had shocked everyone present. He was indeed strong. No wonder he dared to challenge these people. This kid is tough. But senior brother Yang already has 9 immortal stones. If he has one more, he might be able to condense immortal force. Then he will definitely be able to squeeze into the top 3 inner disciples. One of the people below the arena thought for a moment and jumped onto the arena again. He did not waste time. After taking out his weapon, he threw the interspatial ring to Xian. That's enough. Xian nodded. The third battle began. There was no suspense in this battle. His opponent was directly knocked off the immortal battle platform by Xian. At this time, Xian only had 100 years left to go through his tribulation. If he could get some good stuff, he would be able to go through his tribulation immediately. As long as he passed the 6th tribulation of the itinerant immortal and became a 7th tribulation itinerant immortal, he could directly refine the immortal stone. By then, he could quickly break through again. However, after winning 3 matches in a row, not many people dared to go on stage anymore. Although it wasn't fatal, Xian wouldn't agree to the bet if he didn't offer something. In the end, 2 more people went up to the stage to try, but they also failed. As a result, Xian had gathered enough natural treasures for his tribulation. After the 5 people left, no one dared to go up because Xian had just sent the number 1 expert of the outer sect flying. He was the true number 1 in the Immortal Destiny sect's outer sect. Xian, you can only make a name for yourself in the outer sect. Don't you want to rise to the inner sect in the future? At this time, the burly man suddenly shouted again. I don't want to worry about the future now. Xian sneered, then left. On the immortal battle platform, he had already intimidated everyone. No one would come to find trouble with him. Inner sect, when he retrieved the immortal stone tomorrow, he would directly begin his tribulation. However, Old Tree was now a peak 6th tribulation itinerant immortal, so Xian secretly gave him an immortal destiny stone, then let him join the immortal destiny sect. In one day, 2 people actually used an immortal destiny stone to enter the immortal destiny sect. This was very rare. After that, those people went to find trouble with Old Tree, but they were beaten up again by Old Tree and gained many benefits. After that, they found out that Xian was in cahoots with Old Tree. When they found out, they were so angry that they couldn't speak. The next day, Xian brought Old Tree to find Elder Qiu. The seal on the 2 immortal destiny stones had been undone. Thank you, Elder. Xian thanked him. You're not weak, but when you rise to the inner sect in the future, you'll be in trouble. The number 1 in the inner sect is already a 9th tribulation itinerant immortal and has condensed immortal power. You'd better watch out, Elder Qiu kindly reminded them. Thank you for the reminder, Elder. Xian thanked him. Then, Elder Qiu's foxtail was revealed. Of course, if you give these 2 immortal stones to me, I guarantee that they won't dare to find trouble with you. Thank you for your kindness, Elder. We want to refine these 2 immortal stones ourselves. Xian directly refused. Do as you wish then. I don't lack these 2 immortal stones anyway. Elder Qiu snorted coldly and prepared to enter the door. However, at that moment, Xian suddenly called out, Elder Qiu, please wait for a moment. What's the matter? Elder Qiu turned around. May I know the method to unseal the immortal destiny stone? Where can I get it? Xian asked directly. When he heard that, Elder Qiu instinctively reacted and exclaimed, You have another one? No. I'm just thinking about what to do if I get another one in the future. Xian immediately shook his head. He did indeed have an immortal destiny stone and an immortal stone in his devouring space, but it was better to keep those things to himself. Elder Qiu looked at Xian skeptically. He did not quite believe Xian's words, but he did not ask further. He said directly, the method to unseal the immortal destiny stone can be exchanged in the inner sect. The inner sect, Xian narrowed his eyes and nodded. Thank you, Elder Qiu. Then, he left with the Old Tree. Next, he opened up a secret room and began to undergo the tribulation. Young Master, in the Immortal Destiny sect, all 7 tribulation bodiless immortals will be forcibly promoted to the inner sect. There will be a lot of pressure when the time comes, the Old Tree reminded him. At most I'll be a peak 7 tribulation bodiless immortal when the time comes, unless I can get some rare treasures and undergo tribulation again. Yi Xian nodded. Thinking of this, he hesitated. However, he was not to be trifled with. At most, he would use his trump cards. After all, Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian had not shown themselves yet. No one else would enter the room used for tribulation, so Yi Xian and the others began their tribulation. Boom. 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 Boom, 18 bolts of tribulation lightning struck one after another. Yi Xian passed the 6th tribulation bodiless immortal and became a 7th tribulation bodiless immortal. At the same time, the old tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian also broke through to the early stage of 7 tribulation bodiless immortal. Due to the immortal stones, the gap between Luo Luo's cultivation level was widened again. 7 tribulation bodiless immortal, I'll devour. After the breakthrough, Yi Xian directly devoured another immortal stone. However, this time, the immortal stone only helped him break through to the middle stage of 7 tribulation bodiless immortal. He almost reached the peak stage of 7 tribulation bodiless immortal. Therefore, he devoured another immortal stone. This was the 3rd immortal stone. Ding. Host has broken through to the peak stage of 7 tribulation bodiless immortal. Ding. Lightning Ember has broken through to the peak stage of 7 tribulation bodiless immortal. Ding. Wei Zhentian has broken through to the peak stage of 7 tribulation bodiless immortal. 2 immortal stones allowed Yi Xian to break through to the peak of the 7th tribulation bodiless immortal realm from the early stage of the 7th tribulation bodiless immortal realm. It was not a loss. Yi Xian's advancement was simple, but the amount of heaven and earth treasures he needed was many times more than others. If it were others, they would have broken through to the middle stage of the 8th tribulation bodiless immortal realm or even the peak of the 8th tribulation bodiless immortal realm. Of course, the efficiency of refining immortal stones was too low for ordinary people. It was not easy to condense immortal power. Young master, what should we do now? Asked the old tree. Let's go to the inner sect and get the method to unseal the immortal opportunity stone first. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and left. Now that he had broken through to the peak of the 7th tribulation bodiless immortal realm, he suppressed his cultivation to the early stage of the 7th tribulation bodiless immortal realm with the help of his bloodline. Then, he went to the inner sect to register. Soon, he became an inner sect disciple of the immortal destiny sect. Then, he went to get the method to unseal the immortal opportunity stone. Ding! The immortal opportunity stone has been successfully unsealed. The host has received 1 immortal stone. The system notified. Looming Immortal gave him a total of 3 immortal opportunity stones and 2 immortal stones. He refined 1 on the spot in the immortal graveyard. Then, he refined another 2 immortal stones. Therefore, Yi Xian still had 2 immortal stones. Yi Xian was deciding how to distribute the remaining 2 immortal stones. After thinking for a while, he finally made a decision. I'll use these 2 immortal stones to strengthen the flaming flying ship. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Previously, he had obtained a lot of ores and some low-grade flying ships, so he used them to strengthen the flaming flying ship. Now, the flaming flying ship was already a 7th-level flying ship. The immortal stones were stones condensed from immortal chi. If they were used to strengthen the flying ship, he did not know how much it would improve. Thinking of this, Yi Xian directly threw an immortal stone into the flying boat system. Ding! The flaming flying ship's attack level increased. Ding! The flaming flying ship's defense level increased. Flaming flying ship speed level. After refining 1 immortal stone, the flying ship became a level flying ship became a 8th level flying ship. However, it was not over. There's still 1 more immortal stone. Go! Yi Xian steeled his heart and used the last immortal stone to strengthen the flying ship system. Ding! The exploding flame flying ship's attack level has increased. Ding! The exploding flame flying ship's defense level has increased. 2 more system notifications rang out. Currently, the flaming explosion flying ship's attack power was at the 9th grade, its defense power was at the 9th grade, and its speed at the 8th grade. This was practically a top-notch flying boat. It had taken Grandmaster Tian Bao 1,000 years to refine a level 9 all-purpose flying boat. The amount of resources he had spent was more than 100 celestial stones. As for Yi Xian, he had only spent 2 immortal stones. This was the power of the system. This flaming flying ship was strong enough to fight against a peak 9th tribulation loose immortal. With it, would Yi Xian have to worry about not having enough cultivation resources? However, this flaming flying ship was Yi Xian's greatest trump card. He could not reveal it easily, at least not in the Immortal Destiny sect. With this flaming flying ship, it will be much easier for me to complete the sect's missions. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. He quickly went to the inner sect's training hall to accept some more difficult missions. Hunt down a 9th tribulation loose immortal double-headed black dragon in the Black Dragon Abyss. Kill a 9th tribulation loose immortal devil. Annihilate the startling bandit group. These sect missions were at least of the 7-star level. In other words, only 7th tribulation loose immortals could accept them. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that many of these missions were of the 9-star level. Even the first senior brother of the inner sect might not be able to complete them. After accepting the missions, Yi Xian quickly left because he felt that someone had recognized him. An immortal stone was not precious, but it was rare. The elders of the Immortal Destiny sect could only receive 1 immortal stone every 100 years. That was 10 immortal stones every 1,000 years. However, the number of elders in the Immortal Destiny sect could be counted on one's fingers. There were only 9 till now. The 9 elders of the Immortal Destiny sect are all 9th tribulation loose immortals. In addition to the immortal stones, they have probably condensed immortal power and are very strong in battle. Moreover, there are 2 true immortals in the Immortal Destiny sect. If I want to take the immortal badge of ascension from the sect leader, I have to at least break through to the 9th tribulation loose immortal realm. Yi Xian thought to himself. At this time, he had already left the Immortal Destiny sect. He found a hidden place and directly tore open the void. Then, he boarded the flaming flying ship and began his mission. He knew that if he did not leave, those senior brothers of the inner sect would come to find trouble with him. Although there would be more restrictions in the inner sect, under these circumstances, he probably would not be able to defeat that first senior brother of the inner sect who was already a 9th tribulation loose immortal and had condensed immortal power. After all, he could not use his trump card. The reason why the old tree could appear was because Yi Xian had also exchanged something to help him change his appearance. Although that 7th tribulation loose immortal was a member of the Immortal Destiny sect's enforcement team and was often on the move, he still had to be careful. Wait for me to return, then I'll make my move. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. When he had entered the Immortal Destiny sect, he had only been a 6th tribulation loose immortal. It was reasonable for him to undergo the tribulation to become a 7th tribulation loose immortal. However, if he underwent the tribulation twice in such a short period of time, it would arouse the suspicion of others. Therefore, when the time came, he would have to make his move directly and obtain the immortal badge of ascension at lightning speed. Next, he would go and complete those missions. With the flaming flying ship, it would not take long. The early 9th tribulation loose immortal double-headed black dragon, the 9th tribulation loose immortal bloodthirsty devil, and the shocking bandit group would all die. However, just as Yi Xian was leaving, in a hidden place in the Immortal Destiny sect, 2 old men were sitting opposite each other and talking. "Junior brother, how many immortal stones do we have left in our storage?" asked a middle-aged man with a scar on his face. "Senior brother, we don't have much left. The 9 elders use up 9 immortal stones every 100 years. In addition to the others, we'll need about 100 immortal stones every 1,000 years. I estimate that we can only hold on for another 3,000 years," said the other middle-aged man with a yellow face, shaking his head. "That damned Lu Ming. Not only did he destroy the Immortal Ascension platform, he even took away so many immortal stones," cursed the middle-aged man with a scar. The middle-aged man with a scar was called the Demon Spirit Immortal, and the middle-aged man with a yellow face was called the Yellow Dragon Immortal. They were both Lu Ming Immortal's junior brothers. Their immortal stones had all been brought down from the immortal realm. In the lower realm, it was impossible to produce immortal stones, so the more they used them, the fewer they had. "Senior brother, why don't we organize a group and charge into the immortal tomb?" asked the Yellow Dragon Immortal. Immortal Huang Long's expression instantly became unsightly when he heard the words exhausted. He said, the heaven and earth origin energy in the lower realms is too thin. Our immortal veins are gradually shrinking here. I estimate that we will die here in less than 10,000 years. Let's think of something else. The demon spirit immortals' expression also darkened. However, as two immortals, there was nothing they could do about this. They could only wait for death. Although they could use immortal stones to slow down the shrinking of their immortal veins, it was only a delaying tactic. Once they ran out of immortal stones, they would die. When they fled the immortal realm and came to the mortal realm, they had expected this day to come. However, because they established the immortal destiny sect, they sped up. Immortal Huanglong said, Tian Bao is already able to forge a 9th grade flying boat. If he works harder, he might be able to forge an immortal artifact grade flying boat. At that time, how can an immortal artifact be so easy to forge? Tian Bao is indeed very talented in forging artifacts, but he's only a 9 tribulation loose immortal. Although he won't face the 9 tribulation loose immortal in the lower realm, he can only live like this. Even a true immortal might not be able to forge an immortal artifact. The demon spirit immortal sighed. Unfortunately, we don't have a source of immortal stones. Otherwise, we could create an immortal stone mine. That way, we won't end up with exhausted immortal chi and can live for a long time. Immortal Huanglong also sighed. We can only send people to gather immortal stones scattered all over the small immortal realm. That way, we can survive for a few more years. Yi Xian spent some time on this mission. It took him a total of 5 days. In these 5 days, he used the 9th grade flying boat to explore many places. He even used the 9th grade flying boat to kill a 9 tribulation loose immortal double-headed black dragon and a 9 tribulation loose immortal bloodthirsty demon. In other words, he had completed the mission and collected many natural treasures. He had successfully passed the 7 tribulation loose immortal tribulation and broken through to the 8 tribulation loose immortal realm. However, this was still not enough. Killing the double-headed black dragon will give me an immortal stone. Killing the berserk bloodthirsty demon will also give me an immortal stone. These 2 missions have existed for thousands of years. To this day, no disciple has been able to complete them. If I go back and complete them, it will definitely cause a commotion in the Immortal Destiny sect. Yi Xian thought as he hurried back to the Immortal Destiny sect. He estimated that he would be able to break through to the middle stage of the 8th tribulation bodiless celestial realm if he devoured all of them. At that time, if he used all his trump cards, it shouldn't be a problem for him to deal with other loose immortal experts. Of course, if those 2 real immortals made a move, then it wouldn't be good. Thus, he had to seize the opportunity with lightning speed. I've just broken through to the 8 tribulation disbanded celestial stage, and I've completed all kinds of X, and star level missions, so it's not suitable for me to do it. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and decided to hide for a while before finding someone to help him complete the task. Soon, he drove the flying ship back to the vicinity of the Immortal Destiny sect. He then broke through the void and returned to his residence. The inner sect disciples were at least 7 tribulation disbanded celestials, and the stronger ones were 9 tribulation disbanded celestials, such as the eldest senior brother of the inner sect. Yi Xian directly used the Eye of Revelation to control an early stage 8 tribulation disbanded celestial disciple. Kacha, the door of Yi Xian's residence opened, and a young man walked in. "Greetings, master," the young man said respectfully as he knelt down on one knee. "You, bring some people over. It's best if they're at the same level as you, but not higher," Yi Xian said. There were many rewards, but it would be best if he could increase his strength in the next mission. Moreover, he could control many people, so he naturally wouldn't let this opportunity go. Soon, the inner sect disciples with strong strength entered Yi Xian's residence. Ding. Control successful. Ding. Control successful. Ding. Control successful. System notifications rang one after another as Yi Xian filled up the quota. At this time, he had broken through to the middle stage of the 8th tribulation disbanded celestial stage. If he added the rewards, it would be enough for him to break through to the peak of the 8th tribulation disbanded celestial stage. "Alright, go and bring me the reward," Yi Xian said to his followers. More than 58 tribulation disbanded celestials completed the mission together. After a short while, they returned in a threatening manner. At the same time, they brought back 2 celestial stones and a large amount of natural treasures. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now at the peak of 8 tribulation disbanded celestial. Ding! Lightning Ember has broken through. Host is now at the peak of 8 tribulation disbanded celestial. Ding! Wei Xiantian has broken through. Host is now at the peak of 8 tribulation disbanded celestial. Ding! Ghost Dome Emperor has broken through. Host is now at the peak of 8 tribulation disbanded celestial. Ding! The speed of the explosive flame flying ship has increased. Several system notifications rang in succession, making Yi Xian's eyes widen. The explosive flame flying ship was now a real level 9 flying ship. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that it could continue to increase in level. Could it be that there was a level 10 flying ship above the level 9 flying ship? However, a level 9 flying ship corresponded to a 9 tribulation disbanded celestial. If it were to increase in level, wouldn't it be? Let's talk about this later. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked, "Did you find out what I asked you to find out?" "Yes." The sect leader is in seclusion in his residence. "The sect leader's token is hanging on his waist," one of the disciples replied. "Very good. All of you can come in now." Yi Xian nodded. Then, he threw all of them into the plant dimension and released the control of his Eye of Soul. Even a real celestial being would not be able to come out after being thrown into the plant dimension, let alone these people. Then, Yi Xian used his Eye of Soul to control dozens of intermediate 8 tribulation disbanded celestials. However, he could not break through to the peak of the 8 tribulation disbanded celestial realm. However, this was not the end of it. Tisk, tsk, tsk. The combination of the Eye of Soul and the plant dimension is flawless. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He kept the disciples in the plant dimension and continued to control them. After a few rounds, the number of inner disciples decreased significantly. However, Yi Xian also broke through to the peak of the 8 tribulation disbanded celestial realm. However, just as Yi Xian was about to continue, a powerful aura suddenly landed in his courtyard. A 9 tribulation disbanded celestial. Who is it? Yi Xian was shocked. There were 9 grand elders in the Immortal Fate sect. All of them were peak 9 tribulation disbanded celestials. However, the intruder was only an early 9 tribulation disbanded celestial. Therefore, it should be one of the revered elders of the Immortal Fate sect. A disbanded celestial would undergo a tribulation every 1,000 years. However, after reaching the 9 tribulation disbanded celestial, the 9th tribulation would no longer occur. However, the person who had come to Yi Xian's residence was not a revered elder of the Immortal Destiny sect, but the first disciple of the inner sect, Yu Hao. After sensing this aura, Yi Xian opened the door. Outside the door stood a handsome long-haired youth. The first disciple of the inner sect, Yu Hao? Yi Xian recognized him. After all, someone had shown him a portrait. Just now, I saw many people enter your house. Why did their auras disappear? Yu Hao asked in surprise. Senior brother, you must have sensed wrongly. There's no one in my house. Yi Xian grinned and shook his head. That's impossible. I clearly sensed them enter your house. One of them was even my younger brother. Yu Hao narrowed his eyes. Senior brother, if you don't believe me, you can go in and take a look. Yi Xian made way for Yu Hao. Yu Hao paused for a moment, then walked past Yi Xian and entered the house. Indeed, there was no one inside, however, he firmly believed that someone had entered Yi Xian's house. Why was there no one now? Junior brother, why do I find you unfamiliar? At this moment, Yu Hao suddenly changed the topic and asked. Oh, senior brother has been in seclusion for a long time. It's normal that you don't recognize me. Yi Xian quickly said. If it were anyone else, I might not recognize them. However, in the inner sect of the Immortal Destiny sect, I'm the only one who has passed the 8th tribulation and reached the 9th tribulation. I recognize all the other peak 8th tribulation loose immortals, but I don't seem to recognize someone like you. Yu Hao said. Hearing this, Yi Xian's heart trembled. This Yu Hao was indeed extraordinary. He had actually sensed his true realm. Peak 8th Tribulation Loose Immortal. To tell you the truth, I only recently joined the Immortal Destiny sect after obtaining 3 Immortal Opportunity Stones. Today is the first time we've met. Xian hurriedly said. In fact, he had entered the outer sect using an Immortal Opportunity Stone, then ascended to the inner sect after passing the tribulation. At this time, besides Yu Hao, no one else knew his realm. If Yu Hao knew that it only took him a few days to break through from the 7th Tribulation Bodiless Immortal to the peak of the 8th Tribulation Bodiless Immortal, he would definitely be suspicious. After all, Yu Hao was the disciple of the sect leader. 3 Immortal Opportunity Stones. Junior brother is really lucky. Yu Hao's eyes lit up when he heard this. 3 Immortal Opportunity Stones. As long as the seal was removed, it would be 3 Immortal Stones. This was not a small sum. Right now, although Yu Hao had already condensed immortal power and his battle prowess far exceeded that of a loose immortal of the same level, he still needed immortal stones. This way, he could condense immortal power again and have more immortal power, and also make the immortal power purer. The reason Xian told such a lie was because he wanted to fight to the death. He was already planning to take action, but he didn't expect to bump into Yu Hao. Then, let's do it. Junior brother, my luck is indeed not bad. However, this is my first time here, so please take care of me, senior brother. Once the seal on the Immortal Opportunity Stone is removed, I am willing to take out 2 Immortal Stones to show my respect to senior brother. Xian said respectfully. Yu Hao couldn't help but tremble when he heard that. 2 Immortal Stones? This kid sure knows how to be a good person. Yu Hao thought to himself. Originally, he wanted to forcefully buy 3 Immortal Stones, but he didn't expect Xian to directly give him 2 Immortal Stones. This was truly out of his expectations. However, just as his heart was about to waver, a strange energy suddenly attacked his soul. Soul attack? Yu Hao immediately reacted. Right now, there was only him and Xian. If this soul attack was not launched by Xian, who else could it be? Even Xian did not expect his Eye of Soul to fail. This was not possible. Although Yu Hao had lived for a long time and was a 9 Tribulation Loose Immortal, Xian was also a peak 8 Tribulation Loose Immortal. He was only 1 realm away. Yu Hao must have some kind of soul defense technique. Perhaps the 2 immortals had left it on him. If this failed, it would be troublesome. Kill. At this moment, Xian's killing intent was aroused as he directly took out his weapon. At the same time, 3 figures appeared behind Yu Hao. They were the Old Tree, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian. Grip of the Underworld. 9 Dragons Thunder Chain. In an instant, Yu Hao was forcibly restrained. He could not move at all. In the next moment, Xian's sword had already pierced his head. It was only a fingernail away from his brain. Submit to me, or I'll destroy your soul. Xian's cold voice entered Yu Hao's ears. He did not expect to fall here. He couldn't help but gulp as he looked at Xian's eyes that were filled with killing intent. How dare you? Just as Yu Hao was about to open his mouth to speak, he felt the long sword piercing into his forehead. It had already made contact with his brain. You only have 1 chance. After Xian finished speaking, he activated his Eye of Soul again. Yu Hao's soul was indeed protected by the 2 immortals. However, if he submitted himself, the protection would be useless. Ding. Control successful. A system notification sounded. The first disciple of the Immortal Destiny sect had become Xian's puppet. Phew. Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that he would be exposed. After all, he had not even seen the face of the Immortal Destiny sect master. However, Yu Hao was the disciple of the Immortal Destiny sect master. Now that he had become Xian's puppet, he could recommend Xian. It was a blessing in disguise. Since he had Yu Hao under control, Xian quickly put the Old Tree and the other 2 into the planting space. 2 auras appearing out of nowhere might be discovered. Then, Xian unceremoniously took off Yu Hao's yin and yang ring and checked it. It's not enough. It can only shorten the time by 400 years, Xian shook his head helplessly. Next, he was going to do something big. That was to assassinate the Immortal Destiny sect master, obtain the Immortal Ascension badge, and then leave. If he could break through to the 9 tribulation-scattered immortal realm, the success rate would be very high. However, the task of obtaining the Immortal Ascension badge was now left to Yu Hao. Yi Xian planned in his heart. He decided to cause havoc in the Immortal Destiny sect once, then have Yu Hao sneak attack the Immortal Destiny sect master and obtain the Immortal Ascension badge. Then, he would directly leave and return to the Immortal Graveyard, open the Luminous Cave abode, and obtain the treasure. For the upcoming battle, Yi Xian had to be prepared. The formation of the slaughter mark required a large amount of killing intent. However, the killing intent of the Immortal Slayer bloodline did not only increase by killing people or monsters. As long as one continued to fight, the killing intent value would continuously increase. In the Immortal Destiny sect inner sect, there were a total of 9 peak 8th tribulation scattered immortals. Thus, Yi Xian had Yu Hao bring 2 over and then use his Eye of Soul to control them. These 2 loose immortals at the peak of the 8th tribulation were the disciples of the Immortal Destiny sect with no background. They were both disciples of the elders. Yi Xian controlled the 2 of them and took on the appearance of one of them. Then, he and the other person entered the Immortal Battle platform. Hey, isn't that Senior Brother Wang and Senior Brother Lin? Are they going to compete? These 2 senior brothers have a good relationship. Because they are stronger, the elders have stipulated that if they want to compete, they must enter the Immortal Battle platform. Let's go, let's watch the 2 senior brothers fight. Immediately, Yi Xian, disguised as Senior Brother Wang, and the other Senior Brother Lin entered the Immortal Battle platform. Then, Yi Xian directly used the Slaughter Seal. Fight, this battle would not end so easily because Yi Xian needed to continuously increase his killing intent to use his ultimate move. On the other side, the first disciple of the inner sect, Yu Hao, had already gone to find his master, the sect master of the Immortal Destiny sect. At the same time, Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian were already waiting outside the Immortal Destiny sect in the level 9 explosive flame flying ship, waiting for Yi Xian's instructions. Ding! The host has condensed a slaughter seal. After Yi Xian and Senior Brother Lin exchanged blows for a minute, the system notified. If it was to kill someone, the second slaughter seal would only take a few seconds to form. However, it took a full minute to do so in a battle. Below the Immortal Battle platform, thousands of disciples had already gathered. There were inner sect disciples and outer sect disciples. Even the disciples with lower realms could see that Yi Xian and Senior Brother Lin were only sparring and were not using their full strength. The third slaughter seal took a full 10 minutes to condense. It was very rare for a battle to last for 10 minutes. At this moment, the surrounding disciples were already beginning to suspect something was going on. What are these 2 senior brothers doing? The battle was still going on. Yi Xian ignored the whispers around him and continued to fight Senior Brother Lin. Finally attracted the elders. At this moment, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and his gaze fell on someone around him. Just now, some of the Immortal Fate sect's worshippers had come to watch the battle, but these worshippers were only early or middle 9th tribulation loose immortals, and could not see through Yi Xian's disguise. However, the 9 elders of the Immortal Destiny sect were already peak 9th tribulation loose immortals. If they discovered any clues, Yi Xian would be exposed. However, they probably wouldn't have guessed that Senior Martial Brother Wang was someone else in disguise, and they definitely wouldn't know the purpose of Yi Xian and Senior Martial Brother Lin's duel. What are you 2 doing? The middle-aged elder suddenly asked. Elder Chen, Senior Brother Wang is currently sparring with me, Senior Brother Lin replied. Does the competition take that long? The middle-aged elder was in disbelief. Elder Chen, I have a bet with Senior Brother Wang. It doesn't mean that I'll win if I defeat him, Senior Brother Lin continued. When the middle-aged elder heard this, he only snorted lightly and said, then do as you wish. He was not suspicious, only feeling that these 2 were really bored to death. It was the first time that the surrounding people had seen such a boring competition, so many people left immediately. There were much fewer people around the Immortal Battle platform. Ding, the host has condensed a slaughter seal. When the system's notification sounded, Yi Xian already had 4 slaughter seals. However, in order to condense 3 slaughter seals, Yi Xian had spent a full hour. If he relied on battle to condense the 5th slaughter seal, it would probably take at least 5 hours. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to attack. Old tree, come. Yi Xian finally transmitted to Old Tree. Understood. Immediately, Old Tree steered the ninth-grade explosive flame vessel towards the Immortal Destiny sect. The ninth-grade explosive flame vessel's speed was also ninth grade, and it quickly reached the Immortal Destiny sect's mountain gate. Who's there? The disciples guarding the Immortal Destiny sect's mountain gate immediately shouted angrily. Before they could finish, Old Tree and the other two darted out of the explosive flame vessel and quickly crippled the disciples, taking away their yin and yang rings. The Immortal Destiny sect was the top faction in the small immortal world, with a true immortal overseeing it. No one would have thought that it would be attacked. Explosive flame attack. Yi Xian, who was in the Immortal Destiny sect, directly controlled the explosive flame vessel to launch an attack from afar. Boom! A huge fireball landed directly on the Immortal Fate sect's Grand Protective Array, piercing through it with a single blow. Someone is trespassing. The voice spread throughout the entire Immortal Destiny sect, and everyone who heard the voice jumped out. With the ninth-grade explosive flame vessel, Old Tree and the others directly charged in. Although they did not start a massacre, they did not recommend sending anyone to their deaths. At this time, the explosive flame vessel had already reached the Immortal Destiny sect's outer sect, and a few reverends of the Immortal Destiny sect had already made their move. However, the explosive flame vessel's attack was comparable to a peak ninth tribulation itinerant immortal, and these reverends could not block it at all. Moreover, the explosive flame vessel's defensive power was shocking, and the reverends could not even break through its defenses. These people could not block the explosive flame vessel at all. In the blink of an eye, the explosive flame vessel swept into the Immortal Destiny sect's inner sect, and behind it, there were many other vessels that had entered. If Yi Xian wanted to, the Immortal Destiny sect would probably be flooded with blood, but in order to open the passageway to the immortal world, this had to be done. When Old Tree drove the explosive flame vessel in, Yi Xian had already sent a voice transmission to Yu Hao. It was unknown who had shouted just now, but it had already alarmed the Immortal Destiny sect's sect master. At this time, Yu Hao was right behind him. Soon, Yi Xian saw the Immortal Destiny sect's sect master, a peak ninth tribulation itinerant immortal. At the same time, there were other elders in the Immortal Destiny sect, a total of 6. In total, there were 7 peak ninth tribulation itinerant immortals, as well as more than 10 reverends of ninth tribulation itinerant immortals. Who dares be so presumptuous? The Immortal Destiny sect's sect master roared angrily. However, before he could finish speaking, Yi Xian directly controlled the explosive flame vessel and fired a cannon at him. Boom! A huge fireball blasted towards the Immortal Destiny sect's sect master. As the sect master of the Immortal Destiny sect, his strength naturally did not need to be excessive, and he could receive 3 immortal stones every 100 years. He had long since condensed immortal power, and if he fought, apart from those 2 immortals in the Immortal Destiny sect, his strength was the strongest. Scatter! The Immortal Destiny sect's sect master roared angrily, and punched out, scattering the explosive flame vessel's attack. However, just as he made his move, Yu Hao, who was behind him, also made his move. Poof! A long sword directly pierced the Immortal Destiny sect's sect master's throat, and with a jolt of immortal power, the Immortal Destiny sect's sect master's neck was severed in an instant. Even those elders had not expected that a dignified sect master of the Immortal Destiny sect would be beheaded by his own disciple. Immediately, Yu Hao took the universe ring and quickly checked it. He found the token of the Immortal Destiny sect's sect master, the Immortal Ascension badge. Baidu Search Power Literature Network updates the fastest and most stable www.galwx.com. Then, Yu Hao immediately nodded at Yi Xian. You got it? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and quickly marked Yu Hao with the Deathly Hunt badge. At the same time, he directly used a skill to form the 5th slaughter mark. Slaughter mode, 5 times the power. Eye of Assassination. In an instant, Yi Xian came to Yu Hao's side and took the universe ring. As the sect master of the Immortal Destiny sect, his wealth was naturally above anyone else's. No itinerant immortal had more than him. After devouring a large amount of natural treasures, Yi Xian's tribulation time was shortened to 0. However, now was not the time to undergo tribulation, so Yi Xian quickly flashed to the side of the old tree. I got it. Let's go. Yi Xian shouted in a low voice and directly hid inside the explosive flame-flying ship. Just as he was about to leave, an old voice suddenly sounded. "Insolent scoundrel, how dare you intrude into my immortal destiny sect to kill people? You're courting death." Yi Xian looked and found that he could not see through the newcomer. An immortal, the immortal destiny sect's patriarch, had killed his way out. Retreat. Yi Xian did not care about anything else. He directly tore open the void and left in an instant. In this dangerous situation, he did not even take the flame explosion flying ship and left immediately. What? He can actually tear open the void and leave the small immortal realm that I built? How did this kid do it? The newcomer was Immortal Huang Long, followed by the demon spirit immortal. "Second brother, what's going on?" The demon spirit immortal looked around and asked in surprise. Just now, they were all in seclusion. This could slow down the shrinkage of their immortal meridians, so they did not spread out their spiritual senses. "Big brother, the immortal ascension badge was stolen." Immortal Huang Long looked at the head of the immortal destiny sect master and exclaimed. Although he didn't know the ins and outs of the matter, Yu Hao had killed the sect leader of the immortal fate sect at lightning speed and then taken away by Yi Xian. It was obvious that he was here for the immortal ascension token. Hearing this, the demon spirit immortal immediately understood. It must be immortal. The demon spirit immortal opened his eyes wide. The writ of immortal ascension was actually of no use to them. That was why it was used as a token by the sect leader. Immortal Ascension Platform was Immortal Ascension Platform Immortal Ascension Badge. At the same time, only Celestial Lumen knew the secret of this badge of Immortal Ascension. "Big brother, this immortal luminary is truly skilled. Yu Hao's soul is protected by the two of us, but he is still being controlled. A dead person is actually so capable?" Immortal Yellow Dragon sighed. "Junior brother, Immortal Ascension Immortal was our immortal destiny sect's #1 genius. How could he be so easy to deal with? My guess is that he wants to open the Immortal Ascension path and let his enemy kill us," said the demon spirit immortal. "Then what do we do? Do we just sit here and wait for death?" Immortal Huang Long frowned. Although they wanted to open the Immortal Ascension path, they would die in a few years. However, they did not know if their enemy was still on the other side of the Immortal Ascension path. If they opened the Immortal Ascension path, they might die prematurely. "No hurry. Immortal Ascension Immortal is already dead. The two of us are invincible in the small immortal realm. If Immortal Ascension Path wants to open the Immortal Ascension Path, he must return to the Immortal Destiny sect," said the demon spirit immortal. The Immortal Ascension Platform was in the Immortal Destiny sect, so he was sure that Immortal Ascension Path would return. At this time, Yi Xian had already broken through the void and was far away from the Immortal Destiny sect. Then, he passed through the void positioning point and quickly returned to the huge tombstone in the Immortal Tomb. "Senior, I brought the Immortal Ascension writ," Yi Xian hurriedly shouted. Then, another hole appeared in front of the huge tombstone. Yi Xian saw this and quickly went in, arriving in front of the Immortal Ascension cave abode. "Young man, you really did not disappoint me. You really did obtain the Immortal Ascension writ." Immortal Ascension Path appeared again and said in shock. "However, I used violence to obtain the Immortal Ascension writ, so the two immortals should be able to guess," Yi Xian replied. "It doesn't matter. In that case, my concealment formation is no longer useful. Hurry and retrieve it while they are still here." Immortal Ascension Path opened the door to his cave abode without another word. In the next moment, Yi Xian saw the mountain of immortal stones. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "There are 10,000 immortal stones here, as well as the pseudo-immortal treasures I had when I was alive. These are all yours," Immortal Ascension Path said. 10,000 immortal stones? Yi Xian was shocked. If he devoured all of these, wouldn't he be able to break through many levels? However, what he was concerned about was the black stone on the mountain of immortal stones. The source of devouring. "I've already taken these things out. Yellow Dragon Immortal and Demon Spirit Immortal should have already sensed it. They should be here soon," Immortal Ascension Path said. "Senior, although you've obtained the Immortal Ascension writ, and you have the bricks for the Immortal Ascension stage, where is the real Immortal Ascension stage?" Yi Xian asked. The Immortal Ascension stage is in the Immortal Destiny sect. You have two options now. The Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi in the mortal world cannot compare to the Immortal Qi in the immortal world. If you stay here for too long, your immortal meridians will shrink and your immortal energy will start to dry up. Those two immortals are probably nearing the end of their lifespans. At most, they will die in another 10,000 years. Immortal Ascension Path paused and said, the first option is to wait for them to die before going to the Immortal Destiny sect and opening the passage to the immortal world. 10,000 years? I haven't even cultivated for 100 years. If I have to wait for 10,000 years, I might as well be killed. Xian raised his eyebrows and said subconsciously. The path of immortal cultivation is not something that can be done overnight. I became an immortal hundreds of thousands of years ago. 10,000 years is not too long for me. However, it is indeed a little long for you. Immortal Ascension Path nodded and said, therefore, you can choose the second option. That is to kill those two immortals. What? Senior, you want me to kill immortals? Xian was stunned. Those two were real immortals. Although he did not know what realm they were in, they were 10 times stronger than a 9 tribulation scattered immortal. Even if he broke through to the peak of the 9 tribulation scattered immortal, he might not be a match for them. Lumen Immortal estimated in his heart and said, Huang Long and Yao Ling were tier 6 immortals at their peak. Now, they should have fallen to tier 4 immortals. Grade 4 immortals? Xian narrowed his eyes and did some calculations. A 9 tribulation bodiless immortal was equivalent to a grade 3 immortal. However, a grade 4 immortal was equivalent to a 12 tribulation bodiless immortal. Senior, are you kidding me? Xian asked in shock. Even if he broke through to the peak of a 9 tribulation bodiless immortal, he would not be able to fight a grade 4 immortal. I'm not done yet. Looming Immortal said, although the passage to the immortal realm is closed, it doesn't mean you can't become an immortal. What? Hearing this, Xian was shocked. The 9 tribulation bodiless immortal won't happen in the small immortal realm. However, with so many immortal stones, it's enough to create a real immortal realm environment. When the time comes, you can undergo the tribulation. Looming Immortal said. You want me to undergo the 9 tribulation bodiless immortal in the small immortal realm? Xian's eyes lit up. Setting up a formation will cost about 10,000 immortal stones. What do you think? Looming Immortal turned to look at Xian. About 10,000 immortal stones? Xian rolled his eyes. If he devoured those immortal stones, he would be able to break through many realms. Unfortunately, bodiless immortals did not undergo the tribulation and could not break through. Those immortal stones would only be enough for him to break through to the peak of a 9 tribulation bodiless immortal. Oh yes, the flying boat can still be upgraded. Maybe it can resist. Xian narrowed his eyes and thought for a while. Then, how many immortal stones will be left after setting up the formation? Actually, I had more immortal stones, but I spent a lot of them to operate the fallen immortal formation. I think I can leave you 100, Looming Immortal replied. Only 100 out of 10,000 immortal stones? Xian was a little helpless. However, 100 immortal stones were enough for him. You go through the tribulation first. After you break through to the peak of the 9th tribulation loose immortal stage, I'll start setting up the formation. Huang Long and Yao Ling are probably on their way to the immortal graveyard. You better hurry up, Lumen Immortal said as he grabbed the Devouring Origin and threw it to Xian. Devouring Source, the second piece of Devouring Source. Xian immediately kept the Devouring Source. Ding, the Devouring system can be upgraded to the immortal grade. Do you wish to upgrade? Yes. Xian agreed without hesitation. Previously, when the Devouring system was upgraded, it gave him a lot of benefits. He wondered what he would get this time. Ding. System upgrading. The system began to upgrade. Xian looked at the progress bar and narrowed his eyes. Then, he triggered the 8th tribulation of the itinerant immortal. His success rate in transcending the tribulation was 100%, so there was no need to worry. At the same time, the Old Tree and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor were also undergoing their tribulations. Rumble. There were a total of 8 tribulation lightning bolts. Xian and the other two were struck by 8 tribulation lightning bolts. Then, they heard a series of system notifications. Ding. Host has successfully transcended the tribulation. Host is now an early stage 9 tribulation itinerant immortal. Ding. Lightning Ember has successfully transcended the tribulation. Host is now an early stage 9 tribulation itinerant immortal. Ding. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor has successfully transcended the tribulation. Host is now an early stage 9 tribulation itinerant immortal. Ding. Wei Zhentian has broken through. Host is now an early stage 9 tribulation itinerant immortal. This was not the end. Yi Xian had obtained many Qian Kuan rings, including the sect leader of the Immortal Fate sect. Therefore, he had a lot of cultivation resources, including nearly 10 immortal stones. Ding. Host has broken through. Host is now an intermediate stage 9 tribulation itinerant immortal. Ding. Host has broken through. Host is now a peak stage 9 tribulation itinerant immortal. Ding. Host has condensed immortal power. The system notifications rang out one after another. The strength of Yi Xian and the others soared to the peak stage 9 tribulation itinerant immortal. However, because this was the mortal realm, the 9th itinerant immortal tribulation would not descend. Now, even if Yi Xian's tribulation time had reached 0, he could not trigger the 9th itinerant immortal tribulation. I've condensed immortal power. With my current realm and immortal power, it shouldn't be a problem for me to transcend the 9th tribulation of the itinerant immortal. When the time comes, I'll be a 4th grade immortal, enough to fight those 2 true immortals. Yi Xian thought to himself. Beside him, Lumen Immortal felt the change in Yi Xian's aura and nodded with satisfaction. I've waited for so many years. Finally, you're here. That yellow dragon and demon spirit guessed that it was me. They should have left one person in the Immortal Fate sect to prevent the passage to the immortal realm from being opened. Next, I'll set up a formation to help you transcend the 9th tribulation of the itinerant immortal and become an immortal. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and lifted up the immortal stone mountain. Then, he began to set up a formation. The immortal stone mountain was emptied, leaving only 100 immortal stones for Yi Xian and the treasures of Lumen Immortal. As for the treasures of heaven and earth, they were used to suppress the shrinkage of the immortal meridians before Lumen Immortal died. However, this was enough. These treasures are worth a lot too. At that moment, Yi Xian quickly flew over and put away the treasure. Ding. Explosive Flame Flying Ships attack level up. Ding. Explosive Flame Flying Ships defense level up. Ding. Explosive Flame Flying Ship speed level up. 3 system notifications rang out. The Explosive Flame Flying Ship had surpassed the 9th grade. Yi Xian instinctively glanced at it and found that the Explosive Flame Flying Ship's level had increased from the 9th grade of Itinerant Immortal to the 4th grade of Immortal. However, the consumption was a bit high. After all, those treasures were used by Lumen Immortal. It was a loss. Moreover, the Explosive Flame Flying Ship could no longer be upgraded after breaking through the shackles. Otherwise, Yi Xian would have asked Lumen Immortal to stop setting up the formation and use nearly 10,000 immortal stones to strengthen the Explosive Flame Flying Ship. Itinerant immortals can't become true immortals in the small immortal realm, but this flying ship can. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Lumen Immortal felt the changes in the Explosive Flame Flying Ship. As he set up the formation, he asked, "Young man, is this flying ship already an immortal artifact?" "Senior, you have a good eye," Yi Xian said with a smile. "You have more tricks up your sleeve than I thought. With this flying ship, as long as you transcend the 9th tribulation of the Itinerant Immortal, you'll have a better chance of defeating the yellow dragon or demon spirit." Yi Xian was not interested in any of those treasures as they were all in the flying ship. On the contrary, the flying ship was very useful to him. It could be used to attack, defend, and travel. It was very practical. "Senior, after this array formation is set up, how many people can pass the tribulation?" Yi Xian asked again. "Up to you, but you only have 1 day. However, I reckon that with your strength, you will have no problem passing the 9 stages of Itinerant Immortal Tribulation. Just in case, you should refine more immortal stones and condense more immortal power," Lumen Immortal replied. Yi Xian nodded slightly but did not immediately devour the 100 immortal stones because he had already reached the peak. Devouring more immortal stones would have no effect other than condensing immortal power. He thought that he should wait for Lumen Immortal to finish setting up the array formation. At that time, the system might prompt him about his success rate. He would see how it went before devouring. Setting up the array formation consumed a lot of immortal stones. Yi Xian watched as the immortal stones were refined and turned into immortal power that filled the cave abode. A day later. Ding. You can now pass the 9 stages of itinerant immortal tribulation. Host success rate is 80%. Do you want to pass the tribulation now? Suddenly, a system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. The success rate is only 80%? This 9 stages of itinerant immortal tribulation is indeed not that simple. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He had heard from Lumen Immortal that the itinerant immortal tribulation and immortal tribulation in the immortal world were more powerful than the mortal world. 99% of the itinerant immortals or Ascension Realm martial artists in the immortal world were unable to pass the tribulation successfully. As he was passing the tribulation in the mortal world, the power of the itinerant immortal tribulation was much weaker than in the immortal world. Yi Xian immediately began to devour the immortal stones. 1 immortal stone. 2 immortal stones. 3 immortal stones. At the same time, the success rate of the tribulation was constantly increasing. 81%. 82%. 83%. Finally, after Yi Xian devoured 20 immortal stones, the success rate of the tribulation was finally 100%. 100%, it meant that there was no chance of failure. Compared to the heavenly Tao, Yi Xian trusted it more. Tribulation. Yi Xian immediately activated the immortal power around him and began the tribulation. This time, it was still the 3 of them facing the tribulation together. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Back then, this old man would never have thought that he would be able to reach such a level. The old tree couldn't help but sigh. It was the same for the Ghost Dome Great Emperor. Although he couldn't speak, he was now many times stronger than before. As long as he survived the 9th stage itinerant immortal tribulation, he would be able to shed the word fake and become a real immortal beast. Boom. Finally, the 9-layer scattered immortal tribulations descended, and there were 3 tribulations at once. They landed on Yi Xian, the old tree, and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's heads respectively. Each tribulation of an itinerant immortal was stronger than the last. The first tribulation was extremely easy. Yi Xian had a 100% chance of transcending the tribulation, so he wasn't worried. However, the old tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor probably wouldn't be so simple. Finally, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor was injured after enduring the 6th bodiless celestial tribulation. Boom. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor managed to withstand the 7th scattered immortal tribulation. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor was seriously injured after enduring the 8th scattered immortal tribulation. After the 9th scattered immortal tribulation, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's soul was scattered into pieces. Ding. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor is dead. Ding. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor is resurrected. It was the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's first tribulation failure. However, the old tree passed the 9th scattered immortal tribulation. Ding. The host has successfully passed the 9th scattered immortal tribulation. The host is now a 4th great immortal. Ding. The lightning ember has successfully passed the 9th scattered immortal tribulation. The host is now a 4th great immortal. Finally, Yi Xian and the old tree became real immortals. Although the Ghost Dome Great Emperor felt it was a pity, fortunately, he didn't turn into ashes and was directly resurrected. After this matter, he could continue to transcend the tribulation. Senior, since they can set up such a formation, why didn't the Immortal Destiny sect? Yi Xian was a little surprised. Do you think it's that easy to transcend the tribulation? Even the top genius of the Immortal Destiny sect would probably be struck to death by the 9th scattered immortal tribulation. Even if the scattered immortal tribulation in the mortal realm is weak, it's not something ordinary people can transcend. Moreover, setting up this formation consumes a lot of energy and can only be maintained for a day. Most importantly, what's the point of becoming an immortal? If the passage to the immortal realm is not opened, the immortal meridians will only continue to shrink. Lumen Immortal sighed. After hearing this, Yi Xian felt that it made sense. A genius like him wasn't something that could be casually seen. Senior, What's the realm of the enemy who chased after you? Xian asked. Back then, I was a 7th grade immortal. Huang Long and Yao Ling were both 6th grade immortals. My 2 junior brothers accidentally offended 2 7th grade immortals, so they were chased after. They had no choice but to enter an immortal ascension platform and come to the lower realm. After Lumen Immortal finished speaking, he paused and said, at that time, even if you get rid of those 2 ungrateful bastards, Huang Long and Yao Ling, I'm afraid you won't be able to ascend to the immortal realm because they might be waiting. Then what should I do? Do I have to wait for my death here? Xian asked in surprise. There is a way, but it has to wait until you get rid of Huang Long and Yao Ling, Lumen Immortal said. If he couldn't even get rid of those 2, then there was no need to talk about his enemies. All right. Xian nodded. He had to deal with the current crisis first. After all, the Immortal Ascension platform brick and the Immortal Writ of Ascension were both with him. At this moment, a system notification sounded. Ding. Upgrade to Immortal Level Devouring System. System upgrade complete. Ding. Host can choose a bloodline to upgrade. Ding. Elegy of Souls amplification has doubled. Ding. Host has received a system reward, 3 bottles of blessing oil. Ding. Host has mastered the devouring skill, forced devouring. Ding. Planting space level increased. Current level is 8. System notifications sounded one after another, causing Xian to be stunned. Previously, when the devouring system was upgraded, he had received many benefits. Although he didn't activate any system this time, the rewards were substantial. Previously, when the Ghost Dome Emperor was going through the tribulation, he had already used his undying fighting soul, but he still failed. Now that the amplification of Elegy of Souls had doubled, he might be able to pass the tribulation. There are so many rewards. Let's take them one by one. Xian was overjoyed. First, let's talk about the first reward, Bloodline Upgrade. In comparison, the Immortal Eye Unicorn Bloodline Upgrade is better because there are more ways to upgrade. Furthermore, if the Unicorn Bloodline Upgrade is to upgrade, it will require 3 devouring points. Xian immediately made his choice. Ding. Immortal Eye Unicorn Bloodline Upgrade. Now, Xian was no longer summoning unicorn legs, but the real unicorn. However, Xian held back for the time being as it was difficult to recover from the skill's cooldown. Then, he poured the 3 bottles of oil of blessing on Wei Zhentian. Now, Wei Zhentian had 6 points of luck, which increased the chance of triggering some skills, such as one-hit kill. He was 3 points away from 9 points of luck. This time, the system upgrade had even increased the planting space once. Xian checked and discovered that the flow of space inside had increased from 30 times to 50 times. Cultivating for 1 day inside was equivalent to cultivating for 50 days outside. It was awesome. However, Xian valued the most this time was the devouring skill, forced devouring. When Xian finished reading the description of forced devouring, he was stunned. Forced devouring could ignore objects and devour directly. Under normal circumstances, Xian could not devour objects that had an owner, such as flying swords. However, with this skill, as long as Xian touched a flying sword, he could forcibly devour it. Of course, there was a chance of this forced devouring and it was also affected by luck. Moreover, he could choose to devour it directly or store it in the devouring space or the planting space. Most importantly, this forced devouring could even devour living things, but it would only store them in the planting space. However, the chances of devouring living things were much lower than devouring dead things. Once it succeeded, the person stored in the planting space would be at the mercy of Xian. In the planting space, Xian was king, however, this forced devouring could only be used once on the same target. Once it failed, there would be no more chances. However, at this moment, someone is coming. There's only one person outside the immortal tomb. Lumen Immortal suddenly reminded. Oh? That's fast. As expected of an immortal. Xian narrowed his eyes. He was now a 4th grade immortal, and so was the old tree. Plus, they had an immortal artifact flying ship. How could they not deal with an opponent of the same level? He did not believe it. Senior, I will avenge you. Yi Xian cupped his fists at Luminous Immortal. The Luminous Immortal was the senior brother of the Yellow Dragon Immortal and the Demon Spirit Immortal. However, he was coveted by his two junior brothers and was ambushed, heavily injured, and finally died. Back then, it was these two junior brothers who caused the disaster, which led to the three of them being hunted down. He helped these two junior brothers all the way to the lower realm, but he never expected to end up like this. To put it simply, the Yellow Dragon Immortal and the Demon Spirit Immortal were ungrateful people. Yi Xian was indebted to Lu Ming Immortal. Today, he was going to avenge Lu Ming Immortal. You have to be careful. After all, the other party was once a rank 6 Immortal. Even if his cultivation has dropped to that of a rank 4 Immortal, he is still not that easy to deal with. Immortal Lumen warned. Understood. Yi Xian nodded. When the Devouring system was upgraded to the Immortal grade, the Elegy of Souls buff had doubled. This buff was shared, which meant that Yi Xian also received it. Yi Xian was determined to kill the intruder. No matter who it was, there was only one outcome, death. Yi Xian immediately rushed out of the Immortal tomb. When he saw the intruder, he realized that it was Immortal Huanglong Immortal. When Immortal Huanglong felt Yi Xian's aura, he was shocked and said, "That Lu Ming is actually so wasteful?" He instantly understood that Lu Ming must have set up an array to improve the environment so that Yi Xian could pass the 9-stage scattered immortal tribulation. You came alone? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked. Brat, so what if you become an immortal? Do you think you can fight with me? Immortal Huanglong said with disdain. How would you know if you don't try? Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes and used Soul Eye on Immortal Huanglong. Now that he and Immortal Huanglong were both rank 4 immortals, if he could control Immortal Huanglong, it would be easy. However, it was not that easy. Ding. Control failed. The system notified. After all, Immortal Huanglong was once a rank 6 immortal. Although his realm had fallen, it was not that easy to control him. Since he could not be controlled, then he would kill him. Yi Xian did not say anything and directly took out the Skyquake sword and slashed. Void Flame Sword Wave. Now that he had just broken through to rank 4 immortal, the Void Flame Sword Wave could only be upgraded to rank 9 stage scattered immortal, so its attack power was not enough. However, he would use it first. Humph, you overestimate yourself. Immortal Huanglong also took out his weapon and destroyed the Void Flame Sword Wave with one slash. However, in the next moment, he saw several figures appear beside him. One was the bald old man he saw yesterday, the other was Ghost Dome Great Emperor, Wei Zhentian, and the exploding flame flying ship. 9 Dragon Thunder Chain. Exploding Flame Attack. Sky-shattering Flowing Rock Slash. Sword Storm. Although Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian were only rank 9 stage scattered immortals, they were not weak and should be able to cause some trouble for this rank 4 immortal. He was not afraid of the sky-shattering Flowing Rock Slash and Sword Storm as they probably could not break through his defense. However, the exploding flame flying ship's attack was extremely powerful. Dodge. Immortal Huanglong's expression changed as he turned into a yellow lightning bolt and quickly dodged the attack. Immortal Huanglong had mastered an immortal technique called Yellow Dragon Steps, which was known for its speed. However, no matter how fast he was, Yi Xian could catch him. Earlier, Yi Xian had used the Death Hunt command to mark Immortal Huanglong Eye of Assassination. In an instant, Yi Xian appeared behind Immortal Huanglong and ruthlessly struck out with his palm. Bang! Yi Xian's hand slapped Immortal Huanglong's back. At the same time, the former activated a skill that he had just mastered. Force Devour. Ding! Force Devour succeeded. Immortal Huanglong has been forcibly absorbed into the planting space. A system notification sounded and Immortal Huanglong's body disappeared and appeared in the planting space. Force Devour did not have to be devoured. It could also be absorbed into the planting space or the devour space. The success rate of this skill would decrease as the level of the object or person being forcibly devoured increased. However, Yi Xian's 6 points of luck had undoubtedly increased the success rate of this skill. Simply put, Immortal Huanglong's luck was not good. He was tested by Yi Xian, meanwhile, in the planting space. What? Where is this place? Immortal Huanglong's eyes widened. He could not understand Yi Xian's method. After he appeared in the planting space, a strange pressure fell on him. He was a rank 4 immortal, but he was suppressed to the point that he could not move. Immortal Huanglong, this is my space. Since you've entered, you won't be able to leave. Baidu search is the fastest and most stable. www.galwx.com. Yi Xian grinned and took off Immortal Huanglong's interspatial ring. However, he was no longer interested in the things inside. Who are you? Immortal Huanglong asked in shock. Even the demon spirit immortal wouldn't be able to do this. How did Yi Xian, who had just become an immortal, have such means? You don't need to know who I am. I'm only giving you one chance. Submit to me, or you will die here immediately. Yi Xian threatened without hesitation. Bullshit. Immortal Huanglong cursed without hesitation. How dare you? You're courting death. Hearing this, Yi Xian snorted coldly. The pressure on Immortal Huanglong rapidly increased. Crack. Crack. Two crisp sounds rang out as Immortal Huanglong's arms were twisted beyond recognition. In my space, I am the master. If I want to kill you, I only need a thought. Will you submit or choose to die? Yi Xian asked again. At this moment, Immortal Huanglong's yellow face had already turned ashen. He could feel that this wasn't a dream. If Yi Xian wanted to kill him, he would only need a single thought to do so. I submit, I submit. Immortal Huanglong was afraid of death and quickly said. Since that was the case, Yi Xian didn't waste time and directly used the Soul Eye. However, Immortal Huanglong was a 6th grade immortal at his peak and had cultivated an immortal heart, which was resistant to soul attacks. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't succeed at first. Every immortal could cultivate an immortal heart. This immortal heart was the lifeline of an immortal. In fact, it was the soul of immortal. Once it was broken, the immortal would die. On the other hand, if the immortal heart didn't break, the immortal could be reborn. At the same time, the immortal heart also had some effects. For example, the frigid ice immortal heart and the scorching flame immortal heart could help them cultivate some immortal techniques. This Immortal Huanglong cultivated the immortal techniques of the Immortal Destiny sect. He had cultivated an unmovable immortal heart that was resistant to soul attacks. Yi Xian was now a true immortal, but he didn't have the materials, so he couldn't cultivate the immortal heart. We'll talk about this later. Senior, this Immortal Huanglong has been captured by me. Do you want to do it yourself? After returning to the luminous immortal cave, Yi Xian immediately summoned Immortal Huanglong. The moment he saw Immortal Huanglong, Immortal Luminous was so angry that his entire body trembled. He wanted to attack but held himself back. I'm just a remnant soul now. Even if he stood here and let me kill him, I probably wouldn't be able to kill him. Furthermore, he is still useful to you. You can have him ambush the demon spirit immortal, said Immortal Luminous. Good. Since that's the case, I'll head to the Immortal Destiny sect right now and take care of the demon spirit immortal. Yi Xian nodded in response. After he finished speaking, he directly left the immortal tomb. Since Immortal Huanglong had been captured, the one left in the Immortal Destiny sect was his senior brother, the demon spirit immortal. The demon spirit immortal had also fallen to the 4th grade immortal realm. He was slightly stronger than Immortal Huanglong. However, such a realm was nothing to Yi Xian. TSK. I still have Unicorn's Descent as my trump card. This demon spirit immortal is nothing to be afraid of. Yi Xian cracked a smile, then tore through the void and headed to the Immortal Destiny sect. Using the Eye of the Void, he arrived near the Immortal Destiny sect and released Immortal Huanglong. Immortal Huanglong was already under Yi Xian's control. He was a chess piece that Yi Xian would use to ambush the demon spirit immortal. Although Yi Xian didn't fear the demon spirit immortal, it was still better to be cautious just in case. Master, I'll go in first. Immortal Huanglong respectfully said to Yi Xian, then flew towards the Immortal Destiny sect. If the disciples of the Immortal Destiny sect saw one of their ancestors respectfully bowing to Yi Xian, their eyes would probably pop out of their sockets. Soon, a signal came from the Immortal Destiny sect. They're here. Do it. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He immediately tore through the void and returned to the Immortal Destiny sect. Just as he passed through the void door, he sensed two powerful auras fighting. "Junior brother, why did you betray me?" the demon spirit immortal asked with blood in his mouth. Immortal Huanglong didn't answer this question. At this time, Yi Xian had already used the Eye of Assassination to flash behind the demon spirit immortal. Slap. Yi Xian slapped out with his palm and used the Force Devour skill. Ding. Force Devour failed. The system notified. Force Devour didn't succeed every time, especially when it had to devour living things. Immortal Huanglong's success was purely due to luck. His failure this time was also within Yi Xian's expectations. Since he couldn't forcefully absorb it into the planting space, then he would kill it, Yi Xian, Old Tree, Exploding Flame Flying Ship, and Immortal Huanglong. For Stage 4 immortal experts joined forces, instantly suppressing the demon spirit immortal. What? The demon spirit immortal was extremely shocked. There were clearly 3 immortals in the small immortal realm, and one of them had already fallen. Now, how come 2 Stage 4 immortals, Yi Xian and Old Tree, appeared? Under the joint forces of Yi Xian and the other 3, the demon spirit immortal was heavily injured before he could even ask. "Submit to me, or die." Yi Xian's cold voice fell into the demon spirit immortal's ears. "Don't even think about it." The demon spirit immortal bitterly resisted. He was an immortal, how could he submit? "Since that is the case, then you can die." This time, Yi Xian hardened his heart and directly started killing. In less than 10 rounds, the demon spirit immortal's immortal body exploded. Immediately after, an immortal heart floated out from his body. Seeing this, Yi Xian quickly rushed over, grabbed the immortal heart, and directly crushed it. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. The immortal heart is the lifeline of an immortal. If it shatters, then the immortal will truly die. Demon spirit immortal, dead, Immortal Huanglong, who was controlled by Yi Xian, did not feel sad at all. Now, 2 of the 3 immortals of the small immortal realm had died, leaving only Immortal Huanglong. Yi Xian immediately checked the demon spirit immortal's yin and yang ring and found that there were still 300 immortal stones inside. He made a profit. Adding the 80 immortal stones from before, that would be a total of 380 immortal stones. Done. After the demon spirit immortal died, Yi Xian could not help but smile. Now, he was the strongest person in the small immortal realm, the king of this mortal realm. When the disciples and elders of the Immortal Destiny sect saw that their ancestral master had died, they were so shocked that they could not speak. Fortunately, Immortal Huanglong was still alive, so they were not without a leader. "Senior, the demon spirit immortal is dead," Yi Xian said to Lumen Immortal. "All the way we have you www. GUILWX. Calm good, those 2 ungrateful bastards finally got their retribution." Lumen Immortal was very satisfied. Although Immortal Huanglong wasn't dead, he was controlled by Yi Xian. As long as Yi Xian willed it, he would die without a burial ground. What was the difference between that and death? Furthermore, Immortal Huanglong still had some use. "Senior, what should we do next?" Yi Xian asked. Now that the 2 immortals were dead and the Immortal Ascension Tablet and Immortal Writ of Ascension were in his hands, he could open the passage to the immortal realm as long as he willed it. However, on the other side of the passage, there might be 2 enemies of Lumen Immortal guarding it. These 2 enemies were both 7th grade immortals and wouldn't be easy to deal with. Now that it's been so long, they might have already left, so you can open the passage to the immortal realm and take a look. Lumen Immortal said, "Of course, you can let Immortal Huanglong open the passage to the immortal realm or use him as bait to attract those 2. Then you can take the opportunity to ascend to the immortal realm." When Yi Xian heard this, he couldn't help but nod slightly. This wasn't a bad idea. If those 2 immortals were to descend to the mortal realm and see Immortal Huanglong, they would definitely kill him. At that time, he could take the opportunity to ascend. This mission could also be given to the Old Tree because the Old Tree could revive. "My corpse has already been kept by you. If you return to the immortal realm, you must let me acknowledge my ancestors." Lumen Immortal continued. "This junior will definitely do it," Yi Xian said solemnly. "Good, now that I've taken my revenge, there's no use for me to linger on. Young man, goodbye." After Lumen Immortal finished speaking, he turned into a bubble. His remnant soul finally dissipated between heaven and earth. Yi Xian was also grateful to Lumen Immortal. If it wasn't for the former, he would at most be a seventh tribulation scattered immortal. How could he become an immortal? Senior, I, Yi Xian, will definitely fulfill my promise. Yi Xian cupped his fists towards the spot where Lumen Immortal's remnant soul had dissipated. Then, he left the immortal tomb and returned to the Immortal Destiny sect. Although the people of the Immortal Destiny sect did not understand, it did not matter. Immortal Huanglong would lead the way to the Immortal Ascension platform and rebuild it. However, the writ of Immortal Ascension hadn't been put up yet, because once it was put up, the passage to the Immortal Realm would open. The mortal world and the immortal world shouldn't be on the same level. Once you ascend, I'm afraid it won't be so easy to come back. In the planting space, Yi Xian used a projection to communicate with Wayward and the others. It doesn't matter. Our wish is to ascend to the immortal world. It doesn't matter even if we die in the immortal world, Ren Ziyuan said. That's right. Although we're only itinerant immortals, the treasures of heaven and earth you left us are enough for us to cultivate until we reach the ninth tribulation itinerant immortal realm. Once we reach the immortal world, we'll find a place to cultivate until we become true immortals, Taoist Ling Xiao said. Then why don't you cultivate until you reach the ninth tribulation itinerant immortal realm in my planting space? Yi Xian suggested. The Buddhist Supreme shook his head. No need. It's not good for us to stay at your place. If that's the case, then I'll give you some more gifts. Yi Xian paused for a few seconds. He had asked Elder Tian Bao of the Immortal Destiny sect for an all-purpose flying boat, and then used immortal stones to strengthen it. The Life Saint sect had 2 immortal artifact-grade flying boats, and the Buddhist Sacred Ground had 2 as well. This way, they would be much safer. Although he had spent a lot of immortal stones, Yi Xian was willing to part with them for his friends. Haha, thank you so much. Everyone expressed their gratitude. However, this matter was not over yet, because there might be 2 7th-rank immortals guarding the other end of the passageway. Yi Xian stayed in the sacred ground for another month before returning to the lesser immortal world and preparing to open the passageway. His other clone was prepared to stay in the mortal world for the same reason, to save his life. As for the entrance to the Life Saint sect's planting space, Yi Xian left it there. If those 2 immortals descended and happened to find the planting space, then Yi Xian could kill them. In order to prevent certain things from happening, Yi Xian evacuated the Immortal Destiny sect and hid himself far away, concealing his presence. As for Immortal Huanglong, he was near the Immortal Ascension platform, and the one who had placed the writ of ascension was the old tree. Young master, I put it back up. The old tree transmitted. Using their shared vision, Yi Xian saw that the writ of ascension had been placed back on the Immortal Ascension platform. In an instant, a white light shot into the sky, and the Immortal Ascension formation was activated. If Immortal Lumen's enemies were still there, they would probably descend to the mortal world to investigate. At that time, they would first find the old tree, then Immortal Huanglong. However, Yi Xian was overthinking things. It had been more than 100,000 years since Immortal Lumen and the other 2 had descended. At that time, they had only unintentionally offended those 2 and had been hunted down. It was not possible for them to wait at the other end of the passageway for more than 100,000 years, but Immortal Huanglong and the Demon Spirit Immortal were afraid of death, so they had not opened it. When the passageway opened, the immortal chi of the immortal world was immediately transmitted. Not only that, but the immortal tribulation also became stronger. When those at the peak of the Ascension realm heard that the passageway had been opened, they actually wanted to undergo the tribulation without any regard for their lives. However, those who succeeded were less than 1 in 10,000. When the passageway was closed, the immortal tribulation was less powerful, so many people could pass it. Now that the passageway had been opened, the probability of death had reached 99.9%, which was very terrifying. Yi Xian had already warned them, but these people were too focused on becoming immortals, so they did not listen, resulting in all of them dying. On this day, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor also began to undergo the tribulation. After the Immortal Grade Devouring system was upgraded to the Immortal Grade Devouring system, the Elegy of Soul's amplification had doubled, and its strength had increased by a lot. However, because the power of the 9th stage loose immortal tribulation had increased, it failed again and again. However, every time it failed, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's resistance to the ninth stage Loose Immortal Tribulation's lightning tribulation had increased. After 3 days, he finally succeeded in his tribulation. Now, Yi Xian and the others, except for Luo Luo, had all become 4th grade immortals. In these 3 days, no one had descended to the mortal world at all. It seemed that the 2 enemies of Immortal Lumen had already left. Yi Xian, since no one is coming, we'll be leaving first. Willful sent Yi Xian a voice transmission to bid farewell. All right. Yi Xian replied, knowing that these people could not wait any longer. In the end, Willful and the others ascended to the immortal world together. As for Yi Xian, he continued to stay in the mortal world. It was because he was dealing with a matter. This matter was so difficult that even he was at a loss for what to do. Yi Xian, you've already become an immortal. Don't tell me even you can't do anything? A woman asked Yi Xian with a frown. All the way we have you www. Guilwx. Kamshi was one of Yi Xian's cousins. Her realm wasn't high and was only a first tribulation itinerant immortal. At this moment, a 6-year-old child was lying on the bed in front of Yi Xian. This child was Yi Xian's cousin's child. His name was Yi Yuchuan, but he had been in a coma ever since the passage to the immortal realm opened. Even Yi Xian, who had already become an immortal, couldn't extend his immortal sense into this child's body, let alone an itinerant immortal. What the hell? Even my eye of revelation can't see through his body. What's going on? Yi Xian was shocked. This was too illogical. Why did it happen after the passage to the immortal realm opened? Could it be that the two were related? Yi Xian, what's going on? Yi Xian's uncle, Yi Zhang, couldn't help but ask. I'm not sure either. Even with my realm, I can't probe his body. Yi Xian shook his head guiltily. Even you can't? Everyone was astonished. Who was Yi Xian? He was an immortal. If even he couldn't figure out the reason, then who else could save this child? Because he was a member of the Yi family, Yi Xian tried his best to investigate the cause, but to no avail. This investigation took 7 days. It had been 7 days since Wayward and the others ascended. Although he's been in a coma for 7 days, nothing bad has happened. Yi Xian observed Yi Yuchuan and narrowed his eyes slightly. Yi Yuchuan fell into a coma as soon as the passage to the immortal realm opened. It would be unreasonable to say that the two were unrelated. If they were related, wouldn't it be too much of a coincidence? There were countless people in this mortal realm. Why did it happen to Yi Yuchuan? In these 7 days, Yi Xian had already explored the entire mortal realm, but he didn't find anything like Yi Yuchuan. There was no other person like Yi Yuchuan who could prevent the Eye of Revelation from peeking at him. Therefore, Yi Xian guessed that Yi Yuchuan might be the reincarnation of an immortal. Uncle, cousin, the reason why Yu Quan is like this, I guess. He might be the reincarnation of an immortal. That, everyone was shocked. Reincarnation? Yi Xian's cousin opened her eyes wide. She couldn't believe that her son was actually the reincarnation of an immortal. That's right. Indeed, with Yi Xian's current cultivation as a 4th grade immortal, he was invincible in the mortal world. Even if it was a 6th grade immortal, he could see through a mortal yellow dragon. Then, is this good or bad? Yi Zhang asked. That. Yi Xian shook his head. However, he felt that this wasn't a good sign. This reincarnated immortal should be of a higher realm than him. It would be fine if he was an immortal with good character. But what if he was a bloodthirsty immortal? What should he do? In the past 7 days, Yi Xian tried to absorb Yi Yuchuan into the planting space. That way, even if Yi Yuchuan woke up, Yi Xian would have a way to stop him. However, this method failed. Yi Xian tried to absorb Yi Yuchuan into the planting space by force. But again, he failed. Yi Yuchuan was only a 6-year-old child. Even if he had been nourished with treasures, he was only an immortality realm cultivator. Yi Xian was even more certain that Yi Yuchuan was the reincarnation of an immortal. Therefore, Yi Xian was looking for something in the immortal level devouring system that could trap immortals. That way, he would have a way to stop Yi Yuchuan if he woke up. However, at this moment. Whoosh! 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 A strong gust of wind suddenly blew in the room. Yi Yuchuan, who was lying on the bunk bed, suddenly changed. Yi Yuchuan's face suddenly turned red. Not only that, but his entire body was as red as blood. Immediately after, Yi Yuchuan's eyes suddenly burst open. As he opened his eyes, an extremely strong aura spread out, intimidating everyone present. Even Yi Xian felt his heart palpitate. What kind of F***king realm was this? Ha ha ha, the little demon king, have finally been reborn. Yi Yuchuan threw his head back and laughed loudly. Although Yi Yuchuan was weak, his laughter almost scared everyone out of their wits. What kind of strength was this? Perhaps because he was too excited about being reborn, Yi Yuchuan laughed for a full half a minute. Half a minute later, he noticed everyone present. There's another immortal? Yi Yuchuan looked at Yi Xian in surprise. You are the reincarnation of an immortal? Yi Xian asked in shock. Although he was already very sure, he couldn't help but ask. Immortal? Haha, why do you care if I am or not? Let's fight first. Watch my fist. Yi Yuchuan suddenly smiled evilly and directly shot in front of Yi Xian. His tender right hand struck out and actually smashed onto Yi Xian's stomach. Bam! The dignified fourth-grade immortal Yi Xian was sent flying by Yi Yuchuan's punch. Many of his bones were broken. Even Yi Xian couldn't believe it. Sigh, why is he so weak? Yi Yuchuan looked at Yi Xian who was sent flying and couldn't help but sigh. The surrounding people, including Yi Yuchuan's mother, Yi Bingbing, stared with wide eyes. Yi Xian was already the strongest person in the mortal world, but he was sent flying by a single punch. If Yi Yuchuan wasn't the reincarnation of an immortal, then what was he? Seeing that Yi Xian was so weak, Yi Yuchuan didn't attack again. Instead, he crossed his arms and looked at Yi Xian's cousin, Yi Bingbing. You are the mother of this body, right? Yi Bingbing paused, then quickly nodded. Greetings, senior. Very good, you gave birth to a good son. This body is very suitable for me. Don't worry, I'm only temporarily occupying this body. Your son's soul has been sealed by me. Once I recover my strength, I will rebuild my body and return your son, the little demon king said. Thank you, senior. Yi Bingbing quickly expressed her gratitude when she heard that her son's soul hadn't been destroyed. The little demon king's gaze landed on Yi Xian. You know where the Immortal Ascension platform is, right? Yes. Yi Xian nodded. Good, take me to the Immortal Ascension platform. I want to return to the immortal realm. When the time comes, I will avenge my humiliation. The little demon king roared. Then, Yi Xian was forced to bring this self-proclaimed little demon king to the Immortal Ascension platform of the immortal realm. Kid, you don't seem to have cultivated an immortal heart. Why don't I teach you one? The little demon king suddenly said. What? Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Purple demon heart? Yi Xian blinked. He didn't know what that was. After all, he had just become an immortal and didn't know much about immortal hearts. All the way we have you www. GUILWX. Haha, it's normal that you haven't heard of it. But I can tell you that in addition to immortal cultivators, there are also demonic cultivators. And I am a demonic cultivator. Little demon said. Immortal cultivator, demonic cultivator? Yi Xian frowned and asked, what's the difference? Immortal cultivators are what you call the righteous path. They're similar to you now. Demonic cultivators mainly cultivate their demonic bodies. Their bodies can be trained to the point where they can go head-to-head with immortal weapons. They're extremely strong. Little demon smiled and said, immortal cultivators and demonic cultivators can't coexist. But I can see that it's not easy for you to cultivate, so I won't bully you. Then this purple demon heart is a demonic cultivator's? Yi Xian asked. That's right. If you can cultivate this purple demon heart, you'll have the purple demon fire. This is a very domineering heavenly fire. Even I am afraid of it, little demon said. Hearing this, Yi Xian hesitated. There were two paths in front of him now. One was to accept little demon's good intentions, and the other was to refuse. However, if he refused, the little demon king might get angry. Therefore, there was only one way to go. Thank you, senior. Yi Xian said quickly. Haha, good. Then, the little demon king of chaos used his true chi to write. Ding! You have successfully copied the refining method of the purple demon heart. The system notified. At this time, little demon king of chaos rolled his eyes again and said, Tisk, TSK, TSK. I won't force you. Demonic cultivators are hated by everyone in the immortal world. Remember this. After he finished speaking, he started writing again. Ding! You have successfully copied the refining method of the celestial heart of Dazzle. Before Yi Xian could reply, the little demon king continued, Hee, this Xianxia immortal heart is even better than the purple extreme demon heart. If you can successfully refine it, you'll be able to produce Xianxia heavenly flames in your body that can burn the entire world. Yi Xian did not know what little demon king was thinking, but he felt that the dazzling speed immortal heart was quite suitable for him. It should also be of the fire attribute. Alright, I'm going to ascend to the immortal realm. Goodbye. With that, the little demon king stepped onto the immortal ascension platform. Yi Xian came to his senses. The little demon king of chaos was only at the longevity realm, not even an itinerant immortal. How could he ascend to the immortal realm? However, this little demon king of chaos was no ordinary person. No one knew what level of expert he was at. In an instant, he ascended to the immortal realm, leaving behind a stunned Yi Xian. Yi Xian felt quite helpless. Who would have thought that a demonic cultivator would reincarnate into his nephew's body? He did not know whether this was a good or bad thing. After all, the little demon king of chaos had said that immortal cultivators and demonic cultivators could not coexist. However, what was done was done. There was nothing he could do about it. After all, the little demon king of chaos had already ascended to the immortal realm. It's time for me to ascend to the immortal realm. I heard Luminous Immortal say that it takes a lot of immortal stones to return from the immortal realm. I don't think the 300 immortal stones in this space will be enough. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, then returned to Lianyan City to bring the news to Yi Bingbing. The little demon king of chaos had reincarnated into Yi Bingbing's son, Yi Yuchuan. However, they had no way to stop it, so they could only remain calm. Perhaps, this was an opportunity for the Yi family? Alright, I'll leave a clone at home. It's time for me to ascend. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then set off for the immortal ascension platform again. Finally, it was time for him to ascend. At this moment, Yi Xian's emotions were extremely complicated. He, immortal, had actually become an immortal. He wondered what the world of immortals was like. Whoosh, on the immortal ascension platform, a ray of white light descended. Yi Xian's figure was submerged in it, then he disappeared from the immortal ascension platform. In this world, there were countless mortal realms, but there was only one immortal realm. Therefore, the process of ascension was extremely slow. Yi Xian spent an hour in the white light, then appeared in an unfamiliar place. The immortal ascension platform was actually a super long-distance teleportation array. This could be seen from the 1 hour he spent in ascension. Yi Xian had been afraid that after he ascended, the plantation space would not be able to connect to the mortal realm. His worry had indeed come true. Ding! The entrance to the plantation space is closed. Ding! The entrance to the plantation space is closed. 2 system notifications rang out. Yi Xian sensed that the entrances to the eastern continent of the Bloodstone continent and the Life Saint sect were closed. Fortunately, he had moved the Yi family and the others into his plantation space. However, his second clone was left in the mortal realm to guard the passage to the immortal realm. Perhaps the difference between the mortal realm and the immortal realm was too great, so the plantation space was unable to connect. Yi Xian could understand this. If that was the case, then forget it. So this is the immortal realm? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and looked around. He realized that he was at the foot of a mountain. Beside him was a stone tablet with 3 large words written on it, Immortal Ascension Cliff. The mortal realm was filled with heaven-earth yuan qi, while the immortal realm was filled with immortal qi. Those in the immortal realm were constantly tempered by immortal qi at birth. It was very easy for them to reach the ascension realm. Some were even born as immortals or sky immortals. This was the difference between the 2 realms. Yi Xian had climbed all the way to the immortal realm from an ordinary martial artist. It could be said that he had been through a lot. This time, Yi Xian wanted to fulfill Immortal Lumen's last wish. That was to send his body back to the Immortal Fate sect in the Immortal Realm. However, hundreds of thousands of years had passed since Immortal Lumen descended to the Mortal Realm. The situation in the Immortal Realm might have changed. If the Immortal Fate sect was still there, then it would be much easier to find. If the Immortal Fate sect was destroyed because they had offended someone, that would be a tragedy. There was a map among Immortal Lumen's belongings. Yi Xian did not know if this map matched up. In any case, he would just go and take a look. The Immortal Fate sect is northwest of this Immortal Ascension Cliff. And the distance, Yi Xian checked the map using the Immortal Level Devouring system. He was shocked to find that the distance to the Immortal Fate sect was calculated in years. What the heck, with my speed as a 4th grade immortal, it would take at least 100 years to get there. Even if I used a transportation array, it would take at least 10 years. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. The immortal path was long. It was not without reason. It seemed that he had to increase his strength first. As long as he was strong, it would be easy to travel. Immediately, Yi Xian checked the map before flying towards the north. The map showed that there was a gathering place for immortal beasts in the north. Hence, Yi Xian wanted to hunt immortal beasts to increase his strength. Luminous Immortal had previously warned Yi Xian that while the flamethrower ship was useful in the mortal world, it was somewhat useless in the immortal world. Baidu Search Strength Literature Network Update Fastest and Most Stable www.galwx. At first, Yi Xian didn't understand the meaning of this sentence, but as he hurried to the immortal beast gathering place, he understood. At this moment, a powerful aura suddenly flew over from behind Yi Xian and passed by him. It was an old man with the demeanor of a transcendent being. He was dressed in white and hurried past on a flying sword. He's at least a 6th-tier immortal. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. As it turned out, flying swords were the most commonly used weapons in the immortal world. In terms of speed, flying swords of the same level were much faster than flamethrowers of the same level. Although flamethrowers could be used for both defense and attack, the cost of refining one was enough to refine 3 immortal artifacts. Moreover, most people would need to control the flamethrower from within. If they used an immortal artifact, they could use other methods. Therefore, flamethrowers were a little useless. However, Yi Xian didn't care. After all, he could control the flamethrower remotely. The immortal world was very large, countless times larger than the mortal world. Just this journey alone took Yi Xian a full 7 days. After all, he was driving an immortal artifact-grade flamethrower. Using a flamethrower ship to kill monsters is a bit of a waste. Moreover, every time the flamethrower ship attacks, it consumes 5 immortal stones. What a waste. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, then put away the flamethrower and entered the immortal beast gathering place. This gathering place had immortal beasts comparable to 8th-tier immortals, so they couldn't be underestimated. However, Yi Xian had all kinds of trump cards, so he wasn't afraid. Roar. As soon as Yi Xian entered, he heard a deafening roar. He turned and scanned with his eye of revelation. He discovered a winged tiger. An immortal beast comparable to a 4th-tier immortal? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, then quickly rushed over. Although killing people was profitable, Yi Xian actually preferred killing monsters. Even though immortal beasts aren't stupid, they are still beasts after all. Just like demonic cultivators, they mainly rely on their bodies to fight. Most importantly, Yi Xian had the immortal unicorn bloodline, which doubled the damage he dealt to immortal beasts. Very quickly, Yi Xian rushed over. Then, his eyes flashed as he used his soul eye to control the winged tiger. At the same level, immortal beasts were easier to control than immortals, which saved him a lot of trouble. Yi Xian had no other intentions in controlling this winged tiger. He just wanted to make it easier for him to kill it. Nihility Flame Sword Wave. At that moment, Yi Xian directly slashed out with his sword and landed on the winged tiger's body. But unexpectedly, this sword was actually unable to insta-kill the winged tiger. The Nihility Flame Sword Wave can at most raise the level of a 9th Tribulation Loose Immortal. Looks like I have to change it. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and slashed out several times, instantly killing the winged tiger. Then, he directly devoured the carcass. Devouring an immortal beast's carcass could raise Yi Xian's cultivation, and the old tree would also benefit from it. Without the restriction of the loose immortal tribulation, the old tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian's strength would most likely increase the gap between them and Yi Xian. I've already ascended to the immortal realm, so I'll have to discard some of my previous possessions. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and began probing. Yi Xian had spent 2 devour points to exchange for the Nihility Flame Sword Wave. Now that it was useless, he could get 1 devour point back. Secondly, an immortal's lifeline was their immortal heart. Although Yi Xian had yet to refine his immortal heart, he could no longer use the Eye of Eternity. This skill had lost its effect after Yi Xian became an immortal. Now that he could get 2 devour points back, it was pretty good. In addition to the 1 devour point he originally had, he now had 4 devour points. In addition, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's sky-shattering meteor slash was quite difficult to hit, so Yi Xian decided to get rid of it. Ding! The Nihility Flame Sword Wave has been successfully retrieved. Host has obtained 1 devour point. Ding! The Eye of Eternity has been successfully retrieved. Host has obtained 2 devour points. Ding! The sky-shattering meteor slash has been successfully retrieved. Host has obtained 2 devour points. A series of system notifications rang out. Yi Xian had obtained 6 devour points. Next, he used 3 devour points to buy 3 bottles of blessings and used all of them on Wei Zhentian. Ding! Wei Zhentian's luck has increased by 1 point. Ding! Wei Zhentian's luck has increased by 1 point. Ding! Wei Zhentian's luck has increased by 1 point. Wei Zhentian's luck would be shared with Yi Xian, so Yi Xian now had 9 points of luck. 9 points of luck had a special effect. Ding! Host's luck has reached 9 points, the effect of luck has doubled. Ding! Host has obtained a system reward, Immortal Technique, 1000 slash. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. 9 points of luck was indeed not bad, the effect of luck had doubled. This meant that his 9 points of luck was equivalent to 8 points of luck. With the increase in luck, the success rate of one-hit kills, critical hits, and forced devour skills would increase. Of course, 9 points of luck was already the limit, and it could not be increased in the future. Then, Yi Xian's attention fell on the Immortal Technique, 1000 slash. The Immortal Slayer bloodline had a movement skill that could be increased, called 1000 slash. Now, he had obtained another 1000 slash. Although he knew that it would not be related, it was still a coincidence. When Yi Xian saw the description of the 1000 severing slash, he was completely stunned. 1000 slash was an offensive immortal technique. It looked like only 1 sword, but in fact, it contained 1000 attacks. This move was similar to the Earth Pulse when he was in the Virtual God realm. However, this 1000 slash could increase the chances of one-hit kills and critical hits by several times. My luck is now 9 points, the effect of luck has doubled, and the chance of triggering is much higher. Coupled with this 1000 slash, even a divine immortal would be killed by it. Yi Xian's eyes widened. One should not forget that one-hit kills were calculated according to the number of attacks. As long as the 1000 slash could be triggered once, it would be enough. 1 trigger would break the opponent's defense, and 2 triggers would take the opponent's life. Awesome, this is awesome. Yi Xian's confidence suddenly exploded. This undoubtedly gave him another trump card. Furthermore, it was the most powerful trump card he had in his arsenal since the beginning of the battle. However, this 1000 slash could only be used once a day. Now, he still had 3 devour points. Hence, after careful consideration, he decided to exchange for a fire-based sword technique. Li Fire Sword Technique. This Li Fire Sword Technique was an immortal technique that could be improved. Not only was it fire-based, but it could also form a Li Fire immortal sword that was no weaker than an immortal weapon of the same level. This would save him the step of forging an immortal weapon. Something with 3 devour points would naturally not be weak, so Yi Xian immediately exchanged for it. Ding! Li Fire Sword Technique successfully exchanged. Do you want to learn it now? Ding! Host learned Li Fire Sword Technique. Now, all 6 devour points were used up. We have you all the way www. GUILWX. Then, Yi Xian exchanged for a method to refine an ordinary immortal heart from the immortal grade devouring system. He had already become an immortal, but he had yet to refine an immortal heart because there were no materials in the mortal world. Although he had the method to refine the dazzling immortal heart and the purple extreme demon heart, the materials were not so easy to obtain. Moreover, even if he wanted to refine the dazzling immortal heart, he would need an ordinary immortal heart, so he had to exchange for it. The materials to refine an immortal heart can be found in the immortal beast gathering grounds. However, since the old tree has already become an immortal, I'll give him the purple extreme demon heart when the time comes. Xian thought to himself, then released the old tree and the other two. The old tree mainly relied on his physique to fight, so the purple extreme demon heart was suitable for him. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor was an immortal beast, so he did not need to refine an immortal heart, so his strength was not enough. Luo Luo was now a peak ninth tribulation scattered immortal, but Xian wanted her to cultivate for a while more to be safe. If one wanted to become a true immortal, they would need to refine an immortal heart. Alright, let's split into 3 groups. Xian said to the old tree and the other two. He was in one group, the old tree was in another, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian were in another group, so the efficiency of killing immortal beasts would be very high. The reason why Xian did not use the 300 immortal stones to raise the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian's cultivation level was that after becoming an immortal, they would gain a lot of experience points. The 300 immortal stones could only raise their cultivation level by 1, and when the time came to refine an immortal heart, they would need to refine a large amount of immortal stones and convert them into immortal chi. However, even so, it did not hinder Xian's advancement. Ding! Host has broken through. You are now a 5th stage immortal. Ding! Lightning Ember has broken through. You are now a 5th stage immortal. This time, Xian killed for 7 days and 7 nights in the immortal beast gathering grounds. He directly devoured the corpses of the immortal beasts and made a breakthrough. Xian, who possessed immortal sense, killer instinct, and the eye of perception, harvested all the heavenly treasures he encountered along the way. Alright, I've finally gathered the materials needed to refine an ordinary immortal heart. Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he piled all the materials together. There were also more than 100 immortal stones. Ding! Host has obtained an ordinary immortal heart. The system prompted. Xian's heart had turned into an immortal's heart, which was relatively safer. However, Xian reckoned that the materials needed to refine the dazzling speed immortal heart would not be so easy to obtain. Let's go. Let's continue searching. We'll try to get the old tree and Luoluas too. Xian thought to himself. However, at this moment, Luoluo suddenly spoke from within the plantation space. Young master, can I undergo tribulation now? Luoluo had broken through to the 9th tribulation scattered immortal realm for a long time. However, she was not a treasure after all, so Xian wanted her to be safe. After all, the tribulation lightning in the immortal world was stronger than in the mortal world. Xian estimated that with the tribulation lightning pill, Luoluo should not be a problem. Alright, come on. Xian nodded in agreement. Luoluo appeared beside him. She prepared for a moment before taking the tribulation lightning pill. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Immortal chi began to condense. The mortal world condensed the chi of heaven and earth, so the tribulation lightning was weaker. However, the immortal world condensed the chi of heaven and earth, so its power was multiplied. However, Luoluo had been cultivating in the plantation space for a long time. In other words, it had been more than 10 years, so Xian was not worried. Don't forget that Luolua's heavenly fox bloodline was very powerful. Boom! Finally, the tribulation lightning struck. There were 9 tribulation scattered immortals in total, each stronger than the last. The first one was just an appetizer. However, the next tribulation lightning did not affect Luoluo at all. Even the 9th tribulation lightning could not make her frown. Ding! Luoluo has successfully passed the tribulation. She is now a 4th grade immortal. Ding! Luoluo has broken through. She is now a 5th grade immortal. 2 consecutive system notifications sounded. Xian raised his eyebrows. What was going on? Shouldn't a 9th tribulation scattered immortal be a 4th grade immortal after passing the tribulation? How did she break through? Young master, after I passed the tribulation, the immortal chi in my body suddenly expanded, so I broke through the shackles, Luo explained. It seems that your heavenly fox bloodline has exceeded my expectations. Yi Xian sighed. However, it was a good thing. The stronger the bloodline, the better it was for Luo. Good. Now that you have become an immortal, do you want the purple extreme demon heart or the dazzling immortal heart? Yi Xian asked. I am a monster like old tree. After becoming an immortal, I should be a monster immortal. However, we rely on our physique to make a living, so we usually refine demon hearts, Luo replied. Monster immortal? Is that from your inherited memories? Yi Xian asked. Luolua's inherited memories were from her previous lives. However, her current inherited memories were from the heavenly fox bloodline. Yes. When we monster immortals refine demon hearts, it is not as obvious as when they are demonic cultivators. In the immortal world, we are considered legal demonic cultivators. Luo nodded. That's good. This way, I won't be afraid of being hunted down. Yi Xian grinned. Little Demon King of Chaos had said that immortal cultivators and demonic cultivators were mortal enemies. They would kill each other on sight. If Old Tree and Luo were demonic cultivators, they would be hated by everyone in the immortal world. At that time, he would have to be very careful in battle. Now that it was legal for monster immortals to refine demon hearts, things would be much easier. However, right at that moment, 3 figures suddenly flew over from the horizon. These 3 people all arrived on flying swords. 2 of them were 5th rank immortals, while the leader was a 6th rank immortal. Huh? I'm clearly seeing an itinerant immortal tribulation. That's strange. Are you a pig? If an itinerant immortal's soul is destroyed, then there's no one left. Yes. There are 4 5th rank immortals here. Kill them. These 3 people didn't say anything before attacking Yi Xian and the others. Whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, 3 flying swords swept towards Yi Xian and the others. In the immortal world, most people fought using magic treasures, so they controlled flying swords to fight. Very few people fought in close combat like demonic cultivators. These 3 flying swords were not immortal weapons, but after countless years of refinement, they were very close to being immortal weapons. Killing at the slightest disagreement. The immortal world is not as peaceful as I thought it would be. Yi Xian's lips curled slightly, his eyes flashing. Ding. Control successful. Ding. Control successful. In an instant, the 2 5th rank immortals were controlled by him. Then, the 2 flying swords suddenly turned around and stabbed towards the 6th rank immortal. What? The leader was shocked. He did not understand why his 2 brothers would suddenly attack him. Clang. Clang. 9 dragons thunder flash. Boom. Old Tree punched the leader's back with all his might and squeezed. All the way we have you www. Guilwx. Kompuchi. The ordinary immortal heart of this 6th rank immortal was crushed and he died instantly. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. The system notified. Although I'm a 6th rank immortal, compared to Yellow Dragon and Demon Fairy, my battle strength is a bit lacking. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. Yellow Dragon and Demon Fairy were both disciples of the Immortal Destiny sect. Although they were only outer sect disciples, their battle strength was still very strong among those of the same level. With the death of the 6th rank immortal and the 2 5th rank immortals under Yi Xian's control, the battle ended in an instant. Who are you? Yi Xian asked as he took off the 3 Qianquan rings. We are from the nearby Black Wind tribe. We saw that someone was going through the tribulation here, so we came to take a look. One of them explained. Black Wind tribe? Yi Xian frowned and said, Relax, I'm going to search your soul. Compared to questioning, searching one's soul was easier. After all, Yi Xian was new here and needed to understand the situation of the immortal realm. Soul searching of the same level was quite fast, but it still took half a day. After half a day, Yi Xian killed the 2 of them. There are many tribes in this area. Small tribes are subordinate to large tribes, while large tribes are controlled by family clans, Yi Xian thought in his heart. This area was controlled by the Xia clan, which was the immortal clan with the surname Xia. As for the news of the Immortal Destiny sect, this person did not know. After all, the Immortal Destiny sect was in another area. However, the Black Wind tribe had sent more than 3 people this time. This time, they were going to enter the Immortal Beast gathering grounds to annihilate another tribe. Xian liked this kind of big battle the most. After all, he had not used Unicorn Descent yet. These 3 immortals each had a few hundred immortal stones on them. Their wealth was not bad. Ding. Wei Zhentian broke through, currently a 5th rank immortal. Ding. Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through and is now a rank 5 celestial. After transcending the itinerant immortal tribulation, the experience required to level up increased tremendously. These immortal stones only increased Xian's experience by 1/5. What a bottomless pit. Xian sighed, then turned around and rushed towards the depths of the Immortal Beast gathering grounds. According to what he learned from the Soul Search, the Black Wind tribe was planning to launch a sneak attack on the Baihui tribe. This time, the Baihui tribe was mobilizing all their forces to encircle and annihilate a few immortal beasts that were comparable to Tier 8 immortals. How could Xian miss such a good show? The encirclement would begin in 3 days. Xian would be able to get there in 3 days. In order to hurry, Xian even ignored the immortal beasts along the way. After 3 days, they finally arrived in the vicinity. However, the loud noises coming from the front proved that there was already a battle ahead. He didn't know if the Baihui tribe was encircling that immortal beast, or if they had already started a fight with the Black Wind tribe. At that moment, Xian quickly approached. There were about 100 people in this battle, but he didn't see the corpses of the immortal beasts that were comparable to Tier 8 immortals. He guessed that someone had kept them. Bastards, I, Bai Xiong, will fight you to the death today. A brawny man roared at the sky. Ha ha ha, this time, the Black Wind tribe has mobilized all their elites. Moreover, many of you have died from killing the immortal beasts. It's impossible for you to escape. Why don't you go down and join your companions? A long-haired man from the Black Wind tribe laughed. The 2 sides were locked in a fierce battle. The leaders of the 2 tribes were both Tier 8 immortals, and they were very powerful. Originally, Xian wanted to wait until both sides were injured before making a move. However, when he saw the figures in the Baihui tribe, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Capricious, Fairy Luli? Xian's eyes widened, as if he had seen wrongly. He didn't expect that they would join the Baihui tribe. However, Xian felt that something was wrong when he looked at their cultivation. Capricious, a Tier 6 immortal. Fairy Luli, a Tier 6 immortal. How was this possible? When Capricious and the others left, they were all 9 tribulation scattered immortals. Even if they succeeded in their tribulation, they should only be Tier 4 immortals. How could they have broken through to Tier 6 immortal in such a short time? However, Xian didn't care so much. Capricious and Fairy Luli were being suppressed by a Tier 7 immortal. Kill. Xian didn't say anything and directly released the old tree, Ghost Dome Emperor, and Wei Zhentian. Although they were only Tier 4 immortals, each of them was an existence that could challenge those above their level. Moreover, Xian was going to go on a killing spree this time, so he used all his trump cards. Unicorn, descend. After Xian used this trump card, the immortal energy in his body crazily surged, and then condensed into a mighty unicorn. After the unicorn evolved 3 times, he could finally summon a unicorn. Moreover, each time he summoned it, it could be different. Fire unicorn, ice unicorn, lightning unicorn, and so on. This time, Xian summoned a fire unicorn. Kill. Xian immediately commanded the fire unicorn to kill. At the same time, he also marked Capricious' opponent and then used the Eye of Assassination. Whoosh! Blazing Heaven Sword Art. A flame slash directly hit Capricious' opponent. Fortunately, this person was a Tier 7 immortal and had abundant immortal energy. Moreover, he had an immortal artifact battle armor, so he didn't die from this attack. Capricious was very grateful when he saw that someone had suddenly appeared and lightened his burden. However, when he saw the person's face clearly, he was completely stunned. Xian, I've been waiting for you for almost 1,000 years. You're finally here. Capricious shouted excitedly. As soon as he said that, it was Xian's turn to be stunned. 1,000 years, my ass. It hadn't even been half a month. Where did 1,000 years come from? However, now was not the time to reminisce. He had to finish this battle first. Thunder flash of the 9 dragons. Old Tree suddenly rushed over and punched the Tier 7 immortal in the chest. Gotcha! In just 2 hits, the immortal artifact battle armor was directly shattered. Since the defense was broken, it was time for him to die. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a gust of wind whistled. A fire unicorn stepped through the void and directly stomped on the Tier 7 immortal's chest. This stomp had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Without the immortal artifact battle armor, his immortal heart was instantly shattered. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. The system notified. Xian's killing intent skyrocketed. At the same time, he condensed a slaughter seal. Immediately, he put away his opponent's interspatial ring and said, "Capricious, we'll catch up later." After saying that, he once again used the Death Hunt seal to mark another person and then rushed over. Blazing Heaven Sword Art. Thunder flash of the 9 dragons. Xian's eyes were bloodshot. If he could kill all these people from the Black Wind tribe, he might be able to break through twice in a row. This was a good opportunity. Although he really wanted to use the fairy-slaying sword formation, he still lacked a slaughter seal. Moreover, there were people from the Baihui tribe here, so it was better to use other skills. In this battle, the Baihui tribe was originally at a disadvantage. However, with the addition of Xian, the situation changed completely. One of the 5 rank 7 immortals from the Black Wind tribe died, and he would die soon. Death Hunt Order. Eye of Assassination. 1,000 Severing Slash. After he was fully prepared, Xian instantly appeared behind the second rank 7 immortal. A white light flashed and landed on the rank 7 immortal's body. Ding! Activated one-hit kill effect. Crack! The immortal heart in the rank 7 immortal's body shattered instantly, and he died. One-hit kill combined with the 1,000 Severing Slash was too powerful. Originally, Xian's target was the rank 8 immortal from the Black Wind tribe. However, this person's cultivation level was high, and he had the upper hand. It would not be easy to sneak up on him, so Xian changed his target. At this time, there were only 3 rank 7 immortals left in the Black Wind tribe. Moreover, this was not the end. Ding! Host has formed a slaughter seal. Ding! Host has formed a slaughter seal. The 4 slaughter seals instantly exploded until only one was left. Xian found an opportunity and slashed with the Parting Heaven Celestial Sword. Immortal Slaying Slash, a huge sword ray pierced through the air and cut a Tier 7 immortal's body into 2 halves. Even the experts behind him couldn't escape this attack. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. System notifications rang out one after another, and Xian's killing intent skyrocketed. At this moment, the Black Wind tribe and the Baihui tribe's strength were about the same. No, it should be the Baihui tribe that was stronger because Xian was on the Baihui tribe's side. What's going on? The 8th grade immortal from the Black Wind tribe was extremely shocked. He did not understand where Xian had come from. Not to mention him, even the leader of the Baihui tribe did not know who Xian was. But generally speaking, their crisis had been temporarily averted. Not only that, but the Black Wind tribe would also suffer heavy losses. Damn it, let's go. The expression of the rank 8 immortal from the Black Wind tribe changed drastically as he gave the order. It won't be that easy for you to leave now. The leader of the Baihui tribe widened his eyes and immediately chased after him. At the same time, 2 figures rapidly approached. One was the old tree, while the other was the fire unicorn summoned by Xian. Although this fire unicorn could not be sustained for a long time, its attack power was very strong. At the same time, he had another move. Incinerate the world. The fire unicorn directly turned into a ball of blazing flame and swept towards the 8th grade immortal from the Black Wind tribe. What a powerful attack. The immortal's expression was gloomy. He saw that some of his companions around him were burned to the bone by the heat emitted by the unicorn's flame. If this attack landed on him, the consequences would be severe. "Sir, what are you thinking about?" Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice sounded behind him. The old tree used the 9 dragons' thunder flash again and appeared behind him. Then, 9 dragons' thunder chains appeared. In an instant, the 8th great immortal was trapped. At the same time, the leader of the Baihui tribe controlled a flying sword and pierced it into his head. However, even if an immortal's head exploded, he would not die. This was because after becoming an immortal, his soul would move to the heart and become one with the immortal heart. However, the fire unicorn's flame directly rushed in through the wound. Whoosh! Whoosh! The blazing flame burned inside the 8th great immortal's body. His immortal heart happened to be the ice immortal heart, but it could not resist the unicorn's flame. A second later, the ice immortal heart melted into nothing. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Now that the 8th great immortal was dead, the others were no longer a threat. Soon, they were all hunted down. Not a single one was left. Among them, a large number of interspatial rings fell into the hands of Xian, including the 8th great immortals. "It's enough for me to break through." Xian narrowed his eyes and directly devoured it. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently, you are a 6th great immortal. Ding! Lightning Ember has broken through. Currently, you are a 6th great immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Currently, you are a 6th great immortal. Ding! Ghost Dome Emperor has broken through. Currently, you are a 6th great immortal. In an instant, the strength of Xian and the others skyrocketed. Xian, Wayward quickly flew over and said, "Your strength is still as strong as it was hundreds of years ago." Hundreds of years ago? Xian was a little confused. Wayward had just said that he had waited for nearly 1,000 years. What was going on? That's right. Didn't you count? I've already ascended to the immortal realm for 1,000 years. Wayward nodded. What 1,000 years? It's only been less than half a month. Xian said in surprise. Half a month? That's impossible. We've already joined the Baihui tribe for a few hundred years. If it weren't for the large amount of immortal stones needed to descend, I would have gone back to see you. At this time, Fairy Luli also flew over. What's going on? Why do you think it's only been less than half a month? That's right. Not long after you guys ascended, I also ascended. How could there be a difference of nearly 1,000 years? Xian frowned. Could it be that the flow of time in the immortal realm and the mortal realm is different? In any case, nearly 1,000 years have passed for me. Luli and I even have grandchildren. Wayward said in surprise. When he heard this, Xian almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Wayward and Luli's grandchildren? While they were talking, the leader of the Baihui tribe led the others over and asked, "Wayward, do you know them?" "Deputy leader, they're my friends. They just ascended." Wayward explained. "This one is Bai Xiang. This time, it's all thanks to you guys. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable." The deputy leader of the Baihui tribe solemnly cupped his fists and said, "I also heard your conversation just now. Recently, there seems to be some problems in the immortal realm. I heard that the same thing happened to the ascension sites under the jurisdiction of other tribes." "I see." Xian nodded slightly. Fortunately, he didn't let Old Tree ascend first. Otherwise, even if there was a difference of 1 day, there would be a difference of 100 years. That would be a tragedy. That little demon ascended half a day before me. I don't know how many years he's been in the immortal realm. Since you're all Wayward's friends, why don't you come visit my Baihui tribe?" Bai Xiang invited. Yes. My father and the others are all there," Wayward said with a smile. "Sure." Xian nodded. Although he and Wayward had only been apart for half a month, he hadn't seen Wayward and the others for nearly 1,000 years. At this moment, Xian followed the Baiyu tribe's group and flew back to the Baiyu tribe. "Wayward, did everyone undergo the 9th level of the loose immortal tribulation?" Xian couldn't help but ask. Hearing this question, Wilful shook his head and said, "That's not the case. Quite a number of people died under the 9th level itinerant immortal tribulation, including my grandfather." Less than 10 people survived the tribulation. Wayward's grandfather, Renzi Yuan, was the master of the life-sacred land. Who would have thought he'd also die to the loose immortal tribulation? What about elder immortal Tianzhu? Yi Xian asked. He did, but he didn't join the Baihui tribe. He went to the immortal world by himself. The Buddhist supreme, one-thought monk, and the others also left, Wayward replied. Oh. Yi Xian nodded. Soon, they returned to the Baihui tribe. The Baihui tribe wasn't small. It had a 9th-rank immortal overseeing it. It was quite powerful in this area. As soon as Bai Xiang and the others returned, the Baihui tribe's leader sensed them and hastily came out to greet them. Second brother, why are the casualties so severe this time? Baihui asked in surprise. This time, they were going to hunt 3 8th-rank immortal beasts. Although there might be some injuries, they wouldn't die. However, Bai Xiang only brought back 2/3 of the people. What about the other third? Big brother, we were ambushed by the Black Wind tribe this time. Many people died. If it weren't for Wayward's friend, even I might not have been able to return, Bai Xiang replied. The Black Wind tribe? Baihui trembled. It seemed that a traitor had appeared in the tribe. However, this matter could be dealt with later. Baihui immediately ordered people to set up a banquet to repay Yi Xian. When they returned, Bai Xiang sent a voice transmission to Bai Yu, saying that Yi Xian was very strong and was not weaker than him. Therefore, Baihui wanted to recruit Yi Xian into their tribe. This way, they could greatly increase the strength of their tribe. Unfortunately, Yi Xian had great ambitions. How could he submit to a tribe? Sorry, I'm preparing to travel alone. However, if you want to destroy the Black Wind tribe, you can call me along. Yi Xian said to Bai Yu. Although Baihui felt that it was a pity that he did not join, his eyes lit up when he heard that Yi Xian could help them. However, a war between 2 tribes would definitely result in heavy casualties, so they had to be cautious. After the banquet, Wilful led Yi Xian and the others back to his residence. Grandfather. As soon as they entered the door, a little boy rushed over and hugged Wayward's leg. F***ck, he really has a grandson. Yi Xian was scared out of his wits. He did not expect that Wayward would really win Fairy Luli over. Not only did she give birth to a son, but she was already the 3rd generation. Donger, call me Grandpa Xian. Wayward said to the little boy. Hello, Grandpa Xian. The little boy called out obediently, and then directly stretched out his little hand. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. He was not even 30 years old, yet he was already a master. Heaven was really making fun of him. I don't have anything. Here, 100 immortal stones. Yi Xian took out a bag of immortal stones. As expected of Yi Xian, 100 immortal stones in one go, Wayward said enviously. After seeing Yi Xian, Ren Xiong, Daoist Ling Xiao, and the others also walked over. After all, Yi Xian was their old friend. They chatted for a while, then Ren Xiong asked, Yi Xian, can your space connect to the mortal domain's life-sacred land? No, but I have a clone in the mortal domain. However, if they ascended in the mortal domain, many years would have passed in the immortal domain. Yi Xian shook his head. We don't know much about the immortal domain, but please tell their families that they died under the 9th stage itinerant immortal tribulation. Ren Xiong took out a list of names and handed it to Yi Xian. Okay, no problem. Yi Xian nodded. Next, he stayed in the Baihui tribe for 7 days. 7 days was almost a year in the planting space. During this year, Luo broke through from 5th-tier immortal to 7th-tier immortal, surpassing Yi Xian and the others. At this time, Yi Xian wanted to upgrade the planting space to 9th tier. That way, he could change the flow rate again. This was very important to Luo. If there were treasures of heaven and earth, Luo could even pull ahead of Yi Xian. Unfortunately, there weren't any. 7 days later, Baihui also came over with his people. Brother Yi, we've decided to set off tomorrow to attack the Black Wind tribe. We'll need your help when the time comes. Baihui transmitted to Yi Xian. Okay, no problem. Yi Xian nodded in agreement. He helped the Baihui tribe for 2 reasons. First, it was to upgrade. Second, it was to help Wayward and the others deal with future troubles. This way, they could safely survive here. Now, Yi Xian, Old Tree, Ghost Dome Emperor, and Wei Zhentian were all 6th-tier immortals. Luo was the first to break through to 7th-tier immortal. As for the Baiwei tribe, other than Baiwei who was a 9th-tier immortal, there were only 3 8th-tier immortals, Bai Xiang, and a dozen 7th-tier immortals. This time, the Black Wind tribe suffered a great loss. With Yi Xian and the others, it shouldn't be a problem for the Baiwei tribe to destroy the Black Wind tribe. Therefore, the Black Wind tribe was prepared to mobilize all of their forces. Baiwei also had an immortal artifact-grade flying ship that could carry everyone. However, Yi Xian felt that there was no need to go through so much trouble. This was because he still had the Eye of the Void. This was what it meant to be caught off guard. However, the Baiwei tribe was going to fight to the death with the Black Wind tribe tomorrow. Therefore, the Eye of the Void probably wouldn't be needed. In order to keep it a secret, they only mobilized experts who were 7th-tier immortals and above. When the next day arrived, Yi Xian had already met up with Baiwei. Then, they sat on an immortal artifact-grade flying ship. There was 1 9th-tier immortal, 3 8th-tier immortals, 10 7th-tier immortals, and Yi Xian and the others. Although this immortal artifact-grade flying ship was only 7th-tier immortal, its speed surpassed that of 9th-tier immortals like Baiwei. However, even so, it still took them 3 days to reach the Black Wind tribe. There's nothing strange about the Black Wind tribe. I wonder if they're pretending. Yi Xian glanced at the Black Wind tribe with his eye of revelation. The Black Wind tribe had around 3,000 people. The strongest person was also a 9th-tier immortal. However, why were there 2 9th-tier immortals in the Black Wind tribe? Everyone, there are 2 9th-tier immortals in the Black Wind tribe. What? 2 9th-rank immortals? Baiwei was shocked when he heard this. That's impossible. Only their leader is a 9th-rank immortal. Could it be that someone broke through recently? I'm not sure either. I'm just reminding you. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He knew that Bai Yu and the others didn't believe him. In any case, he'd already brought the news to them. If it's true, then I'm afraid we won't be able to attack the Black Wind tribe this time. Bai Xiang said. Before he could finish his words, the people of the Black Wind tribe discovered the flying boat. Leader, there's a flying ship near our tribe. This shout spread throughout the entire Black Wind tribe. Not good. Let's go. Bai Yu's expression changed drastically. He quickly controlled the flying ship to turn around. Fortunately, the flying ship was very fast and escaped from their sight in an instant. I'm afraid 2 9th-rank immortals won't be able to defeat the Black Wind tribe. However, I have the Eye of the Void. I can disrupt them. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. No matter how powerful the tribe was, as long as they could not do anything to him, he could exhaust them to death. Let me down. Yi Xian suddenly said. What did you say? Baiwei seemed to have misheard. If Yi Xian was let down, wouldn't they be besieged by the people from the Black Wind tribe? I, Yi Xian, will not joke with my life. I have many escape methods. Even if I face 2 9th-rank immortals, I can escape. Yi Xian said, the Black Wind tribe can't do anything to me, but I can weaken their strength. After hearing this, Baiwei fell silent. However, because Yi Xian was not from the Baiwei tribe, he did not stop him. Yi Xian indeed did not seem like someone who would joke with his life. Because he did not belong to the Baiwei tribe, he did not need to risk his life for the tribe. Kacha, the flying ship's cabin door opened. Then, Yi Xian quickly flew out. Big brother, what should we do? Bai Xiang asked. Don't worry. Although the Black Wind tribe has a flying ship, they can't catch up with us. If the situation is not good, we'll leave. Baiwei replied. At this moment, many people from the Black Wind tribe had already rushed out. When they saw Yi Xian, they immediately attacked him. They are all 6th-rank immortals. Only 1 7th-rank immortal. Too weak. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and directly used his soul's eyes. Ding. Control successful. Control successful. Ding. Control successful. System notifications rang out one after another as Yi Xian instantly controlled 6 6th-rank immortals. Immediately after, these 6 6th-rank immortals attacked the 7th-rank immortal in front. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, the rank 7 immortal died a horrible death. He didn't even know how he died. Before this, Xian had already used the slaughter seal. The immortals he killed were all 7th-rank immortals, which gave him a lot of killing intent. After using the slaughter seal, as long as he continued to fight, he would gain killing intent. Although it was not much, it could extend the duration of the slaughter seal indefinitely. However, if he fought with his own people, it would not count. The so-called allies were Old Shu and the 6 rank 6 immortals who were being controlled by Old Shu. However, as long as these immortals committed suicide for a period of time, the slaughter seal would not disappear. Previously, I used the unicorn at the immortal beast gathering ground. I did not replenish it, so I can't use it now. Xian thought to himself. He directly formed the departing flame immortal sword and charged in. How dare you trespass into my Black Wind tribe? A shout rang out, and then a few more grade 7 immortals appeared in a flash. This level was not enough for Xian to kill. Not to mention him, even the Ghost Dome Great Emperor or Wei Zhentian could kill these immortals. Within a few seconds, these 7th-rank immortals fell one after another. However, due to the difference in cultivation level, the slaughter seal could not be formed. However, he obtained a lot of good things. Ding! Lightning embers broke through. Current cultivation level, 7th-rank immortal. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor broke through. Current cultivation level, 7th-rank immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian broke through. Current cultivation level, 7th-rank immortal. Xian had a lot of experience. Moreover, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's cultivation level increased by 2 times. After passing the itinerant immortal tribulation, the gap between cultivation levels would increase again. This was a good thing. It's time for the slaughter. Xian narrowed his eyes. He directly ordered the old tree and the other 2 immortals to charge in, while he and Luolua watched from the outside. Those 8th and 9th rank immortals are gathered together. It seems like they are having a meeting. Let's catch them off guard first. Xian thought to himself. Now that the old tree and the other 2 immortals had broken through to the 7th rank, their strength had increased tremendously. They could even fight against 9th rank immortals. However, Xian did not call Baiyue and the others back, because that would rob him of his loot. The commotion here had attracted the attention of the 2 9th rank immortals. At this moment, they all leaped into the sky. Someone is not from the Black Wind tribe? Xian glanced around and immediately found something amiss. The people of the Black Wind tribe were all wearing the Black Wind tribe's uniform. However, this 9th rank immortal who looked like a young man was wearing white. Who are you? Tell me your name. A middle-aged man shouted angrily. He was a 9th rank immortal and also the leader of the Black Wind tribe. You are from the Black Wind tribe. You stole my things, so I'm here to kill you all. Xian replied casually. How dare you? You are courting death. Before he could finish his sentence, an 8th rank immortal rushed out from the side. He was an 8th rank immortal. How could he be afraid of a few 7th rank immortals? However, just in case, there was another 8th rank immortal to help him. The 2 of them joined forces and were not weak. However, this kind of strength was not enough to scare Xian. Facing the 2 8th rank immortals, Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian took the lead to fight with them. Then, Old Tree quickly flashed behind one of them and threw out the 9 Dragons Thunder Chain. Teleportation? Everyone was shocked. Before they could react, the 9 Dragons Thunder Chain had already bound one of them. At the same time, 9 powerful thunder and fire heavenly dragons rushed out. 9 Dragons Sky Roaring Attack, boom, this unlucky guy was directly hit by the 9 thunder and fire heavenly dragons. His immortal heart was directly destroyed and he died tragically on the spot. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host has condensed a slaughter seal. Now, Xian had 2 slaughter seals and there were 2 more uses that he had not used. In other words, he could use the celestial eliminating arrow. However, Xian did not intend to use it this time. Old Tree instantly took away the interspatial ring and flashed to Yixian's side. Before he could react, he had already broken through. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a 7th rank immortal. At this moment, Yixian's eyes flashed. For slaughter seals, activate the slaughter mode. In an instant, Yixian's strength increased by 4 times. Baidu search Awesome Literature Network update fastest and most stable www.galwx. Com Death Pursuit Order. I have assassination. Without waiting for the opponent to react, Yixian flashed behind another rank 8 immortal. Li Fire Sword Technique. The Li Fire Sword in Yixian's hand turned into a ray of fire and stabbed into the opponent's back. Gotcha! This person's immortal heart shattered, and he died. This scene happened in less than a second. Within this second, the Black Wind tribe lost 2 rank 8 immortals. It could be said that this was a heavy loss. One had to know that the Black Wind tribe had a total of 3 rank 8 immortals. 1 was missing, and now 2 were dead. Only 1 was left. Bastard, you're courting death. The chief of the Black Wind tribe was furious and decided to attack personally. As for the other rank 8 immortal, he was also prepared for battle. At this moment, the white-cloaked youth suddenly spoke, "Brat, I'm Xia Clan Xia Yunfei. Who are you?" Hearing this, Yixian couldn't help but tremble. He thought to himself, this young man actually came from the local tyrant of this area, the Xia clan. The Xia clan was very large. They controlled more than 10 large tribes, and the large tribes controlled hundreds of small and medium-sized tribes. Within the Xia clan, there were many heaven immortal experts, so they were the overlords of this area. But so what? I, Yixian, have never been afraid of anyone. Yixian grinned. Yixian, right? It wasn't easy to cultivate to this level. I'll give you a chance. Submit to me, and I'll spare your life. Xia Yunfei said. Why aren't you the one submitting to me? Yixian asked. Xia Yunfei had seen quite a few arrogant and unruly people like Yixian, but their fates were all very tragic. Thus, Xia Yunfei didn't want to waste time and directly said, Elder He, kill him. Immediately after, a black-clothed old man from the Black Wind tribe suddenly leaped into the sky. Upon seeing this person, Yixian was shocked. His eye of insight had failed to discover such an expert. What a powerful concealment technique. This black-robed old man is a celestial immortal. Yixian's eyes widened in disbelief. The failure of the Eye of Revelation should be due to the problem of his realm. After all, he had just broken through to the 7th great immortal realm. Kid, I'm a celestial immortal. You won't be able to escape today. If you know what's good for you, then obediently follow young master. Young master will definitely not treat you unfairly. The black-clothed old man said. It's not impossible for me to submit. Yixian's eyes suddenly turned. He smiled and said, as long as you can take my strongest attack. With your cultivation base of a tier 7 immortal? The black-robed old man laughed. Realm doesn't represent strength. Even a 9th tier immortal wouldn't be able to withstand my sword. Do you want to try? Yixian pretended to be very confident as he spoke. Good. I like confident people. Elder He, take his attack. Xia Yunfei replied. If that's the case, then make your move. I won't dodge and will take your attack head-on, the black-robed old man said confidently. He was already a celestial immortal. His strength was more than 10 times that of a 9th tier immortal. Was he afraid of the attack of a 7th tier immortal like Yixian? Good. Then take this. Yixian's eyes flashed. He pretended to use all his strength and then slashed with his sword. This move was his strongest attack, the 1000 severing slash. Yixian currently had 9 points of luck. With the addition of the 9 points of luck, that was equivalent to 18 points of luck. In addition, the 1000 severing slash could double the trigger effect. With the addition of 1000 attacks, even if there was a difference of a few realms, it might not be impossible to insta-kill. The 1000 severing slash's main effect was to insta-kill. It didn't look strong, so in the eyes of the black-robed old man, it was a joke. He stood there, circulating his immortal power to protect himself. He didn't plan to block at all. Soon, the thousand severing slash was in front of him and then collided with his immortal power. Bam! 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 Faint sounds rang out as the thousand severing slash continued to bombard him. Finally, when there were more than 100 slashes, a one-hit kill was triggered. Ding! The host has triggered a one-hit kill. This scene happened so suddenly that the black-robed old man's immortal power defense was instantly destroyed. What? The black-robed old man was shocked, but he didn't have time to react. Bam! The remaining 800 slashes finally landed on the black-robed old man's body. The one-hit kill had evolved once before, increasing the probability. Now, with the equivalent of 36 points of luck, the probability of triggering it was very high. Ding! The host has triggered a one-hit kill. When the system notification sounded, the black-robed old man's immortal heart directly shattered. The power of the one-hit kill was that as long as one was injured, one would immediately die. It was the same even if one was only hit in the shoulder. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. Xian directly received a huge amount of killing intent. It was a pity that he had used up all the killing intent, otherwise, he would have condensed another killing intent. However, now that he had killed this celestial immortal, he naturally had to take his yin and yang ring. Before anyone could react, the old tree quickly rushed over, took the yin and yang ring, and gave it to Xian. Ding! Lightning Ember has broken through, currently an 8th grade immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through, currently an 8th grade immortal. Ding! Ghost Dome Emperor has broken through, currently an 8th grade immortal. Ding! Unicorn's cooldown has been restored. This celestial immortal was very rich. Although he couldn't help Xian break through again, he helped the old tree and the others break through. Now, even if another celestial immortal came, he probably wouldn't be able to do anything to Xian. Black Elder is dead? Xia Yunfei was shocked and looked at him in disbelief. A celestial immortal was actually killed by a 7th grade immortal, Xian. What kind of immortal technique was that? No matter who you are, you will die today. Xian's eyes flashed. He immediately used the Death Hunt command to mark his opponent, and then flashed over. Li Fire Sword Art. Although there was a difference of 2 realms, Xian always had the ability to challenge those of higher realms. Although Xia Yunfei was from the Xia clan, he was also an immortal, and there was no need to fear him. In addition, Old Tree, who had broken through to the 8th grade immortal, the 2 sneak attack instantly killed Xia Yunfei. You dare to kill young Master Xia? The chief of the Black Wind tribe was shocked. So what? I still want to kill you. Xian's eyes flashed again. Together with Old Tree, they gave the chief of the Black Wind tribe a heavy blow. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. The chief of the Black Wind tribe had fallen. What a joke. Even a heaven immortal had died in the hands of Xian. What was the use of an 8th rank immortal like him? Unfortunately, Xian was not prepared to let anyone go. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Another system notification sounded. This person's immortal heart was directly destroyed by Old Tree's punch and died. In the entire Black Wind tribe, all the 8th rank immortals had died in battle. Not only that, but Xia clan's Xia Yunfei and that heaven immortal had also died. Xian quickly tidied up the battlefield and then shouted, "Everyone, do not resist or die." Then, he used the planting space to take everyone in. A total of 3,000 people had all become his slaves. With just a thought, these 3,000 immortals would all die. It had to be said that Xian's harvest this time was not bad. These 3,000 immortals' yin and yang rings all belonged to him. Of course, he was just borrowing them first and would return them when he became stronger. Moreover, the flow of time in the planting space was 50 times faster. Cultivating inside for 50 years was only equivalent to 1 year outside. Thus, Xian did not care whether these people agreed or not. He would just snatch them first. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently, you are an 8th rank immortal. Ding! Lightning Ember has broken through. Currently, you are a 9th rank immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Currently, you are a 9th rank immortal. Ding. Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. Currently, you are a 9th rank immortal. After hearing these notifications, Xian nodded in satisfaction. Without the restrictions, his cultivation increased very quickly. Even if that black-robed old man was still alive, Wei Zhentian and the others could probably fight him one-on-one. In the distance, Baiyu and the others in the flying ship were so shocked that they could not speak. Xian actually destroyed the entire Black Wind tribe with just a few people and even killed a heaven immortal. He was simply a god. Xian, where are those people? Baiyu asked in astonishment. I kept them in my space. Cultivating inside for 50 years is equivalent to 1 year outside. Xian said. What? 50 times difference? Baiyu and the others were astonished. That's right. Wayward and the others used to cultivate inside. Xian nodded. With his strength, there was no need to hide it from these people because he wanted to take in the Baiyu tribe as well. He had his own space, so he wanted to create a world of his own. In the future, maybe it would be another world of immortals, however, it was better to return first. He immediately tore open the void and returned to the Baiyu tribe. After some discussion, the Baiyu tribe also moved into the planting space. Not only that, but Xian also moved in the entire immortal beast gathering area. Headstrong was still a member of the Baiyu tribe, so Xian did not touch the Baiyu tribe. Give them some more immortal beasts so that they can be self-sufficient, Xian thought to himself. In the planting space, there were actually 2 areas. One was where the flow rate was 50 times slower and was suitable for cultivation. In the other area, the flow rate was 50 times faster, and it was used for planting. In any case, he was the master of the planting space. He could change it however he wanted. This matter was considered to be over. However, Xian found something interesting in Xia Yunfei's Yin and Yang ring. It was a token with a single word engraved on it, Fate. The other side of the token had the word Xia engraved on it. Xia clan, but what is the fate behind it? Xian narrowed his eyes and suddenly thought of the immortal Fate sect. Why would a normal person engrave the word Fate on one side of the token? Could it be that the Xia clan was related to the immortal Fate sect? Right, Luminous Immortal once told me that the Lu clan was the leader of the immortal Fate sect, followed by the Xia clan. Thinking of this, Xian's body trembled violently. Could this Xia clan be the Xia clan of the immortal Fate sect? No matter what, I have to go take a look. Xian thought to himself. At this moment, he was a little regretful. If he had known, he would not have killed Xia Yunfei. That way, he could have searched his soul. It seemed that he had to make a trip to the Xia clan. The Xia clan was quite a distance away from the Black Wind tribe. Immortals would need a month's time to travel. However, Xian had directly upgraded the explosive flame flying ship to grade 8, so its speed was several times faster than his own. He estimated that he would only need 10 days to reach. Immediately, he rushed to the Xia clan. I hope that this Xia clan is the Xia clan of the immortal Fate sect. That way, Luminous Immortal's final wish can be fulfilled. Xian narrowed his eyes. The immortal world was vast and varied. There were many people with ages in the tens of thousands. Sometimes, traveling would take 8 to 10 years. Xian counted these 10 days. However, during these 10 days, Xian naturally would not be idle. Although the immortal beasts he met along the way were all low-leveled, it was better than nothing. Moreover, 10 days were equivalent to 500 days in the planting space. With the help of heaven and earth treasures, Luo's cultivation speed was very fast. She directly broke through to become a grade 8 immortal. 10 days later, Xian entered the territory of the Xia clan. The Xia clan only had one main city. However, this main city was the largest one Xian had ever seen. Even if Xian wanted to cross the main city, he would need a day's time. Soon, Xian entered the main city. Next, he casually asked around for the location of the Xia clan. On the way to the Xia clan, Xian met a few Xia clan disciples. Using his realm, Xian directly controlled them and then put them into the planting space. Tell me the origin of your Xia clan, Xian directly asked. The Xia clan was established after the disbandment of the immortal Fate sect 100,000 years ago. A Xia clan disciple said. Hearing this, Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and interrupted, it's really the Immortal Fate sect. Then what about the Lu clan of the Immortal Fate sect? The Lu clan is now the slaves of our Xia clan. The Xia clan disciple replied. Slaves? What's going on? Yi Xian asked in astonishment. He remembered that the Lu clan was previously the master of the Immortal Fate sect. The sect master and grand elders were all from the Lu clan. How could they have become the slaves of the Xia clan? 100,000 years ago, the experts of the Immortal Fate sect suffered heavy casualties due to a great battle. Therefore, our Xia clan trampled on the Lu clan and moved here. This time, Yi Xian understood. Alright, bring me to the Lu clan, Yi Xian said with narrowed eyes. As for the specific reason, he didn't want to ask too much. In any case, he knew that the Lu clan wasn't doing well. Under the lead of the 3 Xia clan disciples, Yi Xian arrived at the Xia clan. It was originally a sect, but now it had become a clan. Although the number of people was much smaller, it was much stronger than before. Along the way, Yi Xian met many people. When they saw the clothes of the Xia clan disciples, they all respectfully greeted him. These people were all from the Lu clan. Go, bring me the genealogy of the Lu clan. Yi Xian said to someone. Yes. A Xia clan disciple nodded and left. After a while, he came back with a bamboo scroll. The bamboo scrolls of the immortal world required one to read them with one's immortal sense. Even if it was 1,000,000 words long, one could read it in a short time. Yi Xian scanned it with his immortal sense and found the name of Lu Ming Immortal. Lu Ming, Taoist name, Lu Ming Immortal. Missing. Then, he looked at Lu Ming Immortal's relatives and found that his son was dead. He only had a granddaughter. Lu Feng, a 6th grade immortal. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect Lu Ming Immortal to only have one relative left. The genealogy recorded everyone's residence, so Yi Xian took this opportunity to find them. However, when he approached Lu Feng's residence, he heard a slap. Little brat, it's your fortune that I fancy you. Your Lu clan is our slave. What right do you have to refuse? Yi Xian heard and quickly flew over and landed in a small courtyard. In the courtyard stood a man and a woman. The woman's left cheek was red and there was a bright red palm print on it. As for the man, he was an 8th grade immortal. Lu Feng? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked the woman. Kid, who are you? The man turned around and looked at Yi Xian. At the same time, he glanced at the 3 people behind Yi Xian and asked in surprise, Cousin, what are you doing here? Yi Xian was slightly surprised. He didn't expect this man to be from the Xia clan. Ding, control successful. Yi Xian controlled her without hesitation and asked again, You're Lu Feng, right? The woman nodded slightly. I'm a friend of your grandfather, Lu Ming, Yi Xian walked forward and said directly. Grandfather? Lu Feng was a little surprised because her grandfather had already left before she was born. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. Anyway, that's how it is. Originally, I wanted to send his corpse back to the Immortal Destiny sect. I didn't expect that the Immortal Destiny sect had already disbanded. Yi Xian sighed. Corpse? Lu Feng's eyes widened. Grandpa died? That's right, he's dead. Yi Xian nodded, then took out a memory crystal. It recorded the scene before Luminous Immortal's death, as well as his last words. Now, Lu Feng was sure. Although your grandfather is a very ordinary member of the Lu family, I am indebted to him. Now that the Lu family has been taken over by the Xia family, I have to help, Yi Xian said to Lu Feng. Busy? Lu Feng was shocked. She did not understand what Yi Xian meant. The Lu family doesn't even have a single heavenly immortal now. They are suppressed to the point where they can't even lift their heads. You can gather them all together. I will send them to a better place. From now on, I will take care of their cultivation resources. Yi Xian continued. This sentence shocked Lu Feng. There were still 4 Xia family members around. How could Yi Xian dare to say such a thing? Don't worry. These 4 are already under my control. As Yi Xian spoke, he took off the Qian Kuan ring of the man who slapped Lu Feng, then gave him a hard slap. Pa! The 8th grade immortal was sent flying. He did not dare to complain. They are both 8th grade immortals, but you can control them in an instant. Senior, your strength. Lu Feng was shocked. Even a heavenly immortal died in my hands. This is nothing. Yi Xian smiled pretentiously. However, your Lu family has more than 10,000 people. I'm afraid it won't be easy to gather them. Moreover, the Xia family will definitely find out. I'm afraid this matter needs to be considered at length. First, pretend that you haven't seen me. Lu Feng was only a 6th grade immortal. She did not know what to do, so she could only nod. You, stay here and protect her. Do you understand? Yi Xian said to the 8th grade immortal. Yes, master. Yi Xian then left. Yi Xian could instantly control an opponent of the same level. Even if he was one level higher, it would not be too difficult. Hence, his plan was to increase his strength first, then control all the Xia family members who were below the heavenly immortal level. There are 3 heavenly immortals in the Xia family. I can't deal with them now. I need to increase my strength. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He immediately put the 3 people behind him into the planting space. Then, he disguised himself as a single person and began to act. Ding. Control successful. Ding. Control successful. Ding. Control successful. There were tens of thousands of Xia family members. There were close to 500 8th grade immortals and 9th grade immortals. These people were all Yi Xian's prey. Just in case, Yi Xian first controlled the 8th grade immortals that he had confidence in. Every time he controlled a person, he would sweep them clean and throw them into the planting space. This way, the quota would be empty again. One by one, the people were controlled. Yi Xian effortlessly controlled over 100 people. All the treasures and immortal stones that these people had fell into Yi Xian's hands. Ding. Host has a breakthrough. Host is now a 9th grade immortal. Ding. Ember of Lightning Fire has a breakthrough. Host is now a 1st grade heavenly immortal. Ding. Wei Zhentian has a breakthrough. Host is now a 1st grade heavenly immortal. Ding. Ghost Dome Emperor has a breakthrough. Host is now a 1st grade heavenly immortal. During this time, Yi Xian and the others' realms also increased. The 3 from the old tree directly broke through the shackles of the immortal level and became heavenly immortals. Their strength had an earth-shaking change. Because they all broke through in the planting space, the people of the Xia clan did not notice. Young master, with my current strength, I can fight against the strongest person of the Xia clan. Let's start the fight. The old tree could not help but send a message to Yi Xian. There's no rush. Let's control the remaining few 9th grade immortals first, Yi Xian replied. Even though they already had the strength to challenge the entire Xia clan, it was still better to increase their strength for safety. If they were to fight now, it would be a tough battle. But if they continued to increase their strength, it would be much easier to deal with them. The 9th grade immortals were all controlled by Yi Xian. Almost all of them were in closed-door cultivation, preparing to break through to the heavenly immortal level. Soon, all 43 9th grade immortals in the Xia clan became Yi Xian's slaves. Very good, it's about time. It's time to get rid of this ingrate from the Xia clan. Yi Xian thought to himself. From what he learned from the others, there were about 10 1st grade heavenly immortals, 3 2nd grade heavenly immortals, and 1 3rd grade heavenly immortal in the Xia clan. Of course, this was not all of the Xia clan's fighting strength. It was just the fighting strength of the Xia clan. Many of them had been assigned to other places. In other words, there were a total of 14 heavenly immortals in the Xia clan, and one of them was a 3rd grade heavenly immortal. Alright, one by one. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He spread out his immortal sense and found a 1st grade heavenly immortal nearby. Don't blame me for being ruthless. You can only blame yourself for being born in the wrong place. Yi Xian snorted inwardly, then began his attack. Yi Xian and Old Tree joined forces and instantly killed a 1st-tier heavenly immortal. Previously, he had to use the 1000 severing slash to kill him, but now, he could easily kill him. The Xiao clan was slowly being eaten away by the maggot Yi Xian, but no one noticed. However, as the number of heavenly immortals decreased, it was hard for them not to notice. Meanwhile, in a corner of the Xia clan. Why did 6 first-tier heavenly immortals suddenly disappear? An old man opened his eyes. In the next moment, his expression changed. Could it be that a super assassin had infiltrated the clan and assassinated 6 people without him noticing? Immediately, he rushed out. Compared to the Immortal Destiny sect, it was not easy for the Xia clan to nurture heavenly immortals. Every heavenly immortal was a treasure to the Xia clan, and they could not afford to lose a single one. As a 3rd-tier immortal, Xian, with his powerful senses, immediately sensed him. Just a 3rd-tier immortal. Let me. Old Tree snorted. Xian did not waste any time and summoned him. Whoosh! 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 9 Dragon's thunder flash was extremely fast, and in an instant, he met the 3rd-tier immortal. Who are you? The 3rd-tier immortal shouted angrily. Old Tree did not waste any time and shouted, the one who will kill you. Today was the day the Xia clan would be destroyed, so there was no need for nonsense. A great battle broke out in the sky, attracting everyone's attention. We must deal with this 3rd-tier immortal first. Otherwise, things will be troublesome if we are surrounded. Xian narrowed his eyes and immediately used his trump card. Unicorn Descend, after evolving 3 times, could summon an entire unicorn. Furthermore, each summon could be different. Last time, at the Immortal Beast Gathering Ground, Xian had summoned a flame unicorn. This time, however, he summoned an ice unicorn. Kacha! 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 As soon as the ice unicorn appeared, the surrounding immortal chi seemed to solidify, and an ice-cold aura spread out. Old Tree might be a 1st-tier immortal, but it was not a problem for him to hold the 3rd-tier immortal. As for the others, Xian. In an instant, Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian also appeared. The latter transformed into tens of thousands of blood swords and swept toward those Tier 2 heavenly immortals. There were 3 Tier 2 heavenly immortals in the Xia clan. Ghost Dome Grand Emperor and Wei Zhentian, who was using the Storm of Swords, had no problem blocking them. Furthermore, he had the help of several dozen Grade 9 immortals of the Xia clan. As for the remaining 4 Tier 1 heavenly immortals, they were left to Xian and Luo Luo. Who are you people? The old ancestor of the Xia? Because they didn't want to kill. Very quickly, the 4 Tier 1 immortals were easily killed by Xian and Luo Luo. Now, it's your turn. Xian turned his head to look and instantly disappeared. I have assassination. He had marked the old ancestor and the other 2 immortals. Now, he appeared behind a 2nd-tier immortal. Li Fire Sword Technique. This 2nd-tier immortal happened to be in the middle of the sword storm. He couldn't react in time and had his immortal heart pierced through. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Xian directly condensed 1 slaughter seal. Immediately after, Xian continuously used slaughter seals. For slaughter seals, quadruple slaughter mode, kill. Xian used up 4 slaughter seals, increasing his strength by 4 times. Then, he used the Eye of Assassination and killed the other 2 2nd-tier immortals within 2 seconds. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a 1st-tier immortal. Ding! Lightning Ember has broken through. Host is now a 2nd-tier immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Host is now a 2nd-tier immortal. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. Host is now a 2nd-tier immortal. System notifications sounded out one after another. The strength of Xian and the others directly increased by several times. Now, it's time for you to die. After today, there will be no more Xia clan. I will rebuild the Immortal Destiny sect. Xian narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. This time, the old ancestor finally understood that Xian was here for revenge. But it was too late. At this moment, Xian had already flashed behind the Xia clan's ancestor. Stop! A shout came from the sky, but Xian had already made his move. Li Fire Sword Technique. The Li Fire Sword condensed from immortal energy pierced through the old ancestor's heart, shattering his immortal heart and killing him instantly. Xian quickly kept the old ancestor's universe ring and corpse. Turning his head, he saw a figure coming from the sky. Who is it? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and used his eye of revelation to scan the figure. He found that he couldn't see the realm of this person. A stage 4 heavenly immortal? No, when he was a stage 9 heavenly immortal, he could see the old ancestor clearly. Now that he was a stage 1 heavenly immortal, the other party was at least a stage 5 heavenly immortal, or even higher. However, judging from the other party's aura, Yi Xian determined that he was a stage 5 heavenly immortal. Where did this person come from? You deserve to die. The young man looked at the corpses and said through gritted teeth. Although Yi Xian didn't know the identity of this young man, he knew that he must be related to the Xia clan. It seemed that things were going to be difficult this time. Old Tree and the others felt the killing intent of this young man. Without saying a word, they charged forward. A stage 5 heavenly immortal was a challenge that required one to surpass 3 realms. If he was a loose immortal, it wouldn't be a problem, but now that he was a heavenly immortal, it wasn't so easy. A bunch of ants, die for me. The killing intent that the young man had been suppressing finally exploded. Kill. Yi Xian attacked without saying a word. A stage 5 heavenly immortal was the strongest person he had ever met, but he wasn't someone to be trifled with. With so many people around, how could he be afraid of this young man? However, he had underestimated this young man's strength. Die for me, all of you. The young man flew into a rage out of humiliation. He directly summoned a flying sword and attacked Old Tree. The flying sword was so fast that it instantly pierced through Old Tree's newly formed immortal heart. Even Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian were pierced through in a short time. As for Ice Unicorn, it was the same. So strong, as expected of a stage 5 heavenly immortal, and his background is probably not to be underestimated, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Fortunately, he had already collected all the spoils of war. As for the Xia clan, he would deal with it later. Let's go. Immediately, he broke through the void and went in. The young man was shocked and hurriedly controlled the flying sword. Whoosh, the flying sword suddenly accelerated and entered the void gate. So fast. Yi Xian was shocked. Before he could react, the flying sword had already pierced his chest. If he hadn't reacted quickly, his immortal heart would have been pierced. Immediately, he grabbed the flying sword and used a skill. Force Devour. This flying sword was of a very high grade. After Yi Xian swallowed it, the cultivation of Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian increased by a large margin. On the other side, in the sky above the Xia clan. You actually have such means. However, you destroyed my clan. Do you think you can escape from me? The young man narrowed his eyes and found that he could no longer control his flying sword. He was too far away. At that moment, he summoned another flying sword and chased after them based on his senses. At this time, Yi Xian was still breathing a sigh of relief, unaware that he had been marked by the young man's tracking mark. That young man is related to the Xia clan, but even the ancestor of the Xia clan was only a 3rd-grade immortal. He's actually a 5th-grade immortal. Yi Xian thought to himself. He didn't know how the young man was related to the Xia clan. Originally, he wanted to take the Xia clan into the planting space and then rob them. However, he was disturbed by the mysterious young man, so he had no other choice. However, he had already marked the young man with the Death Hunt command. If the young man left the Xia clan, he would go back and take the Xia clan. However, when he observed the young man's movements, he found that the young man was actually flying towards him. His speed was so fast that it shocked him. He'll be able to catch up in about 10 seconds. Yi Xian calculated. Just now, he had broken through the void in a moment of desperation, so he didn't run far. However, the young man was actually able to find him. It was obvious that he had left a mark on him. I can't beat him now. Retreat. Yi Xian made a prompt decision and broke through the void again. However, at this time, he suddenly felt something. This feeling wasn't from the target of the Death Hunt command, but from his bloodline. Someone had the same bloodline as him. The same bloodline didn't mean that they had the immortal Unicorn bloodline, the immortal Slayer bloodline, or the immortal Phoenix bloodline, but the same bloodline as Yi Xian. How could there be someone from the Yi clan in the immortal world? The Yi clan only had one person who had ascended to the immortal world. No, there was another one. The little demon king? Yi Xian immediately reacted. In the immortal realm, other than him, the Yi clan's bloodline, there was only Yi Yuchuan, who had ascended previously. Very quickly, Yi Xian saw the little demon king. He still had the appearance of a 6-year-old child, but there were 2 black horns on his head. Yo, kid, long time no see. The little demon king of chaos came over with a harmless look on his face. Why are you here? Yi Xian asked in astonishment. At the same time, he also felt the realm of the little demon king. Damn, his aura is even stronger than that of the mysterious young man. Yi Xian was scared out of his wits because he had ascended with the little demon king. Although there was a time difference between the mortal realm and the immortal realm, it was probably only a few decades. In just a few decades, the little demon king of chaos had cultivated from the longevity realm to the heaven immortal realm. Impressive indeed. I just finished refining my demon body and happened to sense your bloodline, so I came over to take a look. Little demon king of chaos said. At that moment, he had already sensed the mysterious young man's aura, but the latter did not. He's coming for you? Little demon king of chaos asked. Yes, a tier 5 heaven immortal. Yi Xian nodded. You, a tier 1 heaven immortal, are being chased by a tier 5 heaven immortal. That's strange, little demon king of chaos said, then turned to look in the direction of the mysterious young man. Soon, he saw a figure. The mysterious young man's eyes widened. With his immortal sense, he could only see Yi Xian, but not the little boy. How was that possible? This could only mean that the other party's realm was higher than his, so his immortal sense was concealed. Let's go. The mysterious young man was very careful. He quickly stabilized his body, then retreated. The little demon king of chaos's realm was higher than his. If he was only a tier 6 heaven immortal, he would not be afraid, but what if he was a tier 7 heaven immortal, tier 8 heaven immortal, or even a tier 9 heaven immortal? Haha, you want to leave? Not so easy. The little demon king of chaos laughed, then turned into a black stream of light and arrived in front of the mysterious young man in an instant. Then, it was just a punch. Bang! The mysterious young man's chest exploded, and his immortal heart was directly destroyed. He died tragically on the spot. What terrifying strength, Yi Xian could not help but gulp. Fortunately, the little demon king of chaos was helping him. Otherwise, he would have died even more miserably than the mysterious young man. Take it. I don't want it now. The little demon king of chaos took off the mysterious young man's interspatial ring and threw it to Yi Xian. After Yi Xian caught it, he quickly checked it and sucked in a breath of air. The things inside could help him break through at least once, or even twice. What was the background of this mysterious young man? A disciple token of the ethereal spirit grotto heaven? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly took out a token. Ethereal spirit grotto heaven? The little demon king of chaos blinked and said, this faction is not bad. It is said that there was once a golden immortal. Golden immortal? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. The little demon king of chaos had been in the immortal world for much longer than him, so it was understandable that he would know this news. Immortal, heaven immortal, spirit immortal, jade immortal, and golden immortal. In other words, this ethereal spirit grotto heaven had a 5th stage immortal. At this moment, Yi Xian took out another letter. It was a letter from the ethereal spirit grotto heaven. I see. The 5th stage heaven immortal who chased after me was from the Xia family. His name is Xia Yuanxing. He is a disciple of the ethereal spirit grotto heaven. He came back with a letter from the ethereal spirit grotto heaven, wanting to bring his cousin into the ethereal spirit grotto heaven. Yi Xian immediately understood. Do you believe it? Then you can impersonate him. After all, you are only a heaven immortal. The little demon king of chaos said. This suggestion was not bad. The ethereal spirit grotto heaven was many times stronger than the Xia family. If he could sneak in, he would definitely be able to level up continuously. However, this matter could be dealt with later. Your demonic body is done, right? Then my nephew's body. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said. It is done, but I found out that your nephew's body is actually the original demon body, which I have never seen before. No wonder I was reborn in his body. The little demon king of chaos said. Then you. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. I will not return the body for now. I will cultivate it to the peak. When the time comes, my strength will increase by at least 10 times. The little demon king of chaos said. Yi Xian was in a dilemma. He was Yi Yuchuan's uncle. Now that the little demon king of chaos had taken over Yi Yuchuan's body and was even stronger than him, what should he do? It seemed that he could only remain calm. Then you can't die. Yi Xian reminded. A short period of time? Even for me, it's not a short period of time. Yi Xian sighed. I have a space where the flow of time is 50 times slower than the outside world. Cultivating there for 50 days is equivalent to 1 day in the outside world. What? There's such a mystical place? Bring me in. Little demon's eyes lit up. All right. Yi Xian nodded. Then, he used the planting space to store the little demon king. The little demon king had appeared in the planting space. Yi Xian's projection appeared in front of him. From now on, the flow of time will change again. Perhaps it will be 100 times, or even 200 times. Not bad, not bad. The origin demon body has the greatest potential at a young age. This body is not even 100 years old yet. This place suits me perfectly. Little demon was very satisfied with the plantation space. That's good. You can cultivate in there. Yi Xian nodded. Wait, what if you die? Little demon king of chaos asked. Don't worry. I have a clone in the mortal world. I won't die, Yi Xian replied. In order to make Little Demon King believe him, he used a second clone to summon Little Demon King. Very good. You are already an invincible existence in the mortal world. The Little Demon King of Chaos was relieved and began to cultivate. Yi Xian had 2 clones in the immortal world and 1 in the mortal world. However, he felt that the flow of time in the immortal world was the same as in the mortal world. The difference in the time between the immortal world and the immortal world was too big. Therefore, he guessed that this was a problem during the immortal world. Although it was only a short while, something must have happened. However, this was not something he could answer. Since the mysterious youth was dead, Yi Xian quickly broke through the void and returned to take control of the Xia clan. At this time, there was not a single celestial immortal left in the Xia clan. In addition to the people under Yi Xian's control, Yi Xian easily took control of the Xia clan and moved them all into the plantation space. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a second-stage celestial immortal. Ding! Lightning Ember has broken through. Host is now a third-stage celestial immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. He is now a Tier 3 heavenly immortal. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. He is now a Tier 3 heavenly immortal. Ding! Ember of Thunder Fire made a breakthrough. He is now a Tier 4 heavenly immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. He is now a Tier 4 heavenly immortal. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. He is now a Tier 4 heavenly immortal. The gap between realms was finally pulled apart. Now that the old tree trio had pulled Yi Xian down by 2 realms, Yi Xian was probably even weaker than the old tree. However, this was not the end. That mysterious youth had left him many good things, including the materials to refine the Xianxia Immortal Heart and Purple Extreme Demon Heart. Yi Xian immediately began to refine. Ding! The Xianxia Immortal Heart has been successfully refined. Do you wish to fuse it now? Yes. Ding! Host has fused with the Dazzling Speed Immortal Heart. Ding! Host possesses the Heavenly Flame of Dazzle. Ding! The system will randomly select a bloodline to advance between the Immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline and the Immortal Phoenix bloodline. Hearing this, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. After obtaining the Heavenly Flame of Dazzle, he could still advance the Fire Attribute bloodline. It was really good. At this time, what he wanted the most was to advance the Immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline. This was because the immortal unicorn bloodline alone required 4 devouring points. In total, it was 7 devouring points. Unfortunately, he didn't get what he wanted. Ding! The immortal phoenix bloodline has advanced. What a scam! The immortal phoenix bloodline only had 2 paths to advance, which meant that it only required 2 devouring points. Moreover, the immortal doppelganger needed to advance to the 3rd level before it could produce another doppelganger. Now, it was only the 2nd level, so it was not enough. However, this was not bad. Now that the dual fusion had increased his strength by 80%, it had increased by 10%. In addition, his fire resistance, fire skill power, recovery speed, and poison resistance had also increased. Immediately, Xian waved his hand, and a small flame appeared in his palm. This small flame was made up of 7 colors. It was the 7 colors heavenly flame of dazzle. Although it looked like this small flame contained a great amount of power. At this time, Xian was only a Tier 2 celestial immortal. He estimated that this small flame could turn a Tier 3 celestial immortal into ashes. If it was integrated into his attack, it would be even more powerful. I wonder what level of expert this little demon king is. He won't tell me even when I ask. Xian narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. After refining the heavenly flame of dazzle, the next step was to help the old tree and Luo. The old tree was lucky. It was a magic treasure, so Xian could help it refine the purple demon heart. Ding! The purple demon heart has been successfully refined. After refining the purple demon heart, Xian let the old tree fuse it. Ding! The Ember of Thunder Fire has been successfully fused with the purple demon heart. You have mastered the purple demon flame. A system notification sounded, followed by 3 more. Ding! The 9 Dragons Thunder Chain has been upgraded. Ding! The 9 Dragons Thunder Flash has been upgraded. Ding! The 9 Dragons Sky Roaring Attack has been upgraded. The old tree had fused with the purple demon heart, so all 3 skills had been upgraded. It was not bad. Next was Luo. However, Luo was not a magic treasure. She had to refine the purple demon heart herself. Hey, wait! At this time, the little demon king in the planting space suddenly shouted. What? Xian asked in surprise. Is this little girl the legendary celestial loathing fox? Asked the little demon king. You know? Xian was shocked. Nonsense. One of the top races of the Yao clan. They are comparable to the 5-clawed golden dragon. How could I not know? The little demon king's heart trembled. If that's the case, then she is not suitable for the purple demon heart. Then what is suitable for her? Asked Xian. The little demon king thought for a moment and said, the Yao clan usually refine demon hearts, but there are some rarer demon hearts. If this girl has the bloodline of the celestial loathing fox, she may be able to refine the celestial demon heart herself. The celestial demon heart herself? Xian raised his eyebrows. In other words, she is only suitable for ordinary celestial demon hearts. I don't know how to refine the celestial demon heart. If I encounter one in the future, I will help you ask, said the little demon king. How long will that take? Xian was a little helpless. If the celestial loathing fox has the celestial demon heart, her bloodline will be activated to a higher level. She may also be able to comprehend the meditative state, which can increase the speed of absorbing immortal chi by several times, said the little demon king. A higher level of bloodline? Meditative state? After Xian heard this, he felt that this was very unusual. So, I suggest that she wait first. You have to know that there are only a handful of people in the entire dragon field who can refine demon hearts, said the little demon king. There are 3 major powers in the immortal realm, Dragon Field, Greenwood City, and Martial Border. Their leaders are the immortal dragon emperor, Emperor Qing, and Empress Wu respectively. We should be in Emperor Qing's territory now, little demon explained. Xian nodded slightly, but it was too far away for him to know. He still had to ask for Luolua's opinion on refining the heavenly demon's heart. Luolua thought for a moment, then said, Young master, I'll wait. The heavenly demon's heart was a legend to immortal demons. Among countless immortal demons, only a few could refine it. If Luoluo could refine it, her strength would be explosive in the future. Alright, then we'll leave it for now. Yi Xian nodded, then swallowed all the materials needed to refine the purple demon's heart. Now that the Xia clan was destroyed, Yi Xian began to establish the Immortal Destiny sect. As for the master of the sect, it was naturally the Lu clan. Luminous Immortal's corpse was also returned to the Lu clan. Yi Xian had fulfilled his last wish. Now that the matter was settled, the next step was to replan. I'm now a second-tier heavenly immortal, and I've received a letter from the Hollow Spirit Grotto Heaven. Little Demon's impersonation is a good suggestion, Yi Xian thought to himself. He found a map that led to the Hollow Spirit Grotto Heaven. There was a teleportation formation nearby that could transport him all the way to the Hollow Spirit Grotto Heaven. Moreover, he had a disciple token of the Hollow Spirit Grotto Heaven, so there would be no obstacles on the way. Alright, let's go to the Hollow Spirit Grotto Heaven. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He immediately changed his appearance to that of the fifth-tier heavenly immortal, Xianxia, and used the teleportation formation continuously. After a few twists and turns, he finally arrived at the Hollow Spirit Grotto Heaven. However, this Hollow Spirit Grotto Heaven was not the real one, but a branch. The Hollow Spirit Grotto Heaven was an island, but it was huge. Although it was just a small grotto heaven, it was enough for Yi Xian to look up to. After all, there were Jade Immortal level experts in this small grotto heaven. Yi Xian arrived at the Hollow Spirit Grotto Heaven, and sensed countless auras that were stronger than his own. In this place, he, a second-tier heaven immortal, was the weakest existence. Hey, what do you do? A voice drifted over. Yi Xian turned his head to take a look and saw a disciple wearing the clothes of the Spirit Void Cave walking over. I came with a letter, Yi Xian said and took out the letter. At this moment, he had already changed his appearance from that of the Xia clan's genius, Xia Yuanqing, to his younger cousin, Xia Yuanlong. Oh, then go in. The disciple of the Void Spirit Cave Heaven did not stop Yi Xian and allowed him to enter. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief because he felt that this disciple of the Void Spirit Cave Heaven was most likely a high-level sky immortal. How terrifying. Along the way, he did encounter quite a few people. They all came in with letters. However, these people's cultivation levels were all higher than his. Soon, he arrived in front of a large hall and handed the letter to a deacon. Oh? Xia Yuanqing's younger cousin? The deacon was slightly surprised. He sized up Yi Xian and said, Xia Yuanqing is Yuanyi's man. He's the most tactful one and Yuanyi likes him. Now that you've come in, you should also go to East Island where Yuanyi is. Yuanyi, East Island? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and did not understand the situation. Before he could speak, the deacon took out a token with 2 words written on it, East Island. Yi Xian had seen this token in Xia Yuanqing's interspatial ring. This small cave heaven was divided into the middle island, the east, south, west, and north islands. The disciples lived in the 4 islands, so Yi Xian was assigned to East Island. Then, Yi Xian was led to a residence in East Island by a disciple. Senior brother Yuanyi, are you in? The disciple of the Void Spirit Cave Heaven shouted. Senior brother Yuanyi has gone out. What's wrong? Suddenly, a young man came out and said. Hello, senior brother. He's Xia Yuanlong, Xia Yuanqing's younger cousin, the disciple explained. Oh, Xia Yuanqing's younger cousin. I see. The young man nodded. Then, the disciple who sent Yi Xian here left. However, Yi Xian found that the disciple uniform the deacon gave him was not the same as the one the young man in front of him wore. Why didn't your cousin come back? The young man asked. Oh, he's dealing with some family matters, Yi Xian replied. Then go clean up that residence. Remember to be careful because that's senior brother Bei Yang's residence. If you mess it up, then not to mention your cousin brother, even I won't be able to protect you. The young man grunted coldly. Clean? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and suddenly had a bad feeling. Nonsense, you're a handyman disciple like Xia Yuanqing. Do you think you're an official disciple? The young man snorted. A handyman disciple, I didn't expect Xia Yuanqing to be a handyman disciple. What a surprise, Yi Xian thought to himself as he narrowed his eyes. If he had known, he would not have come to the illusory spirit grotto heaven. However, since he was already here, he had to find an opportunity to leave. The disciple in front of him was at least a high-level heaven immortal. He was not someone he could afford to offend, so he could only go there quietly. Once he had the chance, he would leave the small grotto heaven. After all, he thought he was an official disciple. Xian entered senior brother Beiyang's house and checked it out. The official disciple's house was set up with formations. Ordinary people would not be able to break it even if they found it. Although he did not know who senior brother Beiyang was, he was definitely not an ordinary person. That was why he sent Xian, a second-stage heaven immortal, to clean it up to prevent any trouble. Xian entered senior brother Beiyang's house and scanned it with his eye of revelation. There are so many hidden things. They're all set up with concealment and defensive formations. Xian narrowed his eyes. It would be difficult for ordinary people to find these concealment formations because they were hidden in some of the furniture's mechanisms. However, Xian had the eye of revelation. These hidden things could not be hidden from him. However, the defensive formations were a problem. My devouring system has been upgraded to the immortal level. There are many tools to break formations in it. Xian thought to himself. He already had the intention to leave the illusory spirit grotto heaven. How could he not take the windfall in front of him? He would leave after taking it. A sharp needle, a sharp weapon to break formations. Xian exchanged for a sharp needle from the immortal level devouring system. Then, he went to the side of the mouth and knocked twice before opening a mechanism. There was an interspatial ring in the secret compartment. However, there was a small defensive formation. Poof, the broken needle instantly broke the defensive formation. Then, Xian took the interspatial ring. So many things. After Xian investigated the contents of the ring, his eyes couldn't help but emit 2 rays of light. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. You are now a Tier 3 Heavenly Immortal. Ding! Lightning Ember has made a breakthrough. You are now a Tier 5 Heavenly Immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. You are now a Tier 5 Heavenly Immortal. Ding! Ghost Dome Emperor has made a breakthrough. You are now a Tier 5 Heavenly Immortal. Moreover, it was not over yet. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. You are now a Tier 4 Heavenly Immortal. Ding! Lightning Ember has made a breakthrough. You are now a Tier 6 Heavenly Immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. You are now a Tier 6 Heavenly Immortal. Ding! Ghost Dome Emperor has made a breakthrough. You are now a Tier 6 Heavenly Immortal. This interspatial ring alone had allowed Xian and the others to make 2 breakthroughs. From this, one could see how many treasures there were in it. Haha, I made the right choice this time, Xian laughed. Then, he took the broken needle and broke the other formations. In this room, there were a total of 3 hidden interspatial rings. Xian had already broken 1 formation, so there were only 2 left. After Xian found the other 2 interspatial rings, he heard the system's notification again. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. You are now a Tier 4 Heavenly Immortal. Not only that, but the old tree and the other 2 had also pulled away from Xian. All of them had broken through to Tier 7 Heavenly Immortal. This time, the harvest was really big. Now, he had already ransacked senior brother Beiyang's mansion. Tisk, tsk, tisk, Xian grinned. Suddenly, he did not want to leave because he was not in a hurry. Although the 3 interspatial rings were not all of senior brother Beiyang's belongings, and he might have hidden them in other places, it was already very good. If there were other senior brothers' mansions, it would be great. Come. Super vacuum cleaner, clean everything. Xian exchanged something from the immortal level devouring system to express his gratitude. Then, he concealed his strength and walked out to find the young man from before. Senior brother, I'm done cleaning, Xian said. Oh? The young man was a bit surprised, and then he personally went to check. It was indeed very clean, without a speck of dust. Senior brother Beiyang hasn't been back for a few years. He will probably be back soon. Normal people wouldn't dare to come in to clean, so there is a lot of dust. You did well to clean up to this extent. The young man was very satisfied. Then, he took out a pill from his interspatial ring and threw it to Xian. This is your reward. Next, go and clean up the mansion behind you, the young man said. Yes, senior brother. Xian was overjoyed and went back to work. So what if he was a servant disciple? This was an opportunity for him. Awesome, this second room was slightly cleaner than senior brother Beiyang's residence. Xian first used a super vacuum cleaner to clean it up before he started to break the array. There was only one hidden spot in this room, and it was behind a wall. Xian used the Eye of Revelation to find the mechanism, then used the needle to break the array to get the interspatial ring. The owner of this mansion did not have a high cultivation base and was not very rich, so Xian could not break through. To avoid suspicion, Xian deliberately stayed in the room for a while before going out. However, when he found the young man, he found that there was someone else with him. What? You said that senior brother Beiyang died during the trial? The young man could not help but exclaim. When Xian heard this, he could not help but raise his eyebrows. Senior brother Beiyang died, in other words, the things he took were ownerless to begin with. Soon, the two disciples who delivered the message left. Senior brother, the mansion is all ready. After the two disciples left, Xian said to the young man. But before he could finish, the young man waved his hand and interrupted him. Wait here. I'll be right back. Xian looked at the young man's back as he left. Xian guessed that he was going to senior brother Beiyang's mansion. The young man was a Tier 7 Heavenly Immortal. After Xian broke through to Tier 4 Heavenly Immortal, he could see through him. With his cultivation base, he might not be able to break those arrays. Moreover, Xian had already broken the 3 arrays without leaving a trace. Even if the young man knew the mechanism, he would only see the empty secret compartment. Soon, the young man returned with a gloomy expression. He quickly walked to Xian. Senior brother, what's wrong? Xian asked blankly. The young man sensed that Xian was only a Tier 2 Heavenly Immortal. It was uncertain whether he could discover the concealment array, let alone break it. Moreover, there were no traces in the secret compartment. This meant that his ability to break the array was extremely high, or that there was no array at all. The young man tested Xian, but there was nothing wrong with his answer. Could it be that senior brother Beiyang didn't leave anything in the room? The young man thought to himself. He couldn't be sure. After all, he didn't have a good relationship with senior brother Beiyang. Thus, the matter was settled. You did well today. The 2 rooms are very clean. You're much better than that glib bastard cousin of yours. The young man nodded in satisfaction. Follow me from now on. My name is Huang Su. After 100 years, I guarantee that you'll become an official disciple. Thank you, senior brother. Xian hurriedly thanked him. However, he secretly rolled his eyes in his heart. A mere Tier 7 Heavenly Immortal dared to be his big brother? Where did he get his courage from? Moreover, it would take 100 years to become an official disciple. That was impossible. Xian was only 30 years old now. If he really counted, he would only have cultivated for 15 years. What kind of joke was this to ask him to follow a person for 100 years? However, although this job was hard work for others, it was a blessing for Xian. There were tens of thousands of mansions on East Island. Although there were many servant disciples, they couldn't be bothered to clean them. If they accidentally did something wrong, they would be in trouble. Therefore, they usually helped their senior brothers run errands, deliver messages, and so on. After that, these tasks were all handed over to Xian, who earned them all. In 3 days, Xian cleaned hundreds of mansions. Although many of them were empty, his harvest was not bad. After 3 days, Xian broke through from Tier 4 Heavenly Immortal to Tier 5 Heavenly Immortal. The old tree and the other 2 also broke through from Tier 6 Heavenly Immortal to Tier 8 Heavenly Immortal. Now, with the strength of Xian's bloodline, even a Tier 9 Heavenly Immortal wouldn't be able to tell if he hid his strength, unless it was a Spirit Immortal expert. In these 3 days, Xian also understood the illusion of this small grotto heaven. East Island was the weakest of the 4 islands. The strongest was a Tier 9 Heavenly Immortal. There were Spirit Immortal experts in the North, South, and West Islands. This was good news for Xian. However, on Yixian's third day, a group of disciples who had gone out to train suddenly returned. Yixian, senior brother Huang Su is calling for you. Someone shouted from outside Yixian's residence. Someone's alive again? Yixian narrowed his eyes and rushed out of the door. However, when he saw Huang Su, he realized that things were not as he thought. At this time, there were already several official disciples standing beside Huang Su. Their expressions were ugly, and their gazes were all on Yixian. You're Yixian? A yellow-faced young man said. Senior brother, you are. Yixian turned to look at Huang Su. You don't have to worry about that. I just want to ask you, when you cleaned their mansions earlier, did you not leave any traces behind? Huang Su asked directly. Left no traces behind? Hearing this, Yixian immediately understood. These people were probably the owners of some mansions that he had visited before, and now they were here to investigate. Senior brother, I was only in charge of cleaning. I didn't touch anything. Yixian hurriedly said, pretending to be confused. Although he was not afraid of these people, there were many spirit immortals and even jade immortals in the void spirit cave. Are you sure? The yellow-faced young man widened his eyes. Suddenly, an aura spread out and pressed down on Yixian. I'm sure. Yixian nodded. Is there a mistake? Your formation was set up by me. This kid is only a second-tier heaven immortal. He might not even be able to find the mechanism. His immortal sense would also be hidden from the concealment formation, let alone break the formation and take the interspatial ring. A long-haired disciple defended Yixian. It could not be helped. Yixian's realm was too low. As a second-tier heaven immortal, he could barely be a servant disciple. One had to know that this disciple who spoke up for Yixian was already a tier 9 heavenly immortal. Even a tier 7 heavenly immortal might not be able to detect the formation he set up, so how could Yixian possibly do that? Then what do you think is going on? We've only been gone for 2 years, and we've been robbed? The yellow-faced young man said. But that doesn't mean that it was robbed by a rank 2 heavenly immortal, right? Said the long-haired disciple. Indeed, a rank 2 heavenly immortal was simply too low. This was the crux of the matter. Could it be that a spirit immortal expert has snuck into East Island? Huang Su suddenly said. The other 3 islands don't even bother to come to East Island. But if a disciple in the spirit immortal realm sneaks in, we really won't find out. Since that's the case, let's report it to the higher-ups. In the end, everyone decided to report this matter. Although they didn't lose many things, they couldn't just let this matter go. They had to find the thief. At this moment, Yixian was secretly laughing in his heart, because everything was done by him. However, because he had concealed his true cultivation level, it was impossible to trace it back to him at all. However, the things in the house were actually not much compared to what the disciples had on them. Old Tree, get ready to move. Yixian narrowed his eyes and transmitted his voice to Old Tree. No problem. Old Tree in the planting space responded. They had previously discussed that if this matter was exposed, Old Tree, a member of the demon clan who had refined the demon heart, would be the scapegoat. There wasn't even a single spirit immortal in East Island, and Old Tree was already an 8th grade heaven immortal. He was already invincible in East Island. If he were to make a move, no one could stop him. As long as he could rob everyone at lightning speed, he would make a profit. At the thought of this, Yixian directly released Old Tree and the other 2. The appearance of the 2 8th grade heaven immortal experts, Old Tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor, was immediately noticed by everyone. Ha ha ha, prepare to die. Old Tree laughed loudly. In a flash, he appeared in front of the yellow-faced young man and punched him hard. Bam, the yellow-faced young man was a 9th grade heaven immortal. His chest was punched through, and even his immortal heart was in his opponent's hand. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Don't move, or I'll crush your immortal heart. Old Tree reminded him with a grin. Before anyone could react, Old Tree had already taken off the yellow-faced young man's interspatial ring. At the same time, he threw out the 9 dragons thunder chain. Everyone was instantly trapped. Then, it was time for a big fight. Among these people, except for the yellow-faced young man and the long-haired disciple, who were 9th grade heaven immortals, The others were 8th grade and 7th grade heaven immortals. They were no match for Old Tree and the other two. In an instant, they were robbed. Then, Old Tree and the other two disappeared in an instant. They were taken in by Xian. In the planting space, Old Tree and the other two handed over the interspatial ring to Xian. Then, they reappeared in the distance. What kind of strength is this? The yellow-faced young man and the others were shocked. While they were still in shock, Old Tree and the other two had already started to wreak havoc. It's them. It's them. They must have robbed us. Come out quickly. Someone has snuck into East Island to steal. In an instant, the atmosphere of the entire East Island livened up. It was a disgrace that a demon clan member who cultivated the demon heart had sneaked into the Hollow Spirit Cave. Immediately, many people began to gather around. As for Xian, he was watching from below. This is a big deal. Middle Island will definitely sense it. Then, spirit immortals will definitely come to help. I can't stay here any longer. Xian narrowed his eyes, calculating in his heart. In the past 3 days, he had actually gathered information about many mansions, all of which were uninhabited. He could take this opportunity to rob them. But before that, he had to improve his strength first. Ding! The host has broken through. He is now a 6th grade heaven immortal. Ding! The Ember of Thunder Fire has broken through. He is now a 9th grade heaven immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. He is now a 9th grade heaven immortal. Ding! Ghost Dome Emperor has broken through. He is now a 9th grade heaven immortal. Those interspatial rings were enough for Xian to break through. Because there were people around just now, Xian did not break through immediately. Now, Old Tree was the real invincible heaven immortal. Even if a spirit immortal came, a low-level spirit immortal might not be able to stop him. Xian, don't be a coward. Even if a spirit immortal comes, let me do it. I want to snatch something. At this time, a voice suddenly came from the plant space. It was the little demon king. Okay. Xian immediately agreed. With the little demon king taking action, this was the best. In the sky above East Island, there was already a big fight. However, Old Tree and the other two people who had broken through to 9th grade heaven immortal were extraordinarily strong. Especially Old Tree, who had merged with the purple extreme demon heart and possessed the purple extreme demon flame, his strength had increased significantly. He could even withstand the attack of a 9th grade heaven immortal. Moreover, no one could catch up with his speed. There were many disciples in East Island, more than 500 people, but there were only about 10 9th grade heaven immortals. These 10 people were the mainstays of East Island, but they could do nothing when facing Old Tree. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough. He is now a 7th grade heaven immortal. Ding! The Ember of Thunder Fire has made a breakthrough. He is now a 1st grade spiritual immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. He is now a 1st grade spiritual immortal. Ding! The Ghost Dome Emperor has made a breakthrough. He is now a 1st grade spiritual immortal. The Old Tree and the others broke through the shackles of the heaven immortal and became spiritual immortals. However, at this moment, a few powerful disciples finally arrived. What's the situation in East Island? 3 disciples flew over. Xian sensed them and found that he could not see through them even though he was a 7th grade heaven immortal. They are at least 3rd grade spiritual immortals. Xian squinted his eyes. Spiritual immortals were the mainstream cultivation level in this small grotto heaven. East Island was full of heaven immortals because it was called the Island of Newcomers. The disciples with potential were in the other 3 islands. The strongest was the North Island. It was said that there were even 9th grade spiritual immortal disciples there. Let me out and kill them. Little Demon King of Chaos shouted. Sure. Xian did not waste any more time and directly released Little Demon in front of the 3 spiritual immortal disciples. Xian, who was already a 7th grade heaven immortal, still could not see through Little Demon. However, judging from Little Demon's appearance, it should not be a problem. At most, he could just run away. TSK, TSK, TSK. I like robbing people like you. Give me your things. Little Demon laughed sinisterly and instantly arrived in front of the three spiritual immortal disciples. With a few bangs, he sent the three of them flying and took their interspatial rings at the same time. There was nothing to say about his strength. Xian, I'll be right back. Little Demon sent a voice transmission to Xian and directly flew out. Meanwhile, the battle in East Island was still going on. However, it only lasted for 5 seconds before it ended. 5 seconds later, all the disciples in East Island were robbed. They were all seriously injured, including the dozen 9th grade heaven immortals. At the same time, Xian's cultivation level increased again. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough. He is now a Tier 8 heavenly immortal. However, this time, the three from the old tree did not break through. After all, after breaking through to the spirit immortal realm, they would need a lot more experience, but it would be soon. With my current state, I think I can go to the South Island. Xian thought for a moment, then secretly tore open the void and came to the entrance of the minor paradise. Just now, when the old tree and the other two looted East Island, no one knew that it had anything to do with him. After all, he was only a Tier 2 heaven immortal. At this moment, he had changed his appearance and was ready to enter the South Island. Hey, where did this demonic cultivator come from? How dare you make trouble in my void spirit cave? You're courting death. Everyone, be careful. This little thing's strength is extraordinary. Ah, so fast. Roars of rage could be heard continuously from the horizon. Those were the sounds of the battle between the little demon king of chaos and the experts of the grotto heaven. Xian's heart trembled. This little demon king of chaos was truly powerful. He could actually fight against all the experts of the grotto heaven alone. Who knew what level he had cultivated to? At this moment, Xian had already entered the South Island. This void spirit cave was divided into 4 islands, east, south, west, and north. East Island was the weakest. It didn't even have a spiritual immortal. South Island was second. The strongest was a Tier 3 spiritual immortal. The 3 disciples just now came from the South Island. After Xian entered the South Island, he immediately released the old tree and the other 2 and looted them again. Who's there? As soon as the old tree appeared, the demonic chi emitted by the demonic heart immediately attracted the attention of others. However, the old tree was now a Tier 1 spiritual immortal. So were the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian. When they joined forces, they were almost invincible in the South Island. Moreover, Xian was secretly assisting them. Ding. Control successful. Ding. Control successful. Ding. Control successful. System notifications rang one after another. Xian kept controlling those Tier 8 and Tier 9 heaven immortals. Soon, there were 50 of them. Xian took all the items of these 50 people and then joined the battle. All of a sudden, the South Island began to fight among itself. After Xian devoured those interspatial rings, the old tree and the other two's realms finally improved. Tier 2 spiritual immortal, now, no one in the South Island could stop them. Do you still want to go back? I can send you back to the grotto heaven in an instant. Xian suddenly smiled. Of course I'm going. That bastard chased me for 5 days and 5 nights. How can I not take revenge? Little Devil narrowed his eyes and said, send me back. I'll loot the grotto heaven. After that, I'll give you 1% of the loot. Only 1%? Xian exclaimed. 1% is not enough? Little Devil looked at Xian with disdain and said, hurry up. That guy seems to be on his way back. Xian thought about it and felt that the deal was not bad. After all, he was only responsible for opening the door. In that grotto heaven, there was only a 6th grade Jade Immortal guarding it. There were also several 1st grade and 2nd grade Jade Immortals. If Little Devil went back, he could loot all of them. At that time, 1% of the loot would be enough for him to level up several times. At that moment, Xian directly broke through the void and returned to the grotto heaven. Let's do it. Little Devil rushed over impatiently. This time, Xian did not go in. He just watched from the outside, ready to open the void door and leave at any time. It had been 10 days since the last time he made a scene in the grotto heaven. At this time, the 6th grade Jade Immortal had not returned, so no one in the Grotto Heaven was a match for Little Devil. Soon, the little demon king of chaos ransacked this small paradise and left in a hurry. Let's go. The little demon king of chaos arrived in front of Xian. Then, the latter opened the void door again and quickly passed through. This process took less than half a minute. Even the 6th grade Jade Immortal could not do anything. At this time, Xian returned to the cliff with Little Devil. Give it to me. Xian stretched out his hand without hesitation. Take it, take it. Little Devil of Chaos was also very generous. He directly threw a ring of heaven and earth to Xian, which contained a large number of natural materials and earthly treasures. He said, "Follow me in the future and I will definitely not treat you badly. Now, send me in. I will refine everything and try to refine a pair of devil wings. Then, even if there is a good flying sword, it won't be able to catch up with me." Xian's eyes lit up when he received the universe ring. Then, he put Little Demon King into his planting space. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough and is now a Tier 9 Heavenly Immortal. Ding! The host has broken through and is now a 1st stage Spirit Immortal. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough and is now a 2nd stage Spirit Immortal. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough and is now a 3rd stage Spirit Immortal. This time, Xian had jumped 4 realms consecutively and directly broke through to the 3rd stage of the Spirit Immortal realm. In addition, the old tree and the other 2 had also broken through to the 6th stage Spiritual Immortal realm. He estimated that if he devoured all the spoils of war, he would at least be able to reach the 6th stage. However, he was not in a hurry. As long as Little Demon King's realm increased, he could go back and rob the 6th stage Jade Immortal realm again. When that time came, what was there to be afraid of? While Little Demon King was cultivating, Xian hid far away in order to avoid being found by the 6th stage Jade Immortal realm. Until the 3rd day. Kid, I estimate that I will be able to finish cultivating in 3 more days. When that time comes, we will continue. There are a total of 36 small grotto heavens under the Void Spirit Grotto Heaven. I will rob all of them, Little Demon King said. No problem. Xian grinned. This time, he had gotten a big leg. His luck was really good. Xian gave Little Demon King a place to cultivate, and every time Little Demon King robbed, he would give Xian a lot of things. The two complemented each other, and their cultivation level soared. 3 days later, Little Demon King finished cultivating. Xian, a 3rd stage Spiritual Immortal, still could not see through Little Demon King's cultivation level. Let's go. Send me back. I want to catch that 6th stage Jade Immortal. Little Demon King said. Okay. Xian had already calculated this. He immediately opened the void door and returned to the small grotto heaven. At this time, the 6th stage Jade Immortal had already returned. He had already reported the matter of Little Demon King, but no one had come to help. Old man, I am here for revenge. Little Demon King's voice arrived before his body. When the 6th stage Jade Immortal in the small grotto heaven heard it, he immediately flashed to the sky. What? When the 6th stage Jade Immortal felt the aura of Little Demon King, he was shocked. In just a few days, Little Demon King had grown to a level that even he could not see through. How was this possible? However, what he did not know was that 50 days of cultivation in the planted space was only 1 day in the outside world. Little Demon King had cultivated in the planted space for 6 days, which was equivalent to 300 days. In addition, Little Demon King was the reincarnation of an expert. His cultivation speed was very fast, and ordinary people could not catch up with him. Before the 6th stage Jade Immortal could speak, the pair of black horns on Little Demon King's head suddenly flickered twice. Then, a rapidly expanding shadow extended from Little Demon King's body. Heavenly Demon Great Technique, Heavenly Demon Deterrence. In an instant, an extremely strong pressure descended on everyone's body, causing them to be unable to move. Not to mention the spiritual immortals, even the 1st and 2nd stage Jade Immortals and the 6th stage Jade Immortals could not move. Xian, take everyone in. Little Demon King suddenly transmitted his voice. What? Xian raised his eyebrows and did not react for a moment. They are so shocked by me that they can't move. Take this grotto heaven. Little Demon King explained. Hearing this, Xian glanced at him and found that the sixth stage Jade Immortal's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He really could not move. You, who are you? The sixth stage Jade Immortal finally opened his mouth and spat out a sentence. Even if it is the Spirit Void Cave Master, in front of me, he is also an existence akin to an ant. Even this Navy Tide Nation's ruler cannot enter my eyes. Little Demon King of Chaos said. Cave Master of Spirit Void, Lord of Navy Tide? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. A Golden Immortal expert had once appeared in Spirit Void Grotto Heaven. However, a Golden Immortal was an ant in front of the Lord of Navy Tide. Among the 108 Grotto Heavens under Navy Tide, Spirit Void Grotto Heaven was ranked at the bottom. And the Lord of Navy Tide was a super expert of the true immortal level. Immortal, Heaven Immortal, Spirit Immortal, Jade Immortal, Golden Immortal, Mystic Immortal, Xianxia. In other words, the Lord of Navy Tide was an expert of the 7th stage Immortal. Such an existence was actually not worthy of the Little Demon King's attention. Could it be that Little Demon King was a demonic cultivator of the Golden Immortal level that surpassed the true Immortal level? Gulp. Thinking of this, the 6th stage Jade Immortal could not help but swallow his saliva. Xian did not understand so much. At this time, he was already using the planting space to take in all the people in the Grotto Heaven. In less than 3 minutes, everyone, including the 6th grade Jade Immortal, was sucked into the planting space. Not a single one was left. Then, Xian moved the entire Hollow Spirit Grotto Heaven into the planting space. Ding! The planting space's level has increased. Currently at level 9. At this moment, the system suddenly gave a notification. The planting space had finally leveled up after so many experts moved in. Hearing this, Xian's eyes couldn't help but light up. He hurriedly checked and found that the flow of time in the planting space had increased by 100 times. 3 months of cultivation in the planting space was equivalent to only 1 day in the outside world. Not bad, not bad. Xian grinned. Although the planting space's improvement didn't benefit him much, it was a good thing for Luo Luo. Although Luo Luo had been cultivating recently, with continuous cultivation resources, she had already broken through to the Spirit Immortal level. But now, there was something more important to do. He could also get 1% of the spoils of the 6th grade Jade Immortal. Take it, your spoils of war. In the planting space, Little Demon divided the spoils of war and gave them to Xian. After devouring them, Xian's cultivation level increased again. He jumped 2 levels and reached the 5th grade Spirit Immortal level. Old Tree and the other 2 instantly broke through to the 8th grade Spirit Immortal level. These days, their cultivation levels increased so quickly that Xian couldn't believe it himself. Let's go to the next Grotto Heaven. I want to sweep through this entire Hollow Spirit Grotto Heaven. Little Demon said. The Hollow Spirit Grotto Heaven was ranked at the bottom of the 108 Grotto Heavens in Navy Tide Nation. However, there were still 36 small Grotto Heavens. This time, Little Demon wanted to sweep through all 36 small Grotto Heavens. Although Xian only got 1% of the spoils of war, he could break through without any effort. How could he let go of such a good opportunity? Next, Xian came to a small Hollow Spirit Grotto Heaven after a few more twists and turns. In this small Hollow Spirit Grotto Heaven, the strongest person was still a 6th grade Jade Immortal. Therefore, the scene from that day was repeated. Everyone was taken into the planting space by Xian. Following that, Xian and the others continued with their mission. In the following month, the Hollow Spirit Cave lost 18 small caves and all of them disappeared. However, the culprits were only 2 people, one was a devil cultivator and the other was a cultivator. A month later, Xian's cultivation level rose to Tier 1 Jade Immortal, while Old Tree and the others were Tier 4 Jade Immortals. This strength was already very strong. Kid, my realm has been restored to the Jade Immortal realm. Now, even a Golden Immortal can't do anything to me. Our next destination is the Void Spirit Grotto Heaven. Little Demon King of Chaos said directly. What? You're a Jade Immortal? Xian raised an eyebrow and exclaimed. Jade Immortal. He was now a rank 1 Jade Immortal, but this Little Demon King of Chaos was also a rank 1 Jade Immortal. At the same level, the Eye of Revelation couldn't see through him. How strong was Little Demon King of Chaos? What's there to be surprised about? At my peak, I could destroy Navy Tide with a wave of my hand. I'm Little Demon King of Chaos Jisoo, one of the 18 heavenly kings under the Shura sovereign of the Devil Realm. Little Demon King of Chaos snorted coldly. Devil Realm, Shura sovereign, one of the 18 heavenly kings, Jisoo? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. Only now did he know Little Demon King of Chaos's name. The Devil Realm is the same as the Immortal Realm. It's the world of devil cultivators. There used to be a demon realm, but it's gone now. I fought my way from the Devil Realm to the Immortal Realm, but I was tricked in the Immortal Realm, so I reincarnated and started cultivating again. I didn't expect to encounter someone with the original devil body. Little Demon King of Chaos said. Sounds very powerful. Yi Xian couldn't help but flatter him. At the same time, he quickly pondered in his heart for a moment. The Shura sovereign of the Devil Realm must be an existence that everyone knew, and Little Demon King of Chaos was one of the 18 heavenly kings under the Shura sovereign. His status was definitely not low. Therefore, he estimated that this Little Demon King of Chaos could be squeezed to the level of a top expert in the Devil Realm. He must curry favor with him. Let's go to that Spirit Void Grotto Heaven and try to get the materials. Then I'll go into seclusion to condense a pair of devil wings. Little Demon King of Chaos continued. He had said before that he wanted to condense a pair of devil wings, but he didn't have the materials, so he couldn't do it. And this Spirit Void Grotto Heaven was a top power in Navy Tide Nation. A golden immortal expert had once appeared, so his strength was definitely not small. Although this golden immortal had fallen in a great battle, his foundation was still very rich. Yi Xian, a first-grade Jade Immortal, was not qualified, but Old Tree and the others were actually enough to go to the Spirit Void Grotto Heaven to make a scene. What's more, there was a super expert like Little Demon King of Chaos, so what was there to be afraid of? Immediately, Yi Xian began to hurry on his way. Although they were all wanted recently, it didn't matter. After all, Yi Xian had the means to change his appearance, and it was impossible to see through it. After all, this was face-changing, not disguising. A few days later, Yi Xian arrived at the Spirit Void Grotto Heaven. Previously, they had patronized small grotto heavens, but now, it was the real Spirit Void Grotto Heaven. Immediately, Little Demon King of Chaos rushed in, and set off a reign of terror in the Spirit Void Grotto Heaven. Although the Spirit Void Grotto Heaven had no enmity with Little Demon King of Chaos, the Immortal Realm was actually similar to the Mortal Realm. It was a world where the strong preyed on the weak, and the weak were always the first to be eliminated. However, the Spirit Void Grotto Heaven was still a grotto heaven, and there were records in Navy Tide Nation. Even stronger grotto heavens were not allowed to attack it, or they would be wanted by Navy Tide Nation. However, Little Demon King of Chaos was not afraid. There was only one golden immortal expert in the Spirit Void Grotto Heaven, and there were no other golden immortals. Therefore, Little Demon King of Chaos had no opponent at all. In less than 3 minutes, the entire Spirit Void Grotto Heaven was looted. However, there was a 9th-grade Jade Immortal in the Spirit Void Grotto Heaven, and Little Demon King of Chaos couldn't suppress him yet. Therefore, after looting everything, he left in a hurry. Here, take 1% of your loot. In the planting space, Little Demon King of Chaos threw another interspatial ring to Yi Xian. The wealth of the Spirit Void Grotto Heaven was much more than the total wealth of the 36 small grotto heavens. Although Yi Xian only got 1%, it was still a lot of benefits. Ding! Host has broken through, and is now a 2nd-grade Jade Immortal. Ding! Host has broken through, and is now a 3rd-grade Jade Immortal. This time, he jumped 2 levels in a row. However, just as Yi Xian was secretly delighted, a shadow suddenly condensed in the sky. How dare you join hands with demonic cultivators to loot the Spirit Void Grotto Heaven? A loud shout rang in Yi Xian's ears. Who's there? Yi Xian's heart trembled. He didn't even notice how the other party appeared. Moreover, why would the investigation lead to him? Speak, where is that demonic cultivator? The golden armored man shouted angrily. Senior, what demonic cultivator? Yi Xian asked curiously. Still quibbling? My Navy Tide Nation was built in an immortal artifact. I saw everything you did clearly. Every time that demonic cultivator robbed the Void Spirit Grotto Heaven, you were nearby. How dare you say it has nothing to do with you? The golden armored man snorted. Hearing this, Xian's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect his trick to be seen through. He just didn't know where this golden armored man came from. He actually had such great ability. Of course, what surprised Xian the most was that this navy-tied nation was actually an immortal artifact. Little Demon King, wake up quickly. We're in big trouble. Xian immediately shouted in his heart. However, the little Demon King had already set up a formation in the planting space and started to cultivate. In other words, he was condensing his so-called devil wings. The planting space was Xian's territory. In principle, the little Demon King had to listen to his orders after entering the planting space. However, this little Demon King's methods were heaven-defying. Even the planting space couldn't control him. To put it simply, Xian couldn't wake the little Demon King. Damn it, this guy's really fast. Xian cursed angrily. However, he could only blame the planting space for being too slow. A second outside was 100 seconds inside. Not going to talk? Fine. Seeing Xian remain silent, the golden armored man shouted in a low voice and clapped his hands. Enter the Black Devil prison. A hole suddenly split open in the ground. Xian, who was already unable to move, fell straight in. This feeling was similar to when he first entered the immortal tomb. Xian could only watch helplessly as he left the ground and approached the earth's core. However, Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He thought he was going to die there. The falling process lasted for several days. During these few days, Xian couldn't move at all. At the same time, the little Demon King in the planting space didn't wake up either. It should be known that more than a year had passed in the planting space. What the hell is that black demon prison? Why haven't we arrived yet? Xian felt very helpless, but at this moment, he suddenly felt a cold aura behind him. Then, he saw himself falling into a dark abyss. His surroundings were empty, and there was no living thing. At the same time, he also felt that he could finally move his body. Is this the Black Devil prison? Xian raised his eyebrows. The Black Devil prison sounded like a prison, but he didn't expect it to be located below. At that moment, Xian hurriedly used his Eye of the Void to see if he could leave this damned place. However, just as he had expected, the Eyes of the Void could not be used. This was bad. This is a tragedy. I don't know what level a third-grade Jade Immortal is in here. Xian wanted to cry but had no tears. Since he couldn't leave, he could only investigate the Black Devil prison first. The Black Devil prison was dark, but Xian, who had the Eye of Revelation, did not feel any discomfort. Now that the little Demon King was in seclusion, he could only rely on him. Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, Wei Zhentian, go and explore. Just in case, Xian summoned the Old Tree and the other two. Okay. The Old Tree, who was already a 6th-grade Jade Immortal, responded and quickly rushed out. The exploration of the Black Devil prison was left to them. Because it was unlimited resurrection, there should be no problem. Young Master, I caught a 1st-grade Jade Immortal. After a while, the Old Tree suddenly shouted. Hearing this, Xian quickly rushed over and saw a man whose immortal heart was caught by the Old Tree. Ding! Control successful. With Xian's 3rd-grade Jade Immortal realm, he instantly controlled the other party and then searched his soul. The Black Devil prison was originally used to imprison demonic cultivators in Navy-Tide Nation, but it was later turned into a prison for prisoners. Once they made a mistake, they would be directly attacked and left to fend for themselves. Because there was no way out. No way out? That's impossible, right? Xian narrowed his eyes and carefully searched the man's soul. He found that there was a way out, but it was extremely dangerous. For millions of years, no one had succeeded. This time, it was really F*King over. The way out is called the Mountain of Corpses and the Sea of Blood. No matter who goes in, only death awaits. Even mystic immortals are the same. Xian's heart trembled. He was now a Jade Immortal, followed by a Golden Immortal, and then a Mystic Immortal. Even a Mystic Immortal could not successfully leave. It seemed that this was dangerous enough. However, it was not completely impossible for him to leave, because he still had the little demon king. Moreover, this black devil prison had been established for countless years, and there were probably countless prisoners inside. When the time came, as long as he ransacked it, he might be able to kill his way out. There are even mystic immortal demonic cultivators in this black devil prison, and I can't use the eyes of the void now, so I have to be careful. Otherwise, these two doppelgangers will be in trouble. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he thought to himself. There was no map in this black devil prison, so he could not copy it in, unless he explored it himself. He did not know when the little demon king would come out of seclusion. Sigh, I'll just take one step at a time. Yi Xian sighed. Who asked him to be so unlucky to be discovered by the patrol of Navy Tide Nation? Fortunately, he did not lose his life. This black devil prison was extremely dangerous. Not to mention that there was no way out, just the countless demonic cultivators and ferocious immortal cultivators inside was enough to make him suffer. Therefore, Yi Xian had to be extremely careful. In this way, he could only let Old Tree and the other two explore the way. However, at this moment. Ding, the host has triggered a random task, escape from the Black Devil prison. The reward for completing the task is to unlock the second immortal auxiliary bloodline column. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. After hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He had not triggered a random task for a long time, and today it finally came. Haha, the second auxiliary bloodline column needs at least 3 devour points to unlock. Not bad, not bad. Yi Xian grinned. With this random task, he also had the motivation to level up. However, it was not so easy to get out of the Black Devil prison. Ding, the host's killing intent has increased. Ding, the host's killing intent has increased. Ding, the host's killing intent has increased. In the following days, Yi Xian encountered many demonic and immortal cultivators. The Black Devil prison was originally used to imprison demonic cultivators, but some criminal immortal cultivators were also imprisoned here. However, demonic cultivators were generally stronger than immortal cultivators at the same level. On the third day after Yi Xian entered the Black Demon prison, he finally met an opponent. A 9th grade Jade Immortal Realm demonic cultivator. Ding. Ghost Dome Great Emperor is dead. Ding. Ghost Dome Great Emperor is resurrected. Ding. Wei Zhentian is dead. Ding. Wei Zhentian is resurrected. 4 system notifications rang in succession, which made Yi Xian stunned. Through the vision sharing just now, he saw a dark-skinned man kill Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian. This man smashed Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian into powder with just his physical strength. He was very powerful. I've been in the Black Demon prison for 3 days, and the strongest I've met was a 4th grade Jade Immortal. I didn't expect to meet a 9th grade Jade Immortal this time. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. He was now a 3rd grade Jade Immortal, while Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian were 6th grade Jade Immortals. If they joined forces, it should not be a problem to kill this dark-skinned demonic cultivator. Old Tree, go. Yi Xian immediately chased after Old Tree, who was the strongest among them. At the same time, he, Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian also followed. As long as he killed this 9th grade Jade Immortal, he could at least break through once, or even twice. Even if he had to use all his trump cards, he must kill this man. With the Eye of Revelation, Yi Xian quickly found his opponent. At this time, Old Tree had already flashed past. Another prey, die for me. The dark-skinned man snorted and directly punched Old Tree. 9 Dragons Thunder Flash. Old Tree did not say anything and rushed forward. This time, he did not go behind Yi Xian. Instead, he waited for him to launch a sneak attack when they joined forces. Bang! A loud rumbling sound spread. Although there was a difference of 3 realms, the strength of the two was not much different. Old Tree's 9 Dragons Thunder Flash had been upgraded once, and its power had increased by 70%. Coupled with the power boost from the Yi Xian bloodline, Old Tree now had the ability to challenge opponents above his level. Although there was not much difference in strength, the Old Tree had other means. At this moment, the dark-skinned man saw a purplish-black flame climbing onto his hand. This flame actually burned through his skin defense, causing him unbearable pain. This is the legendary purple extreme devil flame? The dark-skinned man was shocked. The purple extreme devil flame was a type of devil flame that was produced after refining the purple extreme devil heart. This was a type of devil flame that only existed in legends. He never thought that he would actually see one today. This person actually has the extreme purple demon heart. Where did he come from? The dark-skinned man couldn't help but wonder. A person with the purple extreme demon heart must have a powerful background. He had been imprisoned in the Black Demon prison for more than 100,000 years, but he had never heard of this. Before he could open his mouth, Old Shu punched him again, and they clashed again. So strong. Fortunately, I have the Black Essence Devil Heart. My physique is very strong. If it were an ordinary person, their arm would have been burned off, the dark-skinned man thought to himself. At this moment, Yi Xian had already marked his opponent with the Death Hunt command. Following that, one big move after another followed. Unicorn Descend. Undying Fighting Soul. Sword Blade Storm. The first time the Unicorn Descend, he had summoned the Flame Unicorn. The second time he had summoned the Ice Unicorn when he was in the Xia clan. This time, it was the Thunder Unicorn. The Thunder Unicorn controlled thunder and lightning. Furthermore, it moved quickly. Its strength was probably not any weaker than the old tree. In an instant, the dark-skinned man was attacked from both sides. He couldn't escape even if he wanted to. In the blink of an eye, he was at a disadvantage. Eye of Assassination. Immortal Slaying Breath Slash. 9 Dragon Sky Roaring Attack. With Yi Xian and the others using their trump cards, the Black Essence Devil Heart in the dark-skinned man's body was directly blasted apart. The 9th grade Jade Immortal Demonic Cultivator was instantly killed. Ding. The host's killing intent has increased. When the system notification sounded, Yi Xian had already rushed over and removed the interspatial ring. Although there were many things in the interspatial ring, it was still less than what Yi Xian had expected. After all, these people were staying in the Black Demon prison and couldn't replenish their heaven and earth treasures. They could only snatch them. Moreover, there would be losses. Ding. The host has made a breakthrough. The host is now a 4th grade Jade Immortal. Ding. The Ember of Thunder Fire has made a breakthrough. The host is now a 7th grade Jade Immortal. Ding. Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. The host is now a 7th grade Jade Immortal. Ding. Ghost Dome Great Emperor has made a breakthrough. The host is now a 7th grade Jade Immortal. The system notifications sounded one after another. The realms of Yi Xian and the others had increased. However, just before the dark-skinned man died, he used a secret technique to transmit a message to the others. What, the purple extreme demon heart? In a corner of the Black Demon prison, a man opened his eyes. He had received the news of his friend's death. What he had to do now was to spread the news of the purple extreme demon heart. At this time, Yi Xian didn't know about this and was still on his way. With their current strength, no one in the Jade Immortal realm was a match for them. Even if they encountered a 1st grade Golden Immortal, they could still fight. Of course, in the Black Demon prison, there were many Golden Immortals. There were even Xian Immortals, let alone Golden Immortals. This little devil, I don't know when he started his closed-door training. It's been a year. Yi Xian was slightly helpless. A day in the outside world was 100 days in the planted space. At this time, several days had passed, which was equivalent to more than a year. However, a year was like the blink of an eye for this realm. They were used to it. After all, under normal circumstances, closed-door training was measured in years. Some people could even train for 10,000 years. A year was really not a long time, however, Yi Xian's heart was cold. What if this little devil had to go into closed-door training for 1,000 years? Wouldn't that be a tragedy? Sigh, forget it. I'll just rely on myself. Yi Xian sighed. His current goal was to level up to the Xian Immortal realm. Only then could he stand firm in the Black Demon prison and not have to remind those who were scared out of their wits. Although he still might not be able to get out, at least he would not be in danger. When the time came, maybe he could just leave through the void. Fortunately, the little devil did not go into closed-door training for long. 3 days after the dark-skinned man's death, the little devil came out of closed-door training. After the training, the little devil condensed a pair of demon wings and his speed skyrocketed. "Boy, did you run into any trouble while I was in closed-door training?" asked the little devil. "Next time you go into closed-door training, remember to tell me how long you'll be in it for." Yi Xian's projection said with a gloomy face, "You went into closed-door training immediately after looting the Hollow Spirit Cave. You caused me to be discovered by the Inspector of Navy Tide Country and sent to this Black Demon prison." "Oh, Black Demon prison?" The little devil was a little surprised. "What is this place?" End of chapter 1708. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.